Chapter 1. Unreasonable. In a fog-laden city, within a luxurious residence, a heated exchange unfolded. Cousin-in-law, you once vowed to stay for only 6 months, yet a year has now passed. Isn't it time to return the house to our family? What do you mean by returning our house? I have been living here with Xiao Bao for a significant time. This arrangement is convenient for his schooling and my daily commutes. Can't you show a bit of understanding? Have you not overstayed your welcome after a full year? Just because Xiao Bao is in school does not give you the right to monopolize our family home. Mind your tone. What do you mean by monopolize? Is Xiao Bao not your nephew? Is it wrong to extend our stay for his education? Your family certainly does not lack for housing. This is not about whether you have enough houses, it's about your lack of integrity. How am I lacking integrity? Do you have any idea how troublesome it would be for me to move? Your cousin is not home, and I have to manage Xiao Bao's school runs daily. Where would I find the time? I have given you ample time day by day, week by week. It has been half a year. What family takes half a year to move? Stop wasting my time with your words. If you want me to move, have your cousin come back to help. I cannot manage it alone. You, brother, say something. The clamorous voices echoed in Shen Jun's ears, pulling him from a daze. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the intense gazes of two unfamiliar faces, a young girl and a young woman. The girl stood about 165 centimeters tall, appearing to be around 16 or 17, with a delicate face framed by flowing hair. She possessed a slender figure, dressed in a short-sleeved top and hot pants, paired with white sneakers. Her large, dark eyes shimmered with unshed tears, betraying her distress. The young woman, adorned in a black dress and towering heels, exuded elegance, draped in gold and silver. Yet, her features were rather ordinary, and her gaze towards Shen Jun was somewhat confrontational. Shen Jun, look at your sister. Is this how you teach her to speak to her elders? Does the Shen family lack proper upbringing? The lavishly dressed woman's words left Shen Jun bewildered. He found himself perplexed, unsure of the situation. Just moments ago, he had been lying on his bed, engrossed in his phone, until a sudden wave of dizziness overtook him, and he lost consciousness. Now, awakening to such a predicament was utterly disorienting. Surveying his surroundings, Shen Jun felt an unsettling unfamiliarity, yet there was a faint sense of recognition stirring within him. Yang Lianrong, what do you mean? How can you claim the Shen family lacks upbringing? On what grounds do you assert that your continued occupation of our family home is justified? As Shen Jun fell silent, the young girl, despite her teary eyes, fiercely retorted, Shen Nan, the title holder of this property, is Shen Jun. You have no authority to dictate terms here unless Shen Jun speaks. What right do you have to demand I vacate? I intend to remain here regardless of your objections. The young woman shouted defiantly, Do not cling stubbornly here. You initially agreed to stay for half a year, and my brother only consented for the sake of Xiao Bao's schooling. If you choose not to leave, then pay the rent 12,000 a month. If you fail to comply, I will report you for trespassing. Shen Ning glared with her large, dark eyes, tears streaming down her face as she threatened. Report me? Feel free, for I possess no money. Besides, I am your sister-in-law. What is wrong with residing in your home? I refuse to believe that the police would take me away. Yang Lianrong retorted with a mocking indifference. Shen Jun, confused, pondered the audacity of her words. How could a sister-in-law presume to occupy another's home? Not even a biological sister could do so, let alone a cousin. You. Shen Nin wept uncontrollably, struggling to articulate her thoughts. What of it? This house is idle. I have no intention of moving. Without your brother and your cousin's words, do not expect me to vacate. With that, Yang Lianrong disregarded Shen Nan and leisurely seated herself on the sofa. Seeing this, Shen Nan could no longer contain her tears. Brother, could you not muster some backbone? Can you not take charge of the family affairs? Upon hearing this, Shen Jun felt a throbbing headache. Although he was still bewildered by his circumstances, he gleaned some information from their exchange. Just as he intended to rise and console the young girl, a sudden rush of memories flooded his mind, and he blurted out 2 words. What the hell? Had he traversed realms? Was it indeed a soul exchange? The images in his mind lingered on the moment he lay on the bed. The unfortunate Shen Jun soon realized he had been electrocuted. The charger had malfunctioned. How could such a misfortune lead to a transmigration? Soon after, he quickly processed the memories and comprehended his current situation. He glanced at the girl with tear-streaked cheeks, feeling a surge of pity for her. The original owner of this body truly had been a disappointment, subjecting this child to undue hardship. From the memories of the original self, he learned that he had been raised in the indulgence of Shen father and Shen mother. Even his sister Shen Nan, the little darling, could not compare. Yet, under this pampering, the original self had not grown arrogant. Instead, he had developed a timid disposition so shy that it was almost extreme. A year and a half prior, Shen father and Shen mother perished in a car accident, leaving Shen Jun and Shen Nan as orphans. Fortunately, the compensation they received was substantial, exceeding the typical bounds of accident settlements. The perpetrator, guilty of drunk driving, sought to avoid a death sentence by offering 10 million in cash for a letter of forgiveness. Though the original self was somewhat cowardly, Shen father and Shen mother were his entire world. With their sudden loss, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the offending driver. Unwilling to agree to any terms of forgiveness, he could see that moment. All he desired was for the driver who had so recklessly taken his parents' lives to face capital punishment. No amount of money could suffice, not even 100 million. However, his uncles and aunts, along with his cousins, urged him to accept the compensation, citing the futility of bringing the dead back to life and the necessity of providing for himself and his sister. Initially, the protagonist was resolute in his refusal to heed anyone's counsel, displaying the fortitude expected of a man, proclaiming his lack of financial concerns and wishing for the demise of his adversary. However, when his grandparents intervened with words of reason, he faltered and consented to sign the reconciliation agreement. His cowardice was laid bare, as he feared the reproach of his grandparents. Yet on the very day of signing the agreement, the party at fault unexpectedly escalated the compensation amount from the originally stipulated 10 million to a staggering 50 million. This sudden turn of events left everyone, including the protagonist, utterly bewildered. How could the opposing party raise the compensation? Was this a jest? No one could fathom their rationale. Though the protagonist inquired, the lawyer for the offending party merely stated it was for peace of mind. While he longed to delve deeper into the motives, he suppressed his curiosity under the guidance of his grandparents and uncle and aunt, ultimately signing the agreement. As he had reached adulthood, the sum was directly deposited into his account without any third-party guardianship. After the funds were secured, he heeded his grandparents' and relatives' advice, utilizing the 50 million to acquire 4 fully furnished apartments, costing a total of 46 million. Coupled with the family savings of 2,100,000, this left him with 580,000 in cash to sustain his and his sister Shen Nan's daily lives. Chapter 2. The unpredictability of human nature. In addition to this, the protagonist's family already possessed a property valued at over 3 million. Following the purchases, he promptly moved into the new residence with his sister Shen Nan, renting out the old house along with the other 3 apartments. The combined rental income from the new and old properties amounted to approximately 40,000 monthly. However, he chose not to keep this money for himself, instead transferring the entirety to Shen Nan for her educational expenses. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably despite the loss of their parents. The savings provided a sense of stability, and the protagonist had no chaotic thoughts, merely wishing to relax at home. That was until a year ago when his cousin Shen Ting and cousin-in-law Yang Lianrong came knocking at his door. These two seemed to have discerned his temperament, as they immediately made their request upon seeing him. They wished to borrow one of his apartments for their child's schooling. As for rent, they did not even mention it. Initially, the protagonist was reluctant, as the apartments had already been leased, and reclaiming them would incur a penalty. However, Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong were prepared, offering to cover the penalty and promising to stay for only 6 months. This left the protagonist without ground for refusal. After all, their child called him uncle, making it difficult for him to decline. Coupled with his inherent disposition, he found himself unable to say no, and thus, Yang Lianrong and her child settled this juncture. The situation seemed relatively benign. Shen Nan had little to say. As her funds were sufficient for her needs, it was merely 6 months, and a fluctuation of 10,000 here or there was inconsequential. Yet, the complexities of human nature are inscrutable, and insatiable desires abound. The protagonist had assumed that his cousin and cousin-in-law sought accommodation solely for their child's educational benefit, unaware that their true motive was not the child at all, but rather the property itself. As time flows, half a year has passed in the blink of an eye, Yet Qin Ting and Yang Lianrong have not even mentioned the matter of moving out. The original character's nature made him too bashful to broach the subject with them, but his sister, Shen Nan, possessed a temperament starkly different from his own. Though her status at home may not rival that of the original character, her disposition is decidedly more assertive than Shen Jun's. Furthermore, she has her reasons for wanting her voice heard. The rent of the new apartment is derived from her living expenses. While she could forego it, others cannot simply disregard their obligations. Thus, once the 6-month deadline arrived, Shen Nan promptly sought out Yang Lianrong, intending to request her departure. She initially believed the matter would unfold smoothly, only to be met with Yang Lianrong's immediate refusal to acknowledge her. With a myriad of excuses, Yang Lianrong evaded the request, conveying a singular sentiment. She had no intention of vacating the premises. At first, Shen Nan managed to endure the situation, as Qin Ting and Yang Lianrong were her cousin and cousin-in-law, and some matters were too delicate to approach with harshness. Moreover, due to Shen Jun's own reticent nature, Shen Nan refrained from pressing the issue, merely inquiring from time to time. However, this delay extended into half a year. Today's proceedings were straightforward. Shen Nan sought to persuade Yang Lianrong to vacate, as she wished to continue renting out the property for income. Previously, she had handled the situation alone, but this time, she had summoned Shen Jun for support. Would Yang Lianrong willingly leave this upscale community? Absolutely not. From the moment she moved in, she had no intention of departing. It is noteworthy that the average price per square meter in this neighborhood stands at 81,000, and the apartment she occupied spans 124 square meters, including various fees. This property is valued at over 10 million. How could she possibly consider leaving? One sought to evict, while the other had no desire to depart. Their argument left the original character in a state of distress, ultimately leading to an unintended fainting spell. Coinciding with Shen Jun's arrival, upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Shen Jun could not help but reflect on the absurdity of it all. How could there be such ineptitude? A grown man relying on a young girl to confront adversaries was simply ludicrous. Having traversed a solitary path in his past life, encountering the depths of human nature and darkness, his heart had long since hardened. The original character's hesitations were not something he would indulge. Brother Shen Nan choked out, her eyes swollen, and our do not cry, I am here for you. Shen Jun replied, rising to gently ruffle her hair in a soothing gesture. Occupying another's body necessitated aiding them in overcoming their troubles, and he had wholeheartedly accepted this sister. That moment, Shen Nan, overwhelmed by her grievances, failed to notice Shen Jun's transformation, believing her brother was merely unable to bear the sight of her distress. Once she was calmed, Shen Jun turned his attention to Yang Lianrong. Cousin-in-law, he addressed her. Are you also inclined to see me vacate? Yang Lianrong's expression shifted to one of surprise at his audacity. Let's keep this civil. We are family, after all. No need to create a scene, Shen Jun stated with a placid demeanor. Excuse me? Yang Lianrong's countenance darkened, astonished that Shen Jun would dare speak to her in such a manner. Was this truly the Shen Jun she knew? Shen Jun, are you threatening me? Shen Jun chuckled lightly. Is this a threat? I merely wish to avoid making things too unpleasant. However, if you perceive it as a threat, then so be it. After all, the house belongs to me. Upon hearing this, Yang Lianrong's face turned pale. She never anticipated that Shen Jun would suddenly become so audacious. The expression in Shen Nan's eyes, standing behind Shen Jun, also shifted. When did her brother become so resolute? The very reason she had summoned Shen Jun today was to bolster her own courage. Yet he had unexpectedly taken a stand. Had her brother finally shed his timidity? What of it that the house is yours? If it weren't for us, could you have afforded it in the first place? Are you not aware of how that 50 million came to be? It seems rather inappropriate to burn bridges now, don't you think? Yang Lianrong retorted vehemently, I am well aware of how that 50 million was acquired. It was earned through my parents' sacrifices. What does that have to do with you? If you're dissatisfied, you could always take out insurance and arrange for an unfortunate accident. Then little Bao would be well provided for. Shen Jun shot back with a sardonic smile. How dare you speak like that? Have you lost your humanity? Even beasts surpass you. Yang Lianrong was beside herself with rage, utterly shocked that Shen Jun had the audacity to mock her. Enough. I will not waste further words on you. You have one day to vacate your belongings, otherwise Do not blame me for being ungracious. Shen Jun issued his final ultimatum. Do as you wish, there is no way I will move. Yang Lianrong turned away defiantly, resorting to her stubbornness. You're asking for trouble. Shen Jun shook his head and then turned to Shen Nan, saying, let us take our leave. Oh. Shen Nan was momentarily taken aback by his words, but she quickly nodded and followed behind Shen Jun. She had clearly grasped the essence of their conversation. Her brother's decision to leave did not signify surrendering the house, but rather hinted at a deeper strategy. Yang Lianrong was no fool. She too understood the implications of Shen Jun's words. She turned back to him, shouting, what of it if I refuse to move? You'll have your brother back here shortly. I'm eager to see how you'll handle the consequences. Chapter 3. Foreseeing the future. My cousin cannot dictate my actions. If necessary, you may summon my uncle and aunt as well. I am eager to hear their opinions. Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively and then took Shen Nan's hand, leading her out of the room. Observing their departing figures, Yang Lianrong's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, fully aware that this matter would not be easily resolved. Unlike the young girl, Shen Nan, Shen Jun's involvement would render any of her efforts futile once he stepped forward. In this regard, the disparity between men and women is stark. With this thought in mind, Yang Lianrong pulled out her phone and began making calls. Although Shen Jun's sudden shift had caught her off guard, alternative methods were not entirely absent. Brother, are you truly intent on severing ties with our cousin's family? Shen Nan asked, looking up with concern. Why do you ask? Shen Jun chuckled, gently ruffling the girl's hair. It felt rather pleasant. Oh no, don't mess up my hair. It stunts my growth. Shen Nan protested, swatting Shen Jun's hand away before inquiring with curiosity. Isn't it obvious? You were so fierce toward Yang Lianrong earlier. It would be strange not to confront our cousin's family. Let them sever ties if they wish. In this matter, our family holds the moral high ground. So I am unperturbed, Shen Jun replied nonchalantly. But what about uncle and aunt? Do not worry, I am here. From now on, you can leave family matters to me. And you can focus on your studies, Shen Jun assured her, chuckling at the sight of Shen Nan's face scrunching up in discontent. Just moments ago, she was fiercely confronting Yang Lianrong. It was surprising to see how much she still cared about their relatives. All right then. Seeing Shen Jun's confidence, Shen Nan nodded enthusiastically. After half a year, she was finally beginning to appreciate her brother's role. It's past 11. Shall we go have a meal? Shen Jun inquired. Yes. I want hot pot. Shen Nan exclaimed with delight. Very well, we shall go with your choice, Shen Jun readily agreed. At 11:50 a.m., within the hot pot restaurant, I would like an order of tripe, a portion of beef, and some shrimp paste. Shen Nan joyfully directed Shen Jun as he placed their order on the tablet while seated on the sofa. After finishing the order, Shen Nan curiously asked, Brother, how do you plan to drive our cousin's family away? Yang Lianrong is rather shameless. Shen Jun chuckled wryly. Did I not tell you? This matter is for me to resolve. You need not concern yourself with it. I'm merely curious. Shen Nan pouted in response. Your primary focus should be your studies. The college entrance examination is approaching, and if you do not perform well, do not expect a generous allowance. I will provide you with a maximum of 5,000 each month. Shen Jun warned her, his gaze intense and serious. Humph. Do you think I'll be like you in school, always falling behind? I am consistently in the top 10 of my class. Shen Nan retorted with disdain. Shen Jun, I should never have said that. Now, it appears he has encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The air of authority has dissipated. Coughing twice to muster his composure, Shen Jun decided to temporarily disregard his sister, primarily due to a lack of confidence. The original self was indeed quite disappointing. Upon noticing Shen Jun bowing his head to engage with his phone, Shen Nan found it amusing. It was the first time she had witnessed her brother in such an awkward predicament. Shen Jun, seemingly oblivious to the laughter, continued to fixate on his device. At that moment, a chime echoed in his mind. Suitable host detected, precognition system loading complete. May 10th, Tenglong Corporation, increase of 10.04. Before Shen Jun could fully comprehend the situation, a series of voices resonated in his mind. What on earth? He has acquired a system? Perhaps due to his extensive exposure to novels, Shen Jun immediately associated this phenomenon with the concept of a system. It was an essential tool for any traveler from another realm, aside from a slight change in his complexion. Shen Jun did not panic, nor did he raise his voice or look around frantically. Instead, he turned to Shen Nan and quietly inquired, Did you hear any sound just now? Sound? What sound? Shen Nan gazed at him in confusion. Nothing. It might just be my tinnitus, Shen Jun replied. shaking his head and diverting the topic. Oh. Shen Nan nonchalantly echoed his sentiment and ceased to engage further. Tinnitus was a common occurrence. She had experienced it herself. Realizing that Shen Nan had not heard the voices in his mind, Shen Jun silently pondered, a system? Unfortunately, no one answered his call, although he received no reply. Shen Jun remained unperturbed, glancing at the time displayed on his phone, May 9th, 1 p.m. The message that had just echoed in his mind stated May 10th. Tenglong Corporation, increase of 10.04. The system was named the precognition system, implying that Tenglong Corporation stock would soar to its limit tomorrow. While stocks are a mystery to many, Shen Jun, a frequent reader of novels, possessed a clear understanding of this subject. Additionally, the original self had some knowledge of stock trading. Ordinary individuals could never fathom the types of people and circumstances that would suddenly arise upon acquiring wealth. When the original self received a compensation of 50 million, his phone and WeChat were inundated with messages. Numerous individuals began to contact him frantically at the same time, including bankers, real estate agents, insurance sellers, car dealers, renovation contractors, and even loan sharks, all inquiring if he wished to purchase their products. The original self was momentarily bewildered. After extensive deliberation, he ultimately decided to buy a house based on the advice of his grandparents and uncles. The real estate no longer retained its previous value. Renting it out proved more profitable than letting money languish in the bank. When only 500,000 remained on the original self's card, the number of people reaching out to him significantly dwindled, leaving only the bank's client manager and the insurance and car salespeople who occasionally contacted him. However, the bank client manager was the only one who had gifted him a present, and due to the nature of the situation, the original self had maintained a connection with him. After a period of time, although the original self did not invest in the other party's financial products, they did open a stock trading account. Of course, no one compelled him to trade stocks. Rather, it was suggested that having an account would make buying and selling stocks exceedingly convenient. The original self had a slight understanding of stocks. Yet when Shen Jun traversed into this world, the original self had never purchased any shares. Shen Jun opened the message page and immediately noticed the remaining balance in the bank account, 5,710,000. In a year and a half, only 90,000 had been spent. To be candid, for someone who suddenly acquired wealth, the original self was quite frugal. Such a timid individual. Nevertheless, this inadvertently benefited Shen Jun immensely. Chapter 4. Reflections. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Jun swiftly opened the stock trading application that his former self had previously downloaded, entering Tenglong Company Limited into the search bar. At this hour, the market was closed for lunch, set to reopen at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The stock price of Tenglong stood at 6.87 yuan, reflecting a decline of 0.35. After a brief contemplation, Shen Jun transferred 1 million into the trading software. Although the information he had just acquired indicated that Tenglong stock would hit the upper limit tomorrow, he felt compelled to conduct an experiment. While it is often said that putting all one's eggs in one basket is a mark of wisdom, those who do so impulsively are merely foolish. Upon transferring the funds, Shen Jun refrained from immediately placing an order to buy Tenglong shares. Instead, he decided to wait until 2:40. For the nature of stocks is such that a moment's distraction could lead to losses that eclipse any gains made the following day. The understanding of the 2:30 rule is common knowledge among seasoned traders. After finalizing his arrangements, Shen Jun lifted his gaze. He caught sight of Shen Nan surreptitiously stuffing her cheeks with meat, her cheeks bulging like a little squirrel's, eliciting a faint smile from him. Brother, just now, I called you to dinner, but you ignored me, engrossed in your phone. She defended herself, unabashedly justifying her actions, albeit with a slight stutter due to her mouth being full. Go ahead and eat. As if I ever forbade you from enjoying meat, Shen Jun replied, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Having a younger sister was indeed quite delightful. It's different. Still. All right, enough talking. Hurry and finish your meal. Once you're done, you must return to school immediately. The college entrance examination is just days away, Shen Jun interjected, picking up his chopsticks to interrupt Shen Nan, who was eager to continue her protest. Oh. She offered no retort but slowed her meat-picking motions. Observing this, Shen Jun chuckled softly. Despite Shen Nan being an academic star, even she was not immune to the aversion of attending school. After their meal, Shen Jun instructed Shen Nan to take a taxi back to school while he attended to more pressing matters. After watching her depart, he too hailed a cab to return home. Upon arriving home at 1:30 in the afternoon, he did not immediately seek rest but instead took a tour of the various rooms. After all, memories are but shadows of reality. far less vivid than first-hand experience. The community he resided in was named Shanhayu, and the average price of the apartments was comparable to the one occupied by Yang Lianrong, albeit with a slightly larger area of 156 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. After familiarizing himself with the rooms, Shen Jun located the safe. Inputting the password from memory, he then retrieved all the property certificates from within. Upon glancing at the information on the certificates, despite his mental preparation, Shen Jun couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Without exception, all 5 property certificates bore his name, solely his. This was quite absurd. Reflecting on the memories of his former self, he recalled that the original intention had been to allocate 2 of the 5 properties to Shen Nan, and those were to be 2 brand new homes. However, his grandparents and uncles vehemently opposed, arguing that Shen Nan was a girl and that once married, these properties would become marital assets. In the unfortunate event of a divorce, she would be compelled to relinquish a property to the male counterpart. Initially, the original owner was resistant. He was concerned about his pride, for all 5 properties belonged solely to him, and such a revelation would be rather unseemly. Yet, his grandparents and uncles tirelessly persuaded him, even managing to convince Shen Nan to approach him and express her disinterest in the properties. With that, the original owner lost his temper and ultimately acquiesced. Shen Jun was utterly perplexed, dismayed that a family would conspire to bully a young girl. While he remained unaware of what precisely his grandparents and uncles had said to Shen Nan to sway her, he was certain it was far from kind. It baffled him that both he and Shen Nan were children of Shen Fu and Shen Mu, yet they were treated so differently. However, in light of the matters concerning Shen Ting and Yang Lianrong, Shen Jun began to entertain certain thoughts. The insistence of these relatives to place all the properties under his name likely stemmed not from concern for him, but rather their own self-interest. After all, the original owner's character rendered him particularly easy to manipulate. Nevertheless, Shen Jun would ensure that what rightfully belonged to Shen Nan would be returned to her. Regaining his focus, Shen Jun extracted the property deed for the residence occupied by Yang Lianrong, carefully placing the remaining 4 deeds back into the safe. With the deed in hand, he returned to the living room, plopped down onto the sofa, and began searching for contacts on WeChat. Indeed, Shen Jun had no intention of personally evicting Shen Ting and Yang Lianrong. It was not out of fear of offending anyone, but rather the complications involved. While relocating may seem simple, the social intricacies entailed were rather cumbersome. Even if Shen Jun were indifferent, he did not wish to be embroiled in further entanglements with those individuals. After perusing his contacts for a while, he quickly located the person he sought, a man known as Brother Jun. This individual operated as a quasi-legal loan shark, possessing all the necessary financial credentials. Yet his lending practices were questionable. 9 out, 13 returned in a month. Borrow 9, write 13. What if one were unable to repay after a month? Quasi-legal indeed. Failing to repay would render it decidedly informal. As for how the original owner had come to know this person, after receiving a windfall of 50 million, Brother Jun had reached out, inquiring whether he wished to invest in their company at an interest rate of 5% per month. The original owner had declined, wary of such exorbitant profits, and after several refusals, Brother Jun had ceased to contact him. The reason Shen Jun sought this individual was precisely due to the quasi-nature of their dealings. Upon entering the chat interface, Shen Jun promptly typed, "Brother Jun, I have a property to sell. Are you interested?" Before he could exit the WeChat page, Brother Jun responded immediately, "Yes, certainly interested. However, regarding the price." Shen Jun was not surprised by this response. Individuals of such ilk operated in this manner. No, all people tended to act similarly. No one ever complains about having too much money. The market price has been reduced by another 10%. Which property? Brother Jun immediately inquired. Shijing Hueding, Building 1. 16th floor, 124 square meters. My dear brother, the average price for properties in Shijing Hueding has surpassed 80,000, with such a significant discount. There must be some underlying issue with this property, right? Jun's words were laden with concern. Shen Jun chuckled softly and continued typing. Is Brother Jun still worried about potential problems? Are you suggesting something else? Just how about we meet to discuss? Sure. You can come to Yuhai Club. All right, but I won't be able to arrive until around 4 or 5 o'clock. No problem. I will wait for you, brother. Good. After their conversation, Shen Jun promptly exited WeChat and swiftly opened his stock trading application. He had already added Tenglong shares to his watch list, and upon entering the app, he immediately checked the stock's fluctuation. At that moment, Tenglong shares had risen from a midday decline of -0.35 to 1. 65, glancing at the time. He noted it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Shen Jun chose not to make an immediate purchase but instead opted to remain patient. Chapter 5. Pricing at 2:45 p.m., the stock of Tenglong Company Limited exhibited pronounced volatility. The increase surged from a modest rise of slightly over 2 points to a current elevation of 2.65, followed by an aggressive ascent. 3, 2, 3, 5, 3, 9, 4, 2. However, just as the growth approached 5, the stock price suddenly plummeted. 4, 5, 4, 1, 3, 8, 3, 5. This erratic market prompted Shen Jun to feel a twinge of hesitation. Despite possessing ample funds, the fluctuations left him unsettled. A glance at his phone revealed the time. It was already 2:51 p.m., and the market was on the verge of closing. Observing the persistent decline, Shen Jun commenced small purchases at 2.6, with shares priced at 7.08 each. Initially, he acquired 20 lots, each consisting of 100 shares, amounting to 708 yuan per lot, totaling 160 yuan. Yet, with Tenglong's market capitalization exceeding 3.4 billion, and the trading volume surpassing 100 million, his investments were virtually inconsequential, and the stock price continued its descent. Without further hesitation, Shen Jun initiated substantial purchases when the price reached 2, nearly 1 million yuan. In the face of such enormous trading volume, would hardly create a ripple. By the time he had invested the full million into Tenglong, the clock struck 3:00 p.m., and trading ceased for the day. At that moment, Tenglong's increase had reached 2.8. Indeed, during the closing auction, the stock price had experienced a slight surge. Shen Jun's average purchase price stood at 7.09, totaling 1 for 100 lots after deducting fees. As he gazed at the numbers displayed on his phone, he couldn't help but shake his head. How petty. Not to mention making a profit. Even if he were to incur a loss, what would it matter? At most, he would lose a mere 100,000 or so. How could that sway his emotions? It was worth noting that he had just engaged in a business deal nearing 10 million. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that stocks can indeed stir one's emotions. This trading experience resembles gambling, and therein lies the allure of the stock market. Regaining his composure, Shen Jun picked up his phone and stepped outside. Resolving not to allow the stock market to affect his mood, that would be most unwise. At 4:00 p.m., at the Yuhai Club. This establishment did not rank particularly high in the Fog City, hovering around the mid-tier, yet it offered the requisite entertainment options, catering well to the working-class clientele seeking leisure. At this early hour, few vehicles were parked outside, and not a single luxury car was in sight. As Shen Jun approached the entrance, a young woman, strikingly attractive in a red bodycon dress and high heels, promptly approached him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Shen. My name is Jolie. Brother Jun asked me to wait for you here." "Hello. Is Brother Jun inside the club?" Shen Jun inquired, nodding casually. "He is indeed, awaiting your arrival. Allow me to escort you," Jolie replied with a cheerful smile. "Very well." Upon receiving a response, Jolie promptly walked to the forefront of Shen Jun, leading the way, her movements marked by a somewhat exaggerated sway of her hips. Although Shen Jun was not a paragon of virtue, he maintained a respectful distance from the women of the establishment, particularly in such an affordable venue. The men these women had encountered likely outnumbered the women he had seen. How could he possibly provoke them? Shen Jun followed Jolie into the interior of the club, his gaze unwavering. The interior of the Yuhai Club was unremarkable, easily recognizable to anyone who had frequented such establishments. After traversing the lobby and a lengthy corridor, Jolie halted before the door of an office. A series of knocks were exchanged, followed by an invitation to enter. Upon hearing the voice from within, Jolie promptly pushed open the door, gesturing invitingly to Shen Jun. "Mr. Shen, please step inside." Without hesitation, Shen Jun entered. The decor of the office starkly contrasted with that of the club, boasting only a desk, a chair, and a water dispenser, remarkably bare. "Brother Shen, I believe this is our second encounter." A man clad in a suit approached him as he entered. "Indeed. Brother Jun has a sharp memory. It is our second meeting," Shen Jun replied with a smile. "Please, have a seat. Would you care for a drink?" The man inquired while ushering Shen Jun to a chair. "Just mineral water will suffice," Shen Jun said, settling into the chair across from the desk. "Very well. Shaoli, please fetch a bottle of mineral water for Brother Shen," the man instructed Jolie, who promptly exited. Once she had departed, the man resumed his seat. "Brother Shen, let us speak candidly. I inquired about your property earlier. There are no issues with it. What prompts your sudden desire to sell?" And why the voluntary price reduction of 10%? Surely, you are not in one of funds? Brother Jun broached the subject straightforwardly. The house is sound, and I am not financially constrained. However, there are complications with the tenant residing there, Shen Jun explained quietly. Complications with the tenant? What is the matter? Have they become unruly? Brother Jun's curiosity was piqued. If it were merely a tenant, it would be manageable, but alas, it is not. It is a relative of mine who has been living in the property for a year. Not only has he failed to pay rent, but he often speaks disrespectfully. I have asked him to vacate, yet he refuses. Thus, I sought out Brother Jun, Shen Jun elaborated. Haha, youth is often impetuous. It seems you cannot tolerate even the slightest grievance. Brother Jun chuckled heartily upon hearing this. Shen Jun nodded, remaining silent. Undeterred, Brother Jun continued. What price does Brother Shen intend to set for this property? Brother Jun likely had investigated the market value of properties in Shunjinghuading, which was evident from the prevailing prices. Initially, I had invested just over 10 million. Even with a price reduction, it would not amount to much. Therefore, I propose a price of 8 million, with you covering the remaining expenses, if that is agreeable, Shen Jun stated earnestly. Brother Jun was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised by Shen Jun's audacity. Indeed, he is engaged in usury, and the profits from such ventures are quite considerable. However, he prefers transactions that are devoid of risk yet yield satisfactory returns. Brother Shen, the annual rent for that apartment is merely around 100,000, correct? You have essentially squandered the equivalent of 20 years' rent, he remarked. To elucidate with Brother Jun's words, Shen Jun furrowed his brow and expressed, the young cannot endure such indignities. I would rather forfeit this money than endure that humiliation. Brother Jun's face radiated with a broad smile. I accept this price. Shall we finalize the contract tomorrow? Very well, but when it comes time to vacate the premises, please ensure your people are cautious, as I would not want any harm to come to them. After all, they are my relatives, Shen Jun replied earnestly. Rest assured, Brother Shen, they are indeed my benefactors. Without them, I would not have amassed this fortune, Brother Jun jested, patting his chest. That is all I need to hear from you, Brother Jun. With that, Shen Jun rose to take his leave, saying, I shall not disturb you any further, as I have other matters to attend to. Very well, I shall not keep you any longer, Brother Shen. Once we have signed the contract, I shall treat you properly, Brother Jun replied with a smile. Agreed. Chapter 6. The unsuitable individual after Shen Jun left the meeting. Jolie, who had gone to fetch water and had yet to return, walked into the office. Brother Jun, have you really agreed to this? Aren't you going to negotiate the price further? Jolie provocatively inquired, twisting her waist as she seated herself on Brother Jun's lap. Brother Jun, seizing the opportunity, grinned as he remarked, this lad made it abundantly clear. He's merely a relative squatting in the house. If we push the price down any further, he won't acquiesce. Youthful arrogance has its limits, after all, tangible money. Well, Jolie replied with a playful hum, it's not impossible. What if he agrees? There's no need for that. Although we are, in essence, loan sharks, certain matters require moderation. Without any leverage, excessive greed leads to dire outcomes. Moreover, this lad's current worth is substantial. We might yet have opportunities to engage in other ventures with him. Brother Jun's hand wandered downwards. Brother Jun is indeed correct. By the time Shen Jun returned home, it was already 5:30. After resting on the sofa for a brief moment, his phone began to ring. He retrieved his phone to find it was a call from his maternal uncle, Shen Hong. Shen Jun pressed his lips together. His suspicions had been confirmed. The reason these so-called uncles and aunts, along with his cousins, insisted on putting the house in the original owner's name was driven by ulterior motives. The original owner was utterly clueless, yet he was aware of such matters. In his previous life, he had often explored this subject online. Had Shen Jun not been a man, and if the Shen family had only Shenan, their daughter, left, the probability of being completely taken advantage of would have been a staggering 99. The remaining one was merely a stroke of divine intervention preventing these individuals from meeting an untimely demise. For the sake of profit. The depths of human malice are unfathomable to ordinary individuals. After the phone rang for about 10 seconds, Shen Jun answered the call. Xiao Jun, are you at home? A gruff voice resonated from the other end. Yes, what's up, uncle? Shen Jun casually responded. Nothing major, just regarding your cousin and his wife. How about we meet to discuss? Shen Hong calmly suggested. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun couldn't help but internally lament. His uncle seemed rather impatient. He had expected that the other party would at least wait until they knew he had sold the house before approaching him, yet here they were. unable to wait a single day. It truly felt as if they regarded the original owner as a mere pawn. Though Shen Jun pondered many thoughts. Only a few seconds had passed when he chuckled lightly and said, "Sure, shall I come over to your place?" "No need. I'm currently with your cousin and his wife right at the entrance of your community. Just inform the security guard to let us in," Chen Hang promptly replied. Shen Jun, "Well, isn't that something? They truly leave no room for delay. Impressive, truly impressive. This isn't merely treating him like a pawn. They're treating him like a slab of meat, ready to be sliced without a hint of subtlety." However, Shen Jun was not the same as the original owner. Cowardice? Cowardice, my foot. After briefly stating his apartment number to the doorman over the phone, the call was abruptly terminated. 5 or 6 minutes later, a knock echoed through the air. Xiao Jun opened the door. It was Chen Hung at the door. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Jun rose and approached to open the door. "Shen Jun, how dare you threaten your sister-in-law? You even have the audacity to refuse a toast and instead drink punishment liquor? Have you lost your humanity? Do you think I am so easy to deal with that you've forgotten your own surname?" As soon as Shen Jun opened the door, his cousin Shen Ting stormed in, launching a tirade of curses. Shen Jun was taken aback. Was he truly being treated as less than human? How dare Shen Ting insult him in his own home? This was utterly absurd. Shen Jun refrained from responding immediately, instead glancing towards his uncle Chen Hung. Noticing Shen Jun's gaze, Chen Hung cleared his throat and addressed Shen Ting. "How can you speak to Xiao Jun like that? He's your younger brother." Younger brother? Which brother would speak so disrespectfully to his sister-in-law? Was it simply because they had stayed in his house for a few days? He had so many properties. What was the big deal about us occupying one? And how dare you mention punishment liquor? I am keen to see how that punishment is administered." Shen Ting shouted, his face flushed with rage. Yang Lianrong stood silently behind them, yet the smile on her face indicated that she was quite pleased with Shen Ting's words. Chen Hang's expression darkened as he struggled to find the right words to say, but Shen Jun was no fool. He could easily discern that his uncle was merely putting on an act. The interplay between Chen Hung and Shen Ting was quite theatrical. "Shen Ting, if you cannot speak like a human being, then refrain from speaking at all. Barking like a dog serves no purpose, and this is my home, not yours. If you wish to act out, choose another venue." With Chen Hang silent, Shen Jun boldly retorted. The moment those words left his mouth, shock registered on the faces of Chen Hung, Chen Ting, and Yang Linrong. When did Shen Jun become so audacious? This was an entirely different person from the Shen Jun they once knew. No wonder Yang Lianrong remarked that Shen Jun was acting strangely today. This was a transformation of monumental proportions. "Damn it, I've given you face. How dare you speak to me like that?" Although he had sensed Shen Jun's change, Chen Ting couldn't restrain himself and lunged toward him. "Stop." Chen Hung firmly grasped Chen Ting's arm. "Dad, this kid, shut your mouth. Or get out." Chen Hang interrupted Chen Ting before he could finish. "Am I not allowed to speak anymore?" Before Chen Ting could continue, Chen Hung asserted his authority as a parent. With a huff, Chen Ting retreated behind Chen Hung, yet his gaze towards Shen Jun was filled with murderous intent. "Xiao Jun, please don't take it to heart. Your brother has quite the temper." Chen Hung tried to soothe Shen Jun. "Quite the temper?" Shen Jun scoffed. "Uncle, should not a person possess a modicum of reason? Shen Ting is staying in my house rent-free and now comes to insult me in my own home. Does that seem appropriate to you? What is wrong with me residing in your house? Had it not been for our assistance, could you truly afford those properties? You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch." Without waiting for Chen Heng's response, Chen Ting began to bellow once more. "TSK, TSK, TSK. A person devoid of shame is invincible in this world. Chen Ting, your continued existence is a testament to society's mercy. Otherwise, with your arrogant demeanor, you would have met an untimely end long ago." Shen Jun remarked with a sarcastic tone. "You are courting death. How could Chen Ting possibly endure such humiliation?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged towards Shen Jun again. Meanwhile, Chen Hung remained silent, refraining from intervening, as he too was incensed by Shen Jun's remarks. Allowing Chen Ting to teach Shen Jun a lesson might serve him right, lest he remain ignorant of how to address his elders. Chapter 7. A sudden turn, don't move. Would Shen Jun grant Shen Ting the opportunity to strike? The answer is unequivocally clear. Absolutely not. It would be utterly disgraceful to be beaten at home. Prepared for such an eventuality, Shen Jun suddenly drew a fruit knife from his pocket, pointing it menacingly ahead. "Hiss!" Shen Ting gasped, instantly halting his advance. Cold weapons are lethal tools against unarmed individuals. No one can remain unperturbed, not even those in positions of authority, especially considering the uncertain state of Chen Ting's own composure. "Shen Jun, lower the knife." Shen Hung shouted urgently. What are you trying to do? Hurting someone is against the law, and Shen Ting is your brother. At that moment, Yang Linrong, who had remained silent until now, could no longer restrain herself from exclaiming. Upon hearing these words, rather than sheathing his weapon, Shen Jun brandished his arm, forcing Shen Ting to retreat before speaking. Uncle, since matters have escalated to this point, I find there is little left to discuss. If you still regard me as your nephew, then let Shen Ting and the others vacate. They must leave today. If you no longer consider me your nephew, then I shall refrain from further discourse and manage the situation myself. Dream on. I refuse to leave. What can you do about it? Shen Ting retorted, seething with indignation. Xiao Jun, let us talk this over calmly. Let us put down the knife. Shen Hung interjected, attempting to mediate. There was more to say, but Shen Jun decided against it. Uncle, do not continue to plead. Shen Ting and I shall part ways as we see fit. After delivering this statement to Shen Hung, Shen Jun turned to Shen Ting and declared, I acknowledge you as my brother only if you recognize me. Otherwise, who do you think you are? If you refuse to leave, rest assured that others will compel you to do so. What do you mean by that? Shen Ting asked, his expression darkening. No hidden meanings. I merely wish to inform you to beware of potential harm. I would rather not receive calls from my grandparents. Shen Jun replied with disdain. Kindness invites exploitation. The gentle are often trampled upon. Shen Jun had no qualms about disregarding these so-called relatives, considering they were not truly his kin. Very well. I am curious to see how you will arrange for others to move me. With that, Shen Ting turned and stormed out, followed closely by Yang Linrong. Brandishing a knife in my presence, Xiao Jun, do you still regard me as your uncle? Shen Hung did not follow Shen Ting, but instead shifted his focus to reprimanding Shen Jun. What about Shen Ting trying to strike me in front of you? Shen Jun retorted coldly. You, how have you become this way? Do you not see me as your elder anymore? Shen Hung was momentarily rendered speechless. Resorting to unreasonable arguments, Shen Jun felt a wave of disgust. Hearing that phrase again was unbearable. Had it not been for the fact that he was the original's uncle, he might have already retaliated. Uncle, since you insist on this course, how about you transfer the rent Shen Ting owes me as a resolution? After all, it pertains to Xiao Nan's living expenses, Shen Jun said with a mocking tone. You. Shen Hung was once more left speechless by the retort. If they were willing to pay, they would not have come knocking at his door. What on earth was wrong with this lad today? Seeing Shen Heng's face flush with embarrassment, Shen Jun scoffed, Uncle, I do not wish to speak harshly, but once certain matters are revealed, it will not be my reputation that suffers. Shen Heng's heart jolted. Did this young man truly discern their intentions? Yet, what of it? As long as he remained silent, no one could accuse him. Steeling himself, Shen Hung reproached. Very well, Shen Jun, you have indeed matured. I shall not involve myself in this matter any further. You may communicate directly with your brother. With that, Shen Hung turned and strode towards the door. Observing his departing figure, Shen Jun made no attempt to stop him. In truth, he was eager for his exit. Wishing for a complete severance? Nonsense. Downstairs, Shen Ting inquired in surprise, Father, why have you come down so soon? The situation deviated entirely from their plans. That boy must have guessed our intentions. He spoke rather rudely, compelling me to descend, Shen Hung explained, his countenance grim. What? He guessed? That seems improbable. Does Shen Jun possess such insight? Shen Ting exclaimed, astonished. Is it not due to your blatant actions? You made no effort to conceal our motives. The lad is no fool. How could he not deduce it? Shen Hung chastised, exasperated. Given Shen Jun's former character, he would never dare confront us. Who could have anticipated such a sudden transformation? Shen Ting retorted defensively. Enough. It matters not what we say now. Shen Jun is not Shen Nan. If he stands against us, we shall truly be unable to seize that house, Shen Hung said, his expression darkening. Father, you are overthinking this. As long as we reside in the house, what can he do? Call the police? They would certainly inform him it is a family dispute and take no action. If necessary, we could even summon our grandparents. I refuse to believe he would dare evict them. Yang Lianrong muttered dismissively. Foolishness. Inviting your grandparents over merely broadcasts to everyone that our family covets this house. Do you not understand the weight of public opinion? Furthermore, your grandparents may not necessarily side with you. Keep in mind that they are entitled to a share of your aunt's compensation, yet they have not claimed a single cent. Shen Hung scolded sharply. Yang Lianrong pursed her lips, contemplating the impossibility of having one's cake and eating it too, though she refrained from voicing such thoughts for fear of reprimand. This option is not viable, nor is that one. What do you propose we do? Shen Ting demanded in frustration. When Shen Jun purchased the house, I suggested adding our grandparents' names to the deed, but you all disagreed. Now look, the boy has turned against us. Do you think I did not wish to add them? Beyond your grandparents' objections, the more pressing issue was not a lack of desire, but a fear of doing so. Shen Heng replied, his demeanor forlorn. This statement left Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong puzzled. What is there to fear? Humph. Shen Heng shot a glance at them before elaborating. Do you know why the family responsible for your aunt and uncle's death suddenly increased the compensation from 10 million to 50 million? Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong both shook their heads simultaneously. With a long sigh, Shen Heng explained, I am not entirely certain of your uncle's background. All I know is that he hails from the capital. After marrying your aunt, he promptly transferred his household registration here. I initially believed he must have been without parents to do so. However, following the car accident involving him and your aunt, someone immediately contacted your grandparents. They said nothing substantial, only inquired about the identity of the driver who caused the incident, and thereafter, there was no further communication with your grandparents. You were already aware of the subsequent events, after Shen Jun consented to sign the letter of understanding. The family of the driver who fatally struck your aunt and uncle suddenly raised the compensation amount. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong were left utterly stunned. Father, are you suggesting that Shen Jun has relatives in the capital, and that these relatives are of considerable influence? Observing the drastic change in their expressions, Shen Heng responded helplessly, what else could it be? Do you genuinely believe the family responsible for your aunt and uncle's death is merely a soft target? If they were not compelled, how could they possibly offer 50 million? And for what? Peace of mind? What a farce. Realizing the implications, Chen Ting suddenly exclaimed. Then why are you encouraging us to seize that property? If Shen Jun has such powerful connections, are we not courting disaster? Shen Heng was at a loss for words. He truly wished to knock some sense into Chen Ting's head. However, as he was his son, he did not wish to sever ties. After casting an exasperated glance at Chen Ting, he patiently elucidated. Upon discovering that Shen Jun has relatives in the capital, I waited for half a year, fearing retaliation if we took the property from him. Yet, during that time, no one has reached out to him. Therefore, I deduced that the reason they compelled the perpetrator to increase the compensation was to provide restitution to Shen Jun, and they would not contact him further. That is why I allowed you both to move into that house a year ago. We have time in abundance. The two listened in astonishment, genuinely unprepared for the complexity of the situation. So what should we do now? After a moment, Chen Ting could not contain his curiosity. What can we do? We shall simply wait. I refuse to believe that young man truly dares to evict you. Shen Heng replied, his expression dark and voice cold. Then, very well. We shall heed your advice. After exchanging glances, Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong nodded resolutely. Chapter 8 is indeed stable. The following morning, Shen Jun arose early, or rather, he scarcely slept the previous night. He drifted in and out of slumber, troubled by thoughts that kept him from resting soundly. If Tenglong shares truly reached their limit today. Without even having breakfast, Shen Jun took out his phone to begin monitoring the market. The stock market commenced collective bidding at 9:15 a.m. Concluding at 9:25 a.m., a mere 10 minutes, the first 5 minutes were inconsequential, while the latter 5 minutes represented genuine monetary transactions. As seconds ticked by, Shen Jun's heart remained restless. This was pivotal for his future endeavors. At 9:25 a.m., Tenglong shares did not hit the daily limit, but opened at an impressive 7.42 yuan, marking a 4.5 increase. Seeing this price filled Shen Jun with delight. His joy stemmed not from the mere monetary gain, but from the realization that Tenglong shares had indeed risen. If the shares reached their limit later, he could freely invest his funds into the market when the system alerted him again. At 9:30 a.m., the market officially opened. After the opening, Tenglong shares did not immediately surge. Instead, they began to decline. 4, 3, 4, 1, 3, 9. Yet Shen Jun remained unfazed. He never anticipated that Tenglong shares would seal their fate at the opening. Those familiar with stocks understood that only exceptional stocks could close at the opening unless they faced a sudden drop. Otherwise, it was improbable for them to open again after 2 or 3 limits. The system's capability was to foresee the day's information. And if the system indicated that a stock closed at its limit, it meant there was a flaw. Shen Jun harbored no belief that such flaws existed. His requirement was simple. As long as Tenglong shares reached their limit today, he would be satisfied. As time progressed, Tenglong shares began to rise, climbing from 3 to 5, but then stagnated, oscillating between 7.35 yuan and 7.45 yuan. At 10:13 a.m., the stock price suddenly surged. In just 10 seconds, Tenglong shares hit their limit, with an increase of 10.04, bringing the price to 7.81 yuan. The volume of buy orders surged, with over 60,000 hands queued to purchase, a number that indeed brought comfort. Witnessing this, Shen Jun was overjoyed. The system's foresight was accurate. The percentage on the limit was spot on. Without hesitation, he promptly sold all 100 shares he held. Yes, you read that correctly. He sold them all. At that moment, the funds sealing the buy orders approached 50 million, whereas his 100 shares amounted to merely over 1 million, thus his actions would have no discernible impact. Indeed, as he had anticipated, after his sale, the volume of Tenglong shares remained largely unchanged. His selling naturally found eager buyers, as there were plenty of retail investors ready to take over. After deducting trading fees, the profits from yesterday combined with today's gains resulted in a total of over 112,700 yuan in his account. This meant that since his purchase yesterday, he had earned over 127,000 yuan from this stock transaction. What does this signify? To speak without exaggeration, more than 70 or even 80% of the population domestically fails to earn such an amount in an entire year. Of course, this sum is trivial for Shen Jun at present, yet it does not diminish the joy he feels within. Having confirmed the system's accuracy, the moment for profit is at hand. This is the allure of the capital market. The potential for overnight wealth through the mere flipping of numbers is undeniably captivating. After selling his stocks, Shen Jun ceased to monitor the market, closing the trading software. He descended to have a simple breakfast, which was hardly a breakfast at all, given that it was already past 10 o'clock. While enjoying his meal, he sent a message to Brother Jun, arranging to meet at 1 o'clock that afternoon to handle the property transfer procedures. Brother Jun responded promptly, and as soon as Shen Jun sent his message, he received a reply. Let's head directly to the property transaction center at 1. It will save us the hassle of running back and forth. Naturally, Shen Jun agreed, as completing the process earlier would bring him peace of mind. After leaving the restaurant, Shen Jun did not rush home but instead intended to purchase several new outfits. Although he possessed ample funds, he had been rather frugal, hardly owning any decent clothing. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, he indulged in a spree, purchasing clothes and shoes in complete sets. Once finished, he instructed the sales associates to deliver all his new acquisitions to his apartment. These garments cost him a staggering 130,000, yet the delivery service was one the associates were willing to provide. By the time he returned home, it was already 11:40. After organizing his new clothes and shoes, he had everything neatly arranged by 11:55. Shen Jun sat on the sofa, fixated on his phone screen, as if time itself had stilled in that moment. Until, ding, May 11th, public transport, increase of 10.00, it has arrived. Indeed it has. Shen Jun was ecstatic. His conjecture was correct. The system indeed updated its notifications at noon. This time, it was truly secure. He picked up his phone and quickly opened the software to search for public transport stock. To his astonishment, he was taken aback. This stock had risen continuously for 17 or 18 days, with its price soaring from over 2 yuan to 10 yuan, resulting in a total market capitalization of 242 billion. At that moment, the midday stock price of public transport stood at 9.85 yuan, with an increase of 2.6. The total trading volume during the morning session had already exceeded 20 billion, with a staggering turnover rate of 12. Truly, it was remarkably volatile. However, Shen Jun did not hasten to transfer funds to his stock account. At this moment, his mindset mirrored that during his purchase of Tenglong shares. Such matters require patience, and he must wait until 2:30 in the afternoon to buy. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as Shen Jun stepped into the property transaction center, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The number of people inside was astonishingly high, far exceeding his expectations. The entire transaction hall was teeming with individuals, resembling a bustling market, and there was even a lack of seating available. Just as Shen Jun was about to initiate a WeChat call to Jun Ge, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Shen Laodi, you seem quite surprised, Jun Ge teased with a cheerful smile. The newcomer was indeed Jun Ge, accompanied by a well-dressed young man in a suit. Shen Jun nodded in acknowledgement, admitting that he was indeed taken aback by the current fervor of the real estate market. It's quite normal. Although the real estate market is experiencing a downturn, there is no shortage of those eager to buy and sell. Aren't you one of them? Shen Laodi? Jun Ge remarked with a smile. That's true, Shen Jun replied with a slight nod, then turned his gaze toward the well-dressed young man and inquired. And who might this be? Forgive me for not introducing him earlier. This is Liang Xiaoman, who works here. Knowing that you, Shen Laodi, are in a hurry to complete the transaction. I sought out an acquaintance, Jungu explained, stepping aside. Hello, Mr. Shen, Liang Xiaoman greeted, extending his hand. Hello. Shen Jun replied, shaking hands with him before turning back to Jungu and saying, Thank you, Jungu. Oh, there is no need for thanks, after all. It's I who stands to profit. Jungu waved his hand with a grin. Well then, let us proceed with the paperwork. Shen Jun, no longer feeling the need for pleasantries, was eager to finalize the deal. Jungu, Mr. Shen, let us head to my office, Liang Xiaoman offered at the opportune moment. Very well, I appreciate it, Mr. Liang. Not at all, Mr. Shen. This way, please. With that, the three of them walked towards the eastern side of the transaction hall. Chapter 9. Taking action at 2:20 in the afternoon, Brother Jun, the funds have arrived. With a smile, Shen Jun waved his phone at Brother Jun, showing the notification of the transaction completed on his bank card. Regardless of the circumstances, having someone on the inside makes everything easier. While the majority of people outside were still queuing, Liang Xiaoman managed to complete the transfer procedures for the two of them in just an hour. After Liang Xiaoman finished the paperwork, Brother Jun promptly transferred 8 million to Shen Jun's bank card, with the remaining 458,000 in his account. Shen Jun now had a total of 12,580,000 at his disposal, as long as the funds have been credited. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Brother Jun said with a jovial smile while holding the brand new property deed. Sure, but let me treat you, Brother Jun. After all, you've done me a significant favor, and my relative would appreciate your leniency. Shen Jun did not decline, although this person was not entirely virtuous. At least he had not played any tricks on him. After all, he was engaged in semi-legitimate business and was not excessively unscrupulous. If it had been someone solely engaged in usury, there would have undoubtedly been complications had Shen Jun sought them out. No problem. I will politely escort your relative out of my property. Shall we meet tonight then? Upon Shen Jun's agreement, Brother Jun's smile became even more radiant. Yes, see you tonight. After bidding farewell to Brother Jun, Shen Jun left the property transaction center. Once he departed, Liang Xiaoman expressed some confusion. Brother Jun, did you offer that young man a rather high price? Including taxes, there isn't much profit in this transaction. Huh? Brother Jun chuckled and shook his head. We are conducting legitimate business. A little profit margin is sufficient. In the future, we can leverage this property to secure a few loans, which will yield profits. Overall, it is still quite reasonable. Liang Xiaoman nodded in understanding. Indeed. This property is a prime asset. Given Brother Jun's capabilities, he could easily secure 20 million against a 10 million property. And if that 20 million is lent out, the profit margin would be substantial. Usury is not merely talk. It is tangible profit. All right, I will take my leave now. You continue with your work. You too. Brother Jun. Upon returning home, it was already 2:40 in the afternoon. He opened the trading software to monitor the stock price of Dazhong Transportation. At this moment, although the stock price was still on the rise, it had significantly dropped compared to the midday trading halt. The midday closing price was 9.85 yuan, with an increase of 2.6, but now the stock price was 9.73 yuan, with an increase of only 1.4, just as he was observing the stock price. Dazhong Transportation began to decline once more, and in the blink of an eye, the increase fell to 1.1. Shen Jun shook his head. This stock indeed exhibited excessive volatility. However, he remained unperturbed, first transferring 10 million into his trading account, waiting until 2:50 to place his buy order. As the trading session drew to a close, the trading volume for Dazhong Transportation surged dramatically, characterized by substantial buy and sell orders. With a turnover rate reaching an impressive 29 and transaction amounts surpassing 4 billion yuan, at a share price of 9.64, reflecting a 0.45 increase. Shen Jun made a bold move and invested heavily. In mere moments, millions were expended, with the system continually alerting him of successful transactions. Ultimately, he held 11,500 shares, amounting to a total value of 11,086,000 yuan. This exemplifies the trading volume of a speculative stock, devoid of any hindrances, leading Shen Jun to fully invest once more. As the clock struck 3, the stock price of Dazhong Transportation experienced a slight uptick during the closing auction, reaching 1.1. While modest, it was a welcome outcome nonetheless. Concurrently, Jungu had arrived at Shenzhen waiting with his associates. Knock, knock. Who is it? Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong, seated on the sofa engrossed in their phones, were startled by the sound of knocking and quickly inquired aloud. Hello, I'm from the property management. The owner downstairs reported a leak from the ceiling, And we're here to check if it's an issue on your end, came the reply from outside the door. Exchanging glances, Chen Ting rose and approached the door, though he hesitated to open it immediately. Instead, he peered through the peephole and, upon seeing the impeccably dressed individual outside, felt reassured enough to unlock the door. You are not from the property management. Who are you? What right do you have to enter my home? Chen Ting was taken aback as the door swung open. 7 or 8 burly men in dark clothing surged into the room, while the middle-aged man in a suit remained at the threshold. Before Chen Ting could finish his protest, one of the muscular men grinned and said, "Hey, keep your voice down. You might disturb me. And is this really your house to shout about? Ridiculous. If this isn't my home, then whose could it be?" Chen Ting retorted with a scoff. "Come on, be polite. What did I say? Civilized moving, civilized moving." Jun Gu, attired in his suit, feigned a reprimand towards the imposing figures. Yes, my apologies, brother," the man replied, his tone now more subdued. Amidst the puzzled expressions of Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong, Jun Gu, with a smile, produced the property deed, stating, "Shen Jun just sold this to me." He pointed to the name on the deed and continued, "Zhong Jun. That's me. This house now belongs to me. Understood?" Upon hearing this, the faces of Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong fell dramatically. They had anticipated various tactics Shen Jun might employ to evict them, but they never fathomed he would sell the property. This effectively severed all their escape routes. Impossible. He bought this house less than 2 years ago. Selling it now would mean incurring a significant loss. He wouldn't sell it at this moment. Chen Ting shouted incredulously. "Ah, my friend seems to know the ropes," Jun Gu chuckled, patting Chen Ting on the shoulder. "Indeed, Shen Jun has taken a considerable financial hit, while I have reaped substantial gains. If you hadn't been occupying the house, this fortuitous opportunity wouldn't have come my way. I owe you my gratitude." Chen Ting? Yang Lianrong? MD, is this truly something a person would say? Who are they trying to disgust? Enough of this. I shall not waste my breath with you any longer. If you wish to call the authorities, then do so. If you seek assistance, then seek it. However, do not linger within my abode. I have no desire for your belongings. The moving company is just downstairs, and I shall cover the expenses. I kindly ask you to vacate my residence at once." With that, Brother Jun waved his hand at the imposing figures clad in black. Upon receiving the signal, the hulking men promptly began to remove the furniture and appliances from the premises. You, Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong trembled with rage. Yet, confronted by such a multitude of strong men, they dared not utter a single threat. They understood all too well that they were in the wrong. Lacking even a rental agreement in their possession, how could they possibly confront strangers wielding the property deed? As they observed the burly men commencing their task, Yang Lianrong cried out in desperation, "Wait, you all wait. I need to call Shen Jun." "Go ahead. Who is stopping you?" "You may call Shen Jun or even the police. I have no objections. But remember, do not linger in my home. Do you understand?" "I am not Shen Jun," Zhong Jun replied coldly. Don't you dare bring him into this. This is my house. Get out now." Zhong Jun then shouted to the strong men, "Be swift in your actions. Clear my residence promptly, for I still have to live here." "Yes, Brother Jun." "You cannot do this. You cannot do this," Yang Lianrong cried, tears streaming down her face, yet she felt utterly powerless against them. "Enough of the tears. Let them remove their belongings. We shall go find our grandparents now. That scoundrel Shen Jun is not heeding us, but I refuse to believe he would disregard our grandparents' words," Chen Ting exclaimed, filled with shame and anger. "Then you call our grandparents, and we shall head there immediately." Yang Lianrong ceased her tears and took Chen Ting's hand as they made their way outside. Chapter 10, Keen Intuition at 6 in the evening, in the private dining room of Lehexuan. "Brother Shen, did you receive a call this afternoon?" Zhong Jun inquired with a smile as he picked up a piece of food. "I overheard your relatives discussing the prospect of reporting you to your elders while I was clearing out your house." "Elders?" Shen Jun paused slightly at the mention. "Soon." He regained his composure and shook his head. "No, while my grandparents do cherish their grandson, they would never use my funds to compensate their own. That's debatable. A grandson is a grandson, and an outsider is an outsider. In the eyes of the elderly, no matter how much they adore their grandchildren, the inheritance ultimately goes to their biological grandson." Zhong Jun's lips curled slightly, a mischievous grin gracing his face. "Brother Jun, are you trying to tease me?" Shen Jun rolled his eyes, exasperated. "This is not mere jest. It is the truth. If your grandparents truly cared for you, your relatives would not dare to claim your property." Zhong Jun waved his hand in a teasing manner. "Worrying about things that have yet to occur is not the mark of wisdom. I am but an ordinary citizen. Having someone care for me is wonderful, but if not, That is acceptable too. As long as I live well, overthinking only burdens the soul unnecessarily. Shen Jun replied dismissively. Brother Shen speaks wisely. I, Brother Jun, have been overly cautious. Let us toast to that. Zhang Jun raised his glass and downed its contents. Shen Jun chose not to pursue the topic further, mirroring Zhang Jun's action as he sipped from his glass. Just as he set it down, Zhang Jun's voice echoed once more. Brother Shen, what plans do you have for your future? One must understand that money does not last forever. I suspected you would bring this up while dining with me. Shen Jun said, gazing earnestly at Zhang Jun. Brother Jun, please refrain from urging me to invest in your company. I have no grand ambitions. The money I possess suffices for my needs, and collecting rent later suits me just fine. Brother Shen, it is not my intent to criticize, but at your young age, you should not lack ambition. Youth is a form of capital. Even if you are indifferent to it all, you must leave yourself an avenue. Zhang Jun was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, as it represented tangible benefits. In this world, nothing is more alluring than money. Were it not for the substantial funds Shen Jun possessed, he would not be sitting here. In this day and age, profit takes precedence. How about this? Give me some time. If my relatives continue to meddle, I shall invest my funds with you. If they cease their interference, then so be it. I truly have no grand aspirations. Shen Jun crafted a reason to deflect. That's acceptable, Zhang Jun replied with a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. Then, Brother Jun, shall we? Shen Jun casually raised his glass. Cheers. At 8 in the evening, as Shen Jun made his way home, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he shook his head in dismay. He genuinely wished to sever ties with Chen Ting and others. It brought no benefits, only complications. Yet, the course of events rarely aligns with personal desires. With a sense of resignation, Shen Jun ultimately answered the call. Xiao Jun, why did you take so long to pick up the phone? An elderly voice resonated from the other end. Grandma, I just finished drinking with friends. And my mind is a bit slow to respond. Shen Jun fabricated an excuse effortlessly. I've told you countless times not to drink, yet you never listen. The elder reproached. Oh, Grandma, I do remember your warnings, but some social gatherings are truly unavoidable. I promise I won't let it happen again. Shen Jun reassured with a light-hearted tone. You truly have not heeded my words. The elder lamented before shifting the conversation. Have you had a disagreement with your cousin? Yes. Shen Jun admitted without reservation, explaining, you may not be aware, but my cousin has been living in my house for a year, and while he doesn't pay rent, being family, I have refrained from saying much. However, a few days ago, I wanted them to move out so I could rent the place. Yet he stubbornly refuses to leave, claiming the house is his. What am I to do? What? He has been living in your house for a year and claims it is his? The elder's voice rose sharply. Indeed. They even assert that the compensation for my parents' death was secured by their family, and that the house is partially theirs. How can I not confront him? Shen Jun vented all his grievances. According to his recollections, his grandparents had always treated him relatively well, yet due to his temperament, he had never felt particularly close to them and often harbored fear. This was why he had readily agreed to sign a reconciliation letter when they intervened on his behalf. In truth, the compensation also belonged to his grandparents, yet they had never mentioned it, demonstrating their affection for him, which is why he dismissed Zhang Jun's jests. That scoundrel deceived me. The elder's voice was filled with indignation. Please don't be angry. My cousin is simply selfish. Shen Jun took the opportunity to lay the blame. I understand. Leave the rest to me. I will ensure he learns what he can and cannot do. The elder asserted firmly. Grandma, it's futile. My cousin will not heed anything now. He only wishes to secure a house for me. Please do not involve yourself. I will handle it to avoid any resentment directed towards you in the future. You and Grandpa are getting older, and it's inappropriate for you to meddle. When Xiao Nan is free, I will bring her to visit you and Grandpa, Shen Jun consoled. Being old is of no use. The elder recognized Shen Jun's intentions. He was considering her feelings. If she were to berate Chen Ting's family harshly, no one would approach her again. Do not say that. You are still very valuable. After all, my cousin came to you for support the moment he faced difficulties with me. Shen Jun teased. You rascal. Do you truly take me for a fool? He does not seek your assistance. He merely uses me as a pawn. The elder retorted with irritation. Oh my, Grandma. You are quite fashionable, even knowing the phrase to use a gun, Shen Jun teased. Oh, stop it. Always making fun of your grandmother. The elder chuckled at Shen Jun's words. And then, as if struck by an unexpected thought, suddenly inquired, Xiao Jun, have you fallen in love? What? No, why do you ask? Shen Jun replied, bewildered. It just feels a bit strange. You used to be so reticent that you could hardly express yourself, but now you speak so fluently, the elder remarked softly. Shen Jun's heart trembled. Indeed, when confronted with those most familiar to him, his character posed a challenge. Shen Jun had not noticed the change, perhaps due to her youth and her strong capacity for acceptance, or perhaps her vivid imagination. Even if Shen Jun's personality had undergone a significant transformation, she would have found justification for it. However, the elder was different. She was intimately familiar with those close to her, and even the slightest shift could be readily perceived. Chapter 11. A surge of emotions, the affection across generations. Shen Jun shook his head and carefully organized his thoughts. As you mentioned, that was in the past. If I do not grow, my cousin might truly claim her home. He skillfully diverted the conversation, although this statement might cause discomfort to the elder. Shen Jun had no choice but to prevent her from dwelling on her own troubles. Alas. Indeed, the elder ceased to probe into his changing character, instead letting out a long sigh and helplessly remarking, "Your cousin is quite a character. Grandmother, once again, do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall take care of it from here. You and grandfather should focus on your own affairs and avoid engaging with them for now." Shen Jun intended to conclude the call. "Very well, then I shall refrain from meddling in your affairs, my dear child," the elder said with a strained voice. "You need not worry. I assure you, I am fine. Shall I hang up now?" Upon receiving her response, Shen Jun ended the call. With the elder's concerns dismissed, he found himself unencumbered. What nonsense about a big cousin, who could say anything if Shen Jun chose not to acknowledge him? A thankless wolf? Bah. The following morning, at 9:15, the pre-market assembly for collective bidding commenced. During the initial 5 minutes, the market for Dazhong Transportation remained unremarkable, a development that did not surprise Shen Jun. It was in the latter 5 minutes that the institutions and retail investors would exert their influence. As he anticipated, during the final 5 minutes of collective bidding, the market surged with fervor, thousands of hands placing buy orders until the market opened. The opening price was set at 10.28 yuan, reflecting a 6 increase. This surge prompted retail investors to plunge into a frenzy, making small purchases in a desperate attempt to push Dazhong Transportation stock to its limit. But would the market maker acquiesce to the wishes of the retail investors? Unthinkable. A speculative stock is a speculative stock. Can one truly call it such without experiencing significant fluctuations? As time passed, the momentum to breach the limit began to wane, and the stock price plummeted. 5, 6, 5, 2, 4, 7. Witnessing their profits dwindle bit by bit was a painful experience for retail investors. Countless investors who had recently acquired shares felt disheartened as their anticipated gains slipped away, prompting them to liquidate their positions in a bid for stability. However, Dazhong Transportation's stock price did not halt its descent due to the retail investors selling. Rather, it continued to fall. 4, 3, 3, 9, 3, 5. Observing the stock price plummeting uncontrollably, retail investors began to chatter anxiously. Good heavens! This speculative stock is doomed today. Quickly sell. If we don't act now, we may not be able to sell at all. The speculative stock is dead. The heavens bear witness. Next, still chasing the profit from speculative stocks. Incredible. I don't know about others, but I am making money. Everyone has fled? Then I shall flee as well. I simply cannot hold on any longer. Who on earth can endure this? The stock price has skyrocketed to unimaginable heights. This is what a speculative stock truly is. Suddenly, an immense influx of capital surged in, consuming all sell orders in a single sweep, resulting in a towering bullish candlestick that soared skyward. 10,000 lots, 50,000 lots, 100,000 lots. Within mere seconds, the stock of public transport reached its trading limit, reflecting a 10.00 increase, with a share price of 10.67 yuan. The capital locked in at the limit reached an astonishing 132 million. Such capital is indeed a bastion of stability. Witnessing this scene, retail investors erupted in lamentations, lamenting their missed opportunities. However, at this juncture, it was too late. Shen Jun, no longer hesitating, promptly liquidated all of his 11,500 lots of stock. Shortly thereafter, the system confirmed the success of the transaction. Under such colossal buying pressure, the sale of over 10 million in capital could hardly shake the limit. Shen Jun smoothly exited with his profits. After deducting fees, he made over 1.17 million, bringing his total capital in the trading account to 12.3 million. This is the allure of the stock market. Exiting the trading software, Shen Jun exhaled deeply. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 10:45 a.m. After a quick breakfast downstairs, he returned home to rest. he needed to contemplate his next steps, particularly whether to sell the remaining 3 new properties to raise funds for stock trading. Of course, he could also leverage these properties to secure a loan from the bank for trading. Shen Jun found himself indecisive. It was not a matter of fearing the sale of properties or taking loans, but rather, he was acutely aware of the nature of the A-share market. Regardless of whether one is a retail investor or a large player, to the institutions, they are mere trifles if one profits excessively. Attracting unwanted attention could lead to significant losses. It is not unfounded for Shen Jun to overthink. The options provided by the system are exceedingly limited. The capital that a single stock can accommodate is finite, and it is peculiar for substantial funds to plunge recklessly without scrutiny. Thus, Shen Jun hesitated. After much contemplation, he resolved not to sell the properties or take out a loan. He decided to wait and see if the system would change. It is important to note that the system is called the foresight system, and Shen Jun did not believe it could merely predict stocks, and only one stock at that. As time gradually passed, it quickly became noon. Ding. May 12th, Jianghuai Automobile. 10:00 increase. He picked up his phone and opened the trading software to check this stock. What he saw nearly caused him to burst into laughter. At that moment, Jianghuai Automobile, with a market value exceeding 40 billion, had actually hit its price limit down. After the break, the stock price stood at 16.59 yuan, with a decrease of -9.98, trading volume at 1,761 million lots, totaling a transaction amount of 3,493 billion, with a turnover rate of 8.07. There were 49,000 sell orders at the limit down, amounting to a total of 81,291,000 yuan. With over 80 million in sell orders, how could Shen Jun not smile? However, he refrained from placing a buy order immediately, fearing that if he placed too many orders, the market maker might withdraw, resulting in a significant loss of potential profits. Thus, Shen Jun waited until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After the stock market opened, Jianghuai Automobile showed no significant changes, with sell orders still exceeding 80 million. With little to remark upon, Shen Jun decided to go all in once more. In less than a minute, 300 contracts were executed, amounting to over 12 million. Just as Shen Jun entered the market, the main player swiftly withdrew their orders. The sell orders plummeted from 48,000 to just 12,000 in an instant. Following this, substantial buy orders flooded in. Within less than 2 minutes, Jianghuai Automobile stock was locked, and subsequently, its price surged, reaching a remarkable -2.6 in the blink of an eye. However, this meteoric rise was short-lived. As the stock began to decline again after just a few seconds, the intraday fluctuations were intense, stirring a tumultuous wave of emotions in the observers. Chapter 12. The market floor as stock prices continued to plummet. Countless retail investors, buried deep in despair, began to sell off their holdings in panic. They were frightened. After enduring the relentless decline, they felt compelled to seize the opportunity to sell and recover their losses, lest they face another halt in trading, leaving them utterly hopeless. For ordinary retail investors, a trading halt inflicted severe damage. The stock price of Jianghuai Automobile oscillated until 2:45 p.m., when, just as everyone believed the day's trend was set, a substantial influx of capital surged in. 10,000 shares, 20,000 shares, 40,000 shares. The decline in stock price, which had reached -5.5, suddenly reversed. -5, 0, -4, 2, -2, 8, -0, 2, 1, 2, 2, 6, 4, 3, 6, 7, 8, 6, 9, 9. A towering bullish candlestick appeared before the eyes of onlookers. Jianghuai Automobile stock had actually reached its upper trading limit. This was the market floor. Retail investors who had hastily exited were left in disbelief. Was this how the market treated them? Had a bull market truly arrived? Yet they had just exited their positions. Frustration boiled within them. Were the market movers simply toying with their meager investments? What was the rush? There would be more opportunities. They would gamble again tomorrow. How many would be washed out by this? Had their hard-earned money vanished so swiftly? The meager earnings from a month of modeling had evaporated in a mere minute. The boldness of the market was admirable, even leaving Shen Jun, a seasoned investor, astounded. He had never anticipated that Jianghuai Automobile could hit its upper limit. Who could have foreseen such a surge in the closing minutes? Sure, the intent was to absorb retail investors' shares, but a limit up? That was simply absurd. Moreover, the system had indicated that Jianghuai Automobile would reach its limit up tomorrow. Yet, Here it was, already at its limit up. The emergence of this bullish candlestick left Shen Jun in a state of shock. He silently called out to the system in his mind, hoping for confirmation of its intelligence. But no response came. Resigned, Shen Jun abandoned his thoughts and glanced at Jianghuai Automobile's stock price and his account balance. The stock was now priced at 20.27, reflecting a 10.00 increase, and this trading floor had yielded him over $2.68 million in profit, bringing his total holdings in Jianghuai Automobile to an impressive $14.78 million. Undoubtedly, Jianghuai Automobile had delivered a significant surprise today. The prospect of tomorrow's limit up filled Shen Jun with uncontainable joy. What truly constitutes a surprise? What indeed is a surprise? This, my friends, is precisely what one would call a surprise. With today's fluctuations in the market and tomorrow's anticipated surge, one has effectively circumvented 2 days of unnecessary detours. After observing the comments from various individuals for a while, Shen Jun decided to exit the trading platform. These seasoned traders speak with a blend of truth and deception. One cannot place their trust in them, and even if they incur losses, they can bear the consequences. The novice traders are seemingly endless. Rising to wash his face, Shen Jun resolved to take a stroll. Remaining cooped up at home, engrossed in stock trading, could easily lead to becoming a recluse. Unlike the original self, Shen Jun preferred the vibrancy of the outside world. Upon reaching the ground floor, he stepped out of the community. It must be said, he should consider purchasing a vehicle. While hailing a cab is convenient, the absence of a car feels rather awkward. Especially now, as Shen Jun is not lacking in finances. However, luxury vehicles worth over $1 million are rarely available immediately. One must wait, and with customizations and other preferences, it could take months before he could take possession. As for acquiring a cheaper vehicle in the interim, Shen Jun was reluctant. Having money, why not indulge in a luxury car? Perhaps he shall wait for the auto show to make his purchase, when vehicles are readily available, minimizing the hassle significantly. With this thought, Shen Jun's pace quickened as he headed towards the nearby street. "Excuse me, where are you from?" he inquired curiously at a noodle shop. "From the northeast." The owner responded without looking up. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun gazed at the shop's sign, lost in contemplation. A northerner selling authentic beef noodles in the foggy city? How perplexing. One must ponder deeply to grasp the implications of this. As the owner set a bowl of noodles before him, Shen Jun's wandering thoughts were abruptly drawn back. Observing the bowl brimming with myriad flavors, he couldn't help but marvel at the world's fascinating intricacies. One could never anticipate the peculiar moments life presents. While such occurrences might not captivate others, they resonate profoundly within oneself, evoking a sense of delightful amusement. After a few bites, Shen Jun felt satisfied and, upon settling the bill, stepped outside when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a smile unconsciously graced his lips as a stunning and sophisticated figure appeared in his mind. Ah, indeed, the original self was a homebody. Yet, most homebodies are often shy and reserved, and he was no exception. This individual was the very object of the original self's fantasies. There is a prevailing notion online questioning why so many beautiful women exist on the internet, yet are scarcely seen in reality. This conundrum has perplexed countless individuals. Yet Shen Jun understood it all too well. What is the typical trajectory of an ordinary person's life? Commuting to and from work. Dining either out or at home with little care, perhaps indulging in a vacation or a shopping spree, all while remaining ensconced within a small social circle. But what are the truly beautiful and handsome individuals? Indulge in a stay at a 5-star hotel, savor a meal at an upscale restaurant, and experience the luxury of business class on a high-speed train or an airplane. It is then that one begins to discern the underlying issues. While encounters with striking individuals may not be guaranteed in such establishments, the likelihood of meeting handsome men and beautiful women is significantly enhanced by at least 200 to 300% compared to ordinary hotels, restaurants, and seating arrangements. This illustrates the disparities brought about by social stratification. Once one attains wealth, the world unfolds in a remarkably vibrant manner. As individuals one seldom encounters in daily life may even take the initiative to approach you. Such is the case with the woman who contacted Shen Jun. She is a banking executive who has been in touch with him ever since he received a compensation of $50 million. Even after Shen Jun invested the entirety of that sum in real estate, she maintained her connection, often presenting him with small tokens of appreciation. Most notably, she was the one who opened his stock trading account. Chapter 13. Sia1 Hello, Sia1. What troubles you? Although Shen Jun was well aware of the reason for her call, he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Just call me Wan, Shen Jun. I hardly deserve to be addressed as sister, a gentle voice flowed through the line. Though Shen Jun was no novice, he could not deny that Xie had a unique charm that could ensnare anyone. Before Shen Jun could respond, Xie voice chimed in again. Shen Jun, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner. Without hesitation, Shen Jun acquiesced. Sure, what time and where? 8 o'clock at Yashuan Hotel. Shen Jun, let us not miss each other, Xie replied softly. All right. After hanging up, Shen Jun took a taxi back home. He was acutely aware of Xie intentions. She had opened his trading account, meaning she was undoubtedly aware of his financial standing. Given the substantial funds he currently possessed, it was only natural for her to reach out and nurture their relationship. If Shen Jun were to suddenly switch brokers, Xie would be left in despair, unable to fathom her loss. At 7:50 in the evening, within the private dining room of Yashuan Hotel, Xie greeted him. Shen Jun, it's been a while. She was dressed in a sleek black professional outfit, complemented by a crisp white blouse. Her shapely legs were adorned with black stockings, and she wore elegant high heels that elevated her stature. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, partially concealing one side of her face, revealing a delicate countenance that exuded allure with every breath she took. Xie, it's been too long, Shen Jun replied with a smile as they shook hands. Oh dear, Shen Jun, are you teasing me? Calling me old? Xie playfully chided, tapping his shoulder with her other hand. Who would dare to call you old? Xie? Shen Jun jested. Shen Jun, you become quite the smooth talker, she retorted, shooting him a playful glance and lightly tracing his palm with her finger. Indeed. Once they shook hands, they had not let go. It is said that greed and desire are inherent to human nature. Although Shen Jun was fully aware that she was not to be trifled with, the essence of the original owner of this body had long harbored an infatuation for her. He felt compelled to fulfill this desire. Please, take a seat. What would you like to eat? Xie offered, drawing out her hand and graciously pulling out a chair for him. Shen Jun accepted the gesture without hesitation, settling into his seat and casually perusing the menu to select a few dishes. After he finished ordering, Xie promptly handed the menu to the waiter standing at the door. Once the waiter closed the door to the private room, Xie, her smile radiant, turned to Shen Jun and inquired, So, Shen Jun, have you started trading stocks these past few days? Shen Jun replied leisurely. Is this not a question you already know the answer to? Upon receiving a definitive response, Xie smile grew even brighter. Shen Jun, are you treating me like a stranger? We had an agreement that you would inform me whenever you started trading, so I could adjust your commission accordingly. She said in a soft tone. It's not a substantial amount. After all, you have certainly helped me out. A playful smile danced upon Shen Jun's face. That evening, Xie expressed her gratitude for Jun Ji's kind intentions. She did not decline. The modest commission was of little concern to her. For the company claimed the lion's share, what did she truly receive? The crux of the matter lay in whether Jungu intended to dominate the market ahead. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun displayed no surprise, gently nodding as he remarked, Of course, Sister One must have seen my background. Stocks are immensely profitable, and I would never dream of relinquishing such an opportunity. Would Jungu consider applying for an institutional seat? Xie inquired, her hands cradling her chin, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Jun's eyes. Shen Jun blinked in slight astonishment, curiosity tinging his voice as he replied, An institutional seat? I doubt my current funds qualify me for that. Broker accounts are categorized into 4 tiers: Level 1, Level 2, VIP accounts, and institutional seats. The first 2 levels are ordinary accounts, where the vast majority of retail investors operate, while the VIP level offers access to international channels, though it pales in comparison to institutional seats. In the realm of retail investors, an institution refers to these coveted institutional seats, crucially allowing participation in pre-market and post-market trading. Simply put, institutions wield the power to influence a stock's opening and closing prices. However, the qualifications for applying for an institutional seat are exceedingly complex, beyond the reach of the average individual, which is why Shen Jun had never entertained such thoughts. He had anticipated that Xie sought to discuss financing, but instead, she presented him with an unexpected revelation. With a radiant smile, Xie elucidated, Jungu, you jest with me. If others lack qualifications, how could you? Our company's criteria for institutional seats are quite straightforward. An annual fee of 1 million for access, plus a margin deposit. However, you needn't provide the deposit. You can simply use your residence as collateral. Shen Jun was taken aback, exclaiming, Well, this woman did not seem to be as benevolent as he had initially assumed. He had thought her to be merely a green tea type, but it turned out she was akin to a ravenous shark. The $1 million access fee aside, she was suggesting he use his home as collateral for the deposit? Did she realize he couldn't afford the margin? Although Shen Jun possessed a rudimentary understanding of institutional seats, he knew the deposit was typically at least 20 million. How could it be so trivialized in her words? No wonder she worked in both a bank and a brokerage. She was profiting on both fronts. By securing a loan against his property from the bank, she reaped benefits. And facilitating his access to an institutional seat would yield yet another profit. Truly remarkable. Shen Jun found himself admiring this woman. It was no wonder the original owner had been so entranced. Her level of expertise was undeniably high. Yet, rather than a pleasant surprise, this had turned into a startling predicament. It was not that Shen Jun lacked the desire for an institutional seat. Rather, he sensed the strong motives behind her proposition. Should she gain the upper hand, he would find himself in a precarious situation. However, upon observing the fervent gaze of Xie, Shen Jun chuckled softly and remarked, "It is not entirely out of the question, yet perhaps we should wait a while. I have only just entered the stock market and established an institutional account. The leap seems rather substantial." Hearing this, Xie did not feel disheartened. She gently inquired, "Does Junge have any thoughts on leveraging? I have noticed that your recent gains have been quite impressive." "That is certainly the case, but how much can Sister One offer?" Shen Jun casually asked. "How about 5 times?" Shen Jun responded with a look of disbelief. According to national regulations, the maximum leverage ratio for securities companies is 1:1, meaning the proportion of the investor's own funds to the funds provided by the securities company is equal. Even in instances of circumvention, it can only reach a maximum of 1:2. Yet, this woman dares to suggest 5 times. Truly outrageous. Chapter 14. Change. Are you not afraid that I might squander all your money? Shen Jun inquired cautiously. Xie smiled gracefully and replied, "Junge, do not jest. Your trading success rate is exceedingly remarkable, and even if you were to incur losses, it would not be a grave matter. After all, you still possess several properties." Shen Jun. Damn it. This woman is truly unscrupulous. She doesn't even bother to hide it. Currently, his liquid assets combined with the value of his properties amounted to over 50 million. Xie was offering him a 5-fold leverage. Although the amount of leverage slightly exceeded his total assets, what do brokers stand to gain? Would they willingly incur losses? This implies that Xie was fixating on the funds at his disposal to impose her conditions. Had Shen Jun still been the original introverted character, he would undoubtedly have been toyed with by her. Absolutely. Fortunately, Shen Jun was not the original self. Moreover, this 5-fold leverage was precisely what he required. While the system currently predicted only 1 stock daily, it is prudent to be prepared. A small interest is manageable. What if one day the system unexpectedly forecasted something else or additional stocks? If he lacked sufficient principle and thus missed out on potential gains, it could not be compensated by mere interest. By the way, how is the interest on the leverage calculated? 1:1. Shen Jun asked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Xie felt a surge of joy, though she concealed it well, responding in a soft and gentle tone. Generally, the default annual interest set by brokers is 8.35, but that applies to a 1:1 leverage situation. For a 1:5 leverage, the minimum annual interest is 10% annual interest. Shen Jun echoed, but refrained from further comment. Junge, there's no rush. Shall we have a meal first? After dinner, we can discuss the details in the room, Xie playfully suggested. All right, let's eat first. Shen Jun nodded in agreement. In the bathroom, Xie exclaimed, "Oh no, my clothes are all wet." "Don't worry. I'll buy you new ones. Just take a shower first," Shen Jun replied. "Are you here to bathe me or wash my clothes?" She teased. "Why not do both?" As night deepened, the battle concluded. Xie draped in a sheer veil, her shoulders partially exposed, her long legs elegantly displayed. The scene resembled that of a crime scene. Oh no, the crime had already been committed. Junge, shall we handle the paperwork tomorrow? Xie gently propped herself up on her arm and spoke softly. Do you still have work tomorrow? Shen Jun teased. If I don't work, my efforts would be in vain. Xie rolled her eyes and murmured. All right then. We shall attend to it first thing tomorrow. Shen Jun readily agreed. He was not one to shy away from responsibility. Enjoying the benefits entailed paying the due price. And there was nothing more to be said, especially since this was precisely what he desired. Junge, you are truly wonderful. 10 o'clock in the morning. Dressed impeccably, Xie smiled at Shen Jun and remarked, Brother Jun, it is already Friday. The credit limit cannot be utilized until next week. I wish you continued success in the market. Shen Jun replied with a grin, I shall take your kind words to heart, Wan. You continue with your duties. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Very well, Brother Jun. Please take care on your way home. Xiaowan was unfazed by Shen Jun's aloofness. After all, their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. Having received his response, Shen Jun did not linger, rising to depart from the business premises. Watching his retreating figure, Xiaowan rubbed her still tingling lips, reflecting on the vigor of youth as a true asset. Inside his car, Shen Jun opened his trading software. At that moment, the stock price of Jianghuai Automobile stood at 21.41 yuan, an increase of 5.6. Despite the stock having closed strongly yesterday, today it opened with a 4.8 rise, currently up by 0.8. Shen Jun remained unhurried, for he had already placed all his shares on hold, still at the limit price. As long as Jianghuai Automobile's stock reached the limit, his shares would sell instantly. Would his funds influence the operations of the market maker? Nonsense. Given Jianghuai Automobile's market capitalization, it would require tens of millions to even 1 billion yuan for the to achieve a limit up. Thus, Shen Jun was not concerned about affecting the market maker's operations. He would simply hold his shares and await the limit up. By the time he returned home, it was already past 11. Shen Jun had no desire to venture out, opting instead to order takeout and collapse onto the sofa while fiddling with his phone. After a long night of work, he had hardly slept, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Youth may be an asset, but one must also consider the caliber of the opponent. Xiaowan, at 27 or 28, was in her prime, while Shen Jun, though youthful, found himself somewhat overwhelmed in comparison. He realized he would need at least a day or two to recuperate after this encounter. At 11:30, a knock echoed through the apartment. Mr. Shen, your takeout has arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Shen Jun rose and approached the door. Opening it, he saw a uniformed property staff member holding his takeout. Mr. Shen, here is your order. Thank you, Shen Jun replied as he accepted the food. You are welcome. It is our duty. With that, the property staff member descended the elevator. The residential complex where Shen Jun resided was upscale, preventing delivery personnel from entering. The delivery workers would simply relay the details of the resident's apartment number at the entrance, and the property staff would ensure the food was delivered to the resident. The tales of high-end complexes allowing delivery riders inside are mere fabrications. In reality, even delivery personnel cannot gain access. The hefty property fees are certainly not paid in vain. After a simple lunch, Shen Jun reclined once more, engrossed in his phone. It wasn't until 11:57 that he began to feel revitalized. Tomorrow marks Saturday, a day when the stock market will be closed, leaving one to ponder whether the system will still provide insights for the following day. In these fleeting 3 minutes, Shen Jun experienced a tumultuous array of emotions. Faced with such uncertainty, which directly impacts his interests, it is impossible for anyone to maintain a calm demeanor. Ding. May 13th. China Welfare Lottery, Double Chromosphere, 07. 13, 14, 21, 26, 28-09, prize of 5 million, limited to 1 ticket. Shen Jun exhaled deeply. He had previously asserted that this system, aptly named the foresight system, could not possibly be limited to merely predicting stock movements. Indeed, after the market's closure, the system underwent a transformation. He understood the implications of winning the lottery, particularly given the restriction of just 1 ticket. How intriguing. Chapter 15. Take action. Setting aside the distractions that plagued his mind, Shen Jun resumed his engagement with his mobile device. He had already placed an order for shares of Jianghuai Automobile, rendering constant vigilance unnecessary. The lottery ticket was to be procured the following day at noon. The rationale for this specific timing was of no concern, merely a quest for peace of mind, especially since the system had ominously alerted him. At this moment, all Shen Jun desired was a restful reprieve, whether it was the exhaustion weighing heavily upon him or the satiation from a hearty meal. He soon found himself overwhelmed by drowsiness, succumbing to slumber after a prodigious yawn. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Jun, open the door. Shen Jun, for heaven's sake, open up. Don't remain silent. I know you're inside. Hurry up and let me in. As Shen Jun drifted into a deep sleep, a voice calling his name broke through the haze of his dreams. Initially, he believed he was ensnared in a dreamscape. Yet as the knocking grew more insistent and the shouts more strident, he gradually emerged from his stupor. Before he could fully gather his thoughts, a sudden bang resonated through the air, jolting him to attention. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Jun, you cannot evade me. I know you're home. Open the door immediately. Receiving no response, the intruder escalated their tactics, resorting to forcefully kicking the door. The familiar voice sent a wave of irritation coursing through Shen Jun. Was Chen Ting truly relentless? Hadn't he sold his house already? Did he genuinely believe he could impose upon Shen Jun without consequence? Rising to his feet, Shen Jun stretched his limbs and retrieved a baseball bat from the corner of the living room. This bat had been purchased by Shen Nan, who had developed a fondness for the baseball anime Ace of Diamond. After acquiring it, however, she had never utilized it, leaving it to gather dust in the far recesses of the room. Now, it was perfectly suited for Shen Jun's needs. With a few vigorous swings, he found the bat surprisingly comfortable to wield. Indeed, it was quite suitable for delivering a hefty blow. He strode purposefully towards the door, gripping the bat firmly in one hand while opening the door with the other. How dare you? The moment the door swung open, Chen Ting lunged at Shen Jun with a ferocity that suggested he believed Shen Jun had committed some heinous crime. Shen Jun would not indulge him. He took 2 steps back and, with a swift motion, swung the bat forcefully into Chen Ting's abdomen. Thud! A wave of excruciating pain surged through Chen Ting's body, and he let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground and writhing in agony. Shen Jun showed no mercy, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the fallen Chen Ting, targeting every sensitive spot. After all, dealing with such scum required a firm hand. Otherwise, this ordeal would surely drag on indefinitely. Stop. Don't hit me anymore. Shen Jun, please, cease. If you continue, I will call the police. As Shen Jun relentlessly dealt with Chen Ting, Yang Lianrong suddenly burst through the door. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Jun shoved her to the ground, then unleashed a few more kicks on Chen Ting to vent his frustration. Since he crossed over, these two have persistently sought to trouble him. He had articulated his stance so clearly, yet they seemed incapable of comprehension. Did they truly believe that Shen Jun was devoid of temper? At this moment, Chen Ting lay on the ground, gasping in pain, utterly unable to articulate a single word. Shen Jun, just wait. I will call the police. I will have the authorities take you away. Yang Lianrong, struggling to rise, shouted with her hair disheveled. Humph. Shen Jun let out a cold laugh and pointed at the surveillance camera in the corridor, saying, Do you see that? It recorded your recent actions. Call the police. When they arrive, do you really think we would be in the right? Moreover, this is my home. Do you understand? You. Yang Lianrong was nearly driven to madness. She never anticipated that Shen Jun would dare to resort to violence, and with such ferocity at that. Was he truly unafraid of offending his elders? What do you mean, you? Hurry up and take Chen Ting and get lost. Don't ever bother me again, or I will strike you every time I see you. Shen Jun threatened, waving the baseball bat in his hand. Fine, fine, fine. I am eager to witness how you will resolve this. Although fear lingered in her heart, Yang Lianrong still mustered a defiant retort. Shen Jun was entirely unfazed. They had already schemed against his home. What resolution could there possibly be? He had encountered many shameless individuals, but the audacity of Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong was unprecedented. Ah, the allure of profit truly stirs the heart. Shen Jun, you, just wait for it. I will not let you off. Not let you off. With Yang Lianrong's support, Chen Ting, his body sagging, spoke fiercely. Am I truly giving you face? Shen Jun's anger flared once more at these words. Did this person truly value wealth over life? If that was the case, Shen Jun would no longer hold back. With a running kick, he struck Chen Ting's body. Bang, bang, due to Yang Lianrong's firm grip on Chen Ting's arm. Shen Jun's kick sent both of them flying backward. Ah, Shen Jun, I will fight you to the end. Yang Lianrong, losing all rationality, disregarded her pain and lunged toward Shen Jun Duong. Shen Jun knew nothing of cherishing delicate feelings, and Yang Lianrong certainly did not deserve such consideration. A swift kick sent her crashing back to the ground. Mr. Shen, are you all right? At that moment, several figures hurriedly emerged from the stairwell. Seeing the uniformed personnel, Shen Jun pointed at the sprawled Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong, coldly demanding, What kind of work are you doing? How did they come to my floor without my consent? Mr. Shen, we sincerely apologize. This incident resulted from our management's oversight. When they arrived, we intended to notify you. But these two insisted they were your relatives. Since they visited you the day before yesterday, we took the liberty of allowing them entry. This is our responsibility, and we will certainly take accountability. The lead staff member quickly clarified the situation and then expressed their apologies and willingness to assume responsibility. Upon hearing these words, Shen Jun nodded, reflecting on his own thoughts. However, this did not serve as justification for the property management to allow individuals to enter. Nevertheless, Shen Jun had no intention of pursuing any accountability, deeming it unnecessary. What mattered most was that his spirits were elevated, and the resentment within him had dissipated, allowing him to overlook their minor negligence. I shall not hold you accountable any longer. Please escort these two individuals away. Should any issues arise subsequently, they shall be my concern. However, in the future, you are strictly prohibited from permitting any so-called relatives or friends to enter without my prior consent. You must consult me beforehand. Do you understand? Shen Jun instructed. Understood, Mr. Shun. We shall take them away immediately, the property staff promptly affirmed. And together they assisted the two individuals into the elevator and descended. Shen Jun was not apprehensive about the possibility of them reporting the incident, at most. He would incur a minor financial loss, and he was certainly not lacking in funds at this moment. Chapter 16. Gradually absurd upon returning to the living room and splashing water on his face, he resumed his languid repose on the sofa, engrossed in his mobile device. He felt no remorse for the earlier altercation. Those two were simply deserving of a reprimand. Although Shen Jun doubted whether they would truly learn from the beating, it sufficed for him that they understood he was no longer the same Shen Jun of yore. As for whether Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong would seek further trouble, he remained unconcerned. Moving away was always an option. The world is vast, and with financial means, one can venture anywhere. It was hardly worth his mental anguish to dwell on such trifles. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the stock price of Jianghuai Automobile began to fluctuate, gradually ascending from 6 to a peak of 8.5 before the momentum slowed. The stockholders erupted into a cacophony of voices, each proclaiming their opinions. Yet none could present tangible results. The essence of retail investors lies in their susceptibility to influence. Any minor fluctuation in stock prices sends them into a frenzy of anxiety. Buying high and selling low are all too common practices. Otherwise, discussions would not arise online. Claiming that the retail investors of the A-share market are the finest in the world, adept at the art of trading at a loss. Shen Jun found this perplexing but respected their views. Perhaps they simply relished in losing money. As time passed, at 2:50, the stock price of Jianghuai Automobile reached its ceiling. The ascent remarkably steady without significant fluctuations. In that instant, all of Shen Jun's shares were successfully traded. Glancing at the funds in his account, he nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, his total funds amounted to over 16 million. Compared to the 12 million he had before investing in Jianghuai Automobile, his profit stood at over 400,000. 3 trading limits had been reached, and he was thoroughly content with the outcome. On May 13th, Saturday, at 11:59 in the morning, Shen Jun entered the lottery shop and immediately stated, "Boss, I'd like to place a bet on the double color ball, numbers 07, 13, 14, 21, 26, 28-09, followed by 4 random bets. I'll transfer the money to you." The idle proprietor promptly responded, "Sure thing." This lottery shop, located not far from the community, was oddly undervisited by the residents, leaving one to wonder how the owner managed to sustain the business. The shopkeeper appeared to be in his 30s, looking relatively youthful. As the lottery tickets were being printed, the clock struck 12. Ding. May 14th. Fog City Bus Station Men's Restroom. 5 kilograms of rock sugar, valued at 10 million. Shen Jun. What on earth? Rock sugar? 5 kilograms for 10 million? In the restroom of a bus station? Is this some kind of joke? No. Rock sugar? Iced tea, perhaps? Shen Jun promptly retrieved his phone to search for the price of iced tea. To his astonishment, he discovered that this substance commanded a staggering price of 1,800 to 2,500 yuan per gram. The mystery was solved. The rock candy referenced by the system was indeed iced tea. With such a price point, there could be no doubt. He mused, isn't this system a bit excessive? Not only is it vague, but how could an ordinary person like me possibly handle something like this? If I were to take possession of it, the ensuing troubles would be insurmountable. I might lose my life in the process. Those who dare to deal with such substances are invariably desperate individuals. Is this something I, Shen Jun, can contend with? This is utterly ridiculous. I want to be getting that 10 million after all. With a long sigh, Shen Jun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The system's lack of intelligence was one thing, but its sheer absurdity was another. Hey, the ticket is ready for you, the proprietor called out. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun rose and made his way to collect the ticket before turning to exit the lottery shop. As he walked down the street, he fell into deep contemplation. It was clear he would not be able to claim the 10 million, nor would he dare to. However, allowing others to simply take it away felt unjust. As a representative of socialism, Shen Jun was determined not to let those illicit goods vanish without consequence. His values were firmly grounded. He pulled out his phone to investigate the rewards for reporting drug-related activities. The government had effectively disseminated this information, and he quickly found the details online. Reporting drug crimes or providing leads could yield rewards: 300 yuan for seizing less than 10 grams, 500 yuan for 10 to 50 grams, 1,000 yuan for 50 to 500 grams, 2,000 yuan for 500 grams to 1 kilogram, 20,000 yuan for 1 to 10 kilograms, 50,000 yuan for 10 to 20 kilograms, and 100,000 yuan for 20 to 50 kilograms. For quantities exceeding 100 kilograms, the reward would be no less than 200,000 yuan. According to the System S notification, the ice candy at the bus station restroom amounted to 5 kilograms, which equated to 5,000 grams. Based on the publicized rewards, that would yield only 20,000 yuan. This amount was not worth the risk. After all, the criminals would be losing 10 million. It would be foolish to jeopardize his burgeoning life for a mere 20,000. After a moment's deliberation, Shen Jun resolved to report anonymously. However, this anonymity required a measure of cunning. He could not use his own phone or a public telephone, as both would be easily traceable. Rather than acting immediately, he took a taxi to an electronics market, casually requesting a mask from the driver. The market was a melting pot of individuals from all walks of life. Though it was his first visit to such a place, he was well aware of its unspoken rules. Without waiting for Shen Jun to step into the electronics market, a man clad in a trench coat, wearing a hat and a mask, approached him. "Sir, are you in need of something?" The youth's voice was notably youthful. Shen Jun couldn't help but marvel at the pervasive competition among his compatriots. Even here, brokers had emerged. He regarded the young man, who seemed reluctant to reveal his true identity, and smiled. "I am looking to purchase an anonymous SIM card. Do you have any?" "Of course we have them. However, as you are aware, the current market conditions dictate that the prices may be somewhat elevated," the young man replied promptly. "Price is not an issue. My concern is whether your SIM cards are genuine," Shen Jun inquired casually. "Absolutely authentic. We can conduct a test right here," the young man proclaimed, his voice slightly elevated. "In that case, I would like 2 cards," Shen Jun stated. 1,000 yuan each, so 2 cards will be 2,000. The young man said while retrieving 2 SIM cards from his pocket. Shen Jun thought to himself, what a coincidence. Just when I need them, he happens to have these cards on him. It's a bit outrageous. Chapter 17. The call for help. Shen Jun did not reach for the SIM card, but instead said, "I need to verify something first." "Of course," the young man replied, as this request was entirely reasonable, considering it involved 2,000 yuan. "Do you happen to have a second-hand mobile phone?" Shen Jun casually inquired. "No, but I can take you to buy one," the young man shook his head in response. Without uttering another word, Shen Jun strode directly into the electronics market, and the young man, aware of his intentions, quickly followed. After all, one could not let a golden opportunity slip away. Upon arriving at a shop selling second-hand phones, Shen Jun pointed to a device on the counter and asked the shopkeeper, "Is this functional? How much is it?" "Rest assured, the phones I display for sale are all functional. This one will cost you 300, replied the shopkeeper. A balding middle-aged man, immediately responding to Shen Jun's inquiry. "A Redmi 10A. A new one costs only 300 or 400, right?" The young man remarked casually. "Are you in the industry, young man?" Although exposed, the shopkeeper did not seem perturbed and redirected his gaze towards the young man. "I know a little." The young man nodded. Shen Jun was slightly taken aback upon hearing their exchange. He hadn't anticipated that the shopkeeper was unfamiliar with this young man. Given that they both frequented the same market, it was odd that they did not recognize each other. However, curiosity was not the priority at that moment. "How about 100 yuan? While this phone can connect to the internet, it is painfully slow, and its only other function is making and receiving calls." The shopkeeper's enthusiasm had waned. "All right," Shen Jun signaled to the young man. Understanding Shen Jun's intent, the young man promptly took the phone, inserted the SIM card, and handed the device over. Shen Jun accepted the phone and dialed his number. 3 seconds later, the phone rang. He took out his own phone, answered with a casual hello, and then heard an echo. After hanging up, he paid the shopkeeper 100 yuan and left the shop with the young man. Once outside, Shen Jun promptly transferred 2,000 yuan to the young man. With the money in hand, the young man tentatively asked, "Handsome, the consequences of what you're about to do shouldn't be too severe, right?" Clearly, he was somewhat concerned about the potential trouble he might encounter later. Shen Jun was momentarily taken aback by this comment. He had assumed the other party was indifferent to such matters. Shaking his head, he replied, "It's merely a trivial matter. More choices lead to more paths." "Very well, then let us part ways here." Not wishing to delve deeper, The young man refrained from asking further questions and, having said this, turned to leave. Shen Jun also did not linger and similarly departed from the electronics market. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, Shen Jun arrived at a secluded spot, removed the SIM card, snapped it in half, and discarded it before inserting another SIM card. He then left the area. The following morning at 10 o'clock, after freshening up, Shen Jun descended and hailed a taxi. An hour later, a taxi arrived at a secluded village on the outskirts of the fog-laden city. This village was familiar to Shen Jun. Having visited it before, it was quite remote, with few residents and a noticeable absence of surveillance cameras on the streets. Upon disembarking, Shen Jun did not immediately contact the authorities. Instead, he summoned a ride via a ride-hailing app, setting the location to a point over 200 meters away. Once a driver accepted the request, he retrieved his phone to commence recording, subsequently altering his voice to a neutral tone using a voice changer. He then dialed the emergency number with a second-hand phone he had purchased the day prior. "Hello, Fog City 110. As the call connected, Shen Jun played the pre-recorded message. "Hello, I wish to report that I have discovered 5 kilograms of iced tea in the men's restroom at the bus station. Please hurry and remove the substance." As soon as the recording concluded, he promptly ended the call, removed the SIM card, broke it, and discarded it onto the grass. After walking for over 2 minutes, he spotted a Toyota Corolla approaching from another direction. He waved to the driver, and once the vehicle halted, he confirmed the last digits of his phone number before taking a seat and departing the area. Sitting in the car, Shen Jun exhaled deeply. His caution was justified. The country's stringent drug laws were unparalleled globally. One might argue that merely notifying the police did not warrant such elaborate precautions. But Shen Jun knew he could not explain how he had come by the knowledge of the drugs. Even if he chose silence, his previous movements were transparent, and physical examinations would yield no issues, yet he remained anxious. The thought of any indiscretion leading to dire consequences was unbearable. In truth, the optimal course of action would have been to disregard the information provided by the system, yet years of upbringing forbade him from such disregard. Drugs? Bah. The responsibility to combat narcotics lies with everyone. He, Shen Jun, would never coexist with gambling and drugs. Ah, but wait, his surname was Shen, not Huang. So, by the heavens above, Shen Jun stands opposed to gambling and drugs. Admittedly, Shen Jun's actions were not without risk, but engaging in such endeavors inherently entails peril. Even if he were to be discovered, it mattered little. He was merely doing the right thing, not engaging in illegal activities, and the police would not relentlessly pursue him. Meanwhile, at the Fog City police station, a male dispatcher was left bewildered upon hearing the abrupt end of the call. What had he just heard? 5 kilograms of iced tea found in the men's restroom at the bus station? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the dispatcher jolted upright, urgently calling out, "Captain! Captain! We have a report of 5 kilograms of iced tea discovered at the bus station. Are you certain?" A middle-aged man in uniform rushed over upon hearing the dispatcher's words. "Absolutely, listen to what the caller stated." With that, the dispatcher handed the headset to the uniformed officer. The middle-aged man immediately seized the headphones and attentively listened to the recording. After 10 seconds, the expressions on his face fluctuated between uncertainty and seriousness. "This recording has been altered." Without allowing the dispatcher to respond, the middle-aged man continued. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will contact the narcotics team and have them investigate. It is better to err on the side of caution. Moreover, the individual speaks with such certainty. 5 kilograms? If true, there must be an underlying scheme at play. The narcotics team may very well apprehend a significant suspect." With that, the middle-aged man retrieved his mobile phone and began dialing. "Hello, Lao Wang. I have received a report indicating that 5 kilograms of iced tea have been discovered in the men's restroom at the bus station. But the report was made via a recorded message. Therefore, I cannot ascertain the veracity of the claim. However, since the caller specified 5 kilograms, I suspect the information is likely accurate." As the middle-aged man finished speaking, an excited voice came through the line. "Understood. I will dispatch a team immediately. No, I will personally lead the response. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. If there truly are 5 kilograms of narcotics, it is a grave matter. Very well, I will remember this favor. I shall hang up now and head over right away." Chapter 18, Criminal Psychology at precisely noon. Within the confines of a rideshare vehicle, a familiar notification chimed. Shen Jun instinctively accessed his trading app. Currently, the market capitalization of iFlyTech surpasses $800 billion. With the stock closing last Friday at a price of 33. 5 yuan per share, reflecting a decrease of 0.65, perusing the information displayed on the trading platform. Shen Jun scratched his head, at a loss for words. This system truly exhibited a degree of ineptitude. Tomorrow marks Monday, and iFlyTech is poised for a surge, however. He can only purchase shares the following day. If the stock opens lower, it would be manageable, but should it open higher? He finds himself grappling with the dilemma of whether or not to buy. If he does decide to purchase, how many shares should he acquire? With the trading mechanism in the A-share market being T1, it implies that stocks bought today can only be sold tomorrow. While he has a grasp of iFlyTech's expected rise for the next day, he remains oblivious to the market's conditions thereafter. Should the stock plummet the following day? Shen Jun would find himself bereft of solace. With a deep sigh, he acknowledged the futility of his predicament. Resigning himself to the notion that one must cross the bridge when they come to it, he resolved to observe the opening price for the stock tomorrow. If it opens high, he would purchase fewer shares, and if it opens low, he would buy more. Sir, we've arrived at Guangyuan Street. The driver's voice interrupted his musings. Thank you, Shen Jun replied, settling the fare on his phone before disembarking from the vehicle. Without lingering, he summoned another taxi. Driver. To the bus station, please. Sure thing. 10 minutes later, Shen Jun arrived at the bus station in the fog-laden city. A saying circulating online proved to be undeniably accurate from the perspective of criminal psychology. The vast majority of criminals tend to return to the scene of their crimes to admire their handiwork. Shen Jun's actions were conspicuously aligned with this observation. The temptation was indeed difficult to resist, even for someone like him, a time traveler. As he approached the bus station, the scene before him caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. A dozen police vehicles were stationed directly in front of the bus station, while the entrance and exit were encircled by numerous uniformed officers, fully armed, observing the officers' movements to disperse the crowd. Shen Jun comprehended that entry and exit from the entire bus station were presently prohibited. While he was aware of the stringent drug enforcement measures in the country, he had not anticipated such an extensive operation. Nearly 5 kilograms of narcotics warranted the mobilization of at least 50 personnel, if not 100. It was remarkable how the entire bus station had been cordoned off. It had been over an hour since he made the report, and the officers remained on site, suggesting they had apprehended a significant individual or obtained substantial evidence. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to maintain a blockade of the entire bus station. Shaking his head in disbelief, he reflected that he ought not to have berated the system previously, though it had not yielded financial gain. It had indeed provided him with a modicum of amusement. Shen Jun refrained from venturing inside and instead positioned himself at the front of the bus station, intent on observing the unfolding spectacle. A vast multitude gathered in the open space, creating a veritable sea of heads that obstructed the entrance to the bus station, rendering it utterly impassable. The throng formed a large circle, buzzing with murmurs of speculation. What is happening? Has there been a murder? I'm not certain. I merely intended to catch a bus home, yet I find myself barred from entry. So many police officers. Could it truly be a homicide? Logically, it shouldn't be. I have witnessed murder scenes before, and none were as exaggerated as this. Could it be a serial killer? Goodness, my friend, your imagination is quite expansive. Why not share your thoughts on this? With so many police mobilized and armed, I can scarcely conceive of any other explanation besides a murderer on the loose. It's plausible. I've never seen such a significant display in a crackdown on crime. The bus station has been sealed off for over an hour. And they still haven't apprehended anyone? That's not necessarily the case. What if it's something like a bomb? Indeed, if it were a bomb, that would clarify matters. Perhaps it is neither a murderer nor a bomb. Then what do you propose it is? In our country, outside of murder cases and bombs, it is unlikely that so many police would be dispatched, especially fully armed. After all, we have no terrorists. There is one other type of case besides murderers and bombs. What is it? Drugs. Goodness gracious. Astonishing, indeed. Who could have guessed? Who dares to step forward? You seem well informed. Are you perhaps involved? As soon as this statement was uttered, the surrounding crowd dispersed in an instant, leaving only a bewildered young man standing frozen in place. Shen Jun, equally curious, turned to see who had made the remark, and to his surprise, the guess was quite accurate. Wait, why are you all running away? I was merely speculating. Is it really that serious? The young man scratched his head, visibly dissatisfied. It is very serious. Which good Samaritan could have predicted drugs? An elderly man bellowed. Precisely. There is something deeply troubling about you. An elderly woman, relishing the unfolding drama, began placing blame on the young man. Nonsense. I've seen similar videos online. and the scenes depicted resembled this situation closely. If you dare to continue slandering me, I will certainly report you. The young man, now infuriated, began to stomp and shout. Your words hold no weight. Let us allow the police to adjudicate. Indeed, look at you, acting so cavalier. There must be something amiss. The young man was utterly flabbergasted, unable to fathom how his offhand comment could lead to such trouble. At that moment, Shen Jun overheard two individuals nearby whispering, Goodness, do they really think that fool is worth 50,000? Perhaps, after all, it's merely a matter of speaking up. Whether there's truth or not, it's an easy thing to do. Indeed, it seems there is no cost to bear. This cannot be deemed slander, can it? Certainly not, particularly given the involvement of narcotics, which indeed holds a certain privilege. Better to face complications than to overlook it. However, even if this fellow is truly at fault, the informant stands to gain little. How so, you ask? A bounty of 500,000 is reserved for top-tier spies, while those entangled with drugs seem to cap at around 300,000. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun found himself admiring these two individuals. Their conversation was truly captivating. Just as the crowd was engrossed in the spectacle, the young man appeared to be stirred by some unseen force, suddenly bursting forth from the throng and fleeing with great haste. This scene left all onlookers utterly astonished. Goodness, could this fellow genuinely be implicated? Officer, that young man poses a threat. You must apprehend him at once. Indeed, he is undoubtedly suspicious. He claimed there are drugs at the bus station. Shen Jun. Chapter 19. A gathering of talents. Beep. Beep. Clear the way, everyone. Stop running. Stand still immediately, or I shall resort to firearms. Command. A suspicious individual is fleeing towards Pingan Street. Requesting backup. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, apprehend him. Acknowledged. Upon hearing the words drugs uttered by a bystander, the police stationed at the bus station erupted in commotion, instantly pursuing the youth. Were they not aware of their mission here? They had come to combat drug-related activities. And now, upon hearing a possible connection to narcotics, they would not let the young man escape. Witnessing the chaos before him, Shen Jun was taken aback. Was that youth a fool? No, even a fool would not act so recklessly. Although Shen Jun was uncertain why the young man had chosen to flee. Was this truly the opportune moment for such an escape? At this hour, not only would problems arise, but even an absence of wrongdoing would lead to scrutiny, especially since the police were indeed investigating drug matters. If that young man had any involvement, how could he dare to brazenly utter the word drugs? It was akin to tempting fate. Could there truly exist individuals so lackadaisical? Or was he simply out of touch? Fortune was at hand. Let it be known, I was the first to suspect that lad. Should the police offer a reward, I shall claim the lion's share. And I, too, shall identify that young man. Me, I have also spoken. Enough noise. How about we share the reward equally? To hell with you. You did not speak earlier. I do not care how you argue. I was the first to voice my suspicion, and I demand half of the reward. Why should you get any? Without us, would you have dared to speak as you did? Exactly, it's just a matter of speaking up. As if none of us had identified him, Shen Jun found himself at a loss for words. How inflated were their egos? The young man had yet to be captured. And whether he was guilty remained to be seen, yet this crowd squabbled over an uncertain reward. Amidst their bickering, several middle-aged police officers in uniform approached. Before the officers could utter a word, a few elderly men and women hurried over, eager to offer explanations, seemingly intent on claiming the credit for the discovery. Shen Jun refrained from joining the fray. He was no fool. His purpose for being here was to observe the spectacle, and to become the center of attention would spell disaster. However, he did not depart immediately. This was a crucial moment, as everyone awaited the unfolding events. Leaving now might draw unwanted attention. He stood quietly, observing the elderly individuals explain themselves to the officers, appearing as a detached observer in the midst of the unfolding drama. There are indeed quite a number of individuals akin to him, which is perfectly reasonable, as not everyone yearns to be in the limelight. After several elderly individuals had engaged in animated discussions, one of the gentlemen cautiously inquired, "Officer, if that young man truly poses a problem, will there be a reward for us?" Upon hearing this, a middle-aged police officer chuckled and replied, "Yes. Should you apprehend that young man, and he indeed proves to be problematic, you shall certainly receive a reward." That's wonderful, the elderly folks sighed in relief, patting their chests. "All right, everyone disperse. The bus station will soon reopen, and you may board your vehicles." With that statement, the middle-aged officer and his team departed the scene. 5 minutes later, the police at the bus station drove away. and the gathered crowd gradually dispersed. Shen Jun, too, merged into the departing throng. This world is indeed absurd. One never knows when a fool might unexpectedly emerge. If that young man truly has issues, it would be for the best, as it would ensure Shen Jun's safety. At 15 minutes past 9 in the evening, Shen Jun sat on the sofa, incessantly refreshing the results for the double color ball lottery. After an unknown number of attempts, the results finally updated. As anticipated, the winning numbers were 0, 7, 13, 14, 21, 26, 28, with the bonus number being 0, 9. And the prize amounted to a staggering 5 million. Although the system had not erred in its previous notifications, Shen Jun could not resist the urge to verify the results with his own eyes. Now, he could finally breathe easy. The following morning, after pre-market bidding, the stock price of iFlyTech settled at 32.73 yuan per share, reflecting a decline of 2.3. At that moment, Shen Jun had control over funds amounting to 76.43 million yuan, of which 60 million was leveraged capital, managed through two accounts, one belonging to Shen Jun himself, and the other provided by Xiaowan. During the agreement signing the previous Saturday, Xiaowan had allocated 12 million in leveraged funds to Shen Jun. Such a leverage ratio would be difficult for others to obtain. Yet for Xiaowan, it was remarkably effortless. She didn't even require Shen Jun to pay a deposit. This was utterly outrageous. Or perhaps it was a testament to Xiaowan's remarkable confidence. She was entirely certain that Shen Jun would not incur losses and abscond later. To be frank, Shen Jun held a measure of admiration for this woman. She was audacious and unrestrained, qualities that undoubtedly lead to her financial success. Zhang Xiefeng once wisely remarked that in the financial sector, one must be willing to take risks to make a name for oneself. Xiaowan beautifully exemplified this adage. Her willingness to take risks allowed her to reap rewards. It must be said, in high-end industries, challenges are often addressed in the most rudimentary manner. Returning to his thoughts, Shen Jun decisively began placing orders. Although uncertain whether the stock would continue to decline post-opening, he remained unconcerned. As long as the returns surpassed 10, he would be satisfied. Even if the stock price were to drop tomorrow, it would merely mean a slight reduction in his profits. When Shen Jun placed an order for 3,000 shares at a price of 32.5 yuan per share, the total value amounted to over 9 million yuan. Initially, he set a safety net. Should the stock of iFlyTech surge unexpectedly after the market opened, he would remain undeterred, acknowledging that even a modest profit is still a gain. Conversely, if the stock were to plummet, he planned to seize the opportunity to purchase again. Overall, his strategy was grounded in prudence. Faced with an unresponsive system, Shen Jun had no choice but to devise his own solutions, harboring no complaints. With such a return on investment, he could confidently assert that he surpassed over 99% of domestic investors. As for the remaining 1%, they possessed their own avenues for profit, and discussing them in detail would be rather impolite. In the blink of an eye, the A-share market opened. The stock price of iFlyTech plummeted, diving sharply at the moment the market commenced 2, 3, -2, 9, -3, 5, -4, 1. Shen Jun's order for 3,000 shares proved futile, as it was executed immediately after the market opened. Witnessing this scenario, Shen Jun did not hesitate to place another order to buy. However, this time, his approach was considerably more restrained, as he opted to purchase in increments of 1,000 shares at a time. Chapter 20, Lei Xin. It remains unclear whether it was due to Shen Jun's excessive purchases or the Zhuang faction's acquisition of sufficient shares. But as the stock price of iFlyTech plummeted by 6.2, a substantial influx of capital surged in. 3,000 hands, 5,000 hands, 10,000 hands, 20,000 hands. With such a grand infusion of funds, iFlyTech's stock price soared as if propelled by an unseen force. Rapidly ascending, -5, 5, -5, 0, -4, 3, -2, 4, 0, 2, 1, 5, 3, 6, 5, 8, 7, 6, 10, 0, 2. A magnificent bullish candlestick shot upward into the heavens. In less than a minute, the stock price of iFlyTech surged from -6.2 to its upper limit. This is iFlyTech, a company valued at over 80 billion. The power of the Zhuang faction is simply astonishing. At the moment the stock price began to rise, Shen Jun ceased his purchases, totaling his acquisitions to 10,000 hands of iFlyTech shares, including the initial 3,000. The average purchase price was 32.16 yuan per share, with an average fluctuation of -4.0, amounting to over 32 million in total. Based on the current price at the upper limit, Shen Jun's net profit from this operation reached over 460,000, nearly touching 470,000. However, upon viewing the profits displayed on the trading software, Shen Jun did not feel elated. He had gotten carried away and perhaps should not have purchased so many. Although iFlyTech's stock price exceeded 80 billion, its turnover rate was somewhat low, merely 6, with a transaction amount of just over 50 billion. Of course, for ordinary stocks, such a turnover rate is considerable, but for a stock at its upper limit, it indeed seems rather low. Were it not for iFlyTech's substantial market capitalization, Shen Jun might have faced significant losses. In the stock market, even a pebble can cause ripples. With a long sigh, Shen Jun reminded himself to remain composed when trading stocks in the future, for losing control could lead to dire consequences. Exiting the trading software, he quickly freshened up and stepped out of his room. It was time to collect his lottery winnings. Wudu Welfare Lottery Issuing Center. Shen Jun had presumed this location would be bustling with activity, but the reality was starkly different. The issuing hall was nearly devoid of people. Apart from a few staff members, only 2 casually dressed young men, sporting sunglasses, were present. The atmosphere was dismally quiet, far from Shen Jun's expectations of a lottery claim center. However, this also underscored a truth. Buying lottery tickets does not guarantee wealth. It may be entertaining, but one should never invest heavily, as the chances of gaining any advantage are negligible. Just as Shen Jun was about to approach a staff member to claim his prize, the 2 casually dressed youths suddenly stood up and approached him. Taken aback, Shen Jun wondered what was happening. Were they intending to rob him? Did they possess such audacity in broad daylight? As it turned out, he had overthought the situation. 2 young men approached Shen Jun and immediately whispered, "Hey buddy, how much did you win?" Shen Jun retorted, "That's none of your business, is it? Don't get us wrong, we mean no harm." One of the young men quickly waved his hand in explanation. "You see, if the amount you won is considerable, we intend to purchase that lottery ticket from you. If the winnings are modest, we'll let it be." Shen Jun was taken aback. Seriously? Has an online joke just become reality? He had previously seen similar videos online. Yet no content creator ever recommended selling lottery tickets. It wasn't that buying and selling lottery tickets was illegal. Rather, the aftermath of such transactions could invite trouble. Normally, claiming lottery winnings required a 20 tax, but the price offered by buyers typically far exceeded the ticket's redeemable value. Surely, that raised red flags. Of course, Shen Jun had no fear of other complications, but he was wary of the origins of their money. At that point, it would not merely be a financial matter. Thus, he had no intention of selling the ticket. After all, he wasn't in need of the money, so why invite unnecessary trouble? Just as Shen Jun was about to shake his head in refusal, the young man seemed to understand his concerns and explained further, "Rest assured, we are genuinely interested in purchasing. If you truly wish to sell, we can transfer the money directly at the nearby bank. And we'll handle the 20 personal income tax on the gift as well. You should feel secure with that arrangement, right?" Shen Jun was left speechless. What could he say? The entire process would leave him profiting without incurring any risk, since the funds transferred through a legitimate bank would be clean, and the buyers would cover the gift tax. The money would be even cleaner. As for what they intended to do with the ticket, that was no concern of his. As long as their funds were legitimate, that was sufficient. Indeed, online jokes often remained just that. Those genuinely wishing to purchase lottery tickets were unlikely to be foolish. With a hint of curiosity, Shen Jun inquired, "I won 5 million on this ticket. How much are you willing to offer?" Hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of the 2 young men. After exchanging glances, the first speaker confidently declared, 6 million. "If you agree, we can go to the bank right now to transfer." Shen Jun shrugged. "I have no reason to refuse. First, let us verify the winning numbers on your ticket," said the other young man. Shen Jun took a step back, retrieving the ticket from his pocket, cautious of any sudden attempts to snatch or tear it. The 2 young men recognized Shen Jun's apprehension and maintained their distance. Once the authenticity of the ticket was confirmed, one of them promptly stated, "Shall we head to the bank for the transfer now?" They did not need to take the ticket to the counter for verification. It was unnecessary. Let us say, even if Shen Jun is a person of deceit and trickery, they possess the means to compel the other party to relinquish their funds. Such is their confidence. "Very well, but you shall go alone." Shen Jun articulated his request. "No problem." The young man readily acquiesced, and the other youth, demonstrating his astuteness, returned to his previous seat. Observing this development, Shen Jun felt a sense of relief, and the 2 then exited the lottery center's main hall, making their way towards the bank situated mere meters away. "My friend, I am Lei Xin. with the character Xin composed of 3 golden symbols. What is your name? The young man inquired suddenly during their walk. Shen Jun. As in the critical moment of June, Shen Jun replied casually. Upon learning Shen Jun's name, Lei Xin fell silent. Before long, the two arrived at the bank hall, where the number of patrons was sparse. Without waiting for Shen Jun to speak, Lei Xin led him further into the bank. The security guard and other staff at the entrance did not impede their passage, as if they were familiar with Lei Xin. Do not worry, my friend. Large transfers are not handled at the counter, Lei Xin explained to Shen Jun. Shen Jun smiled and nodded, saying, I understand. I have done this before. Lei Xin paused momentarily, then chuckled. It appears I have underestimated your experience. Chapter 21. The pattern just moments ago. Lei Xin felt that purchasing the lottery ticket had been almost excessively smooth, and throughout the entire encounter, Shen Jun maintained an unwavering demeanor. As if the sum of 6 million could not stir his emotions in the slightest. Now that the case was resolved, it was surprising to discover that he was, in fact, a wealthy individual. This realization made sense. Only those with affluence could remain so composed in the face of such a substantial amount of money. Were it an ordinary person, it would be utterly impossible to exhibit such rational calmness. Shen Jun merely smiled without responding, for there was little to say. If the other party chose to engage in self-deprecation, it was of no concern. However, should he take it to heart, that would pose a problem. Lei Xin, too, opted for silence, and soon they arrived at the door of an office. Uncle Zhang, please facilitate a transfer of 6 million, marked as a gift. I shall cover the taxes. Lei Xin entered without knocking, directly addressing the middle-aged man seated in the office chair with his request. Upon hearing Lei Xin's words, the man immediately turned his gaze toward Shen Jun, exclaiming, Young man, you have quite the fortune. Shen Jun remained nonplussed. Although it was evident from the bank's security and staff that Lei Xin was quite familiar with this place, he had not anticipated the extent of that familiarity. Was there truly no effort to conceal it? Wasn't he the benefit of the lottery that fewer people were aware of it? But given their closeness, it seemed that discretion was futile. Thus, he let it be. Shen Jun responded with a smile, Indeed, my luck has been rather favorable lately. How enviable. The middle-aged man remarked with a sigh before continuing, Please hand me your bank card, and I will process the transfer for you. Very well. Shen Jun nodded and handed over the card he had prepared in advance. Within a few minutes, the middle-aged man returned the card to Shen Jun, stating, The funds have been transferred. Please check to see if they have arrived. Shen Jun retrieved his phone and, upon inspection, confirmed that the 6 million had indeed been credited. Coupled with the remaining 256,000 in his account, the total now amounted to 856,000. Additionally, the sender had thoughtfully annotated that this gift was unconditional, and the donor could not request a reversal for any reason. It has been received, Shen Jun declared contentedly, shaking his phone. That is good to hear. The middle-aged man nodded, falling silent thereafter. Shen Jun then produced the lottery ticket that had won 5 million and handed it to the young man. With a smile, the young man received the ticket and said, Shen Jun, would you like to join me for dinner this evening? Thank you, but I have many matters to attend to. Shen Jun politely declined. He had no desire to entangle himself with someone like Lei Xin, regardless of the latter's power and influence. After all, such a lavish purchase of lottery tickets, if without cause, would be nothing short of absurd. He preferred not to delve too deeply into this affair. Very well, then. Although rejected, Lei Xin bore no ill will. He understood Shen Jun's perspective. There was nothing more to be said. Everyone had their own ambitions. You both are busy, so I shall take my leave. With the money secured, he had no desire to linger. Take care on your way, Shen Jun replied. Goodbye, Mr. Shen. Farewell. Upon receiving a response, Shen Jun promptly turned and exited the office. Observing his departing figure, the middle-aged man remarked, This fellow is rather remarkable. I just caught a glimpse of the balance in his account, over 2 million. It is rare to see someone so young possessing such a substantial allowance. Regardless, he thought, our connection is fleeting. It is likely that we may not even cross paths again in the future. Lei Xin shook his head dismissively. Indeed. There are countless wealthy individuals in the world, and one need not be acquainted with all of them. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Let us not dwell on him. Uncle Zhang, I shall take my leave now, and I will treat you to a meal when I have the opportunity. You rascal, treating someone means tonight. Why does it become when you have time when it's my turn? Higi, you know it's sufficient to be aware of it. Stating it outright would be rather impolite. I still owe you for the favor through that lad Zhang Yu. I toil while my son enjoys the fruits. It truly is the downside of being a father. TSK, TSK, TSK. After a simple meal outside, Shen Jun returned home. It was 12 o'clock. Ding. May 16th. Weichai Power. An increase of 10.00. The moment the sound faded, Shen Jun immediately began to search on the trading software. Weichai Power, with a market capitalization of 110.5 billion, a circulating market value of 62.94 billion, a share price of 12.66, and a midday trading price of 12.66 yuan, had a fluctuation of -1.02, with a decline of 0.13 yuan, and a turnover rate of 2.3 during the morning trading session, amounting to 1.448 billion in trading volume. Gazing at the information displayed on the trading software, Shen Jun fell into deep contemplation. Ever since the system emerged, he had been eager to comprehend it fully, yet it remained unresponsive, akin to an artificial intelligence, providing foresight of the following day's events at predetermined times before vanishing without a trace. This left Shen Jun at a loss. He could only glean understanding from the scan information available. Based on the system's previous predictions, Shen Jun discerned certain patterns. On the first day, it was Tenglong Company, with a market value exceeding 3 billion. On the second day, it was Dazhong Transportation, valued at over 200 billion. The third day featured Jianghuai Automobile, with a market capitalization of over 400 billion. The stock market was closed on the fourth and fifth days due to the weekend, and thus the system provided no stock predictions. Instead, it forecasted lottery numbers and IST. The patterns of these two options remain unclear to Shen Jun for the time being. On the sixth day, it was Keita Xuanfei, with a market capitalization exceeding 800 billion, coupled with the recent prediction regarding Weichai Power, boasting a market value exceeding 100 billion. Shen Jun was certain that tomorrow's predicted stock would surpass Weichai Power's valuation. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of confusion. There are not many companies in the A-share market with a market capitalization exceeding 100 billion. What further predictions might the system offer after this? Hong Kong stocks? American stocks? Futures? Or perhaps foreign exchange? Or will it simply repeat the cycle? After pondering for an extended period, Shen Jun still found himself unable to decipher the subsequent strategies of the system. The system had emerged too recently, providing insufficient information, compelling him to ultimately abandon his desire for a deeper understanding. Redirecting his attention to the trading software, Shen Jun resolved to purchase a lesser quantity of Weichai Power stocks. He was determined not to repeat the mistakes of this morning, where excessive buying had made him susceptible to scrutiny. He had no intention of becoming a figure like the Grandmaster. Chapter 22. Yangsu at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market opened. Weichai Power stock price exhibited minimal fluctuations after the opening, hovering around 12.66 yuan. Without hesitation, Shen Jun took action and began to purchase shares, cautiously buying in small increments of 50 lots at a time. To avoid following the same path as the principal, Shen Jun found himself compelled to proceed in this manner. Although he could assure himself that he was not manipulating the stock price, it was widely understood that the perception of whether one was or was not manipulating the market was inconsequential. What truly mattered was whether one had profited. As the saying goes, you may earn money, but you must not earn what does not rightfully belong to you. If you do, it becomes a sin. Why did Bai Qi meet his demise? He never contemplated rebellion, yet his capability to do so led to his execution. Thus, irrespective of how the world evolves, certain truths remain eternally unchanged. It must be said that Shen Jun ought to seek a backing. If necessary, he could even establish his own company. To pursue a life solely for wealth and honor is ultimately a castle in the air. It is imperative to possess power or cultivate connections. With a deep sigh, Shen Jun resumed placing orders to buy Weichai Power shares. There were many aspirations he yearned to fulfill, yet few he could truly realize. Power. His capital was insufficient. He needed to continue accumulating wealth, and he lacked any connections at present. Connections? His former self was merely an ordinary citizen. Relatives were of no assistance and were, if anything, burdensome. Progress would have to be gradual. Build high walls, store ample grain, and take your time to claim the throne. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Weichai Power's stock price finally exhibited some movement, -1, 0, -0, 8, -0, 5, -0, 2. By the time the market closed, the stock price settled at 12.79 yuan, with a fluctuation of 0.00 in this transaction. Shen Jun had purchased a total of 11,500 lots of stock at an average price of 12.71 yuan, investing over 14 million yuan, all from his own account. Placing a substantial bet, Besides his own funds, there remained over 27 million yuan available for trading on the account provided by Xiaowan. Exiting the trading software, Shen Jun stood and stretched his body slightly. It was still early, and he decided to take a stroll, as staying home felt rather dull. After a brief tidying up, he stepped outside. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid, lifting Shen Jun's spirits. Without leaving the community, he wandered leisurely within its confines. Suddenly, before he had the chance to explore further, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and a familiar visage materialized in his mind. After 16 years of schooling, despite his introverted nature, the original self had made a few friends, albeit not many. The caller was one of them, Yang Su, his college roommate, hailing from Jinling. Upon answering the call, before Shen Jun could utter a word, a voice resonated from the other end. "Old Shen, when are you heading out?" "Shen Jun? Hello? Can you hear me? Is it your signal or mine that's faulty?" "That shouldn't be the case." "Hello? Lao Shen." Just as Shen Jun remained bewildered and silent, Yang Su abruptly ended the call. Almost immediately, his WeChat notifications began to chime incessantly. Opening the app, Shen Jun found 5 unheard voice messages in the chat window, leaving him somewhat exasperated. This person was far too impatient. He had merely been reminiscing about past events, yet the other party couldn't even wait a few seconds. It was quite remarkable. With a long sigh, Shen Jun understood why Yang Su had inquired about his departure time. Before he had traversed into this realm, a friend of the original self was preparing for marriage and had called to invite him to the wedding. This individual was a university classmate, a dorm mate, named Wu Mengjia, whose family resided in Shanghai. Although the original self was introverted and somewhat reclusive, he had not declined his friend's invitation. After all, weddings are significant occasions. Wu Mingjia's wedding was set for May 18th, which was merely 2 days away. Previously, Yang Su had reached out, suggesting they travel to Shanghai together for mutual support, to which the original self had agreed. Shen Jun felt a sense of resignation. He truly did not wish to attend, as these were the original self's friends, not his own. Had the timing been earlier, he could have refused, but now that the wedding day loomed, it would be quite awkward not to attend. With a tap on the voice message, Yang Su's voice immediately filled his ears. "Lao Shen, I don't know if it's your signal or mine that's poor, but I couldn't hear you on the call. When do you plan to head to Shanghai? Give me a precise time, and we can meet up before finding Lao Wu. By the way, are you taking a plane or high-speed train? Are you even listening? Hurry up and reply. I'm nearly frantic." Shen Jun thought to himself. How had the original self managed to befriend such an impatient individual? They were hardly a compatible pair. Just as he was about to type a response, his phone screen lit up with an incoming call from Yang Su. For the first time, Shen Jun felt a deep admiration for someone. How had this person survived with such an anxious demeanor? Surely, no one had ever thought to reprimand him. Shaking his head, he casually answered the call. "Hello? Lao Shen, can you hear me?" Yang Su shouted. "I can't hear you. I could hear you in the last call too. It's just that you couldn't hear me." Shen Jun fabricated a response. "It must be your phone signal acting up. I just called Lao Wu, and there were no issues at all." Yang Su's voice remained loud and clear. "That must be the case," Shen Jun admitted, taking the blame. "Definitely," Yang Su confirmed. Once it was established that the fault lay with Shen Jun, Yang Su asked again, "When do you plan to depart?" To avoid further urging, Shen Jun promptly replied, "The afternoon of the day after tomorrow." "What? So late? Can't you leave earlier?" "Ah, but it is the enchanting metropolis, is it not? I have yet to venture there. Perhaps we should embark on an early journey to explore its wonders together?" proposed Yang Su. "I have certain matters to attend to and cannot depart so soon. It would be best if you went ahead." "Rest assured, old Wu will not neglect you," replied Shen Jun softly. "Very well, then I shall set forth first. However, do remember to call me once you arrive in the metropolis," Yang Su urged. "Understood. I shall take my leave now. I am off to purchase my plane ticket. Dear enchanting metropolis, I am on my way." Upon hearing those final words, Shen Jun nearly laughed, thinking how truly amusing this person is. The conversation extinguished Shen Jun's desire to continue wandering, prompting him to turn and head back home. Chapter 23. Secrets unveiled on May 16th at 9 in the morning. Following the pre-market bidding, the stock price of iFlyTech surged by 1.2 at the opening. However, Shen Jun was indifferent to such fluctuations. He decisively activated the nuclear option, liquidating all his 10,000 shares at a price that plummeted to the original closing price, relinquishing the 1.2 profit gained at the opening, prioritizing the preservation of yesterday's gains. In the moment Shen Jun executed his sell order, the stock price of iFlyTech swiftly began to descend, a staggering amount of over 30 million at stake. 10, 08, 04, 00, -0, 3, -0, 8. Just as the price dipped to -1, 4, a certain individual could no longer resist the temptation and made a significant purchase. Instantly, the decline was halted, and the stock price began to ascend once more. The remaining shares at the original price that Shen Jun had placed were swiftly acquired by this prominent figure. Shen Jun was not taken aback. Otherwise, he would not have set his order at the original price. The market maker had not yet vacated, and it was inevitable that the counterpart would intervene to stabilize the stock price. However, this no longer concerned Shen Jun, for he had completed his transactions and secured his funds. His attention then shifted to Weichai Power, whose stock opened at a robust 3.5 increase, priced at 13.24 yuan. Shen Jun similarly placed orders for all the shares he held, this time at the limit price of 14.07 yuan. Given the market capitalization of Weichai Power, a limit rise would render Shen Jun's investment of over 10 million merely a trivial matter, hardly causing a ripple. After concluding these matters, Shen Jun reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Although he typically arose around 9 o'clock, he still felt a sense of fatigue. What young person does not indulge in late nights? It was only the glimmering wealth that kept him from lingering in bed. As he lay there, drowsing into slumber, he lost track of time until the sudden ringing of his phone jolted him awake. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted it was Shen Nan. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. What could this girl want? With merely 20 days until the college entrance examination, the teachers at her school were likely working overtime. So why would she think to call him? Was she contemplating asking for another leave of absence? Unlikely, as he had already dealt with Chan Ting and Yang Lianrong. Perhaps not thoroughly. He had merely given them a thrashing. Could it be that those two had approached her? With such thoughts racing through his mind, Shen Jun promptly answered the call. Hello, what's up? Brother, did you beat up Chan Ting and Yang Lianrong? Shen Nan inquired with excitement. Shen Jun, this girl, I worried for nothing. How did you find out? He asked, intrigued. My grandparents informed me that my uncle's family initially intended to report you to the authorities. However, my second uncle intervened, suggesting that while you may be in the wrong, they too bear their share of fault. After all, the incident occurred within our home, and the property management refused to support their claims, even denying them access to the surveillance footage from the corridor. They asserted that Chan Ting and Yang Lianrong had illegally trespassed into the community without the consent of security personnel, and thus, they deserved the consequences. Shen Nan candidly divulged everything she knew. Shen Jun was taken aback, unable to fathom the multitude of events that had transpired in such a short span. He was particularly surprised by the property management's sense of responsibility. Indeed, the maintenance fees had not been in vain. Yet, he pondered, why would my grandparents share such matters with you? They must be aware of your impending college entrance examinations and would not wish for trivialities to distract you. Shen Jun inquired in a serious tone. Shen Nan replied, when did my elder brother become so astute? This is unexpected. Shen Jun's voice rose slightly. Speak. Yang Lianrong called me, claiming that you had hospitalized them and requested that I cover their medical expenses. I didn't dare ask you. So I reached out to our grandparents instead, Shen Nan explained softly. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun frowned. These two truly feared the strong and bullied the weak. Knowing they could not contend with him, they turned their attention to the unsuspecting Shen Nan. They had no shame whatsoever. This girl also had a penchant for divulging secrets. Or else she wouldn't have made the call to them. Have you given them any money? Shen Jun inquired. No, how could I possibly give them money? Moreover, our grandparents advised against it, insisting that they brought this upon themselves and that I should ignore them entirely, Shen Nan hurriedly clarified. Shen Jun breathed a sigh of relief and solemnly stated, do not concern yourself with this matter any further and refrain from answering their calls. I will handle it. Your primary focus now must be on preparing for the entrance exam. Regardless of your past performance, if you do not excel in this examination, I shall not hesitate to take drastic measures. Understood, Shen Nan responded cautiously. Hang up. Okay. After ending the call, Shen Jun found himself at a loss for words. Chan Ting and Yang Lianrong were indeed like stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. While there were no significant issues at hand, the minor nuisances persisted, confronting these individuals. Shen Jun found it difficult to be harsh. If circumstances allowed, he would sever ties with this branch of relatives. But such a notion was impractical with the elderly still alive. As long as the elders were present, one could not simply cut familial bonds. Once they were no longer around, many relatives would naturally drift apart without the need for severance. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jun decided to call his grandmother. intending to buy some time until Shen Nan's examinations concluded, at which point they would promptly relocate from Wudu. If one cannot confront it, one can at least evade it. In any case, there was little to cherish in Wudu. The call was quickly connected, and Shen Jun refrained from elaborating, merely inquiring if Ting was still hospitalized and what had transpired recently. His grandmother, initially reluctant to share, ultimately relented under Shen Jun's persistent questioning. After Ting and Yang Lianrong were assaulted, the household of Shen Jun's uncle erupted into chaos. Voices clamored from all sides. Yet each one echoed the same demand. They wanted Shen Jun to compensate for the incident. Had it not been for the mediation of his grandparents and second uncle, Shen Jun's life would undoubtedly have been far less tranquil. At that moment, Ting was still hospitalized at the second hospital of Misty City, as there was no choice. Shen Jun's previous actions had been somewhat excessive, and a stay of at least 10 to 15 days was essential for proper recovery. Once Shen Jun grasped the entirety of the situation, he ended the call. It was time to instill some fear in his uncle's family, not for his own sake, but for Shen Nan's. This young lady was on the brink of her college entrance examinations and must not be disturbed. Once she navigated through her exams, the skies would be the limit for her aspirations. Chapter 24, The Threat at 11 in the morning, in a private room at Fog City Second Hospital. Ting's entire family gathered around him. Father, Ting's hospitalization has cost us a fortune. Are we truly going to heed Uncle's advice and refrain from confronting that scoundrel? Shen Jun? Yang Lianrong inquired, her expression grim. Before Chun Hung could respond, Ting, lying in the hospital bed, exclaimed with indignation, "Absolutely not. I will not let that brat off the hook. Indeed, how can we let him off so easily after he has harmed my son to this extent? It is futile to reason otherwise." A middle-aged woman beside the bed echoed, equally enraged. Shen Hung, however, remained calm, gazing steadily at Ting. "Do you know why I arranged for you to be in this private room?" Ting paused, then his eyes widened in realization. "Are you planning to extract more money from Shen Jun?" "Of course. We cannot let our family bear the burden of these medical expenses," Chun Hung replied, his expression impassive. "Yes, indeed. That money must come from Shen Jun." A smile quickly spread across Yang Lianrong's face. "Simply covering the medical cost is insufficient. He must provide additional compensation. My son cannot be subjected to such an assault without repercussions." The middle-aged woman protested. "Who suggested that we only seek medical expenses?" Shen Hang retorted with annoyance. "HM?" The three of them immediately turned their gazes toward him. "Son, do you desire money or a peaceful life?" Shen Hung posed a perplexing question, disregarding the two women. "What do you mean?" Ting genuinely failed to grasp the implication of his words. "If you wish for money, you must endure some hardship. If you seek a tranquil existence, then abandon all desires," Chun Hung stated solemnly. "Speak plainly, do not obfuscate." The middle-aged woman could not help but reprimand. Sighing deeply, Shen Hang explained with a hint of resignation, "Shen Jun is no longer the person he once was. We have no justification to demand property from him. However, Ting's grandparents possess inheritance rights. Given Shen Jun's current temperament, should Ting continue to provoke him, he will inevitably resort to violence again. Once or twice may be manageable, but what if it occurs repeatedly? How will his grandparents react then?" Everyone fell silent. Is he truly that ruthless? Using his own son as bait? Yet, as they contemplated the value of the multi-million property, none dared to voice their thoughts. That was wealth amounting to millions, a sum they could never hope to accumulate in a lifetime. For the sake of money, enduring a little suffering seemed worthwhile. Having come to this realization, Yang Lianrong and the middle-aged woman immediately turned their attention to Ting. Ting hesitated, but, "Son, it's $1 million. Darling, think of the school district for Xiaobao's future." Ting gritted his teeth in frustration. "I can't believe this." Just then, the door to the hospital room creaked open, and Shen Jun sauntered in, carrying a bag of fruit. "Shen Jun, do you dare to approach me?" The animosity between foes is palpable. Despite the fact that just moments ago, the family was scheming over Shen Jun's property, it does not diminish Ting's animus towards him. "You have become this way because of my actions? Shouldn't you come and express some concern?" Shen Jun retorted with a sardonic tone. You, I. Ting was rendered speechless, consumed by anger. "Let us not talk about you or me. You know well why you were beaten. And don't play the victim," Shen Jun continued to taunt. "Shen Jun, how dare you come here after injuring my son?" A middle-aged woman was incensed by Shen Jun's words. She had never encountered such audacity. "Aunt, let us speak honestly. Have I wronged your family in any way? Not only did I live in your house for free for a year, but you also refused to move out when asked. What? Do you think you can bully me because I have no parents?" Shen Jun sneered. The middle-aged woman was momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Jun, you're not here to stir up trouble, are you? Shen Hang asked, his expression darkening. What kind of question is that? Are you still my dear uncle? Surely I can come to visit my cousin in the hospital, Shen Jun replied teasingly. Get lost. Hurry and leave. I don't need your visit. Shen Ting was on the verge of madness, finding Shen Jun's words utterly contemptible. Do you think I want to be here? Shen Jun scoffed. Since your family is present, I shall be forthright. Let us discuss matters directly. But please do not disturb Xiao Nan. She is about to take her college entrance examination. And I wish to avoid any unpleasant incidents. And if I decide to go, what could you possibly do about it? Shen Ting retorted, exasperated. Shen Jun, do you have any idea how much Shen Ting's hospitalization has cost? You can ignore me, but I will not let Shen Nan bear the expenses. Yang Lianrong stood up to question him. I will cover the medical expenses. I shall reiterate, do not disturb Xiao Nan. Shen Jun glared at Shen Ting, his voice firm. I will repeat myself. I will go, and what can you do to stop me? Shen Ting shouted, his eyes ablaze. Very well, Shen Jun laughed in frustration. Dismissing Shen Ting as he turned to Chen Hong. Uncle, can you still manage my cousin? Shen Hong furrowed his brow, pausing for a moment before responding, I can manage. Shen Ting will not disturb Xiao Nan during her examination. All right, but, no, this matter is not up for debate. I will go regardless. Shen Ting interrupted Shen Jun, his fists clenched tightly. Uncle, what will you say? Shen Jun ignored him and addressed Chen Hong again. You are wasting your time. Today, I declare that if I have a hard time, Shen Nan shall not have it easy either. Before Chen Hong could respond, Shen Ting erupted in fury once more. At this, Shen Jun's countenance shifted, and even Chen Hong, Yang Lianrong, and the middle-aged woman looked taken aback. That crossed the line. Observing Shen Ting's face, flushed with rage, Shen Jun suddenly chuckled. In the midst of everyone's bewildered gazes, Shen Jun spoke in an unusually calm tone. Shen Ting, if I remember correctly. Isn't Xiaobao attending Huaqing kindergarten? As soon as Shen Jun's words fell, Chen Hang, Yang Lianrong, and the middle-aged woman instantly became flustered. In unison, they exclaimed, Shen Jun, this matter has nothing to do with Xiaobao. And we assure you that we will not allow Shen Ting to disturb Shen Nan during the college entrance examination. You. Shen Ting's teeth ground together audibly, yet he dared not utter any further threats. It is only when one is not struck that they remain unaware of pain. Since the other party had torn off the facade of civility, Shen Jun too would hold nothing back. Threats? Who among them was incapable of such? Chapter 25. The same as the conjecture after Shen Jun left the hospital room, Yang Lianrong, her face pale, turned to Chen Ting and said, Let us not take his house anymore. Let us abandon everything. Shen Jun has gone mad. He has truly lost his mind. A middle-aged woman hastily echoed her sentiments. All I said earlier is null and void. From now on, our family shall have no dealings with Shen Jun. Better safe than sorry. We cannot afford to gamble with our only child, Xiaobao. Chen Hang spoke with a grave expression, genuinely shaken by Shen Jun's earlier words. While he could not ascertain the truth of Shen Jun's claims, their family could not afford any losses, although the house held significance. It paled in comparison to the safety of their sole grandson. I understand, Shen Ting replied, refraining from contradicting them, as he dared not oppose their views. Just as Chen Hong had articulated, they could not afford to lose. Should Shen Jun truly become deranged and harm Xiaobao, it would be too late for regrets. Upon exiting the hospital room, Shen Jun proceeded to the payment window. After paying Chen Ting a sum of 100,000 yuan, he left the hospital without delay. He accepted responsibility for the injury he had caused. It was merely a trifling sum he could afford. However, if Chen Ting dared to confront Shen Nan after his discharge, he would not hold back. Even if Xiaobao were his nephew, it mattered not. It is a natural law that a father's debt should be repaid by his son. Ding. May 17th, Ely Company, Limited, increase of 10.02. As soon as he arrived home, the system's notification chimed, prompting Shen Jun to immediately search for Ely Company, Limited on his trading software. Ely Company, Limited has a market capitalization of 155 billion yuan, with a circulating market value of 153.5 billion yuan, and its midday closing price was 24.35 yuan per share, reflecting a decline of 1.5. Among this information, the most significant aspect was the company's market capitalization. Just as he had conjectured, the system's prediction today revealed that Ely's market value indeed surpassed that of Weichai Power. At that moment, Shen Jun was particularly curious about what else the system would foretell after completing its predictions for A shares. Of course, regardless of what the system forecasted, Shen Jun felt elated, as long as this trend continued. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market opened. The price of Ely Company Limited exhibited little fluctuation, remaining remarkably stable, with an absurdly low turnover rate of merely 1.2 for a stock with such a high market capitalization. Shen Jun found it perplexing to predict how it would surge to its limit the next day. He pondered how much capital would be required to elevate the stock to its ceiling. It was not that Shen Jun lacked trust in the system, but he harbored concerns about whether the institutional investors were keeping a close watch on him. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jun resolved to invest cautiously, prioritizing stability above all else. Switching to another trading account, he glanced at the funds available, which amounted to over 64 million. This was quite satisfactory, as the stockade of Xuanfei had netted him nearly 5 million. After adding Ely Company Limited to his watch list, Shen Jun commenced his trading activities. Every transaction involved a modest number of shares, typically 20 or 30 lots. Although the pace of buying was somewhat sluggish, Shen Jun remained unfazed, for he possessed an abundance of time. It was uncertain whether Shen Jun's purchases influenced the market or if the institutional investors began their covert accumulation, but at 2 o'clock, the stock of Ely Company Limited began to exhibit a slow ascent, -1, -2, -0, -9, -0, -7, -0, -4, -0, -0. As the fluctuation reached 0, Shen Jun ceased his buying. Upon reviewing his holdings, he found a total of 8,000 lots, with an average purchase price of 24.1 and an average fluctuation of -0.4, amounting to an investment exceeding 19 million. This investment was substantial enough. Shen Jun aimed merely to extract a modest profit from the institutional investors, wary of overindulgence which could lead to complications. However, he knew he could not expect to merely sip the broth without risking the opportunity presented by the system's alerts. After concluding his transactions, Shen Jun switched back to his personal trading account. At that moment, Weichai Power's stock was languishing at a high plateau, showing no signs of a breakout. After observing for a while, he exited the trading software, aware that prolonged staring could induce eye fatigue. Monitoring the market was a vastly different endeavor from mindlessly scrolling through short videos. He could easily spend 10 hours engrossed in the latter without fatigue. But the thought of staring at stock prices for a similar length of time was utterly exhausting, even though trading hours were not that lengthy. After a simple stretch of his limbs, Shen Jun stepped outside, intending to purchase a new mobile phone, as the hassle of switching between two accounts was becoming tiresome. There were few options available, primarily Huawei or Xiaomi. As for an Apple phone, he was unwilling to part with the 30 premium tax. After spending over 6,000 on a Huawei device, Shen Jun downloaded all the necessary applications. Once he logged into his trading account, the day's affairs reached a satisfactory conclusion. On the morning of May 17th, he arranged both phones before him and first glanced at his account status. The stock price of Weichai Power had surged to the limit by 2:50 p.m. the previous day, and all his pending orders had been filled, yielding a total profit of 1.56 million from the previous 2 days. With the funds in his account, he now had a total of 18 million at his disposal. After a cursory review, his attention shifted to Ely Company Limited. The closing price yesterday was 24.29 yuan, with a fluctuation of 1.2 today. The market opened lower, yet Ely exhibited a remarkable performance, opening up by 6.3. Shen Jun promptly placed his sell order at 26.72 yuan, the limit price. With less than 20 million in capital, it was but a trifle for the institutional investors handling such a market cap company, rendering him unconcerned about any potential butterfly effect. After all, he had already savored a substantial portion from Jianghuai Automobile, and this modest endeavor posed no risk whatsoever. Steady as a rock. After finishing his tasks, Shen Jun took out his phone to book a flight from Fog City to Magic City for that afternoon. Whether it was due to Shen Jun's fortunate circumstances or the relatively sparse wealth of Fog City's inhabitants, only one of the 6 first-class seats on the 5 o'clock flight had been sold, leaving the remaining 5 available for selection. As for the price, a mere 8,000 yuan, just a drop in the bucket, given that he had over 8,450,000 yuan in his bank account. 8,000 yuan was indeed trivial for him. After completing the payment, Shen Jun stood up and walked outside, having yet to eat breakfast. At noon, 12 o'clock. Ding. May 18th, Luzhou Laojiao, an increase of 10,000. Chapter 26, Spoils of War. Luzhou Laojiao, valued at 190 billion, with a circulation of 189 billion. Closed at 126 yuan this morning, experiencing a decline of 0.8. The turnover rate stood at 2.2, with a transaction amount of 18 billion yuan. Once again, it was a colossal enterprise. Observing the turnover rate and transaction figures of Luzhou Laojiao, Shen Jun shook his head in resignation. The market truly seemed unplayable. With such a low turnover rate and transaction volume, how could one engage effectively? Sticking stubbornly to a single stock proved futile, yielding minimal profits. It was not just the individual stocks. At times, the total transaction volume of the entire A-shares paled in comparison to that of a single stock in the American market. It was indeed frustrating. Yet, he found himself powerless to alter the situation. The A-shares were simply in this state, and the system provided no alternative information, leaving him with no choice but to endure. However, he pondered, would such sentiments offend anyone? Earning several million in a day while expressing such grievances? Nonetheless, Shen Jun genuinely held this view. Otherwise, he would not have reduced his investment in stocks. The market was too small, making it prone to mishaps. As the stock market opened, Shen Jun began to purchase Luzhou Laojiao shares in substantial quantities. Each transaction commenced with 100 lots, occasionally reaching 200. As Shen Jun invested heavily, the stock price of Luzhou Laojiao began to rise gradually. Indeed, so swiftly had his modest capital begun to exert a slight influence on the fluctuations of a company valued at nearly 200 billion. Of course, he was not the sole buyer. -0, 5, -0, 2, 0, 0, 03, 06. Upon reviewing his holdings, Shen Jun promptly ceased his acquisitions. This round of stock purchases cost just over 20 million, accumulating a total of 1,600 lots. With an average purchase price of 125 yuan per share and an average fluctuation of 0.0 in the past, Shen Jun might have waited until 2:30 p.m. to buy stocks, but now he had abandoned that thought. The market capitalization was too substantial. A limit up was anticipated tomorrow, and a significant drop today seemed improbable. Naturally, should a decline occur, it would matter little. The greater the drop, the higher the turnover rate, allowing him to replenish his holdings. He was confident that Luzhou Laojiao would reach its limit up tomorrow. The afternoon market could fluctuate at will, and he would emerge unscathed. Indeed, wealth could grant one the liberty to act as one pleased. At 3:30 p.m., Shen Jun took a taxi to the airport. After checking in alone, he proceeded through security. Following security clearance, dedicated staff began assisting him, and he smoothly arrived at the VIP lounge. In 2 lifetimes, this was Shen Jun's first visit to an airport VIP lounge. Previously, he had only glimpsed such places through travel bloggers' videos online. After a brief exploration, he noted that it differed somewhat from the online portrayals. He had assumed that a first-class lounge would resemble the bustling halls depicted in those videos, filled with complimentary food and beverages. However, the lounge he found himself in was independent, featuring not only a variety of refreshments but also private restrooms. A quick online search clarified the situation for him. In the majority of domestic routes, first-class cabins are virtually non-existent. Those influencers online who claim to provide followers with an experience of first-class travel are merely showcasing business class. The videos they produce depict the experiences of business-class passengers. After grasping this reality, Shen Jun found himself rendered speechless. It seems that the videos made by these influencers cannot be taken at face value. After meandering through the airport, Shen Jun settled into the lounge for a respite. He opted not to indulge in the meals offered at the airport, choosing instead to save his appetite for a feast in the bustling metropolis. At 7:30 in the evening, the plane landed smoothly at the airport in the metropolis. Once the ordinary passengers disembarked, Shen Jun found himself alone once more. There were no lavish services akin to those depicted in novels, nor was there any flight attendant eagerly engaging with him or requesting to connect on social media. Those were mere fabrications. Standing solitary in the airport hall, he glanced at the directional signs and proceeded towards the exit. The airport was indeed vast, and the distance from the hall to the exit was considerable. However, contrary to what one might read online, he did not take an hour to traverse it. Merely 15 minutes sufficed for him to reach the exit. Wow, Lao Shen, you're out already? That was quick. Shen Jun was taken aback by the comment. Is that supposed to be a serious remark? It sounds rather jarring, he thought. Looking up, he noticed 2 young men waving at him. One was clad in a casual hoodie, while the other donned a crisp white shirt, both impeccably styled. The one in the hoodie was Yang Su, and the other was Wu Mengjia, a native of the metropolis. I told you, despite Lao Shen's usual silence. He is quite astute. He certainly wouldn't squander excessive time at the airport. You insisted on disputing this, but not everyone is as foolish as you. Are you convinced now? Wu Mengjia smugly mocked Yang Su. Yang Su shot a glare at the seemingly innocent Shen Jun and retorted, enough talk. I'll treat for Lao Shen's welcome dinner. Ha ha, another meal saved. Wu Mingjie chuckled even more heartily. Shen Jun thought to himself, are these two not treating me as a person? Not only did they not guide me through the airport, but they also stood at the exit wagering on when I would emerge? Is this what people do? Are they truly that idle? Lao Shen. You can't blame me for this. It was Lao Yang's idea. When he arrived that day, he took over an hour to get out of the airport. He wanted to see if he would be as slow as he was, but it seems he was thoroughly embarrassed. Wu Mingjie chimed in, draping an arm around Shen Jun's shoulder with a smile. Get lost. I was merely captivated by the airport. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lingered for over an hour. Yang Su defended himself. Ha ha ha. I wonder who was cursing for half an hour after exiting the airport. Shen Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Yang Su had truly embarrassed himself, and it would be years before this topic would fade away. Enough of the banter. Let us hurry along. Lao Shen hasn't had a meal yet, right? Let us go eat. Yang Su, clearly flustered, pulled Shen Jun and Wu Mingjie towards the parking lot. After a brief smile from Shen Jun, he followed the tug of Yang Su, while Wu Mingjie also chuckled and ceased his playful banter. Such camaraderie is best enjoyed sporadically. Perhaps every 10 days or so. If indulged in too frequently, it loses its charm. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at the parking area. Upon seeing the brand new Mercedes-Benz G500, Shen Jun exclaimed, indeed, the natives of this city are quite affluent. Did you purchase it outright? Yes, indeed. It was a full payment, although it was a gift from my father-in-law, Wu Mingjie replied with pride. Shen Jun remarked, this is infuriating. Old Wu's luck is truly remarkable. He's living off the benefits without any effort. Yang Su muttered from the side. Get lost. What do you mean, living off benefits? This is the trophy I earned after a year of hard work. Wu Mingjie retorted, taking pride in his achievement. I disdain you. Yang Su shot back, raising his middle finger. You are merely envious. Chapter 27. The bleeding. The dialogue between the two captured Shen Jun's attention. Suddenly, with an air of mischief, Shen Jun asked, have you truly resorted to living off someone else? Ha ha ha. Old Shen actually believed it. Yang Su could not help but burst into laughter. Wu Mingjie, feeling somewhat defensive, replied, Old Shen, do you really think so little of me? Shen Jun quickly waved his hand in a gesture of reassurance. I was merely joking. Why take it to heart? Back in school, who didn't he know that the Wu family was affluent? Shen Jun attended university in Jinling, sharing a dormitory with 3 others, including a 4th individual named Li Tao. However, due to personality differences and family circumstances, Li Tao's relationship with the trio was always strained. University, in essence, is a microcosm of society. The so-called bonds of brotherhood devoid of class distinctions existed only among a select few, while the majority tended to judge based on status. Even someone as introverted as Shen Jun, blessed with a generous allowance and a non-confrontational nature, managed to forge a few friendships. This was the advantage bestowed upon him by his parents. It was not that Shen Jun and his friends intentionally excluded Li Tao, rather, Li Tao simply felt out of place in their daily lives. Dining at the university cafeteria posed no significant issues, but once they ventured out for meals or leisure, complications arose. Shen Jun's monthly allowance was 12,000. Yang Su's was also 12,000, while Wu Mingjie received 20,000, significantly more than the others, which justified Shen Jun's remark about their wealth. In stark contrast, Li Tao's allowance amounted to a mere 2,000. Initially, when the trio went out, they would lend Li Tao some financial support, but as time passed, Li Tao gradually distanced himself, leading to an unbridgeable silence. The disparities brought about by family backgrounds are not easily mended by mere camaraderie. Wow, society truly does shape individuals. It's only been a short while since graduation, and Old Shen has already developed a sense of humor. Yang Su exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Old Shen is noticeably different from before. He seems to exude more confidence. Wu Mingjie nodded in agreement. Enough chit-chat. Tell me about your fiancée's family background. Shen Jun redirected the conversation away from himself. What significance does it hold? She is just a colleague. We've known each other for over a year, and we decided to marry because it felt right, Wu Mingjie replied nonchalantly. By the way, Old Wu, where are you currently employed? Yang Su casually inquired. Higi, what is this? Are you also looking for someone to support you? Wu Mingjie teased. Of course. That Mercedes G-Class looks fantastic. Who wouldn't he want it? Yang Su admitted without a hint of embarrassment. Well, you're out of luck. I work at a bank. And you want to be able to get in, Wu Mingjie retorted, dampening Yang Su's spirits. Darn it. Yang Su scratched his head. This one is indeed impossible. After all, you're a local in the Magic City. Getting into a bank is just too easy. he expressed with envy. "Pfft. I refuse to believe that with your family's background, you can't get into a bank in Jinling," Wu Mingjie scoffed. "Is it really that simple? Although Jinling is quite pleasant, it pales in comparison to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai," sighed Yang Su. "It's merely a slight difference, nothing of great importance. After all, we do not rely solely on our salaries for sustenance," Wu Mingjie replied dismissively. "All right then, let us not dwell on this any longer. Let's head out for a meal. If we delay, I fear old Shen might starve." With that, Yang Su boldly opened the driver's door and settled into his seat. "He won't starve." They served food on the plane, Wu Mingjie remarked as he took his place in the passenger seat, followed by Shen Jun, who comfortably settled in the back. "You certainly didn't eat on the plane, did you, old Shen?" Yang Su inquired while starting the engine. "I saved my appetite for a delightful meal with you too," Shen Jun replied, his tone laced with amusement. "Old Shen, you've also fallen into bad habits," Wu Mingjie lamented. "How can you say that?" "I'm merely showing you the respect you deserve," Shen Jun teased. "Oh dear, old Shen has truly learned a thing or two," Wu Mingjie retorted sarcastically. Indeed. Compared to their university days, old Shen had transformed remarkably. Yang Su wholeheartedly agreed with this observation. "Could you two speak a little less about me while I'm still in the car?" Shen Jun interjected, somewhat irked. "Who are we to each other? It's much more entertaining when we speak of such things in your presence," Wu Mingjie explained earnestly. Shen Jun. No wonder the original owner got along so well with these two. Their temperaments were quite compatible. An hour later, the car came to a halt in front of the opulent Yujing Longting Hotel. After disembarking, Shen Jun casually asked, "Is the wedding taking place here tomorrow?" "Indeed. We are putting you up here for the night, Mr. Shen," Wu Mingjie jested. "It is indeed quite a sacrifice," Shen Jun replied earnestly. Yang Su. Wu Mingjie. "Old Shen, you're picking up these bad habits rather quickly," Wu Mingjie remarked helplessly. "Yes, I can hardly keep up with your banter," Yang Su added, unable to suppress his thoughts. They both recognized he was joking, but Shen Jun's drastic personality shift was still something they were getting accustomed to. "Am I not complimenting you? How can that be seen as a bad habit?" Shen Jun teased, stifling a laugh. "Impressive. I concede. That statement holds merit," Wu Mingjie said, playfully clasping his hands in mock admiration. "All right, enough of this. Let us hurry and eat. I am feeling a bit hungry as well." With that, Yang Su pulled both of them by the arms and led them into the hotel. Upon arriving at their private room, Wu Mingjie handed the menu to Shen Jun, saying, "Order what you wish. Tonight, it is on Old Yang." "Wait, shouldn't I be the one saying that? Why does it sound as if you're treating us?" Yang Su grumbled. "Naturally, this meal is a result of my victory, so I must act a bit more assertively." Wu Mingjie waved his hand dismissively. Yang Su. Shen Jun ignored their banter, decisively ordering 5 dishes before addressing the waiter standing nearby. "That will suffice." "Hey, wait. I haven't ordered yet," Wu Mingjie quickly called out as the waiter turned to leave. "Waiter, that's about enough. Lao Shen ordered 5 dishes. Are you trying to bankrupt me?" Yang Su rolled his eyes and said, No, this opportunity is too rare. Even if it's a waste, I must make you spend some." Wu Mingjie waved dismissively. Shen Jun. Yang Su. "Are you a dog?" "No, even dogs aren't as ridiculous as you." Yang Su gritted his teeth. "Humph. Say whatever you like. I accept." Wu Mingjie nonchalantly waved his hand and then said to the waiter, "Bring us another king crab and a portion of abalone." Shen Jun. Yang Su. "Wu Mingjie, you truly dare to be extravagant." Yang Su was left speechless. He wasn't short on money. But this dog-like person was infuriating. Well, in life, happiness is paramount. It's not every day I get to take advantage of you, so of course, I must indulge. Wu Mingjie shrugged, though his words. Chapter 28. High emotional intelligence. Just you wait. Tomorrow, I shall make you regret your actions. Yang Su threatened. His frustration palpable. Tomorrow's matters can be addressed when the sun rises. For now, I am reveling in my comfort. Wu Mingjie grinned. Yang Su was at a loss for words when confronted with such a stubborn individual. Old Shen, we share a decent rapport, don't we? Yang Su suddenly turned to Shen Jun. Speak your mind. For this meal, I will undoubtedly assist you, Shen Jun asserted, thumping his chest with bravado. Yang Su could only chuckle in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Old Shen has certainly gone astray, Wu Mingjie exclaimed, thoroughly amused. I am utterly exasperated, Yang Su muttered, then turned to the still-present waiter, saying, Please prepare the dishes. Certainly, sir, the waiter replied before promptly departing. You are truly ruthless. This meal will consume half a month's allowance, Yang Su murmured quietly. Then simply be frugal in your spending afterwards. It's not such a big deal, Wu Mingjie retorted. feigning innocence. Isn't old Wu working at a bank? If worst comes to worst, you could borrow some funds from him. And then you'd have money while he secures his commission, Shen Jun teased. That's an idea worth considering. Wu Mingjie's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Enough. You two together don't amount to a decent person, Yang Su replied, incredulous. Did they truly see him as someone who would borrow money to treat others? Don't be so disheartened. All of my wife's bridesmaids work in public service, and one of them is particularly enchanting. If you treat me to this meal, I could introduce you. Wu Mingjie coaxed. Dear father, is one meal sufficient? If not, feel free to suggest another venue. Yang Su perked up instantly. Shen Jun remarked. How pragmatic. Cough, cough. Wu Mingjie pretended to clear his throat, adding theatrically, one meal should suffice. However, should you insist on treating me, I am certainly available. Not a problem. As long as the lady is beautiful, I shall treat you to 10 meals. Yang Su declared, dismissing any pretense of poverty and even adopting the role of a wealthy patron. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rapping at the door interrupted the trio's exchange. Come in. Hello. Here are the king crabs and double-headed abalones you requested. Please confirm if everything is satisfactory, so we may proceed with the preparations. Several waiters entered, carrying trays. No need. Proceed with the preparations. Wu Mingjie waved his hand nonchalantly. Understood. Please bear with us for a moment. The waiters replied before exiting. Once the waiters had departed, Yang Su, curious, inquired, what exactly does your wife's family do? Is it truly so simple as to gift a car worth over 2 million? That cannot be disclosed. But you shall soon find out, Wu Mingjie replied mysteriously, shaking his head. Hearing this, Yang Su stifled his curiosity and nodded, observing Wu Mingjie's peculiar expression. Shen Jun had his own thoughts but chose to remain silent. The dishes arrived promptly. Before long, the table was laden with food. And the three friends wasted no time in digging into their meal, having seen it all during their days in the dormitory. The three individuals indulged in a delightful meal while reminiscing about their university days, sharing humorous anecdotes of romantic escapades, unrequited loves, and tales of beautiful ladies being courted and affluent gentlemen being whisked away in luxurious cars, just as they were immersed in their lively gossip. The door to the private room swung open unexpectedly. Without a knock, their animated conversation abruptly ceased, and all heads turned toward the entrance. A stunning woman clad in a flowing red gown entered, balancing a platter of food. Before Shen Jun and Yang Su could utter a word, Wu Mingjie sprang to his feet with a smile, exclaiming, So you've come, but did you really have to bring the food yourself? Upon hearing this, Shen Jun and Yang Su rose as well. Hello, sister-in-law, I am Yang Su. Greetings, sister-in-law, I am Shen Jun. The two promptly introduced themselves. Hello, elder brothers. I am Bai Xian, Mingjie's fiancée. After placing the platter down, the woman extended her hand to shake theirs. Wow, are you two trying to reverse the heavens? I am the elder brother here. Wu Mingjie exclaimed in exasperation before turning to the woman. Dear, did I not tell you? I am the eldest. You should address them as Xiao Su and Xiao Jun. But they seem to be older than you. Yang Su and Shen Jun exchanged bewildered glances. Wu Mingjie, in a playful huff, responded with a pout. Though Bai Xian's voice was soft and gentle, her words bore an undeniable impact, leaving Shen Jun momentarily speechless. Such was the power of her wit. Gazing intently at her, Shen Jun began to comprehend the essence of emotional intelligence. As Mingjie's fiancée, she must surely know that Mingjie was older than both Shen Jun and Yang Su, yet when they jestingly referred to her as sister-in-law, she accepted it without hesitation. As Mingjie feigned irritation, she slyly teased Yang Su and Shen Jun. Although her words were somewhat biting, the affectionate term of brother rendered them speechless. It was akin to a clever maneuver, deftly played. Furthermore, the fact that she personally brought the food for them only added to the weight of her grace. What could they possibly say in response? They were caught in a most peculiar predicament. Absurd. Truly absurd. Observing Yang Su's flushed face, who was at a loss for words, Shen Jun smiled slightly, saying, Old Wu, just look at you. In comparison to your sister-in-law's intelligence and emotional acumen, you appear quite foolish. How on earth did she ever come to choose you? Your ancestors must be smiling from the grave. While he might not dare to provoke Bai Xian, he certainly wouldn't shy away from teasing Wu Mingjie. This was a slight he could not let go unchallenged. You're talking nonsense. It was evident that Mingjie had taken the bait. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be easily provoked, but among friends, it was a different story. Men understand each other well. Mingjie retorted, You may praise my wife, but do not use me as a stepping stone. How am I foolish? Bai Xian simply shook her head, exasperated. I cannot handle this. Truly, I cannot. Now she finally comprehends why Wu Mingjie incessantly berated his teammates during their gaming sessions. They were simply abysmal. How can one explain this? It is akin to a 10v10 match in Honor of Kings, where after a fierce battle, Yao Ao returns riding on Kai Wenji. Who could possibly endure such a spectacle? Indeed, old Wu, you are not the fool. Rather, we are the ones deserving of that title. Aren't we? Yang Su remarked, barely stifling his laughter. Shen Jun remained silent, yet the slight upward curve of his lips suggested he was quite pleased. What the hell? Old Shen, are you throwing me under the bus? Observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Wu Mingjie swiftly realized he had been led astray. How have I wronged you? I merely spoke offhandedly. Who could have anticipated you would take it to heart? Shen Jun nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. Wu Mingjie. Chapter 29. The Logic of Jerks. However, there is one thing I say with utmost sincerity. Your marriage to my sister-in-law truly signifies that our ancestors are smiling down upon us. Shen Jun continued to dig his pit. Ahem. Wu Mingjie, once again taken in, was interrupted before he could articulate his thoughts. Old Shen, your mind is indeed quite devious. Wu Mingjie retorted, his teeth clenched in indignation. TSK. Dining with my sister-in-law personally serving the dishes warrants a thorough appreciation. Shen Jun nonchalantly resumed his seat. Old Shen, impressive. I hardly recognize you anymore. Yang Su chuckled as he settled back into his chair. Ah, what a relief. Wu Mingjie sighed deeply and turned to Bai Xian. My dear wife, am I truly as foolish as I seem? How could that be? Don't listen to his nonsense. My husband is the best. Bai Xian soothingly rubbed Wu Mingjie's face. Shen Jun. Yang Su. Can we still continue eating? By the way, it's getting rather late. Perhaps we should disperse? Yang Su covered his face, his voice tinged with reluctance. Is it truly late, or are you just envious? Wu Mingjie boasted. You really don't act like a son. Yang Su muttered in annoyance. With Bai Xian's arrival, Shen Jun and the others felt less at ease in their conversation. After a brief exchange, the meal approached its conclusion. Waiter, the bill, please. Yang Su called out towards the entrance. Hello, the bill has already been settled, the waiter replied softly as he entered. Ah? Yang Su was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? In my territory, surely you cannot expect to pay. Wu Mingjie teased. We agreed that I would cover the bill. Why should you, old Wu? Yang Su grumbled. To allow you to pay would be a slap in my face. Let us not discuss this further. You can treat us next time, no? Wu Mingjie casually patted Yang Su's shoulder. You. Yang Su still felt it somewhat inappropriate. Just let old Wu cover the bill. It's not like it costs anything. Shen Jun stood up, chuckling. What? Yang Su did not quite comprehend. Wait, how did you know? Wu Mingjie was left dumbfounded by this revelation. TCH, Shen Jun scoffed before turning to Bai Xian. Sister-in-law, this hotel is owned by your family, right? Yes. Bai Xian gently nodded. See? Dining at old Wu's wife's establishment and attempting to pay would be a considerable affront to him. Shen Jun remarked with a smile directed at Yang Su. Wait, are you serious? Yang Su was utterly bewildered. You're the one who is slow. Did you not see that sister-in-law nodded? Shen Jun responded, exasperated. No way, old Shen, how did you know? I never told you. Wu Mingjie echoed his confusion. Was it really that difficult to guess? Shen Jun shrugged. Was it really that easy to deduce? Yang Su and Wu Mingjie exclaimed in unison. Not just the two of them, even Bai Xian cast a curious glance at Shen Jun. She too wished to know how he had deduced that this hotel belonged to her family. Curious to know? Shen Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, I am particularly curious. Yang Su and Wu Mingjie nodded in unison. I won't tell you. With that, Shen Jun took the lead and strode out of the private room. What the heck? Seriously. Both of them lunged toward Shen Jun, attempting to stop him. Shen Jun, shaking his head in resignation, explained, What era are we in? The age of the internet. A simple search reveals that the owner of Yujing Longting Hotel is surnamed by. Just now, my sister-in-law personally brought in the dishes. And considering your response to old Yang's question, it's evident to even a fool. Yang Su, Wu Mingjie, Bai Xian. This reasoning is quite sound, remarkably plausible, irrefutable. In this internet age, there are no secrets. Old Shen, you truly have outdone yourself, indeed. One must be re-evaluated after 3 days. Wu Mingjie marveled. All right, enough of this stalling. Hurry and take your sister-in-law back. We must rise early tomorrow, Shen Jun urged. Fine. Fine, let the waiter escort you to your room. We shall take our leave now. Wu Mingjie, without hesitation, acknowledged that he had many matters to attend to at home and indeed needed to rise early the next day. After bidding farewell to Wu Mingjie and Bai Xian, Shen Jun and Yang Su followed the hotel staff to their accommodation. Wu Mingjie had arranged 2 rooms for them, one for each, directly opposite one another. Old Shen, shall we go out and have some fun? Yang Su asked playfully just before entering the room. Let us forego that. I'm utterly exhausted after a day of antics. Shen Jun declined, shaking his head. Very well, we shall wait until you recuperate before venturing out. Without awaiting Shen Jun's response, Yang Su entered his room. Shen Jun. The following morning. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Old Shen, rise and shine. Hearing Yang Su's calls from outside, Shen Jun slowly opened his eyes, glanced at his phone, and saw the time, 6 o'clock. Truly, Old Shen, hurry up. Let's go? I hear you, I hear you. Just a moment. Shen Jun, resigned, got up and walked to the door to open it. Quickly wash up and get dressed. Noticing that Shen Jun was still clad in the hotel-provided pajamas, Yang Su impatiently urged him. Brother, it's only 6 o'clock. Weddings in the Magic City are typically held in the evening. They don't even start picking up the bride until 9:30. Shen Jun retorted, baffled. I know that. Our Jinling weddings are also in the evening. But that scoundrel Old Wu called to wake me, saying he couldn't sleep well, and insisted I shouldn't either. I thought, this simply won't do. If I can't sleep well, neither should you. Yang Su explained, as if it were the most natural thing. Shen Jun. Oh heavens. What nonsensical reasoning is this? Is this what they call sharing misfortunes? Yet they don't share in the joys. All right, enough trivialities. Hurry and wash up and get dressed. Yang Su urged, pushing Shen Jun toward the bathroom. Shen Jun, with a sense of resignation, shook his head and began to wash up and change his clothes. After tidying up their belongings, the two descended in the elevator to the ground floor. At that moment, a luxurious Maybach was parked at the entrance of the hotel, beside which stood a middle-aged gentleman impeccably dressed in a suit. Mr. Shen, Mr. Yang, I am here on behalf of Mr. Wu to escort you both. He greeted as the two emerged. Shen Jun couldn't help but mutter to himself, this is utterly ridiculous. The car is all arranged. And yet we must endure this predicament together. How infuriating. Once inside the vehicle, Yang Su seemed to have a sudden realization, whispering to Shen Jun, Old Shen, do you not sense that something is amiss? Shen Jun rolled his eyes in response, not at all. Yang Su. Chapter 30. The indulgence of wealth. Stop messing around. I'm being serious. Yang Su murmured. It seems that Old Wu's family is quite different from what we previously understood. Only now do you realize? Shen Jun replied, exasperation evident in his tone. Casting a glance at Yang Su, whose gaze appeared somewhat dazed, Shen Jun sighed. As a native of the Magic City, marrying someone like Bai Xian, a true heiress, didn't you ever ponder the reasons behind it? Didn't he say he had to woo her for a year before succeeding? Yang Su inquired cautiously. Shen Jun, how could one be so naive? Did he really believe such nonsense? Old Yang, your family is quite well off as well. If you were given the chance to pursue a lady of Bai Xian's stature, would you dare? Shen Jun lowered his voice, probing. Yang Su shook his head vigorously. No way. I possess enough self-awareness for that. The Yujing Longting Hotel is of no low standard. Its price starts at over 300 million. With his meager assets, he wouldn't dare even if he had 3 lives. That settles it. However, Old Wu during his school days. Before Yang Su could finish, Shen Jun interrupted. School is one thing. The outside world is another. Moreover, Old Wu is not one to flaunt himself. Otherwise, we wouldn't have become friends. Yang Su. Old Shen, your transformation is remarkable, Yang Su observed. His gaze towards Shen Jun shifting. You are simply too foolish. Shen Jun retorted mockingly. Yang Su, let us change the subject. Have you prepared the red envelope yet? Not yet. I plan to go to the bank later to withdraw some money, Shen Jun replied, shaking his head. How much are you giving? Yang Su asked again. What do you think? Shen Jun countered. 20,000? 30,000? After all, that meal yesterday was quite costly, Yang Su ventured, testing the waters. Though he did not lack funds, he feared Shen Jun might struggle to afford it. While his family was not as affluent as Wu Mingjie's, it was certainly much better off than Shen Jun's. He worried that suggesting too high an amount might displease Shen Jun. Let us go with 30,000 then. Shen Jun said casually. As long as you're comfortable, I'm fine with it. Yang Su sighed in relief. 30,000 is hardly a burden. You make it sound as though I'm bankrupt, Shen Jun teased. Come on, I was just worried you might not have enough pocket money, Yang Su chuckled. Seeing that Shen Jun was genuinely unconcerned. Cut it out. At 6:30 in the morning, the car came to a gentle stop in front of a villa. After thanking the driver, the two stepped out. Who could this be? Arriving so early to lend a hand. A cheeky voice echoed from nearby. Truly worthy of being my brother. Before Shen Jun could survey the villa, he heard Wu Mingjie's voice approaching, accompanied by several middle-aged and young individuals. Shen Jun, Yang Su, old Shen, I feel like hitting him. What about you? As Wu Mingjie walked toward them, Yang Su clenched his fists, teeth gritted. Try to hold back. This is his territory, Shen Jun sighed. With a sigh of exasperation, the two exchanged glances before making their way towards Wu Mingjie. Just as they met, Shen Jun and Yang Su brushed past Wu Mingjie, one on each side, and strode directly into the villa. Wu Mingjie exclaimed, Are you two not a bit childish? Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Shen Jun, a classmate of Mingjie, Shen Jun greeted. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Yang Su. Also a classmate of Mingjie, Yang Su added. Neither paid any heed to Wu Mingjie, focusing instead on greeting Wu's parents, who stood at the entrance. Haha. Greetings to you both. Several middle-aged men and women, along with a few young adults, found amusement in the trio's antics. Don't go too far. Wu Mingjie mumbled as she rushed over. Who is being excessive here? We are the guests, do you understand? It is far too early to summon guests, Yang Su retorted, giving Wu Mingjie a playful jab. Go away, you are hardly guests. I woke up early. You cannot indulge in sloth. Wu Mingjie countered defiantly. It's pointless to argue now. Just tell us what you need us for, Shen Jun said with resignation. With our circumstances, do you think we need your help? Just relax at home. There is plenty to eat and drink, Wu Mingjie boasted. Shen Jun and Yang Su exchanged exasperated glances, both sighing in unison. They nodded at a few of Wu's elders before entering the villa. The reason they stood there so early was to await the true guests. They were not important enough to warrant a greeting from Wu's elders. Once inside, Shen Jun casually surveyed the interior before sinking into the sofa in the living room. Rising too early had left him drained. He needed to rest. Yang Su mirrored his actions, slumping onto the sofa to close his eyes and gather his energy. Before long, the living room buzzed with activity as friends and relatives of the Wu family entered and mingled. Just as Shen Jun began to doze off, Wu Mingjie suddenly approached them. Quickly change your clothes. We need to go pick someone up. Shen Jun was unfazed by her words. Although Wu Mingjie had never explicitly asked them to be groomsmen, he had long anticipated this. There was no escaping it. He rose and followed Wu Mingjie to the third-floor dressing room, where two young men were already waiting in their groomsmen attire, observing the neatly arranged suits by size in the wardrobe. Shen Jun could not help but marvel at the lavish lifestyle of the affluent. Only the wealthy could indulge in such excess. Without waiting for Wu Mingjie to urge them, Shen Jun and Yang Su quickly found their respective sizes and donned the suits. No sooner had they finished changing than Wu Mingjie led them to another dressing room, filled with pristine leather shoes. After changing into their attire and shoes, the five of them promptly descended to the living room. At this moment, the very center of the living room was cleared, awaiting the arrival of Wu Mingjie and her companions for photographs and recordings. Under the guidance of the MC, the guests captured a few simple photos and recorded some videos before dispersing, leaving the Wu family to continue with their documentation. One might say it was excessively tedious. Naturally, Shen Jun refrained from voicing any complaints, as this was a significant occasion, and a touch of grandeur was entirely appropriate. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the time for the bride-fetching ceremony arrived. Upon stepping outside, he noticed that the wedding cars were all pristine Rolls-Royces, which was to be expected, as modern wedding vehicles are typically rented from professional wedding planning companies at a reasonable cost. Once he settled into the car, Shen Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. After this experience, he vowed never to attend a wedding again, and if he did, it would certainly not be in the capacity of a groomsman. Being merely a guest, enjoying a meal and some refreshments at noon or in the evening, and then departing after the festivities would be far preferable. Alas. Chapter 31. The wedding procession at 9:30. The wedding procession came to a gradual halt. Upon disembarking, the groom and his entire entourage embarked on a quest filled with excitement. Despite the affluence of both the Wu and Bai families, they were not exempt from the customary festivities associated with marriage. After all, a wedding is fundamentally a celebration. The Bai family resided in a villa, and as they approached the entrance, children eagerly blocked their path. With a casual scattering of red envelopes and candies, they swiftly overcame this obstacle. However, upon reaching the villa's entrance, they encountered a slight complication. A group of imposing men in tailored suits stood there, intimidating everyone into inaction. Who are these individuals? Shen Jun inquired with curiosity. Do we really need bodyguards to monitor the entrance for a wedding? They are my wife's brothers, Wu Mingjie nonchalantly explained. We stand no chance against them. Shen Jun was taken aback. Are they really that formidable? What do the Bai family feed their children? And where is their demeanor as scions of a wealthy family? They resemble bodyguards. Just watch, Wu Mengjie replied confidently. Without waiting for a reaction, he retrieved a stack of red envelopes from his pocket and tossed them into the air. Yet, the muscular men remained unmoved. They were not swayed by mere money. Nevertheless, Wu Mengjie was not to be underestimated. His audacity in scattering the envelopes indicated he had a plan. Among the envelopes was a special voucher, redeemable for an exclusive blend of tea, a gift personally bestowed by Grandpa Bai. Upon hearing this, the burly men's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, they sprang into action. With kicks and trips, they frantically scrambled for the envelopes, their fervor leaving onlookers astonished. "Stop gaping and let us move," Wu Mengjie exclaimed, charging ahead into the villa. Shen Jun and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief before following suit. Their curiosity piqued. What kind of tea could incite such fervent competition among the Bai family's sons? However, this was not the moment for inquiries. Once inside the villa, Wu Mengjie led them to the door of a bedroom. No one guarded the entrance, and the door stood ajar, yet the group exchanged hesitant glances, each reluctant to venture inside. Inside, Bai Xian sat on the bed in a resplendent red wedding gown, a smile illuminating her face, while several bridesmaids cast them peculiar looks. Who would dare enter? Shen Jun and Yang Su exchanged glances, silently communicating with the other two groomsmen. In an instant, their collective decision was made. Goodness gracious! You scoundrels! Just as Wu Mengjie sought to find a scapegoat to test the waters, Shen Jun and the others acted in unison, shoving him into the room. The moment Wu Mengjie crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Wait! Don't mess around. Help! Shen, Yang, Yuan, Long, someone save me. Darling, please help. Tell them to stop. As anguish cries echoed from within the room, Shen Jun and the others exchanged uneasy glances, none willing to push open the door. After an indeterminate period, the anguished cries of Wu Mengjie gradually diminished. Coughing echoed through the air, and simultaneously, four individuals pushed open the door and surged into the room, followed closely by the wedding entourage. Upon entering, laughter erupted among the crowd. There lay Wu Mengjie, resembling a disheveled feline, sprawled on the floor with a countenance that spoke of despair. In stark contrast, Bai Xian remained poised on the bed, utterly unmoved, while the bridesmaids, appearing as if nothing had transpired, stood demurely by the bed, casting innocent glances at the assembly. Old Wu, we are here to escort the bride, not to have you sitting on the floor. How can we proceed with the wedding like this? Yang Su suggested, leaning in. At this remark, laughter rang out. It was not particularly humorous, yet in light of Wu Mengjie's despondent demeanor, it was irresistibly amusing. Wu Mengjie cast a resentful glance at the group before slowly rising. Truly, what a nightmare. Why on earth did I choose you as my groomsman? Before anyone could respond, Wu Mengjie suddenly knelt on one knee before Bai Xian, declaring, My love, they are not to be trusted. Shall we make our escape? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xian acquiesced, all right. The crowd gasped, Xian, how could you agree? The activities we prepared will go to waste. Indeed, you cannot do this. Traitor. Xian, you traitor. The bridesmaids vocally rejected Bai Xian's decision. But Bai Xian attempted to interject, only to be swiftly interrupted by one of the bridesmaids. No buts. We rose early to prepare these activities, and they shall not be in vain. Very well, Bai Xian conceded, though the smile gracing her face suggested she was entirely intentional in her mischief. Observing the unfolding scenario, Wu Mengjie turned to his friends for assistance. Jun, Su, Yuan, Long. Shen Jun abruptly retreated 2 steps, inadvertently pushing Yang Su and the other 2 groomsmen forward. The trio, bewildered by Shen Jun's antics, were left dumbfounded. What? You can do that? Yang Su exclaimed in disbelief. Come on, stop the chatter. Whether old Wu can embrace his beloved today hinges on you. So swiftly past the trials set by these lovely ladies, Shen Jun declared, quickly distancing himself from the situation. You're ruthless. Just as Yang Su and the other groomsmen attempted to voice their thoughts, the bridesmaids had already encircled them. Thus commenced a series of games, which, despite being termed games, primarily involved comical tasks. For instance, the hoop toss was not for them, but rather for the ladies to toss hoops onto the groomsmen's heads. While it was not a grave concern, the bridesmaids had mischievously prepared hoops of a vibrant green hue, which was quite a sight. Fortunately, the activities progressed swiftly, and before long, all the planned games were completed. With Bai Xian accepting the bouquet from Wu Mengjie's outstretched hands, the wedding escort was officially concluded. Upon arriving at the entrance, Wu Mengjie began the traditional tea ceremony for Bai's parents. Once these tasks were completed, everyone promptly made their way outside. By the time they returned to the Wu residence, The clock had struck 11. The subsequent events bore little relevance to Shen Jun Wumingjia, accompanied by Xian. Also performed the tea ceremony for Wu's parents, followed by a session of photography and video recording. At precisely midnight, a notification chimed. May 19th, Hengrui Medicine. An increase of 10.02. Hearing the sound resonate in his mind, Shen Jun immediately retrieved his phone to search for Hengrui Medicine. Hengrui Medicine, with a market capitalization of 275.1 billion, had a closing price of 43 yuan in the morning, with a fluctuation of 0.00, a turnover rate of 1.1, and a transaction volume of 3.026 billion. After a brief glance, Shen Jun exited the trading application. It was not yet the opportune moment to invest. Chapter 32. The purchase in the enchanting city of Magic Capital. The timing for weddings diverges from that of the North. While weddings in the North are typically held at noon, followed by a sumptuous meal, those in the Magic Capital take place in the afternoon. As for the midday meal, Shen Jun was unaware of what others might serve at weddings, but in the Wu family, the tradition was to host a flowing banquet. A substantial area in the courtyard had been cleared for the lavish display of food, all of which had been brought in from various sources. Delicacies such as lobsters and abalones adorned the tables, alongside a selection of local dishes. Inside the villa, an array of other culinary delights and desserts, meticulously prepared by the chefs in the Wu family kitchen, awaited the guests. After a brief meal, Shen Jun, accompanied by Yang Su, ventured out to withdraw some money. They needed to contribute their share for the upcoming hotel reception in the afternoon, and time was of the essence. Upon returning to the villa, Shen Jun collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. It felt as though he had done little, yet the fatigue weighed heavily upon him. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market officially opened. Casting a glance at the stock price of Hengrui Pharmaceutical, he noted its remarkable stability, fluctuating between 0.2, -0, 0, -0, 2, and -0.0. Shen Jun was not in a hurry to make a purchase. Instead, he focused on the funds available in his trading account. Just yesterday afternoon, around 2 o'clock, Ili Group had reached its price ceiling, allowing him to liquidate his entire holding. He had invested over 19 million yuan, securing a profit of 2 million, leaving him with a total of 46,750,000 yuan in his account. Earlier that morning, Luzhou Laojiao had experienced a significant surge, hitting its price limit. At that moment, Shen Jun had been preoccupied with the wedding festivities, thus missing the opportunity. However, he had already placed a buy order at the price ceiling, which had been executed as soon as the stock reached its peak. His total investment in Luzhou Laojiao amounted to 20 million, yielding a profit of 194,000 yuan. Now, the funds available for trading in Shen Jun's account stood at 66,890,000 yuan. Thanks to the account provided by Xia Wan, he had garnered a profit of 689,000 yuan within just 4 trading days, and he felt quite satisfied. Understanding the inherent nature of the A-share market, Shen Jun was cautious not to be overly audacious, even with the support of his system. Moreover, his personal account had also yielded substantial gains, currently allowing him to access 18 million yuan. After observing the market for a while, Shen Jun shifted his focus back to Hengrui Pharmaceutical. At that moment, the stock remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of accumulation by institutional investors. It was also possible that the investors had already completed their purchases and were merely awaiting a breakout the following day. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jun began to place a buy order. He opted for a modest investment of 20 million yuan, acquiring a total of 4,600 shares at an average price of 43.2 yuan. Once the transaction was completed, Shen Jun exited the trading software. There was little more to say. He would reassess the situation after 2:30 in the afternoon. If Hengrui Pharmaceutical had risen, it would be fortuitous. If it had declined, he would simply augment his holdings. Regardless, he was confident that the stock would hit its price limit the next day, ensuring a profit. Just as Shen Jun was putting away his phone, Yang Su suddenly appeared before him. Without waiting for Shen Jun to inquire, he mischievously pointed to a young lady standing amidst the crowd not far away, exclaiming, "Old Shen. Look, a beauty." Shen Jun, with a glance of exasperation, remarked, "If you like her, go and strike up a conversation. Merely gazing serves no purpose." Sighing, he added, "However, that young lady wears a Richard Mille watch worth over 3 million. I lack the confidence to approach her." Yang Su shook his head in disappointment. Shen Jun was not surprised by this revelation. Both the Wu and Bai families were affluent, and the guests present were undoubtedly among the wealthy. It was quite normal for a young girl to don a watch of such substantial value. Old Yang, being poor is not your fault. But being both impoverished and enamored with beautiful women certainly is. Shen Jun teased. Curse you. Here I am, trying to let you enjoy the sight of beauty. And you dare to mock me? Yang Su expressed his discontent by giving Shen Jun's shoulder a hearty slap. Were you truly allowing me to admire beauty? You were definitely trying to incite me to approach her. Shen Jun retorted while rubbing his shoulder. Hey, don't make unfounded accusations without evidence. Yang Su responded with a silly grin. Shen Jun sighed, exasperated by his antics. When Shen Jun chose to ignore him, Yang Su remained unfazed. Continuing to engage in casual conversation, Shen Jun, feeling somewhat helpless, indulged him in idle chatter. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the group set off for the Yujing Longying Hotel. During this time, Shen Jun checked the stock price of Hung Rue Pharmaceutical at 2:30. It had experienced a slight increase of 0.4, prompting him to refrain from further investments. By the time they departed at 3, the stock price remained unchanged at 0.4. After 3 o'clock, Shen Jun ceased to monitor the stock market as it was now closed. At 3:30, Wu Mingjie and Bai Xian held their wedding ceremony on the hotel's outdoor lawn. The guest count was modest at this hour, consisting mainly of family and friends from both sides. It wasn't until 5 o'clock that the hotel truly came alive. Distinguished guests arrived intermittently, greeted warmly by the elders of both families. It was during this time that Shen Jun and Yang Su presented their monetary gifts. Initially, they believed that a contribution of 30,000 yuan was sufficient, but upon witnessing the generosity of others, both were taken aback. The contributions began at 1,000. With no upper limit imposed, they stood for 10 minutes at the gift table, aside from a few individuals contributing 1,000 or 2,000. The majority offered amounts such as 6,888 or 8,888, with one individual astonishingly presenting 666,000. How remarkable! There are truly so many wealthy individuals in this city. Shen Jun mused. According to the seating chart, Shen Jun and Yang Su made their way to table number 2. In truth, Shen Jun did not wish to sit there, as it attracted too much attention, but the wedding seating plan left no room for alteration. At that moment, the table was already occupied by 6 people, 4 bridesmaids and 2 groomsmen. When they noticed Shen Jun and Yang Su approaching, all 6 nodded in acknowledgement. While they were not well acquainted, basic courtesy remained paramount. Once seated, the 4 bridesmaids engaged in hushed whispers while the 2 groomsmen busied themselves with their phones. After exchanging a glance, Shen Jun and Yang Su joined in, finding the atmosphere unsuitable for conversation. As time passed, the banquet commenced promptly at 6 o'clock. Under the deft guidance of the host, the proceedings unfolded with remarkable fluidity. Subsequently, the hotel staff began to serve the exquisite dishes. Delicacies such as the 8 treasure platter, matsutake mushroom with golden sea cucumber, and soy sauce with scallion-flavored grouper graced the table, each dish commanding a hefty price. The wine served was Moutai, and the cigarettes were Heetiangxia, culminating in a total expense of no less than 50,000. Chapter 33 concludes. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our wedding. I shall refrain from further ado. I drink to you all, feel free to indulge. During the toast at the banquet, Wu Mingjie, accompanied by Bai Xian, was the first to approach Shen Jun's table. After everyone had emptied their glasses, Wu Mingjie pointed towards the bridesmaids and jovially remarked, These 4 beauties are all single. Dear Shen, Yang, Yuan, and Long, seize the opportunity. Bai Xian gently smacked the playful Wu Mingjie and softly said, Let us keep it casual, but it truly is your chance. Oh dear. Our little Xian has learned to be mischievous, teased one of the bridesmaids seated directly across from Shen Jun. Not at all. I'm merely being kind. Bai Xian replied with a smile. As the two conversed, Wu Mingjie began to exchange knowing glances with Shen Jun and Yang Su. Shen Jun, however, remained indifferent. Not that he lacked an interest in the fairer sex, but these 4 bridesmaids were simply not to his taste. Yang Su, on the other hand, was not so restrained. Upon receiving Wu Mingjie's hint, he promptly took the initiative and struck up a conversation with one of the bridesmaids, Yuan and Long. As mentioned by Wu Mingjie, also eagerly engaged with the bridesmaids, leaving Shen Jun to sit calmly in his chair, observing the lively scene. This sight left Wu Mingjie feeling somewhat exasperated, yet amidst the throng, he refrained from making any direct comments. With the toasting still in progress, he sighed towards Shen Jun and continued his rounds with Bai Xian. Once they departed, Shen Jun resumed his dining while engrossed in his phone, listening to the animated chatter between Yang Su and the bridesmaids. In essence, he was multitasking, just as Yang Su and his companions were deep in conversation with the bridesmaids. One of them turned her gaze towards Shen Jun. Shingo? Upon hearing his name, Shen Jun looked up, somewhat puzzled. Among those present, he was the only one with the surname Shun, so he presumed she was addressing him. How she knew his surname, apart from Wu Mingjia's earlier mention. Name tags were also placed on the table. As he had anticipated, the bridesmaid smiled and inquired, "What does Shingo do?" The young woman, named Zhang Qian, had her name tag clearly displayed. "I'm just lounging at home, doing nothing," Shen Jun replied nonchalantly. Wishing to avoid any unnecessary entanglements as the wedding was nearing its end, especially since she was not his type. Upon hearing this, Yang Su and the bridesmaids immediately turned their attention to him. A young man who can utter such words truly has no sense of pride? Zhang Qian teased. Her smile bright. Shen Jun was taken aback. What does this woman think? He had stated his position quite clearly. Could she not comprehend? He was self-aware enough not to assume that someone would fall for him at first sight. He was not that vain. Particularly, this woman was a colleague of Bai Xian. How could a woman entrenched in the system of the metropolis ever fancy someone like him, an outsider? At that moment, Shen Jun had not revealed his assets, suggesting that her interest likely stemmed from ulterior motives. To appreciate the beauty in others, one must surely have a desire for something in return. Upon contemplating the workplace of the other party, Shen Jun found himself pondering various thoughts. I truly am a homebody, the sort who merely exists to eat and await death. He sincerely explained. Zhang Qian. Others. Is this person unwell? Is he impervious to reason? Does he not grasp the intrinsic value of unmarried women of suitable age within the system of Shanghai? Zhang Qian's gaze flickered as she ventured. I presume that brother Shen's family possesses considerable assets. Otherwise, his parents would surely not permit him to embrace such a lifestyle, would they? Upon hearing this, the other three bridesmaids' eyes brightened. Indeed, a person who could associate with Wu Mingjie must come from a wealthy background, and wealth was precisely what they sought. Savings, loans, credit cards, and so forth. If these individuals were well off, wouldn't their task be assuredly simpler? Noticing the shift in their gazes, Shen Jun could not help but smirk inwardly, utterly perplexed as to why Bai Xian would select them as bridesmaids. How could a proper heiress lack wealthy acquaintances? Or perhaps those affluent young ladies were already married and thus unable to serve as bridesmaids. Nevertheless, Shen Jun held no particular disdain for Zhang Qian. It was only natural for a bank employee to attempt to fulfill her objectives through connections among friends. Though her intentions were rather overt, it was hardly objectionable. Even Shen Jun felt compelled to commend her diligence. My family has modest assets, just enough for me to remain idle and subsist. Anything beyond that is unattainable. Shen Jun responded softly. His words left Zhang Qian feeling slightly disheartened, yet she harbored no grand expectations. Recognizing that they had only just met and that no one would engage in deep conversation at such an early stage. Shall we exchange WeChat? We could dine together sometime. Zhang Qian suggested, pulling out her phone and presenting it to Shen Jun. All right, he conceded, realizing that to refuse at this juncture would be rather foolish. With this precedent set, Yang Su and the others also exchanged WeChat contacts with the bridesmaids, and Shen Jun did not make an exception, adding the three bridesmaids as well. It was prudent to minimize complications whenever possible. Shen Jun had anticipated that after the meal, everyone would disperse, but the duration of the wedding banquet exceeded his expectations. The MC frequently summoned various elders from the Wu and Bai families to speak, and as the best man, Shen Jun found himself seated at the front, unable to leave even if he wished to. Reluctantly, he endured until the banquet concluded at 9 o'clock. Meanwhile, Wu Mingjie and Bai Xian had not appeared since their toast. However, Wu Mingjie did send him a message explaining her absence, stating that several elders wished to meet with him and Bai Xian, and that they would make it up to him and Yang Su the following day. Shen Jun was indifferent to this. His sole desire was to return home to sleep. He was utterly exhausted. Yang Su, too, had shed the chaotic thoughts of the previous night. Despite having done nothing, they felt drained, scarcely able to move. Fortunately, they were already residing at the Yujing Longting Hotel, and a swift elevator ride brought them to their room. After freshening up, Shen Jun quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning at 7 o'clock, after a restful slumber lasting 9.5 hours, Shen Jun gradually awoke from his dreams. However, instead of rising immediately, he lingered in bed, tossing and turning a few times before finally sitting up with deliberation. The prolonged sleep had rendered his body somewhat stiff. He reached for his phone at the bedside and noticed several unread message notifications. Upon opening WeChat, he saw a message from Wu Mingjie. Old Shun. I have arranged for your clothes to be delivered to the hotel, freshly laundered and neatly pressed. Once you are up, simply have the hotel staff bring them to you. Also, please do not leave today. You must join Yangsu for dinner this evening. Reading the message, Shen Jun found no fault to be found. With such meticulous arrangements even for his attire, it was no wonder that someone like him could win the affections of a refined beauty like Bai Xian. Chapter 34. A sense of relaxation after lounging in bed with his phone for a while. Shen Jun finally arose to freshen up. Once he had completed his morning rituals, he utilized the room's landline to contact the hotel front desk, requesting them to deliver his clothing. Within 3 minutes of hanging up the phone, a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, he found a server wheeling in a small cart. After neatly arranging Shen Jun's clothes and shoes, the server exited. The service was impeccable, leaving him with no room for complaint. After changing into his outfit, Shen Jun stepped out of his room. The server, upon seeing him, promptly addressed him, "Mr. Shen, Mr. Wu has arranged breakfast for you and your friend. Would you prefer to dine here at our hotel or venture out with your companion?" Shen Jun thought to himself, just moments ago he appreciated Wu Mingjie's thoughtful gesture of sending his clothes. But now it dawned on him that the notion of such details was beyond Wu's limited intellect. The clothes and breakfast were undoubtedly the meticulous arrangements of Bai Xian. Wu Mingjie could never achieve such attentiveness. No, it was just Wu Mingjie. The vast majority of men truly lack this level of consideration. It must be said, he has indeed found himself a wonderful wife. Considering the disparity between Shen Jun's family background and that of Wu Mingjie and Bai Xian, it was evident that Wu Mingjie was not to be compared. Bai Xian, however, seemed utterly unconcerned with such differences, managing to arrange everything with such care truly. To have a wife like this is to want for nothing more. Returning to the moment, Shen Jun replied to the server, "I shall dine here." "Very well. Would you prefer your breakfast to be delivered to your room, or would you like to eat in the restaurant?" The server inquired once more. "Please take me to the restaurant." "Right this way." Then, the server said, gesturing for Shen Jun to follow him to the dining area. The breakfast was lavish, and Shen Jun savored every bite. Indeed, the primary reason for his enjoyment lay in the contentment of his spirit. Small gestures may appear trivial, yet the significance of feeling valued by others is paramount. It is all about the sentiment behind the actions. After finishing his meal, the clock struck 8. With ample time at hand, Shen Jun decided to explore, for this was the bustling metropolis, a realm of excess. He waved over the server who had been standing a short distance away and casually inquired, "Does the hotel provide bicycles?" The server was momentarily taken aback. After years in the hospitality industry, most inquiries revolved around luxury vehicles, and this was his first experience with someone asking for a bicycle. If there were none, he thought, surely there must be shared bicycles outside? Observing the server's reaction, Shen Jun understood that the hotel did not have bicycles available. But he brushed it off as a mere casual inquiry. Venturing out by car was impractical due to parking difficulties and the notorious congestion that plagued not just this city, but others as well. Taking a taxi was an option. Yet Shen Jun desired to ride a bicycle leisurely. Was it not said that this city exudes a profound sense of relaxation? He wished to experience it for himself. "I apologize, Mr. Shen, but there are no shared bicycles near the hotel. However, we do have a colleague who commutes by bicycle. Would you like me to inquire for you?" The waiter, upon realizing the situation, promptly responded, "Is it convenient?" Shen Jun did not refuse the other's goodwill. "It is indeed convenient. You are a guest of Mr. Wu, and they will surely accommodate you. Please wait a moment." With that, the waiter turned and went to find his colleague. Shen Jun scratched his head, pondering the waiter's intriguing demeanor. A guest of Mr. Wu? Surely it must be convenient? Was he implying that even if the waiter found it inconvenient to ride, he should still find a way? Truly, he had become rather mischievous. As expected, the waiter soon returned with a female colleague. "Mr. Shen, this is Hyun. You may follow her." "I appreciate your assistance," Shen Jun said politely to the female server. "You're too kind," Hyun replied with a smile, nodding. "This way, please, Mr. Shen." After cycling up from the hotel's underground parking lot, Shen Jun commenced his exploration of the vibrant city. However, not long after departing the hotel, he was taken aback by the scenes unfolding on the streets. He was aware of the relaxed demeanor of the city's inhabitants, but outdoor yoga? And clad in yoga pants no less. Engaging in such activities so early in the morning? What an enlightening experience. Yet, Shen Jun sensed that it wasn't just he who was witnessing this spectacle. Numerous onlookers had gathered, perhaps 50 or 60, captivated, some even recording videos. Clearly, they too found the scene remarkable. Without dwelling too long on it, Shen Jun continued his ride down other streets. Along the way, he encountered various eccentric sights. One of the most striking was a woman riding a dog-shaped bicycle, devoid of handlebars, reclining inside the dog-ass head while pedaling with her feet, swaying unsteadily. He couldn't fathom how the traffic police permitted such contraptions on the road. Such scenes were unimaginable in the fog-laden city he came from. It was uncertain whether this was merely relaxation or something else entirely. Shen Jun felt it resembled not true relaxation but rather a peculiar kind of meticulousness and leisure, an odd blend of care and extravagance. Why not simply sit outside and enjoy a cup of tea or coffee if one had no pressing engagements? It was truly beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, one thing Shen Jun had to concede was that the beauties of this metropolis far outnumbered those of the foggy city. Their fashion was decidedly trendier, characterized by a breezy, light-hearted style. Despite it being morning, countless young women strolled the streets, handbags in hand, sipping on coffee or milk tea, exuding an air of leisure. Shen Jun leisurely pedaled his bicycle, taking in the delightful scenery. It was undeniably pleasant. However, this mood was soon disrupted. Hello, cycling is not permitted on this street. Did you not see the signs at the entrance? Just as Shen Jun reached an intersection, he was stopped by a stern-faced traffic officer. Faced with the officer's serious expression, Shen Jun found himself at a loss for words. Before arriving in the bustling metropolis, he had watched several videos. Yet none of them had informed him that cycling was prohibited on certain streets. Wasn't that a cruel trick? With a deep sigh, Shen Jun helplessly remarked, "I apologize. I truly did not notice the no cycling signs. Is this your first time on this street, or your first time in the city?" The traffic officer casually inquired. "It is my first visit to the metropolis," Shen Jun nodded in response. "Do take care next time. There are many places in the city where cycling is not allowed." The officer said with understanding before continuing, "The fine is 50. Shen Jun, speaking too hastily can be detrimental. He had thought the officer would merely let him go, but unexpectedly, he was fined. Truly, never mind, one must refrain from cursing. Small matters can escalate into larger issues. Chapter 35, An Early Upgrade? After paying the fine, Shen Jun lost all desire to ride a bicycle around the enchanting city of Shanghai. The 50 yuan was inconsequential to him. It was the impact on his mood that lingered. He decided to postpone his exploration of the city's nightlife until he had more time. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already 10 in the morning. He returned the bicycle to Heyun and retreated to his room. Glancing at the stock market, he noted a slight decline of 0.89. Do not inquire as to why. A drop of less than 2 is merely a minor setback, while an increase exceeding 0.5 signifies a substantial rise. Such are the unwritten rules of the Grade A share market. At that moment, Hengrui Pharmaceutical surged by 5.6, prompting Shen Jun to place a limit order at the peak of its rise. He couldn't help but lament the discomfort of the A1 trading method, especially in his current state. Once his transactions were complete, he lay back on the bed, engrossed in his phone. While wandering the streets was delightful. Resting in repose held its own appeal. At noon, a notification chimed. The system has detected the host's trepidation regarding a particular stock market. Following a verification process, it has confirmed that the host's concerns are well-founded. The system will undergo an early upgrade. Please be patient. Shen Jun, suddenly sitting upright. He was taken aback. What was this? The system had sensed his apprehension towards the stock market, and it had the audacity to verify it? An early upgrade? How remarkably intelligent. But what would the upgraded system predict? The American stock market? Futures? Or foreign exchange? The uncertainty gnawed at Shen Jun. And though he knew the system might ignore him, he silently called out a few times in his mind. System. Foresight system. Darling? Old man? Care to respond? As before, there was no sound to answer him. Shaking his head, Shen Jun resignedly lay back down on the bed. The discomfort was palpable. An upgrade? Why was there no timeline provided for its completion? It was utterly exasperating. Knock, knock, knock. Old Shen, are you awake? Just as Shen Jun was engulfed in his worries, he heard Yang Su's voice from outside the door. I'm up, he replied while rising to open the door. Why are you still holed up in your room? Come on, let us eat. After we finish, we'll go explore Shanghai. The moment the door swung open, Yang Su pulled Shen Jun outside. Shen Jun, shouldn't that be my line? Wrenching free from Yang Su's grasp, Shen Jun retorted with mild annoyance. Did you just wake up? I went for a stroll this morning. What? Why didn't you call me? Yang Su exclaimed in surprise. I got up too early and thought you might still be asleep, so I didn't wake you. Shen Jun offered a casual explanation. All right, let us eat first. After that, we can wander together. What is the point of shopping alone? Yang Su said nonchalantly. Shen Jun, that does seem reasonable. After a quick meal at the hotel with Yang Su, the two departed together. Although the hotel staff offered them a car, they chose not to drive. In the urban area, driving is far less convenient than taking a taxi. Look, Lao Shun, a beautiful woman, exclaimed Yang-su. Wow, are there really that many black people in this city? There are several times more than in Jinling, he continued, astonished. What are these women thinking, flirting with black men? I can't stand it. It's truly unbearable. Listening to Yang-su's ramblings, Shen Jun merely smiled, choosing not to engage. Everyone has their own preferences. What is wrong with someone liking black men? It doesn't concern him, as long as they don't provoke him. There are countless beauties in the world. Why focus on those who willingly choose a path of degradation? After all, they belong to someone else. And there is no need for such a strong sense of possessiveness and control. Lao Shen, you should say something. Yang-su complained, noticing Shen Jun's silence. What should I say? Do you know those women? They are adults with their own perspectives. Why bother with their choices? Shen Jun retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. But it's just so frustrating to watch. Yang-su's face turned dark with irritation. Then don't look, just move forward. Shen Jun replied as he took a step ahead. You have no sense of collective honor. Those are black people, the most controversial beings in the world. I can't accept them behaving recklessly here. Yang-su exclaimed in anger. You may not accept it, but you have to endure it. Didn't you see those women approaching them voluntarily? If you dare to intervene, they won't thank you. They'll just scold you. What's the point? Shen Jun said, feeling helpless. I can't believe this. Just arrived in this city and already disgusted by these people. Yang-su lamented, recognizing his helplessness in this situation. It's everywhere. Haven't you seen it in Jinling? Shen Jun countered. I have, but in Jinling, I could find someone to deal with them. Here, I have no connections. I can't trouble Lao Wu for such trivial matters, Yang-su murmured. Just understand, they say with great power comes great responsibility. If your influence is limited, don't dwell on collective honor. When you gain the authority to act, you can simply expel them all, Shen Jun teased. If only I had that capability. I wouldn't even dare to dream. Yang-su retorted, choosing not to engage further. Not only was he not joining in on the complaints, but Shen Jun had to poke fun at him, which was truly infuriating. Dreaming is still permissible. After all, there's no loss in it, Shen Jun jested. Humph. Yang-su shot him a middle finger, then sighed, muttering, I should have listened to my family and pursued a civil service career. Having power and wealth makes an enormous difference. Seeing Yang-su suddenly appear dejected, Shen Jun offered some consolation. There are not so many what-ifs in this world. Besides, civil service may not suit you. You should be aware of your temperament. Sigh. I initially avoided civil service because I couldn't stand the convoluted politics. But now it seems that's the way to go. Most of the black people in this country are undocumented. If I had even a little authority, I would surely drive them all out. Shen Jun remarked, astonished by Yang-su's fervent declaration. How much hatred must Yang-su harbor towards black individuals? His sole intention in pursuing a public service career seems to be to expel them. Truly, it is rather astonishing. While Shen Jun may not be as radical as Yang-su, the country indeed requires such youth. Nationalists are an indispensable part of any nation. Although their fervor may be extreme, it is not inherently wrong. If everyone were to become akin to electronic pets, that would be utterly disastrous. Shen Jun reassured him, stating that since he has chosen this path, he should persist in it. Whether relying on parental support or embarking on entrepreneurship, it is his own life. However, he must not overly romanticize a path he has not traversed, for the anxiety of potential loss could lead to his ruin. I am fully aware of everything. Yet there are moments when I simply cannot restrain myself. With a deep sigh, Yang-su lamented, how can certain individuals in our country be so devoid of shame? Shen Jun replied, this is a conversation that cannot be continued. Chapter 36. The purpose of inviting for dinner. Stop complaining. What is the purpose of going out to have fun? It is to alleviate one's mood. Your grievances are overwhelming. How can you enjoy yourself? Shen Jun interrupted Yang-su's continued lamentations. We shouldn't discuss this today. It could lead to complications, particularly given Yang-su's temperament, too impulsive and irritable. If we continue this conversation, I fear he might actually confront someone. All right, let us change the subject. Yang-su acquiesced, nodding. What have you been up to lately? Surely you aren't just holed up at home? Pretty much, Shen Jun explained gently. I've invested the money I had into stocks. Fortune has smiled upon me. I've seen some returns, enough to cover my daily expenses. Seriously? That's impressive, Yang-su exclaimed, astonished. When did you start dabbling in stocks? Not long ago, really. I suppose I'm just lucky. Perhaps it's a beginner's boon. Shen Jun chuckled, poking fun at himself. Indeed, beginners often find things going smoothly. Just don't invest too much. Although I don't partake in stocks myself, I've heard enough to know the waters are deep in the A-shares market, Yang Su cautioned. I'm aware of the pitfalls in the A-shares market. However, I'm merely engaging in small-scale trading, nothing too consequential, Shen Jun replied nonchalantly. That's acceptable, Yang Su said, waving his hand. Come, let me treat you to a glass of lemonade. Shen Jun retorted. Wait, shouldn't you at least buy me some milk tea? Lemonade? How stingy. What kind of man drinks milk tea? Lemonade is the best choice, refreshing and healthy. Just trust me on this. Yang Su declared as he made his way toward a nearby milk tea shop. Reluctantly, Shen Jun followed suit. Thus, the two meandered through the bustling streets and alleys of the metropolis until they received a call from Wu Mengjie at the Metropolitan Center Tower. The Metropolitan Center Tower boasts a total construction area of 578,000 square meters, with a structure that rises 127 stories above ground and 5 below, reaching a height of 632 meters, with a structural height of 580 meters. The base covers an area of 368 square meters, making it the tallest building in the country and the third tallest in the world. The main building is divided into 8 segments and 1 observation deck, comprised of the Summit Observation Hall, J Hotel, Sky Lobby, office spaces, conference center, Metropolitan Boutique, Metropolitan Gift Shop, and a public street with approximately 1,800 parking spaces allocated underground. Upon taking the elevator to the 118th floor, they exited to find Wu Mengjie and Bai Xian standing a short distance away. I say, old Wu, you've been negligent. You didn't even come down to greet us. Yang Su teased upon their first encounter. Am I supposed to invite you to dinner? Huh. Not a chance. Wu Mengjie retorted with disdain. Are you really inviting us here? I just checked the prices. It's several hundred per person. How miserly of you. Yang Su shot back, dog-biting Lu Dongbin, unable to discern good intentions. This restaurant offers the finest view of the metropolis at night. If it weren't for wanting you to experience the allure of the city, I wouldn't bring you here. Wow, Wu, you certainly have a grandiose sense of self. Yang Su laughed heartily. Quickly, let us go. Wu Mengjie urged. Although the food here isn't remarkable, the scenery is truly splendid. It would be a pity to visit the magical city without experiencing this place. With that, he took the lead, pulling Bai Xian along. Bai Xian smiled and nodded at the two, naturally following suit. Shen Jun and Yang Su accompanied them as well. Indeed, the view of the nightscape over the magical city from such a height was breathtaking. The restaurant's tables were all positioned by the windows, offering a stunning overlook. What do you think? This place is quite nice, isn't it? Wu Mengjie asked, noticing their gaze fixed below. Moderately acceptable, I suppose, Yang Su replied, feigning indifference. Don't pretend. This place is genuinely delightful, Shen Jun interjected. Old Shen has a discerning eye, Wu Mengjie remarked, feeling quite pleased with the compliment. Yang Su merely scoffed, refraining from further argument. Wu Mengjie had intended to tease the two further, but a single disapproving glance from Bai Xian silenced him. That look suggested a future of strict domestic governance for him. Shen Jun refrained from jesting, recognizing that for a woman like Bai Xian to become Wu Mengjie's wife was indeed a stroke of fortune. Those with high emotional intelligence can truly avert countless familial disputes. The dishes were swiftly served, and the group, not one to stand on ceremony, took a few bites before setting down their utensils. So, what is the occasion for this meal you're treating us to? Shen Jun was the first to inquire. Yang Su paused, momentarily perplexed by Shen Jun's question. What's wrong? Can I simply be expressing gratitude by treating you to this meal? Wu Mengjie raised an eyebrow, speaking softly. Who would believe that? Shen Jun rolled his eyes in jest. Wait, what do you mean by that? Is there something unusual about old Wu treating us? Yang Su scratched his head, confused. There's nothing unusual. It's merely a meal, with a few matters to discuss. If you can make decisions, that would be splendid. If not, it's no trouble. Don't take it too seriously, Wu Mengjie clarified. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Jun teased. Old Wu, your words are quite intriguing. Are you suggesting we might deposit money or seek loans from you? Old Shen, you've changed so much that I hardly recognize you. Wu Mengjie did not directly answer, but his words confirmed Shen Jun's suspicions. Wait, really? Old Wu, your family is so affluent. Why would we need to deposit or borrow from you? That is absurd. Yang Su was taken aback, completely unprepared for this line of thought, as he had assumed this meal was simply a meal. This time, Wu Mengjie remained silent, allowing Bai Xian to explain on his behalf. Mengjie's uncle works at a bank. He has assigned Mengjie a task, to attract 500 million in deposits and lend out the same amount this year. But he must not rely on family connections and must accomplish it on his own. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun pondered. Are they planning to groom old Wu for the position of president? Yes, only by achieving that will he be able to assist the family business effectively. Bai Xian readily acknowledged it. Such grand ambitions. Even Shen Jun couldn't help but admire the elders of the Bai and Wu families. The position of branch manager at a bank holds immense power. Those who have witnessed the city of cities understand that a mere stroke of a pen can determine the fates of countless individuals. Of course, Wu Mingjie is still quite young, but this does not preclude the possibility that his family possesses the confidence to cultivate him from this moment forward. Shen Jun is unaware of the Wu family's wealth, but even a glimpse into the Bai family's situation reveals some clues. Moreover, if a mere child online can express the ambition to become a bank manager, why should Wu Mingjie not aspire to the same? However, Shen Jun truly did not anticipate that Wu Mingjie would seek their assistance. Chapter 37. Preparations in advance. Old Wu, you should be aware of our circumstances. We only possess a modest amount of pocket money, and with no significant savings at home, we lack collateral for loans. Yang Su scratched his head, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Not necessarily, right, old Shen? Wu Mingjie smiled as he turned to Shen Jun. Old Shen? Yang Su's demeanor shifted from calm to astonished as he incredulously inquired, Old Shen, have you struck it rich? Why do you say that? Shen Jun, ignoring Yang Su's question, directed his curiosity towards Wu Mingjie. Confidence. Wu Mingjie remained silent, allowing Bai Xian to respond on his behalf. Brother Shen is exceedingly confident. If you were unaware of Mingjie and my family background initially, it could be understood. However, even after learning that Yujing Longting belongs to my family, your unwavering confidence is perplexing. Unless you possess absolute assurance, I cannot fathom any other reason. Moreover, Old Shen, your standards are remarkably high. Zhang Qian and the others are undoubtedly attractive, excelling in both education and work, yet they seem to fail to capture your interest. How do you expect me to perceive this? Wu Mingjie added nonchalantly. Shen Jun chuckled. Could it not be that I am simply oblivious? Perhaps my close relationship with you has rendered me indifferent to financial disparities. And as for Zhang Qian and the others, what does it matter if they are accomplished in work, education, and appearance? It is entirely normal for me to have my preferences. Ha ha ha, there is truth in that statement. But look at old Yang. This fellow is practically a sycophant, and he is fawning over 4 women at once. How do you expect me to interpret his reaction? Wu Mingjie turned to mock Yang Su. Yang Su? Why does it feel like he is being berated? This is not right. Hey. You all speak your minds, but do not trample on me. Yang Su grumbled in dissatisfaction. No, which of us is at odds with him? I am merely jesting. Wu Mingjie quickly reassured him. Please, do not try to get close to me. You two are far too cunning and devious. I shall keep my distance. With that, Yang Su stood and walked away. Observing his departing figure, Shen Jun chuckled. Old Yang may appear foolish and impulsive, yet when it comes to action, he is not as dim-witted as he seems. After all, those who gain admission to our school cannot be utter fools. Wu Mingjie dismissed this notion. True. While grades may not define everything, at least intelligence is a given. After this exchange, Shen Jun turned to Wu Mingjie and continued, I cannot assist with savings, as money is still required, but I can facilitate a loan, with the house as collateral. However, it is a property in Misty City, which might complicate the process. That is not an issue. It is merely a resource exchange. I will have someone in Misty City provide you with the loan, and in turn, someone will borrow from me, Wu Mingjie responded, a smile gracing his face as he curiously inquired, Pray tell, how much do you intend to lend to support me? How much do you wish me to lend? Shen Jun replied with a smile. Indeed, the more, the better. Ideally, I would like to exhaust my entire loan quota. Though I am aware that such aspirations are unrealistic, and my uncle would certainly not consent to such actions. Lao Shen, given my current plight, you should be inclined to lend me a bit more, Wu Mingjie grinned. You rascal. Shen Jun couldn't help but exclaim. How should I put it? The difficulties faced by Wu Mingjie coincidentally align with Shen Jun's own pressing concerns. He was uncertain how the system would evolve post-upgrade. Yet preparing some funds in advance was undoubtedly prudent. However, would the funds obtained through the loan be convertible into US dollars? Shen Jun inquired gravely. Indeed. It is about exchanging for US dollars. Shen Jun must prepare early, although the nature of the system's updates remains uncertain. Converting funds into US dollars is assuredly a wise move. After all, the situation domestically is well known. For ordinary individuals, acquiring substantial amounts of US dollars is exceedingly challenging. And even finding institutions to facilitate such exchanges is fraught with difficulty, unless one is willing to pay exorbitant intermediary fees. Should the system, after its upgrade, begin to predict the U.S. stock market or other trading arenas, and he remains unprepared, the consequences could be dire. Even if the system continues to predict the A-share market post-upgrade, it would still be manageable, as he could always exchange back. What is the U.S. dollar? It is the global currency, easily convertible to renminbi, yet the renminbi cannot be converted to U.S. dollars at will. He could bear the costs of interest and fees. But the losses from missed opportunities predicted by the system are simply irreplaceable. Absolutely, Wu Mingjie asserted emphatically. With me around, exchanging your funds for U.S. dollars is no problem. Your funds will not be scrutinized, but the collateral must be secure. Otherwise, I would be unable to justify it on my end. Moreover, I can only lend you 80% of your property's value. You understand? My uncle wishes to test my capabilities and does not permit any deceit in this regard. Indeed, Shen Jun comprehended fully. It is merely a matter of elders nurturing the younger generation. Wu Mingjie, being still young, has ample time for self-improvement. Taking too many shortcuts may lead to complications and fail to serve the purpose of personal growth. I possess 4 properties in the foggy city, collectively valued at around 40 million. Please convert the loaned amount into 500,000 US dollars for me. I will cover any shortfall in renminbi myself. Shen Jun remarked casually. What? 40 million in properties? All under your name? Wu Mingjie exclaimed in astonishment. What else could it be? Shen Jun jested. If these properties weren't mine, would you dare to lend me money? No, Lao Shen, you have hidden quite well. When we were in school, did you not claim that your family had merely a modest amount of wealth? No wonder you remained unfazed upon learning of the Bai family's affluence. Your current fortune surpasses even mine, Wu Mingjie mused. As if you have not concealed anything yourself. Let us not pretend. We are both cut from the same cloth. Shen Jun refrained from elaborating on the source of his wealth, as the passing of his parents was not a topic for casual discussion. It is better to let Wu Mingjie believe that his wealth comes from his parents, thus sparing him countless inquiries. Could you enlighten me on your intentions for the U.S. dollar exchange? Wu Mingjie suddenly asked, intrigued. What else could I do? Investing is indeed a wise consideration. You should be somewhat acquainted with the trends of the American stock market. To speak plainly, placing your entire sum into Microsoft would yield returns that significantly surpass mere interest. Of course, should there be losses, it is of little consequence. As long as one refrains from leveraging, the risks remain manageable. Shen Jun remarked casually. This holds true. Apart from a few instances of market halts, the American stock market has largely been devoid of major issues, Wu Mingjie affirmed with a nod. Shall I assist you in opening a U.S. stock trading account? Certainly, please handle everything for me to avoid any inconvenience, Shen Jun replied, finding no reason to decline. Chapter 38. The update and upgrade are complete, no problem, but my dear Shen, you have truly surprised me. I thought it would be quite a feat if you borrowed a few thousand or tens of thousands from me, yet here you are, having borrowed such a considerable sum. I am genuinely impressed. After finalizing the matters at hand, Wu Mingjie found himself in a jovial mood, indeed quite pleased. Do not be misled into thinking that lending is a simple task. For bank employees, it can be quite challenging. Certainly, there are numerous individuals seeking loans, one might even say an overwhelming number, but few can pass the rigorous scrutiny of the bank. Whether it be due to inadequate risk-bearing capacity or insufficient collateral, it is no wonder that banks are burdened with so many performance targets. There exists a sentiment online that Shen Jun finds rather accurate. Banks tend to lend only to the affluent, while those who truly struggle financially are often denied. The risks are simply too great. You might wonder why the wealthy, already possessing ample resources, would seek loans at all. This is the realm of banking. Much like Wu Mingjie at this moment, who only extends loans to Shen Jun, who possesses collateral, without even considering Yangsu. In essence, banks are inclined to enhance what is already flourishing rather than provide assistance in times of need. Security and stability are paramount. They do not require exorbitant profits, as even a modest interest suffices. Mr. G in The Way of Heaven once remarked that true merchants earn only limited profits, for exorbitant gains cannot endure over time. As Wu Mingjie finished speaking, Shen Jun retorted with a hint of annoyance, please refrain from such grand surprises. That phrase sounds rather awkward. And I am not particularly fond of learning foreign languages. Ha ha ha, foreign languages are not without merit. Ahem. Wu Mingjie's expression stiffened, and he muttered somewhat feebly. Foreign languages should not be learned. Absolutely not. After a satisfied nod from Bai Xian, she turned to Shen Jun, saying, thank you, brother Shen. for assisting Mingjie with this significant task. Do not mention it. I merely had a need, and Old Wu has helped me as well. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Shen Jun replied with a smile. Indeed, it is a matter of mutual benefit and collaborative success. Wu Mingjie nodded vigorously in agreement. Now that the business is concluded, I shall take my leave. You two have just married. Do indulge in your intimacy a bit more, and I shall refrain from being a third wheel. Shen Jun jested as he rose to his feet. Old Shun, you truly understand the situation. You are worthy of being my godson. Wu Mingjie laughed heartily. Go to hell. You are my godson. Shen Jun shot back, not waiting for a retort as he made his way toward Yang Su, who stood a short distance away. Finished discussing? Yang Su casually inquired as Shen Jun approached. Indeed, but are you truly not inclined to get involved? Shen Jun asked softly. I would like to, but I am not in a position to make decisions in my family. Yang Su replied with resignation. You could at least set aside some funds. Especially since Old Wu has suggested it, Shen Jun pointed out, bewildered. Old Wu's expectations are far too lofty. I do not possess such resources. Even saving a few hundred or 80,000 would make little difference, so it is better left unmentioned. I will address it once I return. I will certainly assist where I can, Yang Su explained. You need not feel pressured. I am not here to act as an intermediary for Old Wu. I am simply engaging in casual conversation. Shen Jun rolled his eyes and replied with exasperation. What are you thinking? I simply wanted to vent my stress to you. You've changed so much that it's a bit overwhelming. Yang Su, at a loss for words, said, All right, let's not discuss this any further. Let's go back and rest. After receiving a response, Shen Jun shifted his gaze towards Wu Mingjie and Bai Xian. Then we shall take our leave. You two, as a couple, should also return. Lao Shun, Lao Yong, drive carefully on your way back. Sure. On May 23rd, Monday, Shen Jun had Wu Mingjie assist him in opening several U.S. stock trading accounts and bank accounts in the bustling metropolis. He then returned to the foggy city to mortgage 4 properties under his name. The mortgage amount totaled 30 million. Slightly less than he had anticipated, yet it was not a significant issue as he still had funds at his disposal. Based on the current exchange rate, Shen Jun personally contributed 5,120,000 to exchange for 5 million US dollars. With this sum, he felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders. Everything was prepared. He was merely awaiting the completion of the system's upgrade. Currently, after deducting the 5,120,000 from his bank account, Shen Jun had 2,132,000 remaining. He had withdrawn all 18 million from his trading software, deciding not to use that account for stock trading anymore. Conversely, the account provided by CA1 had a usable balance of 68,888,600. His previous investment in Hengrui Medicine had yielded a profit of 197,000. Should the system continue to provide insights on the A-shares, he would invest that money in the A-share market. If the system's predictive direction were to change, it would not pose a problem, at worst. He could withdraw his profits and cease leveraging. He had prepared everything within his power and was simply waiting for the system's update. However, the system seemed to have vanished. Since the update commenced on the 19th, there had been no communication, which naturally caused Shen Jun to become somewhat impatient. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was June 1st. During this period, Shen Jun's mindset had undergone a transformation. Initially, he was filled with anxiety, but as the system's absence persisted, he gradually relaxed. What if the system was indeed upgrading? Even if it failed to reappear, what difference would it make? The funds he possessed were sufficient to ensure a comfortable and affluent life for him and Shen Nan. Being overly anxious served no purpose. Furthermore, Shen Nan was about to take her college entrance examination. Although she casually mentioned that the examination was trivial, she had grown increasingly nervous, calling him daily to alleviate her stress. In such circumstances, Shen Jun naturally refrained from transmitting his own anxiety to her. Finally, at noon on June 5th, a notification chimed. Ding. System upgrade completed, unlocking new predictive directions. Defense Special Network, July 1st, 63. 5. Horton Homes, July 1st, 130. 85. Amethyst Mining, July 1st, 13. 5. Zhongma Transmission, July 1st, 15. 73. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Shen Jun instantly rose to his feet, his serene state of mind abruptly shattered. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that the system had astonishingly predicted 4 stocks, not merely forecasting the upcoming day's performance, but rather an entire month ahead. Shen Jun swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and began to search for information on these four stocks. Fonta Networks, with today's stock price standing at $11.50 per share. Horton Homes, priced at $105 per share today. Dazhong Mining, with a current price of 10.06 yuan per share. And Dazhong Transmission, at 6.89 yuan per share today. Among these, Fonta Networks and Horton Homes are listed on the American stock market, while Dazhong Mining and Dazhong Transmission are part of the A-share market. Chapter 39. The disparity founded in November 2000 in Delaware. Fortinet stands as a preeminent provider of cybersecurity devices and UTM network security solutions for enterprises, service providers, and governmental entities worldwide. As a leader in the domain of cybersecurity and the convergence of networking and security, Fortinet is dedicated to safeguarding ubiquitous personnel, devices, and data. The company's integrated platform, the Fortinet Security Fabric, spans across secure networks, unified secure access service edges, and AI-driven security operations, delivering cybersecurity precisely where it is needed by clients. Presently, Fortinet boasts a market capitalization of $8 billion, with projections indicating that its stock price may peak at $63.50 on July 1st. This implies a remarkable potential increase of over 52, an astonishing five-fold rise within the forthcoming 26 days. Such an extraordinary prospect evokes a sense of soaring ambition. Shen Jun briefly perused the particulars of Horton Homes. This Delaware-based company ranks as the largest home construction firm in America, measured by the number of closed homes. It constructs and sells houses through operations in 118 markets across 33 states, engaging in activities such as home building, leasing, majority ownership in residential land development companies, and financial services. However, in light of the anticipated stock price and yield, it starkly pales in comparison to Fortinet, clearly not in the same league. Consequently, Shen Jun decided to pass on it. His current cash reserves were limited to $5 million. Investing all of this in Fortinet posed no issue. Therefore, it was only prudent to opt for the stock with the highest yield. As for converting his additional $20 million into U.S. dollars, he deemed it unnecessary. The purpose of amassing wealth is to relish life. During a system upgrade, Shen Jun came to a realization. His thoughts had been solely fixated on profit, leaving little room for personal time. Of course, this was not solely his fault. The system's daily alerts regarding stock information contributed significantly to his relentless busyness. Now enlightened, he understood that while earning money was essential, enjoying life was equally paramount. He resolved to spend that $20 million to compensate for his previously hectic lifestyle. The transformation brought about by the system's update aligned perfectly with Shen Jun's newfound philosophy. He casually glanced at the stocks of Amethyst Mining and Dazhong Transmission. At this moment, Amethyst Mining held a market value exceeding $243 billion, while Dazhong Transmission's market capitalization was $238 billion. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Jun proceeded to place an order to purchase Fortinet with his entire $5 million in the U.S. stock trading software, setting a buy limit at 12 per share. He was in no rush, as the stock market would open later that evening, and with over 20 days remaining, he had ample time to secure the best price possible. After completing his transactions on the American stock trading platform, Shen Jun finally opened the trading software for the Chinese A shares. Without a doubt, Dazhong Mining, with a market capitalization exceeding $200 billion, had seen a rise of less than 30 within a month. Shen Jun did not disdain the modest profits. He placed an advance order to buy, investing a total of $20 million. In truth, even an investment of $200 million would not have posed a problem after all. A gradual acquisition is a prudent approach. However, Shen Jun refrained from such an excessive move, adhering to the principle that one should not profit from ill-gotten gains. Otherwise, unfamiliar faces might come knocking. The dynamics of society and commerce are not mere rhetoric. When it came to Dazhong Transmission, Shen Jun hesitated, as this stock had a mere market value of $238 billion, indicating a rather small scale. Nevertheless, upon observing the stock price, he ultimately opted to place an advance order, investing a total of $2 million. There was no reason to discard the opportunity that was so tantalizingly close. He was not so foolish. Once his transactions were completed, Shen Jun felt an involuntary sense of elation. Although he was prepared for a lengthy system update, who would ever complain about having excess funds? This system upgrade was truly to his liking. At 1 p.m., the A-share market opened. Shen Jun's orders for Dazhong Mining were executed instantly, with a third of his orders successfully transacted, and the stock price inched upwards from 10.06 yuan to 10.26 yuan per share. He remained indifferent to this development, choosing not to raise his order price. Unlike before, he now possessed an abundance of time, rendering it unnecessary to exhaust all his purchases in a single day. Exiting the Zhejiang mining trading page, Shen Jun navigated to the Zhongma transmission page. In contrast to Zhejiang mining, all of his orders for Zhongma transmission had been executed. The average purchase price was 692 yuan per share, totaling 800 hands. After glancing at the transaction record, Shen Jun exited the trading software, satisfied to simply await the rise in his holdings. At 9:30 p.m., the American stock market officially opened. As soon as trading commenced, Shen Jun witnessed the remarkable trading volume and turnover rate of the U.S. market. His order for $5 million was swiftly consumed, resulting in a seamless transaction. However, it elicited no ripple of excitement. The average purchase price had not even reached the 12 he had set, falling short at merely 11.70. Faced with this reality, Shen Jun found himself at a loss for words. The market was dismal, and yet he was still invested in A shares, so he refrained from criticism. At that moment, Shen Jun truly felt the disparity between the American market and the A shares. Previously, he had only read about it online, occasionally expressing his grievances, but now, having engaged in actual trading, he found himself somewhat helpless. He was a master of the system, yet felt timid in the A shares, while in the American market, he felt as if he were a dragon entering the sea. At least he had no fear of becoming a domineering figure due to excessive profits. As for the myriad of shady dealings within the American market, that bore no relevance to him. They are merely making excuses to withhold a portion of their own money. It is unlikely they can find anyone domestically who knows him. TSK, I must not dwell on this. Overthinking could lead to complications. It was 10 o'clock in the evening when, while Shen Jun was observing other stocks in the American market, his phone suddenly buzzed. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he promptly answered the call. "Brother, I can't seem to fall asleep. What should I do?" Shen Nan's voice trembled through the receiver. He could sense her unease and anxiety. "What are you afraid of? It's just the college entrance examination. If you don't perform well, it's all right. Your brother will take care of you." Shen Jun gestured to soothe her. "What do you mean? I haven't even taken the exam yet." "And you're already predicting my failure?" Shen Nan retorted playfully. "Isn't this what you implied? Not being able to sleep indicates you're nervous. And your nervousness stems from the fear of not performing well on the college entrance examination, correct? I'm saying this for your own good, you see?" Shen Jun teased. Chapter 40. The college entrance examination, brother. You. Shen Nan's little head was spinning. "What's wrong with me? Did I say something inappropriate?" Shen Jun chuckled lightly. "I don't care. I simply cannot sleep. What should we do?" Shen Nan pouted. Shen Jun sighed. Indeed, the irrationality of women knows no age or context. "Should I come and pick you up now? After all, you have a holiday tomorrow." "That may not be the best idea." Shen Nan hesitated. Hearing the girl's contradictory words, Shen Jun laughed softly. "What's wrong with it? You have your college entrance examination the day after tomorrow. The teachers should not fuss too much. Xiaonan, please don't leave us. What will we do if you go? I am also anxious and can't sleep." "Exactly. Don't leave. If even a top student like you leaves, we'll be even more nervous." While Shen Jun awaited Shen Nan's response, a chorus of chattering female voices came through the phone, all urging her to stay at school. But there are no buts. If it comes to it, we can forego sleep tonight and review with you, all right? Tomorrow is a holiday. We'll have time to rest. Xiaonan, don't worry. We'll keep you company tonight. Quickly hang up the phone. "Oh, fine." Shen Nan, persuaded by her classmates, relented. "Brother, I want to go back tonight. I'll return tomorrow after the holiday." "All right then." Shen Jun said little more before hanging up. He understood the anxiety surrounding the college entrance examination. Everyone had been through that phase. It was impossible not to feel nervous, unless one possessed an extraordinary composure or was indifferent to the exam. Thankfully, Shen Nan's school granted a day off before the examination. Had they followed the trend of other schools with 3 days off, Shen Jun would have had much more to endure. On June 6th, at 7:30 a.m. "Brother, I'm back. You're not still asleep, are you? Wake up, brother, wake up." Hearing the commotion outside his door, Shen Jun felt disheartened. He had known it. The moment this girl returned, trouble would follow. But students before their exams truly were not to be trifled with. He had stayed up late watching the stock market, and now he had only slept for 4 or 5 hours. Being abruptly awakened was excruciating. Shen Nan had likely not slept much either. He wondered where she found the energy. With a long sigh, Shen Jun rose and opened the door. "Brother, hurry and wash up. We'll have breakfast." Then we'll visit my exam venue, and after that, we'll light some incense and pray. They say the temple outside the city is quite blessed. As soon as they met, Shen Jun began chattering about her plans for the day. Shen Jun, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Xiaonan, you have an exam tomorrow. Aren't you going to review today? Remember, it's too late to sharpen the sword at the last moment. I studied until 2 this morning. If I review any more, I will surely be sick. It's better to go out and clear my mind," Shen Jun explained. Shen Jun remarked, "Oh, young people are indeed vibrant. Their energy is not merely a saying. Although he is relatively youthful himself, he pales slightly in comparison to those who are 17 or 18. With a sigh, he added, "Let us not squander time. I have only today to prepare you. Quickly, go wash up and change your clothes." As he spoke, Shen Jun urged Shen Jun towards the bathroom. Reluctantly, Shen Jun complied and proceeded to freshen up and change. By 9 in the morning, Shen Jun and Shen Nan arrived at Misty City No. 2 High School, the very venue where Shen Nan had taken her college entrance examination. Located a mere 3 kilometers from their home, a manageable distance. After a brief familiarization with the route from the school gate to the examination hall, Shen Nan hurriedly guided Shen Jun to hail a cab that would take them to a temple situated on the outskirts of Misty City. This temple, not renowned nationally and scarcely known even in Misty City, had modest foot traffic it had managed to endure through the years. Upon reaching the temple's entrance, Shen Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. The temple was teeming with people. The entrance was so congested that it was nearly impassable, a sight that far exceeded his expectations. When had this temple become so popular? However, as he scrutinized the faces of the worshippers, he began to understand. Approximately 50% of those present were around Shen Nan's age, while the remainder were mostly adults, likely their parents. It was almost amusing to him. How could one neglect their studies before the examination and still feel the need to pray so fervently? Was this not a form of superstitious belief? Yet, considering that he too had come, he decided to remain silent on the matter. Later that evening, at 8 o'clock, Shen Nan began to check the items she needed for her examination the following day: identification card, examination admission ticket, 2B pencils, and so forth. Shen Jun sat on the sofa, observing her preparations until she assured him that everything was in order, at which point he finally relaxed. Now, they awaited the examination day. The following day, June 7th, marked the first day of the college entrance examination. Shen Jun awoke early, wasting no time in rising to wash up and prepare breakfast for Shen Nan. While his culinary skills were limited, he managed to toast bread and fry eggs and ham. During the examination days, they could not afford to eat outside, not even from luxurious hotels, to avoid any potential malice from unscrupulous individuals. Better safe than sorry. By the time Shen Nan awoke, breakfast was ready. "Wow, brother, what a wonderful surprise today. Will you still make breakfast for me after the examination?" she inquired curiously as she ate. "Do not pose such foolish questions at this hour, for the answer may disappoint you," Shen Jun retorted rather curtly. "Oh, I knew it." Shen Nan pouted, refraining from asking further questions. After finishing breakfast, the clock struck 7:30. Rather than taking a taxi to the examination hall, they opted for an electric bike, wary of potential traffic delays. Before 8 o'clock, Shen Jun, carrying Shen Nan on the bike, arrived at a crossroads not far from No. 2 High School. It was not that Shen Jun was unwilling to proceed, but rather that he was halted by the traffic police, who informed him that no vehicles were permitted to pass in front of the school entrance. Shen Jun expressed his understanding of the situation, parked his electric scooter by the roadside, and accompanied Shen Nan to the school gate. At this moment, the area was teeming with people. An immense crowd of examinees and their parents gathered for the examination, while police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks were conspicuously present all around. 2 prominent signs stood erect at the center of the school entrance: "No honking," and "Parents of examinees, please stop here." As the clock struck 8, the school gate slowly swung open, signifying the time for the students to bid farewell to their parents. Shen Nan waved goodbye to Shen Jun before stepping into the school. Shen Jun did not feel the need to offer any specific admonitions. He held a considerable degree of confidence in Shen Nan. Of course, even if she were to perform poorly on the exam, it would not matter. She could always retake it. And should she choose to abandon her studies, he would be more than capable of supporting her. Chapter 41. After the examination. Shen Jun watched Shen Nan enter the school before he did not linger at the entrance, but proceeded towards the direction where his electric bike was parked. He felt powerless to assist with the exam, leaving everything to Shen Nan's own capabilities. His only contribution would be in providing sustenance. Most parents shared Shen Jun's sentiments, and once their children entered the school, many departed from the entrance. Upon locating his electric bike, Shen Jun did not head straight home. Instead, he first visited a nearby supermarket to procure supplies. He purchased beef brisket, lamb, fish, prawns, a variety of vegetables, and some seasonings. By the time he returned home, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Shen Jun immediately began searching online for a chef who could come to his home and cook. Indeed, he was seeking a personal chef, as he was not adept in the kitchen and saw no reason not to hire someone. In today's society, having money makes everything remarkably convenient. After searching for about 10 minutes, Shen Jun settled on 2 chefs who charged 500 yuan for a single meal, solely responsible for cooking without any additional duties. This fee was considered quite high in the foggy city. At 10:30, the 2 chefs arrived at his home, a man and a woman. They exchanged no excessive pleasantries and promptly got to work, as preparing the ingredients requires time. By 11:10, they commenced the actual cooking, using only the ingredients provided by Shen Jun, all of which were prepared under his watchful eye. Neither chef left his sight throughout the process. At 11:50, Shen Nan returned home, just as the chefs completed all the dishes. They had prepared dishes such as braised beef brisket with potatoes, stir-fried lamb, and deep-fried prawns. Shen Jun did not indulge in unnecessary niceties. He transferred the payment to the 2 chefs, who then departed. "Brother, you really have it easy," Shen Nan remarked after the chefs left. "Easy? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended bringing those ingredients home? If I weren't worried about you getting an upset stomach and failing the exam, wouldn't it be simpler to eat out?" Shen Jun rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Stop chatting. Hurry up and eat. After your meal, rest or review." "Relax, dear brother. I am completely composed," Shen Nan declared, proudly pinching her fingers. "If I don't score above 130 on that Chinese exam this morning, I'll write my surname Shen backwards." "Shen Jun, isn't that a bit too boastful? It makes me want to smack you." "Never mind, I cannot provoke a high school examinee. Let her revel in her confidence. We will address any matters once the exams are concluded." After dining, Shen Nan rested for a short while before Shen Jun once again rode her to the examination venue. Time swiftly passed. On the afternoon of June 9th, the entrance of the second high school bustled with a sea of people. Shen Jun, utilizing his youthful vigor, managed to push his way to the front amidst the disapproving glares of countless parents. His only intention was to witness the scene of the examinees emerging triumphantly. Regardless of whether in a past life or this one, when Shen Jun exited the examination hall years ago, he did not experience the exhilaration or excitement one might expect. Instead, he was enveloped by an indescribable emptiness. After a decade of diligent study culminating in the college entrance examination, the conclusion felt particularly devoid of meaning. However, upon witnessing the jubilant rush of students bursting out of the school gates online, he suddenly found a spark of interest in life. It was merely the delightful aspects that he had failed to perceive. Now, he could finally reassess the post-examination scene from the perspective of someone who had traversed that path. Time passed, and the sudden ringing of a bell jolted the parents waiting outside into a state of excitement. Influenced by the surrounding atmosphere, Shen Jun felt a shift in his own emotions. As the school gates slowly opened, a multitude of young men and women streamed out like the wind. Observing the students as they ran, cheering and shouting, a smile involuntarily graced Shen Jun's lips. This was indeed the essence of youth. Yet, as the first wave of students rushed out, the expressions of those who followed plunged Shen Jun into contemplation. What kind of expressions were those? Hollow, bewildered, or perhaps helpless? At that moment, Shen Jun came to understand that his own feelings following the examination were entirely normal. Not everyone would emerge from such an experience brimming with joy. The videos online captured only those beautiful moments, neglecting the more genuine scenes that followed. "Brother, what are you thinking?" During Shen Jun's reverie, Shen Nan had appeared before him unannounced. "I was reflecting on my own experience when I left the examination hall," Shen Jun replied with a smile, snapping back to reality. "What? Nostalgically reminiscing about the past?" Shen Nan teased with a grin. "Yesterday shall not betray yesterday. We can only await a tomorrow adorned in splendor," Shen Jun sighed. "Brother, life is about forging ahead. One can look back but cannot walk backwards," Shen Nan responded. Their conversation immediately caught the attention of the surrounding parents, and one could not help but note how pretentious such eloquent speech sounded. Shen Jun, acutely aware of this spectacle, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The pretentiousness of literary affectation was indeed unbecoming, and he wished to avoid being the center of attention. He swiftly grasped Shen Nan's arm and, while moving towards the exit, inquired, "Enough of this. Now that you've completed your examination, is there anything you desire?" "I want to buy a car to drive during university," Shen Nan replied playfully, clinging to Shen Jun's arm. What kind of car do you wish to purchase? Shen Jun asked casually, though she had yet to obtain a driver's license. It was not as if driving required any special talent. There was ample time before university to acquire one. A Mercedes C260L, Shen Nan answered promptly. How much does it cost? Shen Jun asked again. Less than 300,000, I believe, she replied, her voice dropping considerably. How much do you need me to contribute? Shen Jun teased. Naturally, the more, the better. Sensing her brother's lack of refusal, Shen Nan's tone became animated. TSK. Shen Jun shook his head. Noticing Shen Nan's puzzled expression, he spoke. If you wish to purchase a car, that is certainly feasible. But the model you choose will depend on your college entrance examination results. Should your score exceed 600, I shall provide you with 500,000 to acquire a vehicle. If you surpass 650, I shall grant you 1 million for your purchase. And should your final score exceed 700, you may select any car you desire, even a supercar. Shen Nan responded with a perplexed expression. Brother, while boasting incurs no taxes, you cannot exaggerate to this extent. With a peculiar look and a hint of disdain, she continued. I am somewhat aware of our family's financial situation. If I truly achieve a score above 700, where would you find the funds to buy me a supercar? Shen Jun replied. You underestimate me. Yet, this young lady indeed possesses an admirable confidence. 700. A score of 700 on the college entrance examination. Chapter 42. 14. $8 million historically. Fewer than 10 students in the fog-laden city managed to achieve scores exceeding 700 in the college entrance examination. Although Shen Nan's performance was commendable, her scores in various mock exams seldom surpassed 700, peaking at around 692 or 3. It is perplexing where she derives her confidence from. Nonetheless, as her elder brother, Shen Jun would never undermine Shen Nan's self-assurance. Rest assured, if you truly score above 700, I shall buy you any car you desire. Shen Jun proclaimed with conviction. Really? Shen Nan looked at him with a gaze filled with skepticism. Absolutely. Wow, you're the best, big brother. Love you lots, moi. Shen Jun. Indeed. Women are capricious, regardless of age. By the way, do you need a new phone or tablet? Shen Jun inquired suddenly. No thanks, I still have plenty of money. I can change them whenever I want. I just can't afford a car, Shen Nan replied, shaking her head in refusal. All right then. If you find yourself short on cash, just let me know, and I'll transfer some to you, Shen Jun said gently. Oh, don't worry about me. The rent money I received is more than sufficient for my daily expenses. After saying this, Shen Nan seemed to recall something, her eyes flickering as she asked, Brother, you haven't sold the house that Shen Ting's family occupies, have you? Wow, your little mind is quite sharp. Shen Jun praised with a smile. You really sold it? Shen Nan, disregarding his compliment, asked again with surprise. What else could I do? Shen Jun explained leisurely. It's not easy to evict Shen Ting's family, and rather than continuing to entangle ourselves, it's wiser to sell the house. This way, even if they wish to linger, they'll have no excuse. Impressive, my brother. Shen then gave him a thumbs up. No wonder Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong Haven T contacted me lately. You've truly resolved it. Just a small matter. Shen Jun playfully patted Shen Nan's head, teasing. Now you see whether your brother has the means. Indeed, indeed. Shen Nan nodded vigorously, beaming. Brother, just wait for me to ask for money. Rest assured. As long as your grades are up to par, my finances will follow suit, Shen Jun quipped, raising an eyebrow. Just hope you don't find it difficult to claim that money from me. Please, who do you underestimate? Just wait for the calls from those prestigious school admissions offices. Shen Nan declared with unwavering confidence. All right, I shall wait for that. Let us head home for dinner. Okay. With the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Shen Jun's life returned to its tranquil state. Aside from daily strolls and occasional shopping, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. The stock market mirrored this calm. The stock price of the anti-theft net remained relatively unchanged since his purchase, fluctuating between 11.5 and 12 per share. Conversely, Zhejiang Mining experienced a modest uptick, having risen by approximately 4 over the past several days. Only the stock of Dazhong Transmission experienced a significant increase, rising from 6.89 yuan per share to 7.43 yuan within just a few days. However, the amount he invested in Dazhong Transmission was the least among his holdings. Indeed, after becoming accustomed to daily gains of 10, Shen Jun found it challenging to accept the tranquility of the stock market. Yet, faced with this situation, he could only wait. Such is the contradiction of human nature, busy every day yearning for rest, Yet when rest finally arrives, it feels particularly dull and insipid. However, this peaceful existence did not last long. On June 16th, Dazhong Transmission's stock price suddenly began to soar. After the market opened at 9:30 a.m., the stock was instantly locked at the upper limit, leaving no opportunity for retail investors to enter. Just as Shen Jun believed that Dazhong Transmission was embarking on a path of explosive growth, the upper limit suddenly opened. Can you believe it? A stock that was locked at the opening actually opened up again before the market closed. This situation appeared dubious from every angle. Nevertheless, countless retail investors, brandishing their cash, rushed in at the moment the limit was lifted, seemingly oblivious to the potential danger. Shen Jun truly struggled to comprehend this. Were they truly so reckless in their trading? Despite the apparent pitfall before them, they seemed blind to it, leaping into the abyss with abandon, simply absurd. Sensing the danger, Shen Jun promptly liquidated all of his shares in Dazhong Transmission. This maneuver yielded a modest profit of 400,000 yuan. While not substantial, it was certainly better than incurring further losses. When the market opened the following day, the stock price of Dazhong Transmission plummeted as he had anticipated, dropping 6 points immediately and hurtling toward the limit down. A chorus of lamentations erupted among the shareholders of Dazhong Transmission. Without hesitation, Shen Jun reinvested the 2.4 million yuan he had sold the previous day. He purchased at an average price of 760 yuan per share, accumulating a total of 3,150 lots. Not long after Shen Jun's purchase, the stock price of Dazhong Transmission began to rise, only to subsequently decline once again. He understood that the big player was beginning to gather shares. He promptly closed his trading software, realizing there was little left to observe. The big player was merely taking advantage of retail investors. Shen Jun had no intentions of seeking justice. Thus, refraining from monitoring the market was the wisest choice. He resolved to hold his shares and await a rise. On June 22nd, at 1 o'clock in the morning, while Shen Jun was idly watching the U.S. stock market, he inadvertently opened his holdings. To his astonishment, he discovered that the stock price of On the Nth had surged from $11.7 per share to $46.33 per share. The increase was an astonishing 296. Although Shen Jun had long been prepared for On the Nth's meteoric rise, witnessing it firsthand still filled him with undeniable excitement. It was impossible for him not to feel exhilarated, as his profits had ballooned to a staggering $14.8 million. That was a pure profit of $14.8 million, a sea of green. When converted to soft sister currency, it amounts to over 100 million. The performance of the U.S. stock market is truly remarkable. With such an extraordinary surge, how can one even compare it to the A-shares? It is beyond the realm of possibility. After toiling for several days, he managed to earn just over 10 million soft sister currency, while the U.S. stock market, in a mere few hours, allowed him to gain over 100 million. How is one to process such a reality? After a brief moment of calming his thoughts, Shen Jun began to investigate the reasons behind the explosive rise of the anti-speculation network. In any market, there are no stocks that surge or plummet without reason. Whenever a stock experiences a sudden spike or drop, there must be a rationale behind it. Chapter 43, A Lucrative Windfall. Although Shen Jun's phone lacked a VPN, there were no concealed secrets regarding the surging or plummeting stock market news. Thus, he swiftly uncovered the reason behind the sudden spike in the stock of On the Nth. After the market closed yesterday, the Vanguard Group announced a significant investment. The announcement was straightforward. The Vanguard Group had injected $110 million into On the Nth, resulting in an increase of their ownership stake to precisely 8.9. Consequently, On the Nth stock price skyrocketed by 296, reaching an astounding $46.33 per share. One might wonder how a mere investment of $110 million could lead to such a dramatic increase in On the Nth stock price. This is where the formidable strength of the Vanguard Group comes into play. To put it succinctly, regardless of whether it is Tencent, Baidu, Alibaba, or tech giants like Microsoft, Google, and Apple, all must acknowledge the Vanguard Group as a primary benefactor. The Vanguard Group is the titan behind the titans. With every listed company you can think of having it on their shareholder roster. Companies like Apple, Microsoft, Disney, and McDonald's count the Vanguard Group as their largest shareholder, while it ranks as the second largest shareholder for Tesla, Amazon, Coca-Cola, and Berkshire Hathaway. Furthermore, domestically, among major corporations such as Tencent, Alibaba, Baidu, and others, the Vanguard Group ranks within the top 5 shareholders. The Vanguard Group, established in America in 1975, stands as the second largest fund management company in the world. overseeing assets exceeding 6 trillion and serving over 10 million investors from its headquarters in Malvern, Pennsylvania. After more than 40 years of development, Vanguard has emerged as one of the largest public fund management companies globally, with an ETF management scale reaching 1.6 trillion. Beyond the American market, Vanguard has expanded its reach to Australia, Europe, and various other markets. In 2014, a representative office was established in Kyoto, and in 2017, Vanguard officially launched a wholly owned foreign enterprise in Shanghai. Imagine the implications of such a colossal entity suddenly increasing its stake in On the Network. It undoubtedly signifies a strong endorsement of the company's future prospects. It would be utterly illogical for a company favored by such a giant not to see its stock price rise. This is the power exhibited by true strength. According to system notifications, On the Network stock still has considerable room for growth, leaving Shen Jun with little to do but recline and reap the rewards. As time progressed, On the Network stock price surged once more at 3:30 a.m., skyrocketing from 46.33 to an astonishing 60.84, marking an outrageous increase of 420. At this point, Shen Jun could no longer remain seated. It is noted that the forecast for the stock price of On the Network is expected to reach a peak of 63.50 on July 1st. With only 9 days remaining until this date, and accounting for 2 rest days, there are merely 7 trading days left. A rise of less than 3 over these 7 days, based on a stock price of 60.84, equates to an increase of under 5. Who could possibly endure such a meager gain? Would they forfeit a 5 profit? Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Jun promptly placed sell orders for all his holdings in On the Network at a price of 60.80, allowing just a sliver of profit for the buyer. Yet, at this juncture, who would be concerned about such a trivial profit? In fact, it hardly qualifies as profit. Shen Jun's sell orders were swiftly consumed, and the execution price was not 60.80, but rather 61.20. Indeed, while Shen Jun was placing his orders, the stock price of On the Network experienced another slight increase. As the trading software displayed the successful transaction, Shen Jun immediately sat up, overwhelmed with exhilaration. The speed at which this fortune materialized was astonishing, far exceeding his expectations. Gazing at the funds in his account, he could scarcely contain his emotions. The profits amounted to an astounding 21,170,000, which translates to a staggering 150 million yuan. Earning 150 million yuan in a single night felt almost surreal. Although Shen Jun was a time traveler equipped with a system, witnessing such a substantial sum firsthand filled him with excitement. He was now, without a doubt, a bona fide billionaire. Just minutes after Shen Jun liquidated his holdings, the stock price of On the Network began to decline, albeit not significantly, thus he refrained from making additional purchases. As he contemplated exiting the trading software, he suddenly recalled another stock alerted by the system, Horton Homes. He quickly accessed his favorites and could not suppress a chuckle upon seeing the stock price at 110.50. The system truly had a knack for selecting stocks. It was noteworthy that the highest price for Horton Homes, as indicated by the system, was 130.85 per share, while the current price stood at only 110.50. Observing a 5 turnover rate, Shen Jun wasted no time and immediately placed a buy order for Horton Homes. With a market capitalization of 42 billion, he tentatively placed an order for 5 million at a price of 110.70. Within a minute, the 5 million order was successfully executed, and the stock price of Horton Homes exhibited minimal fluctuation. Seeing this, Shen Jun again seized the opportunity, placing an order for 10 million, this time raising the purchase price to 111. That transaction also concluded swiftly, within approximately a minute. Subsequently, Shen Jun refrained from placing further orders and began to wait, curious to see if the stock price of Horton Homes would decline as the market approached closing. At 3.55, the stock price of Horton House did not decline as Shen Jun had anticipated. Instead, it experienced a slight increase, reaching 111.20 per share. Shen Jun shook his head in resignation, initially hoping for a modest profit, only to find himself at a loss. Without further hesitation, he decided to invest all of his remaining 170,000 in a single bold purchase order, perhaps due to the impending market closure. This time Shen Jun's order was executed with remarkable speed, completing within 30 seconds of placement. He chose not to monitor the stock price any longer, as the U.S. market would soon be closing for the day. Time to rest. Chapter 44. The Pinnacle of the Province. Although Shen Jun has become a billionaire, his life remains largely unchanged. For the wealth has yet to materialize. As the saying goes, a fortune in assets means little if it is not liquid. Livestock, until sold, cannot be deemed true wealth. This is due to the myriad risks and uncertainties inherent in the breeding industry, including market fluctuations, natural disasters, and diseases, all of which can adversely affect a breeder's profits, potentially leading to losses. Thus, while the livestock possess value while alive, it is only upon sale and realization of profit that they can be considered genuine wealth. The same principle applies to stock trading. The risks of the stock market are well known, although Shen Jun assures himself of gains without losses. Until the funds are in hand, they remain elusive. For now, Shen Jun continues to lead a tranquil and affluent life with his 20 million. Yet this existence is not destined to last long. On the night of June 24th, following the Foggy City's college entrance examination, Shen Jun and Shen Nan sat on the sofa, eagerly awaiting the stroke of 11. However, while Shen Jun remained calm, Shen Nan appeared somewhat anxious. Shen Jun understood her apprehension. After a decade of arduous study, it was only natural to feel tension at such a pivotal moment. Observing Shen Nan as she incessantly messaged, sent voice notes, and even made phone calls, Shen Jun chuckled. Didn't you already estimate your score? What? Are you doubting yourself? Estimating is one thing, but the actual score can differ significantly. Remember how your estimated score was off by 10 points during the exam? Shen Nan retorted with irritation. Shen Jun, that tone I dare not provoke. Silently, Shen Jun chose to ignore Shen Nan, sitting quietly on the sofa, lowering the volume of the short videos he was watching. At this moment, it was clear that the elder sibling was Shen Nan. As time passed, at precisely 10 o'clock, Shen Jun's phone suddenly buzzed with an unknown call from Kyoto. Before he could answer, Shen Nan's phone rang as well. This prompted Shen Jun to recall the online discussions regarding the competition for college entrance examination scores. He glanced at Shen Nan, who was also looking at him, albeit with a lack of excitement in her eyes. Rather, she seemed to exhibit a blend of shyness, a trace of apology, and perhaps fear. The emotions conveyed through her gaze left Shen Jun perplexed. What could be the matter? Brother Shen Nan timidly called out. What's wrong? Shen Jun inquired with curiosity. Perhaps you should not answer that call? Shen Nan suggested, feeling embarrassed. Shen Jun? No. What is this girl hiding from me? Give me a reason. He replied, placing his phone down with a hint of indifference. How should I express this? Shen Nan scratched his head, pondering for a considerable time before elucidating. Brother, during the last 2 months of senior year, the admissions team from Tsinghua began to reach out to me. However, at that time, you were cooped up at home, oblivious to everything, so I refrained from informing you. Shen Jun, what does that mean? The final 2 months? Isn't that the original owner's fault? This is simply indefensible. And then, with a sigh of resignation, Shen Jun pressed for further details. The admissions office from Tsinghua informed me that as long as I maintained my current scores in the college entrance examination, I could choose any major. And there were numerous scholarships available. They also promised many benefits, which are difficult to articulate at the moment. Shen Nan replied cautiously. Shen Jun, does this girl not possess any common sense? How can she utter such foolish words? And then, Shen Jun asked with a stern expression. Then I agreed to their proposal, stating that if my exam results were satisfactory, I would choose to attend Tsinghua. After all, they had contacted me so early, and I felt it would be rude to decline, Shen Nan explained, gathering her courage. Shen Jun, observing Shen Nan's guilty demeanor, he shook his head in disapproval. What were you thinking? You were so easily swayed by a few perks? You agreed to their terms, yet forbade me from contacting other schools. What if you do not perform well? Do you think they will still pay you any heed? Utterly foolish. But, just as Shen Nan attempted to interject, she was immediately interrupted by Shen Jun. There are no buts. What you need to focus on now is selecting your major. I will handle the rest. Oh. Shen Nan responded with a sullen face and lowered her head, too intimidated to speak. Her brother had changed so drastically recently that it felt as though she were dealing with their parents. Shen Jun paid no further attention to Shen Nan. Picking up his phone, as he prepared to return the call he had just received, the screen displayed an incoming call once more. This time, Shen Jun did not hesitate and answered the phone directly. Hello. Greetings, Mr. Shen. I am Song Linny from the admissions office of Kyoto University. Hello. I am Shen Jun. Shen Nan's brother. Has my sister's examination result been released? I won't beat around the bush. Shen Nan's scores have been finalized. Chinese 133, Mathematics 145, English 144, Physics 99, Chemistry 95, Biology 94, with a total of 710 points, ranking first in Wudu and first in the province. The reason I am sharing this with you in such detail is to advise you not to be deceived by the Chihua admissions office, as I have heard from Shen Nan's teachers that she has already accepted their invitation. Perhaps we should meet to discuss this further? Shen Jun. What did you just hear? 710 points? Is that the score his sister achieved? Given the foolishness she just displayed, how is that even possible? This must be a joke, right? Just as Shen Jun was engulfed in confusion, another call arrived, still from an unknown number, once again from Kyoto. Shen Jun promptly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "Certainly, but I would kindly request that Teacher Song visit our home. As the admissions office of Tsinghua has also reached out to us, it would be best for us to discuss this in person, wouldn't you agree?" "Of course, Mr. Shun. Please hold on. We will arrive shortly," Song Liani readily agreed. After concluding the call with Song Liani, Shen Jun immediately connected with another line. As he had anticipated, it was indeed a call from the Tsinghua admissions office, from a teacher named Zhang Qingsong. Shen Jun courteously extended the same invitation for a discussion at his residence, to which the teacher readily acquiesced, tactfully avoiding any mention of the prior agreement with Shen Nan. Once the call was terminated, Shen Jun fixed his gaze upon Shen Nan, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Shen Nan dared not meet his eyes, fearful of incurring his wrath once again. Chapter 45. Exceptional treatment in the living room of the Shen family. 4 individuals were seated upon the sofa, accompanied by 3 standing nearby. Shen Jun swore he had never witnessed such a gathering in his home before. Among those seated were professors from Kyoto University and Tsinghua University, while the standing trio consisted of senior students from Shen Nan's high school, 2 from Kyoto University and 1 from Tsinghua University, with the presence of Professors Zhang and Su. The atmosphere shifted to one of competition. A bespectacled, intellectual middle-aged woman spoke slowly. "Mr. Shen, should Shen Nan agree to attend Kyoto University, we are prepared to offer not only a choice of majors, but also dual degree opportunities from both Kyoto and Hong Kong universities, a scholarship of 500,000, and an exchange program with Oxford University." Shen Jun. Shen Nan? Zhang Qingsong. Are they truly offering such lavish incentives without any opportunity for negotiation? When did Kyoto University begin to lure students with such extraordinary terms? This defies reason and logic. Even the provincial top scholar would not receive such an offer. Song Liani, have you lost your mind? Zhang Qingsong exclaimed incredulously. Do you possess the authority to extend such an offer? Whether I have the authority is my concern, not yours, Professor Zhang, Song Liani replied with a light laugh. Now, the question is what you can offer, Professor Zhang. Immediately, Shen Jun and Shen Nan turned their gaze towards Zhang Qingsong. He shook his head. "Mr. Shen, I regret to inform you that the terms we can provide at Chihua do not compare to those offered by Professor Song. But I find the authenticity of her claims questionable. We can sign an agreement now. While a person may lie, written words remain immutable, do they not?" Song Liani asserted confidently. "Zhang Qingsong, I would genuinely like to see if Professor Song dares to sign this agreement." At his words, Song Liani remained silent, simply retrieving a pre-prepared agreement from her bag and placing it on the table. Before Shen Jun could examine it, Zhang Qingsong eagerly snatched the document into his possession. Minutes later, his expression soured. Shen Jun glanced at the agreement and noted its clarity. It was so explicit that anyone could comprehend it. Turning to the taciturn Zhang Qingsong, he understood that no better terms would be forthcoming. He nodded at Shen Nan, signaling, "Sign it." Oh, Shen Nan signed without even reading the content of the agreement. As Shen Nan completed his signature, Zhang Qingsong regained his composure, offering a wry smile as he murmured, "Professor Song, you possess remarkable audacity. I shall refrain from further comments and wish Shen Nan a bright future." "Thank you, Professor Zhang. I apologize for earlier misunderstandings regarding my brother," Shen Nan began, only to be interrupted. Zhang Qingsong chuckled. "Mr. Shen's actions are commendable. A brother is akin to a father. There is no fault in Shen Nan heeding his brother's advice. It is we who failed to provide adequate terms. We can only blame ourselves." With that, Zhang Qingsong exchanged polite remarks with Shen Jun and Song Liani before departing from the Shen residence. After Zhang Qingsong and the others departed, Song Liani breathed a sigh of relief, having finally completed her task. "Now, Mr. Shen, let us discuss the specific details regarding Shen Nan's enrollment." Shen Jun nodded and began to engage in conversation with Song Liani. Meanwhile, Shen Nan stood in a daze, contemplating her astonishing score of 710. Had she truly achieved such a remarkable result? Wasn't her estimated score merely 690? The discrepancy was staggering. Time passed swiftly. And with the release of the college entrance examination scores, the internet buzzed with trending topics surrounding these results. At the center of attention was Shen Nan, who found herself quite occupied. However, her busyness stemmed not from interviews, but from her alma mater's relentless invitations to meetings. These gatherings were less about formal discussions and more about showcasing her achievements. Shen Jun did not intervene, acknowledging that the school had nurtured Shen Nan, and it was only fitting for the administration to promote their institution. Meanwhile, Shen Jun was not idle either. Ever since the Chun family learned of Shen Nan's status as the provincial top scorer, relatives had been incessantly visiting. Aside from a few closer relatives, most were unfamiliar to Shen Jun. Fortunately, it was ultimately her grandparents who took charge, organizing a celebration banquet at a hotel to accommodate everyone. The expenses for this gathering were graciously covered by the elders, and Shen Jun did not refuse their kindness, knowing he would have ample opportunity to repay them in the future. On this day, his uncle behaved as if he were a mere outsider, while Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong did not even make an appearance, seemingly intimidated by Shen Jun. However, this suited Shen Jun perfectly. A complete severance of ties between the two families was indeed preferable. On June 30th, Shen Jun liquidated all his holdings in Zhejiang Mining and Zhongma Transmission. His profits from Zhejiang Mining amounted to 5 million, while Zhongma Transmission yielded 3 million. At that moment, Shen Jun's account boasted a total of 66 million renminbi in liquid assets. In contrast to his gains in the American stock market, he found himself somewhat dismissive of the domestic market. Yet, even the smallest profits should not be overlooked. To neglect readily available gains would surely invite misfortune. At 9:30 p.m., coinciding with the opening of the American stock market, Shen Jun placed sell orders for all his holdings in Horton Homes. The stock was priced at 129 per share, falling short of its peak of 130.85. However, Shen Jun was not inclined to chase the last bit of profit. Recognizing the importance of securing gains, he preferred a conservative approach. As time progressed, the trading volume for Horton Homes began to surge, and the stock price steadily climbed. By 10 o'clock p.m., Shen Jun had successfully liquidated his entire position, exiting the market with a secure and substantial profit. After deducting transaction fees, his total earnings amounted to an impressive 64 million, including his initial capital. His account now held a staggering 81 million. This was the allure of the American stock market. The American dream was indeed extraordinary, and it did not deceive. On July 1st, a Saturday, Shen Nan burst excitedly from her bedroom early in the morning. "Brother, I've found the car I want to buy," she exclaimed. "What car?" Shen Jun raised his head and casually inquired. "Let me make it clear, the price is somewhat steep, but I achieved a score exceeding 700 in my college entrance examination. You cannot criticize me for that." Shen Nan hesitated and attempted to prepare Shen Jun for what was to come. "Ha." Shen Jun chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I shall not say a word against you." With a beaming smile, Shen Nan exclaimed, "I have my eyes set on a Porsche Panamera, and after adding optional features, the total cost will reach 1,200,000. Porsche Panamera? Shen Jun asked with curiosity. "Isn't that car subject to pre-order? I believe the waiting period is rather lengthy. Can you endure such a wait?" "I am aware," Shen Nan proudly explained. "However, the Porsche dealership in Kyoto has some available vehicles as early as August, and I was told that I could drive one away upon payment." Chapter 46, a headache-inducing message. Shen Jun nodded and casually inquired, "Aren't you going to choose a better car?" "You know, I have money now." "No need," Shen Nan cheerfully declined. "I just started college, and I am quite satisfied with this car." "All right then, I will transfer the money to you shortly." Shen Jun did not elaborate further. The cost was inconsequential as long as the young lady was pleased. "By the way, brother, just transfer me 500,000. I still have another 500,000 scholarship to use, and our school has also promised me a 200,000 bonus," Shen Nan hurriedly reminded. "Keep that money for yourself," Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. "You can accept the school's bonus, but do not accept any rewards from those companies. We do not need that little money." During this time, Shen Jun had declined several company rewards on Shen Nan's behalf. These rewards were not easily obtained. Shen Nan would have to cooperate with the companies to shoot promotional videos. As he had stated, it was unnecessary to run around for that amount of money. Their family did not lack those few 100,000. "I understand. Well, I will go out shopping now. You can stay home," Shen Nan said. After receiving Shen Jun's response, Shen Nan tidied up and left the house. Once Shen Nan departed, Shen Jun took out his phone and began to transfer money to her. Generally, Mobile banking transfers are limited to 1 million, but that is the standard. Shen Jun had already applied for unlimited transfers at the bank, having spent over 200,000 recently. After transferring 2 million to Shun Nan, Shen Jun's bank card still held 19,300,000. Although it was not a substantial amount, it was sufficient for his needs. At noon, precisely 12 o'clock. Ding. Sirius, August 1st, 7:82. Halliburton, August 1st, 40:35. Jinka Company, August 1st, 2:54 yuan. On July 2nd, at 9:30 a.m., Luo Luqing tragically died in a car accident while driving past Fuqiang Road. Shen Jun. What on earth? It seems that some peculiar information has been mixed into the system's predictions. Taking out his phone, Shen Jun immediately began searching for information on Luo Luqing, as he could not believe that a person whose death could be foreseen by the system was merely an unknown individual. Upon entering the search terms, information regarding Luo Luqing promptly appeared before him. After viewing Luo Luqing's profile, Shen Jun gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, what had he just seen? Luo Luqing, June 21st, 1950, an aircraft design expert, an academician of the Engineering Academy. There was indeed much information in the profile, but the most critical aspect was Luo Luqing's identity. An academician of the Engineering Academy, a titan in the field of aircraft design, who truly comprehends the significance of a 70-year-old academician in this domain. What sort of giant is this? Wait, what did the system predict earlier? On July 2nd, at 9:30 a.m., Luo Luqing tragically died in a car accident while driving past Fuqiang Street. The sky is falling. How could such a titan perish in the foggy city? This must be a joke. Shen Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, momentarily bewildered by the system's intentions. To save lives? Undoubtedly. Yet, could such a prominent figure truly have perished due to a mere traffic accident? This seemed rather implausible. It was not merely Shen Jun's conspiracy theory. The situation was undeniably absurd. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly began to search online for information regarding the academicians who had met their demise in vehicular accidents. The revelation was startling. ND. Could it be true that so many luminaries had succumbed to traffic incidents? How could this possibly be? Shen Jun's worldview was shaken. He had not anticipated such bizarre tales existed in the world. Yet, regardless of his skepticism, the stark reality remained. Rubbing his temples, he suddenly felt a headache brewing. Setting aside any conspiracy theories or chaotic matters, he pondered the circumstances surrounding these fatal accidents. What kind of vehicle had been involved? A dump truck? A large freight vehicle? Perhaps a van or a compact car? Although the city of Fog Capital prohibited the operation of dump trucks and large transport vehicles, exceptions existed. Shen Jun had encountered both dump trucks and large freight vehicles in the urban area on multiple occasions. If the accidents involved vans or compact cars, it would be manageable. He could intervene safely. However, if a dump truck or a large freight vehicle was involved, would he risk his life to intervene? That would be preposterous. While the lives of others may hold great value, in the eyes of some, perhaps 10 or even 100 Shen Juns would not compare to a single Luo Luqing. For Shen Jun, however, no life was more precious than his own. His life was paramount. Even in an effort to save others, one must ensure their own safety first. As for reporting this news to the police and letting them handle the situation, that thought never even crossed Shen Jun's mind. If he were to call the police, he would be acting foolishly. After a moment of reflection, an idea struck him. Without delay, he resolved to act. Knowledge and action must be united. After a brief preparation, Shen Jun stepped out of his room. For the time being, he set aside concerns regarding those 3 stocks. After all, the stock market would be closed for the next couple of days, so there was no rush. The talent market of Fog Capital. The talent market, under the jurisdiction of the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau, encompasses various labor markets, including those for migrant workers, services, labor, employment, and recruitment, essentially a marketplace for the supply and demand of suitable labor. However, those familiar with the talent market understand its significance. The name of the Sanya god has echoed throughout the land. At this moment, the individuals Shen Jun sought were those revered deities, the true luminaries. But prior to arriving at the talent market, he had expended a considerable sum to hire 2 bodyguards from a security company in Fog Capital. Although this is a society governed by law, and the talent market is devoid of desperate individuals, Shen Jun opted for prudence and hired the bodyguards for his safety. It was all about ensuring stability. Upon arriving at the talent market, the clock had already struck 1 in the afternoon. Although the hours of job searching in the talent market typically extend to the early hours of 3 or 4 in the morning, There are still many individuals who remain unemployed during the day, and the numbers are indeed significant. The moment Shen Jun arrived at the talent market, flanked by 2 security personnel, all eyes converged upon him. Young, stylishly attired, and accompanied by aides, he unmistakably exuded the aura of a privileged heir. What purpose could such an individual have in a talent market? Instantly, a throng of people surged toward Shen Jun. Boss, what kind of workers are you looking for? Boss, I am skilled in carpentry and masonry. What do you need? Boss, I can. The cacophony of voices overwhelmed him momentarily. It felt rather hasty. He had not anticipated such a scene in the talent market. However, now that he was there, he might as well see if he could encounter some true talents. Chapter 47. The slacker Shen Jun gestured to the crowd, saying, "Please do not crowd around. I am not seeking workers. I am in search of friends." The crowd responded with puzzled expressions. Who comes to a talent market to seek friends? And with bodyguards, no less. Is he out of his mind? Instantly, they turned away, dismissing him as just another bored rich kid seeking amusement. Such individuals were not uncommon, though they seldom encountered them in person. Once the crowd dispersed, Shen Jun exhaled in relief and began to wander aimlessly within the market. The market was not expansive, and it wasn't long before he spotted the type of person he was looking for. A young man, bare-chested, was lounging atop a makeshift mat, engrossed in his phone. Without a doubt, he was the quintessential slacker. In the local vernacular of Yancheng, slacker refers to a demographic of individuals who work in the city, living in hardship while lacking ambition. The term has evolved into a broader reference for certain social groups. Hey there, are you interested in doing some simple work? Shen Jun inquired, approaching the young man. Upon hearing the voice, the bare-chested youth turned his gaze towards Shen Jun, noticing his attire and the 2 bodyguards flanking him. The young man promptly shook his head and declared, "No way." Shen Jun was taken aback. Is this really the kind of talent I'm dealing with? So timid? Just a morning's work for 1,000 yuan, Shen Jun tempted. Although uncertain of whether more individuals of this ilk resided within the market, he didn't wish to let this one slip away, particularly since he was clearly impoverished enough to lie anywhere. This was precisely the kind of talent he needed at that moment. Having earned the money, he could easily walk away, and it would take at least half a month to locate someone like him again. If he had sufficient funds, this sort of individual could afford to lounge for half a year or even a year. A morning's work? 1,000 yuan? The bare-chested youth's interest was piqued. That was indeed a substantial sum. Given his daily expenditure of merely 20 yuan, it would allow him to lounge for 50 days. After a considerable pause, the young man finally gritted his teeth and said, "If I get beaten up, you must pay me extra." Shen Jun was left speechless, truly at a loss for words for the first time. Nevertheless, for the sake of his plan, he nodded and replied, "That's acceptable. But do you know anyone else looking for work? I mean people like you." The bare-chested youth raised an eyebrow, confused. "Who are you referring to? What do you mean like me? What is wrong with slackers? Have they been eating your rice?" "Oh, perhaps they actually have," he mused silently. The young man quickly nodded. "Yes, I have plenty of friends just like me. But how many do you need, boss?" 20 individuals, with at least 5 who can drive. If you can help me find them, I'll pay you an extra 1,000 yuan. Shen Jun continued to entice him. "No problem, boss. Just leave this matter to me. In an hour, no, in half an hour, I will gather everyone for you." The bare-chested youth confidently slapped his chest. "All right. Is there a place nearby where you often dine? It would save me the trouble of finding one." Shen Jun casually inquired. "Yes. If you head west from the talent market for about 200 meters, there is a restaurant called A Liang Fried Rice, where we usually eat." The bare-chested youth promptly replied, "Good, let's go there. You gather the people, and I will head over first to take a look." With that, Shen Jun turned and left the talent market. As for why Shen Jun didn't offer the other party a small amount of money to prove his sincerity, come on. Shen Jun was genuinely worried that this guy would take the money and run. Some of those shady characters would even sell their ID cards. Who could still trust them? A Liang Fried Rice was a fast food establishment. The sign outside clearly displayed the names of various dishes along with their corresponding prices. Egg fried rice, 4 yuan. Ham fried rice, 5 yuan. Cold dishes, 2 yuan. Instant noodles, 3 yuan. As Shen Jun glanced at the prices, he was momentarily dazed. When did the Fog City have such prices? He had seen the dining prices of those shady characters online, but those were all in the urban villages of various places. And yet, the talent market in Fog City was located in a slightly more prosperous area within the second ring road. How could such inexpensive meals exist here? Shen Jun's understanding was once again refreshed. Having lived 2 lives, he had truly never encountered or tasted such affordable meals outside. He wondered how the proprietor managed to sustain a livelihood. "Hello, may I?" Just as Shen Jun stood at the entrance pondering the prices, someone hurriedly exited the restaurant. However, upon seeing Shen Jun, the person swallowed the words that were about to leave his lips. It was evident that Shen Jun's attire did not resemble that of a typical diner here. "I'm waiting for someone. They will be coming to eat shortly," Shen Jun casually remarked. "Hiring workers to dine, huh? All right. I will prepare right away and ensure your workers get their hot meals first." The restaurant owner nodded in understanding before returning inside. Shen Jun did not enter but instead waited at the door. After about 10 minutes, the bare-chested youth appeared in Shen Jun's line of sight. Observing the throng of people following him, Shen Jun couldn't help but smile. After all, he was indeed a shady character with extensive connections. Scanning the crowd, he noticed that the vast majority were young, with the oldest barely in their 30s. "Boss, I've brought everyone. There are exactly 20 of them," the bare-chested youth proclaimed proudly as he approached. "Everyone, go ahead and eat. We can chat while we dine." Shen Jun seized the opportunity to speak without allowing others to ask questions. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you." Although it was already 2 in the afternoon, Shen Jun would wager that more than half of this group had not yet had lunch. As expected, after expressing their gratitude, the crowd rushed into the small restaurant. The youth, bare-chested, was no exception. In fact, his pace was swifter than others. Shen Jun could comprehend this, for when he discovered this individual, he was idly sprawled on the ground. Reduced to sleeping outside, he was undoubtedly destitute. It was not uncommon for someone in his situation to have gone a day without a meal, let alone a single meal. After refraining from lingering outside, Shen Jun finally stepped into the quaint eatery, and upon his entrance, all eyes were immediately drawn to him. "Let us dine first and converse afterward," Shen Jun remarked with a wry smile. "Thank you, proprietor." "Thank you, proprietor," the patrons echoed in gratitude. Fast food is, after all, characterized by its promptness. The speed at which the meals were served matched the rapidity with which they were consumed. By the time the diners had satisfied their appetites, the clock had already struck 2:30. Chapter 48. After settling the bill, Shen Jun did not linger in the small eatery, but led everyone outside to a modest restaurant. Though the establishment was small, it served its purpose, and having dined sufficiently, there was no need to occupy the space any longer and hinder the business. Once outside, without prompting, the shirtless young man organized the group to stand in an orderly fashion, his familiarity with the task almost eliciting sympathy. "May I inquire, does anyone here possess a vehicle?" Shen Jun casually asked once the crowd quieted. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, wide-eyed and speechless, not a single person daring to respond. It was merely a meal he had treated them to. Otherwise, they might have resorted to harsh words. If any of them owned a car, who among them would still be in such a predicament? "I must clarify," he continued. "Tomorrow morning, I require you to intercept vehicles at a certain intersection, specifically dump trucks and large cargo trucks. I do not mean for you to simply stand there. Rather, you will use your vehicles to stop them." After a brief pause, amidst the puzzled stares of the group, he added, "If anyone can provide a vehicle, I shall reward that individual with an additional 1,000 yuan. Should any damage occur to the vehicle while in service, we will directly take it to a dealership for repairs. Alternatively, if you choose not to repair it, I will compensate you according to the dealership's assessment." At this revelation, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Compensation according to the dealership's assessment? Was this not an opportunity for profit? Simply borrowing an old vehicle, and if it sustained a minor collision, the funds would be theirs for the taking. With an additional 1,000 for labor, the prospect of wealth was tantalizing. However, despite their thoughts, none of them spoke up. All eyes turned towards the shirtless young man. Observing this, Shen Jun found himself somewhat impressed by their adherence to unspoken rules. "Boss, may I ask why this is necessary? Isn't it illegal to intercept vehicles?" The shirtless young man posed the question that lingered in everyone's minds. "I harbor a grudge against a particular driver of those large trucks. I have received word that he will pass through a certain street tomorrow morning, and who says you cannot stop them?" Shen Jun replied with a hint of annoyance. "Upon sighting a large truck or dump truck, you simply need to graze against them with your vehicle. After that, call the driver down and ensure they do not leave. That way, you will effectively have intercepted them, correct?" "Oh, I see." The shirtless young man instantly grasped the concept. To prevent their departure? So, this boss was essentially using funds to disrupt another's livelihood. Wealth indeed breeds audacity, provoking envy and admiration. The others quickly caught on and began to raise their hands, calling out, "Boss, I have a vehicle. I have a vehicle. I too possess a vehicle. Let me drive." I do not own a vehicle, but I can drive. Whoever has access to a vehicle or wishes to drive, discuss amongst yourselves. I require 5 vehicles in total. I will outline the specific tasks for you all tomorrow." With that, Shen Jun beckoned to the shirtless young man, stating, "Here is a deposit of 1,000 yuan to alleviate any concerns you may have about me absconding." How could it be? The boss clearly appeared to be affluent, making it improbable that he would flee. The bare-chested youth, while praising Shen Jun, swiftly took the money from his hands. To be honest, he was genuinely concerned that Shen Jun might not return the next day. If that were to happen, he would find it impossible to survive in the fog-laden city. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will gather at the eastern entrance of Fuqiang Road, working until 11 at the latest, with a wage of 1,000 yuan. If anyone wishes to withdraw, inform me in advance." Shen Jun pointed at the bare-chested youth before continuing, stressing that it would not be pleasant if anyone decided to back out at the last moment. "Understood. You can rest assured, boss, that's 1,000 yuan. Indeed, 1,000 yuan for 3 hours of work. Only a fool would decline." After years of laboring in the black market, he had never encountered such a lucrative wage. Anyone who leaves would be a fool. Upon hearing these words, Shen Jun smiled and chose not to engage further. After giving the bare-chested youth another reminder, he departed. When Shen Jun was gone, the group of idle youths immediately let loose, surrounding the bare-chested youth and bombarding him with questions about where he had found such a wealthy benefactor. The bare-chested youth was at a loss for words, leading the group into a playful and jovial atmosphere. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Shen Jun arrived at the eastern entrance of Fuqiang Road in a bulletproof vehicle provided by a security company. From a distance, he spotted the group of idle youths led by the bare-chested young man. After instructing the driver to stop the vehicle in front of them, Shen Jun stepped out. Boss. Upon seeing Shen Jun exit the car, the bare-chested youth was as excited as if he had seen his own father. He had genuinely feared that Shen Jun might not show up, although he had received 1,000 yuan the previous day in the grand scheme of things. That amount was insignificant compared to the ongoing wages. After Shen Jun's departure yesterday, he regretted not having added Shen Jun on WeChat or exchanged phone numbers, leaving him to face skepticism today about whether he had been scammed. The pressure was truly indescribable. Fortunately, Shen Jun had arrived. "Where is your vehicle?" Shen Jun inquired first. Over here. The bare-chested youth eagerly pointed towards a nearby small road. Turning to look, Shen Jun was instantly taken aback. What on earth did he see? Parked by the roadside were vehicles in gray, white, and black. Were they serious? A 9-hand Alto? A 10-hand Santana? Could those cars even run? Shen Jun was at a loss for words. "Rest assured, boss, we arrived in these vehicles today. They drive smoothly." The bare-chested youth confidently patted his chest. "Very well." Shen Jun replied, not pressing further. As long as the vehicles could operate, that was sufficient. Observing the slightly anxious expressions on the faces of the youths, Shen Jun chuckled gently to reassure them. "There is no need to worry. Your task is simply to stop the dump truck and large truck drivers we encounter on the road, without any need for confrontation or shouting." "Boss, we understand." "It's just that." The bare-chested youth nodded vigorously, yet the words momentarily eluded him. "Just what?" Shen Jun teased. The young man, bare-chested, felt a nervous sweat bead upon his forehead. "Do not worry. I have the money prepared, resting in the car." With a smile, Shen Jun patted the young man's shoulder and continued. "Now you must deliberate amongst yourselves. 2 vehicles should block the eastern entrance, while 2 others obstruct the western. I shall not concern myself with the methods you employ, but it is imperative that no dump trucks or large cargo vehicles traverse Fuqiang Road. 1 vehicle must follow me closely. You may also choose to have someone accompany me in my car to alleviate your fears of my escape. However, one thing is non-negotiable. You must exert every effort to halt any vehicles, should a dump truck or large cargo vehicle appear on Fuqiang Road. Do not expect to obtain any money from me, for I too fear your lack of diligence." Chapter 49. Collision. "Understood, boss. Just watch. We shall ensure that no dump trucks or heavy vehicles pass through Fuqiang Road." With Shen Jun's assurance, the bare-chested youth immediately perked up. With a vehicle following and someone to keep an eye on Shen Jun's car, what further concerns could there be? Let us get to it. However, there is no need to rush. You'll start intercepting vehicles from 9 o'clock. My adversary should pass through this area between 9 and 10, Shen Jun instructed. Understood. Everyone responded in unison before dispersing, leaving only the bare-chested youth beside Shen Jun. Just as Shen Jun was about to return to the car, a thought struck him. He turned to the youth and reminded him, Have the vehicle following us begin to circle back and forth on Fuqiang Road. If there are any parked dump trucks or heavy vehicles, you must inform me." With that, Shen Jun withdrew 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to him. Continuing, "The fuel expenses are on me, but the patrol must not cease." "All right, boss." The bare-chested youth promptly accepted the money and began to make a phone call. After dispatching all the necessary instructions, Shen Jun returned to the car to rest. He was not worried that his thorough preparations would lead to Luo Luqing being entirely unaware that he had saved his life. An academician in aircraft design deserved such efforts from Shen Jun. Moreover, Shen Jun did not believe this was merely a coincidence. Despite his extensive preparations, the other party might still have a backup plan. Of course, even if problems did arise, there was nothing to lament. He had done all he could and could rest assured. Saving this influential figure and establishing contact would be ideal. Failing to do so was not his burden. Once the bare-chested youth finished his call and got into the car, Shen Jun instructed his bodyguard to drive towards the midsection of Fuqiang Road. This position was advantageous for both offense and defense, serving as the optimal observation point. As time slowly elapsed, Shen Jun's initially calm demeanor began to shift to restlessness. Although he had spoken confidently, the reality of the situation made him somewhat uneasy. Such a national talent perishing in a car accident would indeed be a tragic loss. Furthermore, his dispatch personnel had not relayed any news. Not a single dump truck or heavy vehicle had traversed Fuqiang Road, further agitating Shen Jun's thoughts. At precisely 9:20, the phone of the bare-chested youth beside him suddenly rang. He immediately answered, and a frantic voice erupted from the other end. "Old Lu, a heavy truck just emerged from the paper factory on the eastern segment of Fuqiang Road. What should we do?" Before the speaker could finish, Shen Jun shouted loudly, "Stop him. Do not let him pass. If necessary, graze his vehicle with ours. You must intercept him. I'll add 1,000. Understood. Old Zhang, collide with him. Damn. Let us go for it. What nonsense. That heavy truck has just started. It's moving steadily. Collide with him." Excited exchanges echoed from the other end of the line, followed by the sounds of crashing and screeching brakes. "What the hell? This is thrilling. It's escalating now. Incredible. Hasten to inquire what our superior intends to do next. The call has been intercepted. What shall we do now?" The phone remains connected, and after the sound of screeching brakes and a collision, an exhilarated voice emerges from the other end. "Pull the driver out. Do not allow him to flee. He must compensate for the damages." Understood. Upon the conclusion of the call, Shen Jun promptly instructed the bare-chested young man, "Have the 4 vehicles at the intersection line up side by side and proceed slowly. Do not fear obstructing traffic, for this is not illegal. I shall reward each of them an additional 1,000. For those who drive out, I shall grant 2,000. "Got it, boss." The young man responded with enthusiasm and immediately began making calls. Fuqiang Road is a dual carriageway with 4 lanes in each direction. The 4 vehicles will adequately halt all traffic behind them in their respective lanes. Even if someone attempted to ram through from the opposite direction, it would be futile, for those 4 vehicles are positioned at the very forefront of their lanes. Furthermore, Shen Jun meticulously timed the operation. The smaller cars would have no opportunity for reckless maneuvers. After the young man concluded his calls, the clock struck 9:25. The anticipated moment foretold by the system was swiftly approaching. Shen Jun opened the car window and gazed out at the road. At that moment, Fuqiang Road was nearly devoid of vehicles. At 9:27, he once again instructed the bare-chested young man, "Cause those 4 vehicles to collide with one another, obstruct the road entirely. I dictate when they may pass." "Huh?" The young man was taken aback, perplexed by the request. "What nonsense is this? Hurry and make the call, excluding repair costs. I shall grant each of them an additional 1,000. Shen Jun exclaimed with fervor. I understand. The young man, startled, quickly resumed his calls. At 9:29, Fuqiang Road lay desolate, with only 2 or 3 vehicles meandering slowly. This was precisely as Shen Jun had anticipated. For Fuqiang Road is situated in the fog-laden third ring road, and rarely do electric bicycles or cycles traverse this way. Just as Shen Jun began to relax, a vehicle unexpectedly emerged from a nearby car window tinting shop. At this crucial juncture, a car suddenly appears. Is this a calculated move by some or merely an innocent bystander? At this moment, Shen Jun could no longer afford to ponder such matters. He immediately addressed the driver. Do you see the car ahead? Hit it. Yes. The driver, without a moment's hesitation, pressed the accelerator and surged forward. The bare-chested young man, upon hearing this command, was utterly horrified. What on earth does this boss intend to do? Is this a vendetta? Has he become entangled in something utterly dire? Yet, upon witnessing Shen Jun's grave demeanor, the young man dared not utter a word. He had resolved that once the money was in hand, he would make a swift escape. This was truly terrifying. Bang! With the sound of impact, Shen Jun immediately felt a powerful jolt. Fortunately, he had prepared himself well in advance, thus escaping any injury. Just as Shen Jun was about to remind the driver, the vehicle that had been struck did not come to a halt. Instead, it accelerated forward. Witnessing this scene, Shen Jun was momentarily taken aback, and then he shouted loudly, "Pursue him! Ram into him with all your might. We absolutely cannot allow him to escape. I will bear all the responsibility." Understood. The driver comprehended that his employer had identified the person he was seeking, with thoughts of the promised financial reward swirling in his mind. The driver widened his eyes and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Amidst the roar of the engine, the car surged forward with a whoosh. Bang, bang, boom, bang, bang, bang. Chapter 50. Where to argue? As the sound of a violent collision reverberated, Shen Jun's emotions surged to their zenith. The exhilaration of crashing his vehicle into another was undeniably thrilling, particularly under such advantageous circumstances. What a rush! Bang! Crash! Suddenly, the driver executed a side impact, sending the opposing vehicle tumbling over and rolling twice. Stop! Stop! Upon witnessing the other car flip, Shen Jun commanded immediately. Yes. The driver, his eyes flushed, pressed the brakes and brought the car to a halt. Exhaling deeply, Shen Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. With slightly trembling hands, he retrieved his phone. The time read 9:31. Finally resolved. The opposition had prepared thoroughly. While uncertain whether the truck that emerged from the paper mill was indeed the harbinger of Luo Liuqing's demise, Shen Jun had already made up his mind. Call the police and report that we collided with their vehicle, but instead of stopping, they fled, prompting us to pursue them, which ultimately led to their car flipping over. Shen Jun instructed his bodyguard. Understood, the driver promptly replied. Having received acknowledgement, Shen Jun turned to the visibly pale, bare-chested youth. Contact your associates and instruct them to withdraw. Leave no one behind. He then handed the bag at his feet to the young man. Inside, you will find 200,000 yuan. Distributed according to what I promised the others. This should suffice. Leave me a number to reach you in case any issues arise. Huh? The bare-chested youth was momentarily taken aback by Shen Jun's words, only to quickly regain composure, fear evident in his voice. I understand, boss, but to be honest, I'm planning to flee. I feel something is amiss with this job. Perhaps we should not stay in contact? Shen Jun. This individual possesses a rather keen sense of crisis. However, his words aligned perfectly with Shen Jun's thoughts. After a brief contemplation, Shen Jun replied nonchalantly, Do not run off alone. Escape with your companions. I will retrieve the 200,000 shortly. Go wherever you please, but do not linger in the foggy city. Huh? All right. Thank you, boss. Thank you. The bare-chested youth, suppressing his excitement, expressed his gratitude fervently. After all, it was 200,000. Given freely. How could he not be thrilled? Return first, then head directly to a Liang's fried rice shop to wait for me. I will join you after I collect the money. Shen Jun instructed. Understood. After a swift acknowledgement, the bare-chested youth exited the vehicle, clutching the bag of money. Meanwhile, the driver had completed the call to the police and awaited their arrival. Shen Jun opened the car door and stepped out, glancing at the interior of the overturned vehicle before gesturing behind him. Soon, a car approached, driven by the two bodyguards he had employed. This was his final resort, albeit one he did not employ. Turning to the driver beside him, he remarked, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. I will coordinate with your company regarding the vehicle damage and the compensation from the other party. The promised sum of 200,000 has already been entrusted to my lawyer. If the police do not contact you within 3 months, that sum will be yours. However, should you divulge our conversation, that 200,000 will be lost. The driver nodded heavily, devoid of any lingering concerns. This was merely a straightforward car accident, at most. He would be accountable for colliding with the other party, a cost he would not bear personally. Very well, said Shen Jun, intending to enter the vehicle. Yet, wait. Young man, an elderly voice interrupted him. Following the sound, he beheld an old man swiftly approaching, flanked by 3 men in suits. Shen Jun? What the? Luo Liuqing? What is he doing here? Shouldn't this prominent figure be stuck in traffic? How did he arrive here? This could spell disaster. Oh, it appears you recognize me, the elderly man, Luo Liuqing, remarked, chuckling at Shen Jun's astonished expression. Shen Jun. This is bad. The plan has gone awry. To be frank, Shen Jun certainly wished to forge a connection with this influential figure, yet there were aspects he could not clarify, which is why he intended to depart promptly after resolving the issue. However, he never anticipated that this illustrious individual would deviate from the norm. Why wasn't he waiting in the car? Wasn't he merely stuck in traffic? Why step out? How dangerous? With a heavy sigh, Shen Jun, wearing a sorrowful expression, attempted to remedy the situation. Elder, I am but an ordinary person, and I do not know you. Perhaps we could each go our separate ways? Do you think that feasible? Luo Luqing replied with a faint smile. Shen Jun. However, Shen Jun immediately lifted his head. Luo Luqing's piercing gaze locked on his Shen Jun as he inquired, I wish to clarify one matter. Was that truck involved in the accident, along with this car? Aimed at me? Shen Jun. What kind of question is that? Is this something I can answer? Yet, seeing the old man's serious expression, Shen Jun reluctantly declared, I am unaware. I know nothing. This is merely a simple car accident. Please do not overthink it. You wretch, Luo Luqing chastised, pointing at Shen Jun. Am I to consume you? Speak the truth, or you should be aware of my capabilities. Shen Jun. Good heavens. I am merely trying to do a good deed, and yet I am threatened. Where can I seek justice? With a long sigh, Shen Jun explained, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I merely overheard a fragment of information in a dimly lit corner, and then my emotions erupted. I could not bear to witness the mischief of some individuals, so I devised a plan, yet I possess no concrete details. Really? Luo Luqing inquired once more. Truly. I would not wish ill upon myself for lying. Shen Jun swore, raising his hand in an oath. Very well, I shall trust you, old man. Leave me a contact number, and then take your leave. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun, suppressing his excitement, provided the elder with his mobile number. After noticing the elder wave him off, Shen Jun promptly entered his vehicle and departed. Observing Shen Jun's retreating figure, a security personnel standing behind Luo Luqing spoke up. Old Luo, this individual poses a significant issue. Are you truly allowing him to leave? And what of it? Ultimately, he is the one saving my life. Luo Luqing sighed. Although my itinerary is meant to be confidential, it is evident that it cannot be concealed from certain individuals. There are indeed numerous loopholes. However, their audacity is remarkable. Not even sparing an old man like myself. Enough of this discussion. Place a call to the higher-ups. Let them handle the ensuing matters. But do not disclose that young man's identity. Understood. By the way, please conduct a further investigation into that young man's background. I wish to learn more about him. Yes, sir. Chapter 51, An Astonishing Origin. At 11 in the morning, Eliang was preparing fried rice. When Shen Jun arrived with the money he had just withdrawn from the bank, the shirtless young man and others had already been waiting for him. Upon seeing Shen Jun step out of the car, the crowd immediately surged forward. Boss, we haven't done anything wrong, have we? How could we be reduced to fleeing? One exclaimed. Indeed, while our actions may not have been entirely above board, it hardly warrants running away. Another chimed in. Boss, can we not run? They pleaded in unison. Enough chatter. Stand straight and listen. The shirtless young man intervened, silencing the commotion. As Shen Jun prepared to speak, a bespectacled young man, visibly reluctant, asked, Boss, must we leave Miss City? That's your choice. However, those who decide to leave Miss City may collect 10,000 yuan from me for their escape. Those who choose to stay will not receive anything. Shen Jun replied, unzipping his backpack. What? The crowd stood in stunned silence. They had presumed the extra funds were a reward from Shen Jun, only to be met with this unexpected revelation. What? Did you think I would simply give each of you 10,000 yuan for nothing? Shen Jun chuckled at their bewildered expressions. How greedy you are. No, no. We understand how hard money is to come by. The shirtless young man shouted again. I already told you, this is the escape money. Take it if you want to stay, leave it if you don't. We all know the rules of this circle. Don't test my patience. His words resonated with the crowd, seasoned as they were in the ways of their trade. I want the money, declared a young man in a white shirt. Stepping forward first, I too shall flee. I want the money for my escape. With this 10,000 yuan, I could live comfortably in Yang City for a year. Exactly. We want the money to escape. They echoed in agreement. Hearing their fervent pleas, Shen Jun smiled lightly and responded, take the money and leave. There is no need for an extended getaway. The sum I offer is not extravagant. However, I do not wish to hear news of you in Mist City for the next 3 months. After that, you are free to do as you please. Of course, you may also choose to remain hidden in some corner of Mist City with the money, but I must warn you, do not let me find out. Otherwise, you will understand my methods. As Shen Jun's words hung in the air, the crowd shuddered. Indeed, money held formidable power. He could wield it to crush them. Yet they found themselves powerless against Shen Jun unless a desperate man might spill blood in his fury. But that was only under dire circumstances. Now Shen Jun was offering them a substantial sum to flee for 3 months, a remarkable opportunity. To ask for more would be to court dissatisfaction. As those on the fringes of society, they understood the virtues of contentment and retreat. Otherwise, those unscrupulous agents would not dare to bully them so openly. All right, 10,000 yuan each. Take your share and leave. I have many matters to attend to. With that, Shen Jun began distributing the money. The individuals moved swiftly, expressing their thanks before bolting away. Fearful that he might reclaim the funds, the bare-chested youth was the last to receive his payment. Shen Jun naturally understood the other's intentions. However, he was not stingy. For this individual had indeed rendered him significant assistance. After retrieving an additional 20,000 yuan from the car and handing it over, Shen Jun cautioned him to be candid. If possible, refrain from returning to Miss City. Understood, boss, the bare-chested youth replied, nodding emphatically before expressing his gratitude. Thank you, boss. He then departed. With that, Shen Jun settled into his vehicle and left the area. In an office at a certain Air Force school on the outskirts of Miss City, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. Old Luo, the person you asked me to investigate has been located, but the speaker was the same security personnel who had previously conversed with Luo Luqing. Hearing this, Luo Luqing lifted his gaze, curiosity evident in his expression. But what? You may wish to see for yourself. The individual's background is rather alarming. The security officer placed a dossier on the table. Luo Luqing's curiosity intensified. For a security officer to express such sentiments, Shen Jun's significance must be considerable. He swiftly reached for the file and, upon opening the first page, felt a contraction in his pupils. What is this? 5 classified stamps. How is that possible? A young man residing in Mist City possesses 5 classified stamps? It is worth noting that during the most critical periods, he himself had only 5. Gently setting the file down, Luo Luqing realized it would yield no useful information. Rubbing his temples, he softly inquired, please elaborate on the specifics. The security personnel promptly responded, after you instructed me to investigate the young man. I immediately reached out to the local investigative team in Mist City. Based on the young man's appearance, I commenced my inquiries. According to the information provided by the Mist City investigation team, the young man is named Shen Jun, a local resident. Everything appeared normal, and he had a complete record here. However, since he is a deeply involved participant in the recent events, I decided to delve into his family background. His maternal lineage was entirely traceable, comprised of identifiable individuals. However, when I began to investigate his paternal side, complications arose. His father, Shen Chang'ang, is not from Mist City but relocated his household registration here after marriage. As I continued to pursue the specifics of Shen Chang'ang's identity, I promptly received a stern warning email from a certain location in Kyoto. The language in the email was quite severe. Had I not mentioned your name, I fear I would not be here to speak with you now. Ultimately, they allowed me to photocopy this document, stating it was to give you face. But regardless of what transpires, I must implore you not to further investigate the matters concerning Shen Chang'ang and Shen Jun. The surname Shen? The Shen family from Kyoto? That family perched atop the food chain? After listening to the explanation provided by the security personnel, Luo Luqing felt a twinge of headache. He had initially thought that Shen Jun was merely a figure of some standing in Wudu, but he did not anticipate the extent of the other party's connections, which even implicated the esteemed Shen family of Kyoto. It seemed that he would be unable to repay the life-saving favor he owed. No, wait. Luo Luqing suddenly realized something. He lifted his gaze to the security personnel and inquired, Xiao Wu, did you just mention that Shen Chang'ang moved his household registration to Wudu after his marriage? Indeed. According to the information provided by the Wudu investigation team, Shen Chang'ang did relocate his household registration post-marriage. The security personnel named Xiao Wu promptly affirmed with a nod. I understand now. You may return to your duties, Luo Luqing replied, dismissing Xiao Wu with a wave of his hand after obtaining the information he sought. Once Xiao Wu departed, Luo Luqing retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, what is it, Grandpa? A male voice resonated from the other end. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Luo Luqing gently instructed, Xiao Yin, you need to fly to Wudu tomorrow. What? Didn't you say I should go to Wudu on July 5th? Do not ask too many questions. Come over tomorrow morning, understood? Luo Luqing stated firmly. I understand, Grandpa. Good, then hang up. All right. Chapter 52. Invitation on July 3rd. After a night of rest, Shen Jun's emotions had settled. Although the events of the previous day were somewhat unexpected, the outcome was, on the whole, favorable. However, Shen Jun gleaned an important lesson from this experience. Plans are often thwarted by unforeseen changes. The world does not operate according to his expectations. Every individual is an independent entity with their own thoughts and actions. Shen Jun cannot compel others to act in accordance with his own ideas. Such a notion is both unrealistic and impossible. Shaking his head, Shen Jun resolved to dismiss those thoughts. This experience served as a lesson, one he would remember in the future. It is essential to ensure a safe retreat before assisting others, otherwise. He took out his phone and opened the trading app, casually checking the stock of Jinka Company, which had a market capitalization of 6.5 billion and a share price of 1.11 yuan. Without hesitation, he placed an order to buy 5 million worth of shares. Once the order was successfully placed, he shifted his focus away from Jinka Company's market movements. Engaging in such minor transactions did not warrant an excessive investment of time and energy. The most crucial aspect remained the American stock market. That was where true profits could be made. Having resolved his matters with Jinka Company, Shen Jun contemplated what to do today when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at the unknown caller from Kyoto, he answered the call. Hello, Mr. Shen, greetings. I am Luo Zhenyan, the grandson of Luo Lucheng. I am calling to inquire if you would be available this evening, as I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of gratitude. Shen Jun was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought the call was from Luo Lucheng himself, only to discover it was his grandson. The elder truly understood the sentiments of the younger generation. Recognizing that Shen Jun might not have much to say to him directly, thus delegating this task to his descendant. After a brief contemplation, Shen Jun replied, I am available. Then I shall await your esteemed presence at Jiangnan Water Town at 8 o'clock this evening. Thank you, Mr. Luo. I shall arrive promptly. Very well, goodbye, Mr. Shen. After hanging up, Shen Jun could not help but rub his forehead. How to articulate his thoughts? He wished to establish a connection with them, yet he also desired to maintain a certain distance. The issue lay in the fact that he could not adequately explain the circumstances surrounding his rescue of Luo Lucheng. It was an explanation he found impossible to provide. If it had been a spontaneous act of heroism, there would have been little to discuss. The mere favor of saving a life would have allowed him to navigate the domestic landscape with ease. However, the reality was that Shen Jun had meticulously planned the rescue of Luo Lucheng. The difference between the two scenarios was monumental. After much contemplation, Shen Jun ultimately decided to remain flexible and adaptable. After all, he was indeed the savior of Luo Lucheng. The latter would not dare to complicate matters for him. Of course, certain intelligence agencies might be an exception. Given the stature of someone like Luo Lucheng, it remained uncertain whether his actions could be concealed. However, he harbored no regrets. His lineage was entirely untainted, and his whereabouts could easily be verified, leaving him unafraid of being mistaken for a spy. If Shen Jun himself had any questionable dealings, he would never dare to venture into perilous situations. That would be sheer foolishness. As night descended, the fog-laden city transformed into a vibrant spectacle. In contemporary society, most individuals labor tirelessly in their offices by day, only to liberate themselves from stress and revel in freedom by night. Whether in sprawling metropolises or quaint towns, once evening falls, each locale exudes its unique charm. At 7:30, Shen Jun hailed a cab and arrived at what Luo Zhenyan referred to as the Jiangnan Water Town. Despite the melodious name, this venue was merely an exclusive private club of the highest caliber. As a native of the Fog City, Shen Jun had heard tales of this establishment more than once. Yet he had never set foot inside. It was not a matter of finances. Rather, the entry requirements were stringent, reliant on recommendations from existing members. Although Shen Jun now possessed considerable wealth, he lacked a business of his own and any influential connections, hence his absence from such a place until now. During a recent escapade, he had frequented other clubs and bars in the Fog City. Upon disembarking from the cab, he was greeted by the sight of several elegantly dressed ladies standing at the entrance of the club. Beyond them, there were only luxury sports cars and high-end vehicles, nothing particularly captivating. Those in the know understood the allure of such automobiles, but until one reached an enlightened state of being, most men's attention would inevitably gravitate towards the beautiful women. After all, the appreciation of beauty is universal. In simpler terms, admiring lovely ladies brings joy to the heart, a truth that cannot be denied. After a cursory glance around his surroundings, Shen Jun took confident strides toward the club. Simultaneously, the striking ladies at the entrance noticed him. However, upon realizing he had arrived by taxi, their gazes swiftly shifted away. It was evident that someone arriving in a cab did not pique their interest. Shen Jun noticed their reactions, but paid them little mind. They were clearly waiting for someone of significance, as appearances often dictate social standing. Just as he reached the entrance, a sharply dressed young man approached him briskly and, with a welcoming smile, stated, "Good evening, sir. This is a private club. May I kindly ask you to present your membership credentials?" As the young man's words hung in the air, the ladies turned their attention to the unfolding scene, eager to discern whether this taxi-riding individual possessed the requisite qualifications to enter the establishment. If he did, that would be one story. If not, it would certainly be amusing. Shen Jun, unaware of their thoughts and unconcerned even if he were, recognized that they belonged to a different realm altogether. He smiled at the young man in the suit. Introducing himself, "I am Shen Jun, invited by Luo Zhenyan. If you haven't received the notification, I can call him right now." Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, the suited young man momentarily froze, but quickly bowed in apology, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Shen. Mr. Luo has indeed informed me. I sincerely regret not recognizing you. It's quite all right. Just lead me inside." Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, Mr. Shen, please follow me," the young man said, extending his hand in invitation. Just as Shen Jun was about to enter the club, a few tall young ladies jogged towards him. They had certainly observed the young man's demeanor towards Shen Jun and realized they had let a significant opportunity slip by. However, it was not too late for them to remedy the situation. Unfortunately, not everyone in this world would act according to their whims. Shen Jun paid no heed to their advances and stepped confidently into the club's interior. He had not yet reached a point of desperation where he would consider such individuals. A glance was permissible, as it was indeed pleasing to the eye, but anything beyond that was out of the question. Chapter 53 presents a conundrum. Under the guidance of a young gentleman clad in a suit, Shen Jun arrived at the entrance of a room on the 6th floor of Jiangnan Watertown. As the suited young man slowly pushed open the grand door, two figures came into view, causing Shen Jun to draw in a sharp breath. The sight of the two individuals, who had just risen to their feet, elicited an exclamation from one of them as well. Is the world truly this small? No, it cannot be that the world is small, rather. The upper echelons of Fog City are exceedingly limited. Shen Jun, it has been a long time. I never expected you to be the one invited by Jin Yan. I thought there might be another person with the same name, Lei Xian remarked, his tension finally dissipating. Indeed, it has been a while, Shen Jun replied, somewhat at a loss. He had presumed that after their last transaction, their paths would not cross again, yet here they were. How is it that you know Mr. Shen? Inquired the other young man, Luo Zhenyan, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Lei Xian, caught in a mixture of amusement and dismay, explained, "Well, the lottery ticket I prepared for you was won by Shen Jun." He was reluctant to divulge this information, as it was rather embarrassing, something everyone was aware of. However, having already handed the ticket to Luo Zhenyan, who intended to gift it to Shen Jun, he found himself compelled to speak. What? Luo Zhenyan was left utterly astonished. Shen Jun thought to himself, what do they mean by this? Could Luo Zhenyan possibly intend to reward him with that 5 million lottery ticket? No. The original intent of that ticket was not to repay him. It was meant as a gift from Lei Xian to Luo Zhenyan. Suddenly, a realization struck Shen Jun. Luo Zhenyan had not come to Fog City merely due to Luo Liuqing's incident. He had intended to come all along. Lei Xian must have received news in advance, prompting him to spend a considerable sum on the 5 million lottery ticket to present it to Luo Zhenyan. This implied that many were aware of Luo Liuqing's itinerary. But who leaked this information? Was Lei Xian involved in any way? Despite their current appearance of camaraderie, evident in Lei Xian's costly gift, it was clear that their relationship was not as amicable as it seemed. I must not dwell on this. The more I think about it, the more complicated it becomes. After sorting through the myriad of thoughts, Luo Zhenyan regarded Shen Jun with a gaze laden with complexity. Mr. Shen, you have indeed broadened Jin Yan's horizons. Shen Jun, however, was troubled. Winning 5 million from the lottery could be attributed to mere luck, but how could he explain the prior knowledge of Luo Liuqing's impending peril? Individually, neither incident posed a problem, but together they painted a disturbing picture. No, this cannot be. Lottery? Luo Liuqing in danger? By the heavens! Is the damned system plotting against him? Reflecting on the intelligence exhibited during the system's recent updates, Shen Jun's expression darkened. What, pray tell, is the true purpose behind the system's actions? Is it to find him a supporter? Absolutely not. The loopholes are far too glaring. It could easily expose Shen Jun. So what is the underlying reason? Why does the system incessantly propel him toward the eye of the storm? What advantage does this confer upon it? Or does this wretched system intend to orchestrate his demise through the hands of others? Yet, what benefit would it gain from its own destruction? Shen Jun's mind raced, suddenly recalling the compensation that had swelled from 10 million to 50 million following the untimely demise of his parents. Why did the opposing party abruptly raise the compensation just as he was about to sign the letter of understanding? A mere 10 million could have resolved the issue. Why would they spend 50 million instead? 4 million in cash is no trifling sum, even for large enterprises. Why then would they offer such a substantial amount at that particular moment? In this world, no benefit is bestowed without cause. Everything has its price. A flash of insight struck Shen Jun, leading him to connect the dots to his father, Shen Chang'an. His father had never divulged even a sliver of information about the Shen family. Was he without parents? Or had they perished? Given the system's displayed intelligence, there must be a problem within the Shen family. Ding. Emergency situation. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the host dies in a car accident while traveling to the Dazhong intersection. Shen Jun? Just as he was lost in contemplation, the system's voice broke through, delivering a bombshell that left him utterly bewildered. An emergency situation? Dazhong intersection? Isn't that the very intersection one must pass through to leave the Jiangyan water town? Damn it. Lei Xin is up to something. There is definitely something amiss. He had just met these two individuals, and now the system alerts him of an impending car accident? This is utterly infuriating. Is there truly such audacity? Do they not fear the law enforcement agencies uncovering their deeds? Or do they simply feel invincible, using Shen Jun as a warning to others? Patience is key. He must not rush. Certain matters require further verification. Shen Jun lifted his gaze, casting a deep look at Lei Xin standing beside Luo Zhenyan. Before addressing Luo Zhenyan, the whims of fate are unpredictable. There exists a small handful of individuals blessed with extraordinary fortune, and it seems, by chance, you have encountered them. He chuckled lightly. Mr. Shen, your words are quite amusing, Luo Zhenyan replied with a laugh. Indeed, Shen Jun's luck is remarkable, after all. Winning a 5 million lottery is a rare feat. Lei Xin chimed in with flattery. There is no help for it, if heaven grants me favor. I can only accept it with a bold face, Shen Jun quipped. Ha ha ha, Mr. Shen. No, I shall call you Shen Jun, as we are likely of similar age. Luo Zhenyan chuckled. What do you think? Is there anything else to discuss? Just call me Shen Jun. Shen Jun nodded. However, let us refrain from discussing sensitive topics today. Shall we simply enjoy a casual conversation over drinks? Not a problem. Today, you are the guest, and whatever you decide shall be done, Luo Zhenyan agreed. In that case, I shall have them serve the wine and dishes. Seeing that the two had reached an understanding, Lei Xin immediately beckoned to the suited young man standing outside, saying, Bring me the collection of fine wines. Understood, Mr. Lei, the young man in the suit responded before turning to prepare the items. Is Brother Lei the owner of Jiangnan Watertown? Shen Jun inquired with curiosity. You flatter me, Brother Shen. I merely hold a small share. I cannot claim to be the owner, Lei Xin replied modestly. Do not listen to his modesty. Shen Jun. Lei Xin holds half of the shares in this establishment. The next time you visit, just mention his name, and everything will be on the house. Luo Zhenyan jested. Brother Lei, that hardly seems fair. Are you worried that I might spend too much and be unable to settle the bill? Shen Jun teased. You too. Lei Xin exclaimed helplessly. I was merely being courteous. Do not take it seriously. Well then, I shall not hold back. The next time I come, I will simply use Brother Lei's name. And I certainly will not be paying, Shen Jun replied, grinning as if he were unaware of the concept of modesty. No need for courtesy, no need at all. Given our connection, Brother Shen, I shall waive the bill for however many times you visit. Lei Xin waved his hand dismissively. Well, you two seem to have formed a bond, Luo Zhenyan remarked, somewhat exasperated. This meal was organized by me, after all. Come now, Brother Yan, please be understanding. After all, Brother Lei is a prominent figure in our fog city. I must curry his favor, Shen Jun earnestly explained. Do not say that. I cannot be considered a prominent figure here at Zhenyan's, Lei Xin quickly refuted. Lei Xin, you are being rather dull. Did you not realize Shen Jun was merely teasing you? Honestly, Luo Zhenyan shook his head in jest. My apologies, I misunderstood. How about this? I shall drink 3 cups as a penalty. Lei Xin promptly remedied the situation. Chapter 54. The final step. Regrettably, Lei Gu could not resist the allure of fine wine and openly declared his self-imposed punishment of 3 cups. You've consumed all the good wine, so what shall we drink? Shen Jun interjected. Indeed, just look at your stingy demeanor. Luo Zhenyan chimed in, mirroring Shen Jun's playful banter. You too. Lei Xian gestured towards the pair, offering a bitter smile as words failed him. All right, enough about him, or he'll be off in a moment, Luo Xinyan remarked, waving his hand at Shen Jun and inviting him to sit down and chat. Sure, Shen Jun replied, not hesitating to take a seat beside him. Once both were settled, Lei Xian slowly occupied his chair. It was not long before the club's servers arrived with food and drink. The trio engaged in lively conversation, their topics spanning the globe. Yet the matter of Luo Lucheng remained unspoken. As the cups were exchanged, time drifted to 8:40. At that moment, Lei Xian's phone abruptly rang. Upon hearing the ringtone, Shen Jun's gaze sharpened. Both Lei Xian and Luo Xinyan were captivated by the sound, oblivious to Shen Jun's expression. Extracting his phone, Lei Xian glanced at the caller ID and politely excused himself, saying, I apologize, please continue your conversation. I need to take this call. Go ahead. Luo Xinyan waved it off nonchalantly. Shen Jun nodded in understanding. He truly comprehended the urgency, as this call could potentially threaten his life. How could one not grasp such a pressing matter? Once Lei Xian departed, Luo Xinyan immediately turned his attention to Shen Jun with a smile, saying, It seems our meal is coming to an end. Shen Jun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a statement from Luo Xinyan. Noticing Shen Jun's confusion, Luo Xinyan chuckled lightly, explaining, if it weren't for an urgent matter, he wouldn't step outside to take a call in front of me. Moreover, today I invited you. You are the guest of honor, and he is merely accompanying. He surely understands this. Shen Jun thought to himself, is this the confidence of someone with powerful connections? Merely a phone call, yet it inspires such insights? Truly remarkable. It is often said that the hierarchy in South Korea is quite strict, and it seems our own country is no different. Oh, I must refrain from such statements. They could lead to trouble. As fate would have it, just as Luo Xinyan had predicted, 3 minutes later, Lei Xian returned, apologizing, Xinyan. Shen Jun, I sincerely apologize. An urgent matter has arisen at home that requires my attention. I must return now. Please, continue without me. No worries. We have nearly finished as well. Let us conclude for today. I will arrange another gathering when the opportunity arises, Luo Xinyan signaled to Shen Jun, affirming his earlier assertion. Indeed, I thoroughly enjoyed the food and drink today. Thank you, Brother Yin and Brother Lei, for your hospitality. Next time, I shall treat both of you to a meal. Shen Jun stood, expressing his gratitude. Yet, despite his polite words, a tempest of emotion surged within Shen Jun. The truth was undeniable. It was indeed Lei Xian, that scoundrel. However, Shen Jun remained unperturbed, for he was merely one step away from validating his suspicions. The trio exited the club, and Lei Xian hastily boarded his vehicle, leaving Luo Xinyan and Shen Jun standing at the entrance. Shen Jun, how did you arrive here? Luo Xinyan inquired. I took a taxi, Shen Jun replied candidly. Oh? Allow me to give you a ride back, Luo Xinyan promptly offered. Sure, that would be much appreciated, Brother Yin, Shen Jun readily accepted. Oh, it's no trouble at all. You saved my grandfather's life, which in turn saved the entire Luo family. Whenever you need assistance, just give me a call. While I cannot boast, I assure you that the Luo family will aid you wholeheartedly, Luo Xinyan declared with a resolute pat on his chest. Shen Jun smiled subtly. All right. I won't stand on ceremony with you, Brother Yin. That's all I need to hear. Now, let us get in the car. I will take you home, said Luo Xinyan as he entered the vehicle that had been waiting at the entrance. All right. Shen Jun, where do you live? After settling in, Luo Xinyan asked. Shanhayu. Old Shane, did you hear that? Shanhayu, Luo Xinyan immediately instructed the driver. Understood, the driver responded before steering the car towards the main road. Brother Yin, how did you come to know Lei Gu? Inside the car, Shen Jun glanced at the time before initiating the conversation. Lei Xian? Ah, Luo Xinyan chuckled and explained. I've only met him twice before. This is our third encounter. The first was at a dinner in Kyoto where we exchanged a few words. And the second was at a friend's birthday party when we truly got acquainted. And then there was today. After hearing Luo Xinyan's explanation, Shen Jun continued. When did you arrive in Fog City, Brother Yin? Although the question could be perceived as impolite, Luo Xinyan patiently elucidated, I had initially planned to arrive on July 5th. But upon hearing that you saved my grandfather, I flew in last night. You arrived last night. Shen Jun murmured to himself, glancing at the time again before saying. Then the location of today's dinner must have been suggested by Lei Xian, correct? Luo Xinyan, not one to be easily fooled. Notice the peculiar shift in Shen Jun's tone and expression when mentioning Lei Xian. His countenance shifted in an instant as he asked, what do you mean by that? Shen Jun did not respond, but instead checked the time once more, 8:56. Old Qin stopped the car, realizing something was amiss. Luo Zhenyan urgently called out to the driver. With a screech of tires, the speeding car came to an abrupt halt. Shen Jun, what do you mean by that? Is there something wrong with Lei Xian? As soon as the vehicle steadied, Luo Zhenyan pressed for answers. I'm not certain. But I just received word that someone is after my life on my way back, Shen Jun whispered. What? Shen Jun's words left Luo Zhenyan utterly astounded. Chapter 55. Are you reckless? Luo Zhenyan held no doubt regarding the accuracy of Shen Jun's sources, for his grandfather, Luo Lucheng, had already demonstrated the peril of misinformation through his own plight. Should Shen Jun's information prove erroneous, the Luo family would lose their pillar of support, an undeniable reality. However, once the veracity of Shen Jun's intelligence was confirmed, Luo Zhenyan would bear the burden of responsibility, as it was he who had invited Shen Jun to dine in the picturesque Jiangnan water town. No. The burden of guilt was the least of his concerns. Shen Jun was currently seated in his vehicle. If harm befell Shen Jun, could Luo Zhenyan possibly survive? After all, the means of the adversary was a mere accident. Wait. If Shen Jun had already received the warning, why did he not flee or even alert the authorities? Instead, he chose to sit in Luo Zhenyan's car, allowing him to escort him home. Shen Jun, are you testing me? Suddenly, the realization struck Luo Zhenyan. Is it not prudent for me to test the waters, Brother Yin? Your life is valuable, yet so is mine. Shen Jun laughed heartily. Luo Zhenyan found himself at a loss for words. The fact that Shen Jun had rescued Luo Lucheng was a secret, and the sole reason he disclosed it to Lei Xian was due to their acquaintance and the necessity of enlisting the assistance of the local power broker. Otherwise, who aside from their circle would know of Shen Jun's heroic act? Now, merely by sharing a meal with himself and Lei Xian, Shen Jun had unwittingly drawn a death threat. It was only natural for Luo Zhenyan to question the rationale behind it. To do a good deed and attract such peril was, in itself, a testament to Shen Jun's caution. With a heavy sigh, Luo Zhenyan resolutely declared, I understand now. You need not concern yourself with the matters ahead. I assure you, in the name of the Luo family, that we will provide you with an explanation regarding this incident. He refrained from inquiring about Shen Jun's sources, as they had only just met, and to delve into such depths was a grave error. Those who revealed their cards too readily seldom enjoyed longevity. Shen Jun, naturally, agreed, for he too was eager to discern the true nature of Lei Xian. To dine with an individual like Luo Zhenyan on 2 occasions and establish a connection was not the achievement of an ordinary person. There must be significant backing behind him. Yet, despite this, the adversary seemed intent on using Shen Jun as a cautionary example. Not Shen Jun himself, but the savior of Luo Lucheng. Regardless of who had arrived today, the intention was clear. They had no desire for this individual to survive. Truly, a reckless gamble. Moreover, Shen Jun's foremost curiosity lay in understanding why the system had orchestrated such events. What was the true nature of the Shen family that compelled the system to propel him forward? Initially, the system had undergone an update due to his aversion to the darker aspects of Major A. He could not fathom that it would conspire against him without cause. The Shen family must harbor extraordinary significance, perhaps even power sufficient to disregard the rules of Major A. Otherwise, Luo Lucheng would not have become the catalyst. To invoke the life of an academician as a means to an end was no trivial matter. Bang, thud, screech. At this moment, an unexpected car accident occurred directly in front of them. 2 heavy trucks seemed to have lost control, crashing recklessly and toppling all the vehicles ahead. The scene was immediately filled with cries of despair. Witnessing such a horrific spectacle, Luo Zhenyan shuddered involuntarily. Seeing is believing, and hearing is deceiving. This sudden calamity validated everything Shen Jun had said. There were indeed individuals intent on silencing him. No, not merely silencing, but exacting revenge for his meddling in affairs that did not concern him. His elder had been right. Those people had gone mad. Not even the anti-espionage law could deter them. For Shen Jun, the accident did not come as a surprise. He merely cast a calm glance at his watch. It was precisely 9 o'clock, an ominous coincidence. Gradually, he released his grip on the handrail. This was intriguing. Though Shen Jun's vehicle had not yet reached the intersection, the accident still transpired. Was this an attempt on his life, or merely a warning? Or perhaps the driver had lost communication in the final moments. While myriad possibilities existed, Shen Jun had to acknowledge one undeniable truth. He had been exposed. Exposed to the watchful eyes of those spies. Yet, he felt little fear, only an insatiable curiosity. What was the true nature of the Shen family? Those who can defy the rules are often the architects of those very rules. Otherwise, old Shane, take a detour. Luo Zhenyan, having briefly panicked, quickly regained his composure. After making a call outside, he instructed the driver to continue taking Shen Jun home. Understood, the driver replied, maneuvering the vehicle over the flower bed beside the road. Shen Jun could even hear the sound of stones scraping against the undercarriage, perhaps due to the vehicle's superior quality. The car pressed on undeterred, despite the debris beneath. I want to say more. I promise to provide you with an explanation by tomorrow morning. Luo Zhenyan assured Shen Jun with a serious expression. I hope Brother Yin keeps his word, Shen Jun casually replied. He was no longer concerned about subsequent developments. Compared to the unscrupulous spies, he was far more eager to uncover the origins of the Shen family. Without clarity on this matter, he would find it impossible to sleep. The journey home was smooth, devoid of any further incidents. After exchanging polite words with Shen Jun, Luo Zhenyan hurriedly departed. He had many pressing matters to attend to. The accident was not the primary concern. The most critical issue was that his elder had not yet escaped danger. If even someone like Lei Xin could be compromised, what else could be trusted? This matter left him no room for complacency. Upon returning home, Shen Jun immediately called his grandmother. While others may be unaware of Shen Changyang's background, his grandparents would likely possess some knowledge. Although it was late, the call connected shortly after dialing. Hello, Xiao Jun. Why are you calling your grandmother at this hour? Came his grandmother's voice on the line. Grandma, I have something I'd like to ask you. Without hesitation, Shen Jun immediately inquired, are there still any relatives on my father's side? Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman momentarily paused, then quickly responded, what? Have they contacted you? Or perhaps Xiaonan? As soon as the words left the elder's lips, Shen Jun comprehended that the Shen family indeed existed. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, no one has reached out to either me or Xiaonan, but I encountered an unfortunate incident today. According to their claims, I have been implicated. What? The elder exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? Who would dare to cause you trouble? Are they seeking death? Haven't they learned their lesson from before? Shen Jun remained silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Shen family undeniably had a significant background, one that would not allow for such frivolous remarks from his grandmother. Given her extensive life experience, seeking death? Just listen to the words that can escape the lips of an elder. Chapter 56, The Truth Grandmother. What do you mean by that? Shen Jun inquired softly. Sighing deeply, the elder explained, I'm not very familiar with your father's relatives. He has never spoken of them to me or your grandfather. When he married your mother, not a single person from his side attended. I once asked him about it, but he merely stated that he had no family left. I assumed that all his relatives had passed away, for otherwise they would not have been absent during such a significant event as a wedding. Thus, after their marriage, I acquiesced to his desire to transfer his household registration. You know, when a man moves his household to his wife's family, it is akin to becoming part of her family, and your grandfather and I saw nothing wrong with it. As long as they lived well together, we feared only that your father might be troubled by gossip. Yet, he truly did not care and insisted on moving his registration, which further solidified my belief that he was indeed without kin. After your father and mother wed, they lived quite well, quickly purchasing a home through their own efforts. And your grandfather and I ceased to concern ourselves with those matters. It was only after the accident that someone from the Shen family came to us that I learned your father was not without relatives. He had merely severed ties with them, although the reasons were not disclosed. Someone from the Shen family approached you? Shen Jun queried, curious. Why was I unaware of this? Not just you, but no one knew of this matter. The individual from the Shen family met with your grandfather and me, advising us not to grieve excessively, assuring us that the matter of avenging your parents was one we need not trouble ourselves with, as he would take care of it, and then he departed. The elder clarified. Avenging? Shen Jun was momentarily taken aback. He truly had no knowledge of this, nor did the original owner of his body. After receiving the compensation, the original owner had followed the advice of his grandparents and uncle, purchasing a home with the funds and subsequently withdrawing from outside affairs. Indeed, avenging. The elder's voice rose slightly. Before the Shen family contacted us, your grandfather and uncle had already learned the identity of the driver who caused your parents' deaths, Fu Dongjing. Are you familiar with the pharmaceutical group in the Fog City Development Zone? That enterprise belongs to her family. I cannot ascertain the total assets of the Fu family, but their pharmaceutical group is a publicly traded company with a market value exceeding 10 billion. Given this fact, the Fu family reigns supreme in Fog City, a force we cannot confront. Thus, upon learning of the Fu family's background, I consented to your signing the letter of understanding. Do not blame your grandmother. We are simply unable to contend with them. If we did not secure some compensation, your father and mother would have died in vain. Your grandfather and I had no ulterior motives. We only wish for you and Nan to survive with that money." Upon hearing this, Shen Jun finally comprehended why his grandparents had urged the original owner to sign the letter of understanding. Indeed, ordinary families have little recourse when faced with such colossal powers. Even if the original party does not sign a letter of understanding, it bears no consequence. Given the opponent's capabilities with a mere maneuver, it would not be long before they could emerge unscathed from their predicament. This is beyond doubt, as certain individuals have already substantiated this with reality. While Shen Jun was lost in contemplation, the elder continued to elucidate the subsequent events. However, once the Shen family arrived, the Fu family immediately escalated the compensation amount. At that moment, I presumed that the Shen family's call for vengeance merely entailed demanding more money from the other party. Little did I expect that, a month later, every member of the Fu family found themselves imprisoned, accused of their pharmaceutical group developing and marketing drugs containing lethal substances. It was then that I comprehended the Shen family's substantial influence. Otherwise, the Fu family would not have so abruptly collapsed into incarceration. After all, this was a pharmaceutical conglomerate valued at over 10 billion. How could they simply be imprisoned without consequence? Moreover, the entire Fu family was incarcerated while the upper echelons of other pharmaceutical groups faced no repercussions whatsoever. This situation unmistakably indicated that the Shen family was enacting retribution for your father. As soon as the elder's words fell, a tempest surged within Shen Jun. A family enterprise worth over 10 billion dismantled in a mere month? What colossal background or identity could facilitate such a feat? We are talking about a sum exceeding 100 million, not a paltry few. Which company surpassing the 100 billion valuation lacks a formidable backing? Without such support, it would not even reach the market. No wonder the system has persistently nudged him toward the eye of the storm. Should Shen Jun acknowledge the kinship, what would he have left to fear? Goodness, the system was becoming increasingly sentient. It seemed to be more sensitive than Shen Jun himself. Truly, words fail me. By the way, Xiao Jun, who has been plotting against you again? You tell your grandmother. I still have that person's number from the Shen family saved here. The elder abruptly shifted the conversation back to Shen Jun. Shen Jun fabricated a reassuring tale, calming the elder by saying, "It's nothing of great concern. I can manage it myself. I merely wish to ascertain whether there are any remaining relatives from the Shen family, so please do not worry." "Very well. But you must call your grandmother if anything arises," she replied, refraining from further inquiries. The child had grown, and she felt it unwise to meddle too much, especially considering Shen Jun mentioned that the matters he encountered involved the Shen family, further solidifying her reluctance to intervene. "I understand. Please rest early. I shall hang up now." "All right." After ending the call, Shen Jun glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He promptly opened the trading software and began searching for the stocks of Sirius and Halliburton. Despite the events of the day, nothing could deter Shen Jun's fervent desire to profit. Even the might of the Shen family was of no consequence. Since Shen Jun was still unable to establish contact with them, he could only rely on his own efforts. Moreover, Shen Chang'an had not been in touch with them for over 20 years. Prior to this, Shen Jun was even unaware of the existence of the Shen family. In this context, whether they acknowledged him was another matter altogether. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. Only one's own resources are truly reliable. Upon searching for the stocks of Sirius and Halliburton, their prices immediately captured attention. Sirius, with a market capitalization of 15 billion, currently trades at 4.03 per share, reflecting a decline of 0.8. Halliburton, boasting a market value of 27.6 billion, stands at 32.02 per share, with a decrease of 0.32. According to the system's predictive analytics, the peak price for Sirius is projected to reach 7.82 per share, while Halliburton's maximum price is anticipated to be 40.35. The contrast is striking. Sirius exhibits a significantly greater potential for appreciation compared to Halliburton. However, at this moment, Shen Jun possesses a considerable amount of capital, making an all-in investment in Sirius impractical, as it would render him an easy target. Despite Shen Jun's boldness, he is not lacking in wisdom. Chapter 57. Shen Mu had foreseen that the optimal time for Sirius and Halliburton to reach their peak prices would be on August 1st. Consequently, there was no need for Shen Jun to be overly anxious. He could afford to purchase gradually, engaging in what is known as a phased accumulation. He initially placed an order to acquire $500,000 worth of Sirius, followed by a subsequent order for $1 million worth of Halliburton. As for the rationale behind investing in Halliburton rather than allocating all funds to Sirius in a staggered manner, that was impractical, after all. We are dealing with an investment exceeding $30 million, and even a phased approach would be perilous. One does not court disaster so recklessly. Unlike last time, he could only take a bite of this opportunity. Consuming too much at once was simply unrealistic. As time passed, Shen Jun was steadily converting his funds into assets. Unbeknownst to him, after he ended the call, his grandmother on the other side of the city found herself unable to sleep. In the Ouching Park community, the elderly woman, clad in her nightwear, quietly inquired, "Was that a call from Shen Jun?" Yes, he mentioned that he might be affected by the Shen family. So he reached out to ask if I knew anything about them. His grandmother replied with a nod. Affected by the Shen family? How could that be? The elderly man, Shen Jun's grandfather, expressed his confusion. Although I am not well versed in the Shen family's background, their enemies should not be able to reach Shen Jun. I am not too certain, the grandmother sighed, shaking her head. But Long Yang's death will undoubtedly bring about some unfortunate events and changes, as you well know. Alas, our daughter is pitiful. We cannot even ascertain whether that incident was an accident or something more sinister, the grandfather lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow. What is the use of discussing this now? The grandmother said with a pained expression. Do you think I do not care for our daughter? Yet, death cannot be reversed. My current concern is for Shen Jun and Nan Nan. Speaking of the two, the grandfather's countenance darkened as well. If it were up to me, I would prefer that Shen Jun and Nan Nan have no ties to the Shen family whatsoever. The members of such a large family are ruthlessly cruel. They scarcely qualify as human. Alas, the grandmother sighed deeply, her pallor evident. It is one thing for the adults of the Fu family to be imprisoned. But what of the innocent children? How could they bear to act so mercilessly? Indeed, the grandfather muttered to himself. 2 children, 2 innocent souls, just like that. If it were not for my persistent attention to the Fu family's affairs alongside heir, this tragedy might have remained concealed. 5 lives were lost in a car accident. Yet there was no news locally. It was truly disheartening. The grandmother's expression grew graver as she murmured. I suspect those imprisoned from the Fu family have met with a grim fate as well. Without a doubt, they spared no children, let alone the adults, the grandfather replied, shaking his head in despair. If Shen Jun and Nan Nan were to be recognized as kin to the Shen family, what could possibly come of it? Had I known it would lead to this, I would have never consented to Shen Changong marrying our daughter. The grandmother lamented. Having reached this point, discussing it further serves no purpose. I now hope that the members of the Shen family will delay their approach towards Shen Jun and Nan Nan. Otherwise, in the end, grandfather still could not voice his thoughts. Alas, it ultimately reflects our inadequacy, as we are unable to assist these 2 children in any meaningful way, sighed grandmother once more. I initially believed that the Shen family would cease their contact with Shen Jun and Nan Nan, but it now seems some matters cannot simply be evaded, grandfather remarked, his expression heavy with frustration. Let us refrain from such discussions. We shall wait for the Shen family to reach out to Shen Jun and Nan and before revealing anything regarding their lineage. There is little else we can do, after all. Shen Jun and Nan and bear the Shen surname and are indeed part of the Shen family, a fact beyond our control. I shall defer to your judgment. Sigh. The following day, in the morning, awakening to find it was already 9:30. Last night, Shen Jun had been preoccupied with placing orders to purchase 2 stocks, resulting in a late night. Even so, he had only invested $3 million in Sirius and $4 million in Halliburton. Were it not for the fear of attracting unwanted attention, Shen Jun would have considered going all in. What a nuisance. He pondered when he might master the stock market, turning fortunes with a mere flick of his wrist. Though this notion was somewhat unrealistic, it remained a tantalizing thought. After freshening up, Shen Jun hastily consumed a modest breakfast of milk, bread, and a boiled egg, his appetite still subdued from just waking. No sooner had he finished his meal than his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he noticed an unfamiliar number, originating from Kyoto. This piqued Shen Jun's curiosity. Could it be a call from Luo Luqing? Or perhaps, with a sense of premonition, Shen Jun answered the call. Hello, Shen Jun, greetings. I am Shen Mu of the Dai Tian Sun lineage. By relation, you may refer to me as your elder cousin. The deep voice held a cold, defiant tone. Dai Tian Sun Mu? He scoffed. This so-called cousin exuded arrogance. One must understand that the term Dai Tian Sun Mu is not one that just anyone can utter. It signifies a representative of the sovereign or divine authority overseeing and inspecting local affairs. If Shen Mu had simply introduced himself normally, there would be nothing to comment on. But his emphasis on that phrase, coupled with his insubordinate tone, made it clear to Shen Jun that this individual would not be easily placated. "I'm afraid I have not heard of such a cousin in our family," Shen Jun replied softly. "Then you are aware of the Shen family?" Shen Mu immediately seized upon Shen Jun's words. "I learned just last night," Shen Jun admitted candidly, knowing that concealing this information held no significance. "Since you are aware, I suggest you make your way to the Jiangnan water town. You should understand my meaning." With that, Shen Mu abruptly ended the call. Staring at the phone that had just been disconnected, Shen Jun felt a chill run down his spine. The other party's decisiveness was startling. Just last night, Lei Xin had attempted something, albeit unsuccessfully, yet with Luo Zhenyan of the Luo family shielding him. It seemed implausible that this news would have reached the Shun family so swiftly. However, the current situation reveals that the Shen family not only possesses knowledge of the matter, but has even dispatched individuals to investigate. What kind of power is this? For a moment, Shen Jun contemplated numerous possibilities, yet he resolved to visit the picturesque Jiangnan water town, as it pertained to his own safety. Had it not been for the system's alert, he might have found himself in peril. After a brief preparation, Shen Jun descended the stairs and hailed a taxi towards Jiangnan water town. As the taxi approached the intersection of Dying Road, the scene before him rendered Shen Jun speechless with astonishment. The intersection was cordoned off by traffic police, and several officers stood guard along the road leading to Jiangnan water town, while others patrolled on horseback to prevent any unauthorized entry. What level of security measures is this? Utterly outrageous. Chapter 58. Ruthless methods, sir. As you can see, the road is blocked. Would you like to get out here? The driver suddenly inquired, turning around. All right. Shen Jun replied, nodding in agreement. After settling the fare, he alighted from the vehicle and proceeded towards the bustling intersection. As he approached the intersection, before the traffic police could intervene, a young man in a suit hurried over. "Mr. Shen Jun, greetings. I am the bodyguard of Master Mu, who has instructed me to wait here to escort you to meet him." Shen Jun was taken aback. "Master Mu? Is this a title from a television drama come to life?" Although he found the title somewhat absurd, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. One must acknowledge the customs of unfamiliar realms to avoid embarrassment. "Hello. I appreciate your assistance," Shen Jun said politely. "Mr. Shen, you are too kind. It is my duty," the suited young man replied, gesturing behind him. Soon, a black Maybach came to a halt before them. "Please, Mr. Shen," he said, opening the car door as the vehicle stopped. After Shen Jun entered, the young man gently closed the door, exhibiting a level of courtesy that left no room for criticism. Once the young man took his seat in the front passenger side, the driver promptly started the engine and drove forward, with traffic police escorting the vehicle. This scene left Shen Jun momentarily speechless. In 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced such treatment. A few minutes later, the car gradually came to a stop. Before Shen Jun could make a move, another suited young man, who had been waiting at the entrance of Jiangnan water town, opened the door for him once more. Upon exiting, Shen Jun did not rush inside. He first nodded in gratitude to the young man before surveying the current scene at Jiangnan water town. He noted 8 security personnel in suits standing at the entrance, with 4 more stationed further inside. Additionally, 4 police cars were parked on both sides of the road within 100 meters, with several officers attentively observing the area. The level of security was truly remarkable. After a brief glance around, Shen Jun stepped into Jiangnan water town. Guided by the suited young man, he soon arrived at the 6th floor, where, as expected, several security personnel were stationed in the hallway. After taking a few more steps, Shen Jun spotted the familiar doorplate, the very room where he had dined with Luo Zhenyan and Lei Xin the previous night. As the young man in the suit slowly pushed the door open, the sight within caused Shen Jun to gasp in shock. There lay a figure sprawled on the ground, their hands and legs contorted in an irregular manner, rendered utterly incapacitated. Upon recognizing the person's face, Shen Jun began taking deep breaths, striving to calm his racing heart. Yet it continued to quicken uncontrollably. Beside the figure stood Luo Zhenyan, his expression vacant, as if his very soul had been siphoned away, stripped of the confidence and composure he had displayed the night before. In addition, several young men in suits stood surrounding them. Only one person in the room sat on the sofa. Observing the newly arrived Shen Jun directing his gaze towards the sole occupant of the sofa, Shen Jun spoke softly. "Shenmu?" Although his tone bore a hint of inquiry, he had already ascertained the identity of the individual. "It is I," Shenmu nodded, then rose and regarded Shen Jun with a serious expression, stating, "However, you should address me as cousin." "Cousin?" Shen Jun scoffed with a derisive laugh, mocking, So, cousin, are you here to take vengeance or to intimidate me? Quite astute, as expected of a scion of the Shen family, Shen Mu acknowledged with admiration. Both meanings apply. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun sneered. Is it permissible for those of the Shen clan to act with such impunity? Indeed, Shen Mu affirmed once more, then gestured towards the motionless Lei Xin on the ground, countering, if I had not acted against him, but instead handed him over to you, what would you have done? Shen Jun grinned. I would have killed him. This response took Shen Mu by surprise. He had not anticipated such a declaration from Shen Jun. After all, such words were not typically uttered by a timid individual. Did you think I was afraid just now? Shen Jun mocked, noticing Shen Mu's astonishment. Initially, yes, but in retrospect, I underestimated you, Shen Mu candidly admitted. However, he paused momentarily before inquiring again. Do you believe my methods to be excessively cruel? Isn't that the case? Shen Jun retorted. The outcome was precisely what he deserved. Shen Mu replied nonchalantly. I do not expect the law to teach him any lesson, but as a human being, I believe there must be principles and boundaries. You may kill him outright, but there is no need to torment him. Do not lose your humanity. Shen Jun stated expressionlessly. That sounds noble, but without me, what lesson do you think you could impart? Shen Mu taunted, gesturing towards the sprawled Lei Xin, setting aside whether he is a spy. Shen Mu, do you think it is difficult to find someone who is on the brink of death due to illness and requires a substantial sum to support their family? Shen Jun countered. Do you know where your confidence stems from? Shen Mu scoffed. Confidence? 50 million? Shen Jun sneered derisively. It seems that even those in high positions can sometimes be out of touch with the common people's plight. Before Shen Mu could respond, Shen Jun pointed at Lei Xin and continued, 20,000. I need only 20,000 to have someone eliminate him. Do you believe it? Can you conceal it? Shen Mu demanded, scrutinizing him intently. Thus, it is evident that you do not understand the people's sentiments. Shen Jun ridiculed. A dying person, fighting for their children, can endure all manner of torture, let alone the laws of today's society, which would not permit any form of punishment against a terminally ill individual. And afterwards? Shen Mu interjected. Lei Xion's family background is not to be taken lightly. If he were to die, especially at the hands of someone afflicted with a terminal illness, do you think his family could not unearth you? Why should I personally seek that individual? Shen Jun replied. Shen Jun, with a face full of disdain, remarked, there are countless individuals eager to abscond abroad with money. Is it not permissible for me to seek such a person as an intermediary? These individuals can take their funds today and flee overseas by tomorrow, and who could possibly trace them then? Do not inquire about my response should the Lei family choose to act against me by threatening the family of the person I have engaged. I will tell you plainly. What concern is it of mine? I have rendered my payment to avert disaster for another. The risk is there's a loan to bear. We have settled our financial matters, and no one shall impose moral obligations upon me. Shen Mu glanced at Shen Jun with a look of uncertainty. The reason you left so many traces in saving Luo Luqing was to establish him as your backer? No, not a backer. I merely seek a modicum of convenience. In fact, I do not wish to have any further entanglements with him. Shen Jun replied casually. Chapter 59. The debt of a son is repaid by the father. Had I not contacted you unexpectedly, you would still be plotting against Luo Jinyan, correct? Shen Mu inquired, his voice steady. I have matters to attend to, albeit troublesome ones, and I must confront certain unavoidable circumstances. The emergence of Luo Jinyan conveniently alleviates this burden. Shen Jun replied, sidestepping the question but inadvertently affirming the other's assertion. Indeed, you are a true member of the Shen family. Shen Mu suddenly chuckled, however. I must share something with you. In response to Shen Jun's puzzled gaze, Shen Mu approached Lei Xin and delivered a swift kick to his head. The sound of a sickening crack echoed as Lei Xion's head twisted grotesquely towards his chest, lifeless in an instant. In the face of absolute power, all scheming proves futile. Hearing this, Shen Jun suppressed his discomfort and questioned, by killing Lei Xion, you severed that connection. This contradicts our broader interests. What does that concern me? Shen Mu shrugged nonchalantly. Anyone who harms a member of the Shen family must pay the price. As for the entanglements that arise from it, those are matters for the relevant authorities to worry about, not mine. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jun calmly asked, are all members of the Shen family like you? What? You find my methods reckless, incompatible with your values, and it has caused you both psychological and physiological discomfort? You wish to inquire about the family ethos of the Shen clan before deciding whether to acknowledge us? Shen Mu smiled. Shen Jun did not respond to this inquiry, but instead fixed a cold, emotionless gaze upon him. I will address your question. Not all members of the Shen family are like me, and there are at most 2 or 3 of us. The methods and approaches of others align with your life philosophy. Casting a glance at the still expressionless Shen Jun, Shen smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Let me make it clear, your choice to recognize the Shen family is inconsequential, for by my arrival, you have already forfeited your right to choose. Do you understand? Shen Jun, this person is infuriating. Well, the issue is resolved. Do you have anything to say to this one? Shen suddenly pointed at the still-dazed Luo Xinyan. Shen Jun remained silent, merely shaking his head. Very well then, Shen turned away and commanded, Qi Ming, escort young Master Luo back. Ensure he is delivered personally into the hands of old Master Luo. And inform him that the Luo family now owes the Shen family 2 lives. Understood. A young man in a suit responded before leading Luo Xinyan out of the room. Let us proceed, future third young master of the Shen family, Shen remarked as he stepped out of the chamber. Shen Jun, observing Shen Mu's departing figure and surveying the surrounding circumstances, sincerely followed in his footsteps. It is imperative to keep pace. For robust men clad in black stood not far from him. Shen Jun possessed a modicum of self-awareness regarding his physical condition. He was not inclined to lose face. The mere thought of being surrounded by such imposing figures made him involuntarily shiver. Upon stepping outside, a sleek black Hongqi sedan alongside several Maybachs awaited at the entrance. After Shen entered the vehicle, Shen Jun inquired, "Where do you intend to take me?" "You ought to know," Shen replied with a smirk. "Is there no alternative?" Shen Jun pressed. "As I set foot in the fog-laden city, you forfeited your right to choose," Shen stated, then turned to the driver and commanded, "Drive." "Yes, sir." The convoy then advanced, with the parked police cars swiftly trailing behind, and the patrolling officers clearing the way for them. "What about my sister?" Shen Jun asked once more. "She is already at the airport awaiting our arrival," Shen explained. Shen Jun could only sigh in resignation, feeling utterly exasperated. On the road, the now calm Shen Jun posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. "What is the status of my father?" "In what regard?" Shen countered. "Everything, please." Shen Jun sighed. "There isn't much to say," Shen replied nonchalantly. "Your father, my uncle, merely could not accept the notion of a family alliance. Thus he severed ties with the Shen family and ultimately met with an unfortunate demise due to an accident." Shen Jun was taken aback. "Is it truly that simple? What else could it be?" Shen teased with a smile. "Surely you don't believe that the Shen family was embroiled in internal strife, leading to your uncle's forced departure and subsequent assassination, do you?" "I'm not that naive," Shen Jun frowned. "I simply did not anticipate that my father's departure from the Shen family stemmed from such reasons." His words trailed off, yet Shen seemed to grasp his sentiment. Responding with a chuckle, "Surprised that your uncle was so naive?" With a hint of sarcasm, Shen continued, "Amongst the scions of noble families, is there ever true freedom? Having availed themselves of countless resources, they dare to lament their constraints when the moment of reckoning arrives. Admittedly, there is a slight flaw in my uncle's reasoning. To speak ill of my father, your uncle, in my presence, such is the upbringing of a Shen family scion?" Shen Jun retorted. "Why should I refrain from doing so?" Shen scoffed. "Are you aware of the turmoil your father's sudden reversal wreaked upon the Shen family?" Without allowing Shen Jun a moment to respond, Shen continued, "A familial alliance represents a tremendous exchange of resources. Can one simply declare a desire for freedom and expect to be unshackled? Where was this yearning when it was most needed?" After a derisive laugh, Shen elaborated. "Yet under the patriarch's relentless pressure, my family had to expend multiples of resources to appease the other party. Otherwise, do you truly believe that your family could have enjoyed a tranquil existence in the fog-laden city for all these years?" Shen Jun. "Alas, such words are impossible to respond to. A child must not speak ill of their father. Moreover, should Shen Changyang indeed consent to a familial alliance, the existence of both Shen Jun and Shen Nen would be rendered moot." With a deep sigh, Shen Jun deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "What fate awaits the Fu family? What is your perspective?" Shen unhurriedly, retorted, "Given your earlier methods and assertions, it seems the members of the Fu family have met their demise, no?" Shen Jun replied in a low voice. "Astute." Shen praised before elaborating. "If one drives while intoxicated, it signifies a failure in familial upbringing. When such issues arise, it is only just that a child bears the debts of the father. Likewise, the debts of a child ought to be shouldered by the father. We merely extend the scope of this repayment a tad." Shen Jun. "The debts of the father to the son? Huh. This wretched fellow is indeed probing him." Chapter 60. The meeting. After comprehensively understanding everything about Shen Chang'an, Shen Jun no longer paid attention to Shen Mu. His indifference towards the man palpable. What was the point of veiled insinuations? How absurd. Yet, the Shen family was indeed remarkable after resolving Shen Changyang's troubles. They had chosen to ignore him for over 2 decades. Had it not been for the unforeseen calamity that claimed his life, he might have traversed his existence in tranquility. Alas, the whims of fate are unpredictable. At noon, the convoy seamlessly entered the confines of Fog City Airport, halting near a private jet. Without further ado, Shen Jun disembarked and followed Shen Mu aboard the aircraft. Brother. Upon seeing Shen Jun enter, the anxious Shen Nan immediately rushed towards him. Unlike Shen Jun, who was somewhat prepared, Shen Nan was utterly oblivious to the matters concerning the Shen family. The sudden emergence of a cousin associated with the family left her flustered. Had it not been for their grandmother's confirmation, she might have hesitated to board the private jet at all. Do not be afraid, I am here, Shen Jun reassured her, gently ruffling the young girl's hair. Although she responded, Shen Nan clung to his arm, reluctant to let go. I am your cousin, Shen Mu. Shen Mu introduced himself. Cousin, Shen Nan murmured softly. Indeed. Hearing her address him, Shen Mu turned to Shen Jun with a smile. Your sister is far more sensible than you. With a smirk, Shen Jun chuckled and guided Shen Nan to a seat on the plane. Shen Mu took no offense. After their earlier conversation, he regarded Shen Jun as an equal. And thus, the dialogue flowed without the weight of formality. Once all three were seated, the plane ascended shortly thereafter. After a brief period of turbulence, it stabilized quickly. An hour later, they landed at Kyoto Airport. As anticipated, several vehicles awaited them on the tarmac. Once they boarded the car with Shen Mu, Shen Nan suddenly poked Shen Jun's arm, signaling him to glance at his phone. Shen Jun promptly retrieved his device and discovered a message from the young girl. Grandmother says to be cautious of the Shen family. After reading the message, Shen Jun smiled faintly before deleting it, offering a slight nod to Shen Nan. Realizing her brother had seen the message, Shen Nan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Shen Jun, however, did not dwell on their grandmother's warning. He was already acutely aware of the underlying tensions. Now, they awaited their encounter with the so-called elders of the Shen family, eager to ascertain their attitudes towards the siblings. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the convoy came to a gradual halt in front of a residence after undergoing several armed security checks. We have arrived. Let us disembark, Shen Mu declared, opening the car door for himself. Shen Jun, clutching the suddenly anxious Shen Nan, followed suit, surveying their surroundings. The entire residence was encircled by security personnel, their belts noticeably bulging. Even someone as naive as Shen Jun could discern the implications of such conspicuous bulges. Nevertheless, his countenance bore no trace of alarm. Regardless of the Shen family's status, he was undeniably a member of the Shen clan. There was no reason to fear. Following Shen Mu, he stepped through the doorway, only to be greeted by an astonishing scene. 2 elderly individuals were seated on the sofa, gazing at them. Yet, that was not the focal point. The true significance lay in the 2 middle-aged men standing beside the elders. Shen Jun was intimately familiar with these men, so much so that their faces were etched in his memory. To put it succinctly, anyone who had perused the news would recognize them. Although Shen Jun was not an avid news follower, he had encountered snippets of certain videos, and these 2 men were the central figures within them. Despite this, the 2 middle-aged men remained rooted in place, not daring to take a seat. The identities of the elderly were readily apparent. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jun tugged at the hesitant Shen Nan and approached the group. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, father. Shen Mu addressed them first. Though the timing was inopportune, the sight of Shen Mu resembling a timid chick nearly elicited a smile from Shen Jun. A proxy for heaven shepherding? Now that heaven is right before us, that term proxy is utterly meaningless. The 2 elders and the middle-aged men disregarded Shen Mu, directing their attention towards Shen Jun and Shen Nan instead. Under the scrutiny of their gaze, Shen Jun felt an unprecedented weight upon him. Yet, he straightened his back and, amidst their astonished stares, declared, I am Shen Jun, and this is my sister Shen Nan, the son and daughter of Shen Changyang and Chen Nanli. Little one, do you know who we are? The elderly lady on the sofa suddenly inquired with a smile after Shen Jun had finished speaking. If you acknowledge us, we would address you as grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and second uncle. If not, we must refer to you as the elders of the Shen family. Shen Jun replied calmly and confidently. If only your father had possessed your current wisdom back then, the old man sighed. Shen Jun immediately shook his head, retorting, if my father had possessed my current wisdom, then neither my sister nor I would exist. The others were momentarily taken aback. Shen Mu even discreetly gave Shen Jun a thumbs up. Indeed, it is only through ignorance that one can be fearless. Do you believe I desire grandchildren or a son? The old man's voice, though gentle, bore a sharp edge. This directly negated the existence of Shen Jun and Shen Nan. Shen Jun promptly replied, "Perhaps a son holds more significance for you, but for me, nothing surpasses the lives of my sister and me." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure. The elderly lady, beaming with joy, said, "You may call me Grandma." Shen Jun remained silent, merely reaching out to tug at Shen Nan's sleeve. "Grandma." Shen Nan immediately responded in a soft and endearing manner. "Ah," the elderly lady happily replied, then turned to Shen Jun and inquired, "What is the matter? Am I not worthy of being called Grandma by you?" "You are indeed worthy, but I believe it is best to clarify certain matters to avoid any future misunderstandings regarding our siblings," Shen Jun replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Shenmu stated that a son must repay his father's debts. "I need to understand the nature of my father's obligations before considering the next steps. If I can repay them, I shall take on that responsibility. If not, it is best for us to part amicably and not become a burden to the Shen family." Shenmu? Chapter 61. A Peculiar Exchange. Oh, did Xiaomu truly utter such words? The elderly matriarch's gaze shifted towards Shenmu, inquiring earnestly. Shenmu, his visage a portrait of despair, earnestly clarified, "Grandmother, I swear, I have never spoken such a thing to him. I truly did not say it." "Then why did Xiaojun claim you did?" The matriarch pressed, her voice tinged with incredulity. Shenmu found himself at a loss for words, exclaiming internally, "How on earth do I explain this? How can I possibly elucidate this predicament? He merely used the Fu family's matter as leverage against Shen Jun. Surely that is acceptable. Is it not? But I cannot articulate this openly. Do not embarrass me further. Just leave." At that moment, a middle-aged man standing to the right interjected sternly, Oh, the man's words were like a lifeline, and Shenmu, disregarding even the most basic of courtesies, hastily exited the hall. "Do you intend to shoulder the responsibilities that your father should have borne?" The old patriarch suddenly inquired after Shenmu's departure. "It is not about shouldering responsibilities, but rather about providing compensation, and solely for myself," Shen Jun refuted. "Ha, indeed clever, yet you must realize that cleverness holds no value within the Shen family." The patriarch remarked with keen interest. "Thus, I maintain that I will acknowledge compensation if it is within my means. If not, let us part amicably. For it is my father who owes the Shen family, not I," Shen Jun declared with genuine sincerity. "In other words, you do not subscribe to the notion of a son repaying his father's debts?" The patriarch questioned, his brows furrowing. "Whether I subscribe to it is inconsequential. What matters is whether you acknowledge it," Shen Jun replied calmly. Upon hearing the patriarch's inquisitive tone, Shen Jun leisurely elaborated. "It is indeed a natural law that a son should repay his father's debts, yet equally, it is a natural law that a father should bear the debts of his son. Should you agree with this statement, then I need not elaborate further. Should you disagree, then there is nothing left to discuss." All present were taken aback by the astute reasoning of this young man. The concept of a son repaying his father's debts? A father bearing his son's debts? If the patriarch were to accept this, then the weight of Shen Changyang's responsibilities would fall upon him. Could this individual truly be the son of Changyang? Their disbelief was palpable. Yet, gazing upon Shen Jun's visage, which bore an uncanny resemblance of over 90% to Shen Changyang in his youth, their skepticism was forced to yield. A son repaying his father's debts? A father bearing his son's debts? The patriarch sighed deeply, waving his hand at Shen Jun. "Go meet Xiao Mu and become acquainted with your siblings. I shall not detain you further." "Understood, esteemed elder," Shen Jun replied, not allowing the others a moment to react before seizing Shen Nan and exiting the hall, leaving 6 individuals in a state of bewilderment. This child is rather after their departure. The elderly matriarch found herself both amused and perplexed. "Changshu, what is your perspective?" The patriarch turned to the middle-aged man on his left, inquiring. "What we have witnessed is entirely divergent from the materials we have reviewed. It is as if he is not the same person." The man named Changshu spoke softly. "Changzhou, what say you?" The patriarch turned once more to ask. "Indeed, a person's character can undergo transformation, yet the swiftness of this child's change surpasses what is ordinarily comprehensible. If his metamorphosis had coincided with the demise of Changyang, it would be more understandable, but..." Shen Changzhou's words trailed off, yet everyone could discern his skepticism towards Shen Jun. Before the elder could respond, Shen Changzhou continued. "Moreover, regarding Luo Lucheng, after meticulous investigation, I found that Shen Jun has no channels through which to acquire information about Luo Liucheng's whereabouts. Curiously, he not only knew that Luo Lucheng passed through Fuqiang Road during that time frame, but was also aware that an ambush awaited him there. This is something I could not uncover. Nor can I fathom. What about the dark web? Shin Changshu inquired softly. I have looked into that as well. In the Misty City, only 10 individuals have registered dark web accounts, yet during that period, none of those accounts were logged in, Shin Changshu elucidated. Could there be some unknown website that you failed to monitor? Shin Changshu continued to probe. Possibly, but the likelihood is minimal, Shin Changshu acknowledged. Then shook his head and added, Elder brother, as you know, since the incident with Chang'an, I have prioritized the safety of these 2 children. During this time, Shen Jun has not accessed any suspicious websites. However, nothing is absolute. I cannot entirely rule out the possibility that he might have reached out to outsiders through someone else's device or network. Yet, the probability of him doing so via these means is unlikely to exceed 10%. Upon hearing this, the elder fell into deep contemplation. After an indeterminate period, he raised his head and slowly declared, Do not concern yourselves with excessive details. As long as Shen Jun is a child of the Shen family, that suffices. Secrets exist. And if there are ambitions or concealed matters, we, the Shen family, shall not be daunted. Understood. Both Shin Changshu and Shen Changzhou nodded in unison. Shin Changshu then ventured. Should we encourage this child to pursue a political career, or allow him to live as a leisurely scion? Let him make his own choice. If he wishes to enter the political sphere, the Shen family shall support him. If he prefers otherwise, there is little more to discuss. The choice is his. As long as he remains safe, the elder responded softly. Very well, we shall take our leave for now. There are many matters yet to resolve. Indeed, upon exiting the hall, Shen Jun immediately spotted Shen Mu standing a short distance away. He waved, and once Shen Mu approached, Shen Jun smiled. The elder has asked you to guide us in meeting the younger members of the Shen family. Shen Mu cast a somewhat resentful glance his way before gritting his teeth and declaring, Very well. I shall personally escort my cousin to meet the descendants of our clan. Do not wear that expression. After all, you are Shen Mu, the heaven-sent shepherd, a formidable presence in the Misty City. Your tone should not resemble that of a disgruntled spouse. It does not align with my perception of you. Shen Jun quipped with a playful sarcasm. Shen Mu, years have passed, and he has never been subjected to such indignity. Yet, he truly finds himself at a loss against Shen Jun. After more than 20 years apart, the grandfather remains silent. But the grandmother would certainly protect her grandson for a while. Outside, one might feel as if they were on top of the world, but within the Shen family, especially before the grandmother, one was merely a grandson. If he were to embarrass Shen Jun now, given the latter's petty disposition, the one who would inevitably suffer would be himself. Suppressing his anger, Shen Mu grumbled, Enough with the nonsense, come with me. Very well, shall I take the lead then? Shen Jun mockingly gestured. Shen Mu felt a surge of irritation. The same words uttered in front of his subordinates would be met with respect, yet from Shen Jun's lips, they dripped with sarcasm. This person was truly insufferably petty. He resolved to remember this. He would avoid any contact with this insufferable individual in the future, as he was simply infuriating. Chapter 62. The descendants of the Shun family at 2:40 p.m. in a certain residence to the west of Kyoto. The convoy entered the community with remarkable ease. Despite the presence of numerous armed security personnel patrolling the area, they did not inspect the convoy, instead saluting and allowing passage. At this moment, Shen Jun had already garnered a general understanding of the Shen family's background. Setting aside other matters, just considering the 2 unfamiliar uncles, he comprehended why Shen Mu dared to kill Lei Xian in the Jiangnan water town rather than handing him over to the relevant authorities. Sometimes, clarity of speech is not always advisable. A little ambiguity can be quite beneficial. As the convoy came to a gradual halt through the car window, Shen Jun immediately spotted several young men and women standing at the entrance of the residence. Upon opening the car door, the 3 of them disembarked simultaneously. Hello, Shen Jun and Shen Nan. I am Shen Yan, your elder brother. My father is your uncle. The foremost individual among the young men and women approached Shen Jun and extended his hand in introduction. The young man named Shen Yan appeared to be in his 30s. Exuding an air of scholarly disposition, Shen Jun instinctively knew that he was employed within the bureaucratic system, as his demeanor was unmistakably indicative of such. Greetings. I am Shen Jun. Shen Jun responded politely, shaking his hand. Hello, I am Shen Nan. Shen Nan murmured softly. The stark contrast in their forms of address momentarily left the young men and women slightly taken aback, before they collectively turned their gazes towards Shen Mu, who stood aside observing the scene. Shen Mu said little, merely shaking his head slightly. This is. Shen Nan has acknowledged Shen Jun. Yet Shen Jun has not reciprocated? Why? With the Shen family standing, how could Shen Jun possibly refuse? Or is it that the elder does not wish to acknowledge these siblings for the time being? No, if the elder did not want to recognize them, they would not be here at all. The elder would not have specifically arranged for them to wait here. The most plausible explanation is that the elder has accepted Shen Jun. Yet Shen Jun harbors reservations about the Shen family, considering it is natural to feel resentment after more than 20 years of neglect. Upon contemplating this, the young men and women exchanged glances, and another young man stepped forward. Third brother, little sister, greetings. I am Shen Heng, the fourth in line within the Shen family. Shen Mu is my biological brother, and my father is your second uncle. Hearing this, Shen Jun smiled and replied, you need not address me as third brother. Simply call me Shen Jun. Indeed, the others immediately understood, aligning with their previous speculations. Shen Jun was evidently harboring grievances. Yet, did he truly not comprehend the reasons behind his father's actions that led to the elder's 20 years of indifference? Given the deeds of his father and other families, even if a child were to perish, they would never be permitted to re-enter the family fold. Without rules, there can be no order, and family regulations must not be challenged. This is the fundamental principle. Were it not for the elder's leniency, these siblings would not even have had the opportunity to enter the Shen family, and here they dared to express discontent, once again exchanging glances. The group promptly assessed Shen Jun, an ungrateful and exceedingly foolish individual. Shen Yin immediately gestured towards the two young and beautiful women standing behind him. Upon receiving the news, the two women promptly stepped forward. Just as they were about to speak, Shen Mu suddenly leaned in, pointing at the two and introducing them. Shen Jun, this is your elder sister, Shen Luan, and this is your second sister, Shen Yuan. The eyes of Shen and the others flickered slightly. As a key figure within the family, Shen Mu was not one to be trifled with. He was undoubtedly aware of what they had intended to say, and his interruption implied that they had miscalculated. Hello, I am Shen Jun naturally. Shen Jun noticed the subtle movements of the others, yet he chose to disregard them. Being new to the family and unfamiliar with the temperament of the Shen clan, he resolved to remain cautious, akin to a hedgehog, guarding against those with ulterior motives. Shen Mu was a prime example of this, ruthless and merciless. Although he was assisting in vengeance, one must always be vigilant. Particularly regarding Shen Mu's assertion that only 2 or 3 individuals in the Shen family are like him, Shen Jun was utterly unconvinced. In such a large family, if only a couple of members were ruthless, the lineage would have long since perished, devoured by others. After Shen Jun's introduction, the two women, momentarily taken aback by Shen Mu's interruption, quickly regained their composure. Shen Luan smiled radiantly and said, hello, little Jun. There's no need for such formalities. We are all family. Just call me elder sister. Without waiting for Shen Jun's response, she turned to Shen Nan and continued, hello, little Nan. Since it's our first meeting, would you allow me to gift you something? Shen Nan felt somewhat flustered, glancing up at Shen Jun in hopes that her brother would intervene. Shen Jun remained silent but nodded slightly. Hello, elder sister. With Shen Jun's nod, Shen Nan felt reassured and sweetly addressed Shen Luan. Very well. After Shen Nan spoke, Shen Luan naturally took her by the hand and produced a small box from her pocket, placing it in Shen Nan's hands. This is a welcoming gift from your elder sister. You must accept it, Shen Luan said with a beaming smile. Thank you, elder sister. Shen Nan did not decline and promptly expressed her gratitude. Why be so polite with your elder sister? Shen Luan playfully chided, then turned her gaze to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, also smiling, took Shen Nan's hand and offered her a gift as well, though her smile appeared somewhat strained. The others understood her character and did not dwell on it. After Shen Nan expressed her thanks, the group finally directed their attention to Shen Jun, who stood still and silent. All right, since we've all been introduced, let us take a moment to rest. Today, our family is truly gathered together. When we have time, I will take Shen Jun to meet our second and third grandfathers. Shen Mu interjected, sensing Shen Jun's reluctance to speak. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun was momentarily taken aback. Second grandfather? Third grandfather? Then realization dawned upon him. Indeed, it was improbable for only one elder to sustain such a prominent position within the family. Had there been only one elder, Shen Chang'an would not have remained in the Fog City for over 20 years. The intricacies of a noble family. Not refusing Shen Mu's kind intentions, Shen Jun stepped into the residence hall under the guidance of several individuals. However, he did not linger here for long. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he departed with Shen Nan. This time, Shen Mu did not see them off but informed Shen Jun that he had arranged accommodations for the two, instructing the driver to take them there. Shen Jun did not decline this offer. Having arrived at the Shen family estate, he decided to abide by their arrangements for the time being. There was no need to rush, as he intended to familiarize himself with the Shen family before contemplating his next steps. It was not that he overthought the situation, but rather he found it hard to believe that within such esteemed families, there were no intrigues or machinations at play. Therefore, he resolved to prioritize caution above all else. Chapter 63. Speculation in the living room of the Shen family. Shen Wan eagerly inquired, "Second brother, what is the situation?" After Shen Jun departed, the others turned their attention to Shen Mu, anticipating his explanation. Shen Mu shook his head and remarked, "Do not underestimate Shen Jun. He is not some foolish rustic. Nor is he oblivious to the intricacies of our world. His intellect is quite sharp. But then why did he?" Shen Yuan asked, puzzled. "He has yet to ascertain our family's stance towards him, which is why he behaves like a hedgehog, disallowing anyone from approaching or getting close to him. It seems he is wary of certain family customs," Shen Mu softly explained. "For instance, marriage alliances. After all, his father, our third uncle, severed ties with the Shun family for that very reason. He harbors quite the delusion if he thinks marriage alliances are so simple. Even if he possesses capability and intellect, what does it matter? The women from other families would never consider an outsider," Shen Yuan scoffed. "Shen Yuan, if your intellect is lacking, then hold your tongue and spare us your foolishness," Shen Mu rebuked sternly. "Am I mistaken? What difference does it make if Shen Jun is our third uncle's son? He has not been raised among our circle. Just look at how those people treat him," Shen Yuan retorted, her voice rising. Shen Mu, taken aback by her words, pointed a finger at her with a cold warning. "Shen Yuan, mark my words. Should I hear such remarks from you again, I shall not hesitate to silence you. You know well my methods. I will act, and no one can stop me." Shen Yuan was instantly frightened, although it was not her first encounter with Shen Mu's fury. It was indeed the first time he had directed such ire at her. The realization struck her that Shen Mu was not merely her second brother, but also the one who held authority over their generation. I understand," Shen Yuan replied, her eyes brimming with tears as she lowered her head in submission. Shen Wan and Shen Heng were similarly startled by Shen Mu's sudden outburst, neither daring to speak in fear of drawing attention to themselves. Only after Shen Yuan had capitulated did Shen Han turn to her and say, "Enough of the tears. Regardless of where Shen Jun was raised, he is still a member of the Shen family. You have no right to look down upon him, nor to speak inappropriately." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan, through her tears, choked out, "I understand, elder brother. Very well, return now. And you are not permitted to meet with Shen Jun or Shen Nan alone in the future," Shen Han instructed. Shen Yuan did not move but instead shifted her gaze towards Shen Mu. He remained silent, merely waving his hand in dismissal. Complying with the gesture, Shen Yuan turned and left the room. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Han expressed his confusion. "What is it about Shen Jun that makes you so wary? That lad is truly remarkable, and he possesses a particularly sharp mind. I fear that if Shen Yuan were to offend him, it would lead to an unpleasant resolution. You are aware of Shen Yuan's temperament. She tends to elevate some while disparaging others. To avoid complications, it is best to address this matter directly," Shen Mu elucidated. Upon hearing this, Shen Han nodded in agreement. "Xiao Mu, how should we proceed with Shen Jun from this point onward?" Shen Wan inquired softly. "There is no need for special treatment. Simply regard him as a member of the Shen family." Shen Mu advised, however, "Do not bring Shen Nan into your circle. I sense that Shen Jun is less concerned about himself and more about that child, Shen Nan." "Understood," Shen Wan nodded in agreement. After speaking, she felt that the atmosphere was still somewhat off, prompting her to rise and leave the living room. At this moment, only the three brothers of the Shen family remained in the room. "Brother, should I also take my leave?" Shen Heng, unable to sit still, suggested. As the ambience in the living room was indeed oppressive, Shen Mu shot him a glare and reprimanded, "Get lost. You are also forbidden from initiating contact with Shen Jun and Shen Nan." "Oh," he replied, then hurriedly exited. Turning his gaze to Shen Yin, Shen Mu softly remarked, "Shen Jun harbors a secret, and it is rather unsettling." "What do you mean?" Shen Yin inquired. Shen Mu elaborated. "You should know why the old man summoned Shen Jun and Shen Nan back." "Yes," Shen Yin nodded. "Some scoundrels are plotting against the entire Luo family and even seek to take Luo Lu Cheng's life. Yet, for some reason, Shen Jun is deeply entangled in this, making him a target for those nefarious rats in the gutter. The old man fears he might meet with an unfortunate fate like that of our third uncle. Hence his return. What if I told you that all of this is Shen Jun's scheme?" Shen Mu whispered. "What?" Shen Yin gasped in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that Shen Jun has orchestrated this against the old man and the others?" Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shaking his head vigorously, Shen Jun continued. Regardless of whether he is aware of our Shun family's strength and stance towards him. How could a native of the fog-laden city have channels to know about those gutter rats plotting against the Luo family, let alone wishing for Luo Lucheng's death? That remains a question I have yet to resolve, Shen Mu conceded with a shake of his head. However, Shen Jun had made numerous preparations long before Luo Lucheng encountered danger, all aimed at safeguarding his life. I have investigated. He not only took action himself, but even left behind traces, as if fearing we would not recognize the peril he was to face. Are you implying that he has someone backing him? Shen Yan's eyes clouded with uncertainty. I cannot be certain, but it is precisely this point that eludes my understanding. Shen Mu murmured. If Shen Jun truly has support behind him, whether from those gutter rats or others, how did they come to learn about Shen Jun's identity? The information regarding our third uncle is classified, not only them, but even we only recently discovered the existence of our cousins, Shen Jun and Shen Nan. Could it be someone from Shen Jun's maternal side? After all, his grandparents might possess some knowledge about our Shen family, Shen Yin speculated. Impossible, Shen Mu shook his head. My father once said that when he sent someone to avenge our third uncle, he did not disclose any specific information regarding Shen Jun. Those two elders are not familiar with our Shen family. No, it is not a matter of impossibility. It is indeed plausible. Shen Yin suddenly recalled something. Under Shen Mu's puzzled gaze, he elucidated, the individual who drove the car that killed our third uncle has quite a significant background. The Fu family, reigning as the local monarchs in the fog-laden city, has been swiftly subdued by the Shen family in a remarkably brief span. Surely, Thu's grandparents would harbor suspicions regarding the prowess and background of the Shen clan. Are you suggesting that upon discerning our family's strength, they inadvertently disclosed to outsiders that Shen Jun is affiliated with us, consequently attracting unwanted attention towards him? My dear friend, it seems your reasoning may be somewhat lacking. Shen Mu chuckled, remarking, how could two octogenarians ever come into contact with such individuals, let alone divulging any information about our Shen family to them? Chapter 64. A sense of alienation it is difficult to articulate. Shen Han shook his head and remarked, according to my second uncle, although the matters concerning the Fu family were handled discreetly at the time, some information was nonetheless leaked. Therein lies the flaw. It is entirely possible that someone followed the trail and discovered Shen Jun's grandparents, ultimately reaching out to him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to clarify the source of Shen Jun's information regarding the murder of Luo Lucheng. What a grave affair this is. How could such scoundrels possibly divulge information, especially to an ordinary person like Shen Jun, if he had no contact with them? I simply cannot fathom how he would have received news of Luo Lucheng's impending attack. Shen Mu nodded in agreement, stating, everything else can be explained. But the source of Shen Jun's information remains elusive. If he had no connection to those miscreants, he could not have learned of Luo Lucheng's imminent assault. However, if he did establish contact, then your theory could hold some merit, albeit a bit far-fetched. Yet, suddenly, Shen Mu's brow furrowed tightly. I still believe this entire scenario is a trap set by Shen Jun himself. Our cousin has certainly left a profound impression on me. Upon hearing this, Shen Han chuckled. Well then, let us wait and see what choice Shen Jun will make. If he opts for a career in politics, then we shall have much to discuss. If he chooses freedom, then we must indeed be cautious around him. Shen Mu nodded in agreement. Let us observe his choice. Should he err, then, if he truly has someone backing him, the Shen family will not be so easily manipulated. In the 12 Palaces Villa district, within the living room. Brother, are we ever going to return to the Misty City? Shen Nan murmured, lost in thought. Why do you say that? Shen Jun asked, amused. The Shen family clearly belongs to the upper echelons of society, with numerous rules and regulations. If we acknowledge this marriage, they will undoubtedly restrict our freedom of movement. And I might even be barred from attending university, Shen Nan explained earnestly. Shen Jun responded. Smack. Ouch. Brother, why did you hit me? Shen Nan exclaimed, cradling his head in pain. From now on, read fewer melodramatic novels. Do not apply your misconceptions to the realities of true aristocratic families. They will neither limit your travels nor impede your university education. Shen Jun retorted, exasperated. Shen Nan mumbled, bewildered. Isn't that how it is portrayed in novels? Smack. Brother, please stop hitting my head. I might become foolish. Shen Nan pleaded, a mournful expression on his face. That is precisely why I advised you to read less nonsense. After sitting down beside the sofa, Shen Jun addressed Shen Nan. I truly do not comprehend what resides within that foolish head of yours. Is the college entrance examination truly that simple now? How did someone with such a dim-witted brain achieve over 700 points? What do you mean by that? Shen Jun retorted defiantly. My brain is quite clever. Just because you cannot outperform me in exams does not justify such slander. Ah, Shen Jun teased. Have I ever slandered you? With such foolish words as not allowing you to attend university, what more could there be to slander? I simply did not react in time. Shen Jun replied, her voice lacking conviction. Could you please not dwell on such trivial matters? Enough of this chatter, Shen Jun instructed. Just reside here peacefully. Go wherever you wish without worry or burden. I will shoulder all concerns. Once school commences, you need only to attend classes, nothing else matters. Understood. But what about my driving license? I'm about to take the 3rd driving test. Shen Jun suddenly inquired. You can drive now, right? Shen Jun casually asked. Yes. Shen Jun nodded, then shyly added, though I'm not very practiced. Don't worry about it. I will handle it before you start school. Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Shen Jun nodded, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. Shen Jun, likewise, did not engage with her any longer and began to meander through the villa. The villa was expansive, covering an area of 1,800 square meters across 4 levels, featuring 9 suites with an outdoor garden of 2,000 square meters. After searching online, he discovered a similar villa in the neighborhood was listed at 280 million yuan, albeit slightly smaller. This meant that the price of this villa alone exceeded Shen Jun's entire fortune. It was utterly absurd. No wonder that rogue system kept pushing him toward the Shen family. With their background and wealth, they possessed everything imaginable. After a casual exploration of the villa's interior, Shen Jun reclined in the eastern suite on the 2nd floor to rest. He had encountered too much today. The influx of information was overwhelming, and he needed a moment to collect himself. The following morning at 8 o'clock, after a restful night, Shen Jun descended the staircase. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed several uniformed ladies tidying the living room. Who are you? Shen Jun inquired casually. Upon hearing his voice from the staircase, the ladies immediately paused, and one of them explained, Good morning, Mr. Shen. We are sent by Mr. Shenmu. From now on, all your and Miss Shen's daily needs will be managed by us. All right, Shen Jun nodded, not probing further. Mr. Shen, would you like to have breakfast now? The chef is ready for your instructions, one of the ladies suddenly asked. Then please prepare something, Shen Jun replied without hesitation. Certainly, please hold on. After acknowledging his request, the lady proceeded to the kitchen, while the others resumed their cleaning. About 10 minutes later, the lady returned with 2 chefs, bringing dishes from the kitchen. After a simple breakfast, Shen Jun rose and left the living room. Outside the villa, he noticed a Rolls-Royce Phantom and 2 Maybachs parked at the entrance, accompanied by 6 security personnel clad in black suits standing beside the vehicles. It appeared someone within the villa had informed these individuals outside. However, this initiative is indeed commendable. Yet, Shen Jun felt a twinge of discomfort within. The stark contrast and sense of disjunction rendered him somewhat uneasy. To put it in perspective, from the standpoint of the Shen family, expelling Shen Chang'an from the clan poses no ethical dilemma. Aristocratic families abide by their own codes, and when one commits an error, accountability is imperative. Conversely, from Shen Jun's viewpoint, the Shen family appears rather cold-hearted. After all, it has been over 2 decades of indifference. Were it not for Shen Jun's current predicament, it is likely the family would have remained disinterested in his return. Nevertheless, this sentiment arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. After all, the present Shen Jun is not the original self. He cannot truly comprehend the grievances of his predecessor. Yet he does appreciate the advantages of having a supportive background. He merely reflects on the nature of such actions with a sense of melancholy. Of course, had he been the one to manage Shen Changyang's situation initially, his methods might have been far more ruthless. To be candid, one cannot expect to reap the benefits of resources without bearing the corresponding costs. Such fortune is indeed rare in this world. Chapter 65. 2 Paths. Greetings, Mr. Shen. My name is Gao Lai, and I have been dispatched by Master Mu to ensure your safety. As Shen Jun emerged from the villa, the young man in a suit, standing at the forefront of the group, approached to greet him. Where is my sister? Shen Jun inquired. Miss Shen has already left, but you need not worry about her safety. She is accompanied by 2 female security personnel, Gao Lai explained. After a nod, Shen Jun further questioned. Where is Shen Mu? Master Mu is en route to your location and should arrive in approximately 15 minutes, Gao Lai promptly responded. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun was momentarily taken aback. Such swiftness. Considering the maids and staff within the villa, he understood. These individuals, ostensibly there to attend to his and Shen Nan's daily needs, were likely Shen Mu's eyes and ears. However, Shen Jun dismissed the notion, feeling it was quite normal. The Shen family was not a modest household. Although Shen Jun and Shen Nen were members of the family, they had not been nurtured in the Shen lineage from a young age, making minor clandestine activities inevitable. Having learned of Shen Mu's arrival, Shen Jun remained in place, waiting. Minutes slipped by, and soon he beheld a procession of vehicles slowly approaching. Once the convoy halted, Shen Jun stepped forward. "What are you planning to show me today?" he directly asked as Shen Mu exited the vehicle. "Why do you ask?" Shen Mu countered with a smile. "I find it hard to believe that the Shen family would summon me back without any intention of oversight," Shen Jun casually explained. "Astute." Shen Mu nodded, stating, "The itinerary that follows will depend on your choices." "What do you mean?" Shen Jun frowned. "Get in the car," Shen Mu replied without elaboration, returning to the vehicle. Seeing this, Shen Jun did not hesitate and promptly took his seat within the car. Once both were settled, the driver navigated the automobile toward the community's exit. Throughout the journey, Shen Jun refrained from further inquiries, and Shen Mu offered no explanations. An unusual silence enveloped them. Until, upon gazing at the plaque inscribed with the characters Xin Hua Min, even the most steadfast heart within Shen Jun began to tremble. While he understood the stature of his two uncles, he had never anticipated that Shen Mu would bring him here. "Is this a place I can enter?" "What? Are you nervous too?" Noticing Shen Jun's unease, Shen Mu teased. Shen Jun rolled his eyes and retorted, "I am merely an ordinary citizen born under the red flag and raised in the gentle spring breeze. How could I not feel anxious being brought here without any prior notice?" "Huh, this isn't the Shen Jun I know. Where is that defiant spirit you exhibited when confronting the old man?" Shen Mu mocked. "Shen Jun, this person is truly infuriating." Ignoring him, Shen Jun leaned forward to observe the interior scenery. This was a place ordinary people could never hope to enter in their lifetimes. If not now, then when? Shen Mu did not press further. His vengeance was satisfied. In a small courtyard within, after passing through layers of scrutiny, Shen Mu led Shen Jun inside. "Uncle, father." As soon as they entered, Shen Mu greeted the two middle-aged men seated in the center of the courtyard. Shen Jun remained silent, merely nodding at the two. Upon noticing Shen Jun and Shen Mu's arrival, Shen Changxiu and Shen Changzhou simultaneously directed their attention towards Shen Jun, seemingly unconcerned about his lack of courtesy. With a jovial smile, Shen Changzhou inquired, "What troubles you? Are you still worried that the Shen family might not acknowledge you simply because your grandfather has yet to explicitly recognize your identity?" Shen Jun shook his head, responding, "I understood his intentions the moment the old man sent me to meet others, yet I require a definitive answer." A young heart burdened with weighty concerns. Shen Changzhou sighed. "Your father's responsibilities were shouldered by the old man long ago, so your apprehensions are unfounded." Shen Jun remained silent, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Do you know why your uncle and I have summoned you here?" Shen Changzhou continued. "I do not," Shen Jun admitted, genuinely perplexed as to why he had been called to this enigmatic and pressure-laden place. "Your grandfather has provided you with two paths, one that leads directly here, and another that your father once wished to pursue, but did not." Shen Jun was taken aback, his mind blank, as if struck by a thunderclap. What had he just heard? A path leading straight to this place? Surely this was a jest? Him? Shen Jun? A child raised in a fog-laden city? Able to enter here? It seemed like a dream too far-fetched to entertain. Yet, if he could truly arrive here, it would grant him the power to command the winds and the rain. To put it bluntly, words would hold weight. But he, Shen Jun, knew nothing of politics, not even a shred. If he were to embark down that path, he feared he would be played like a fool. Just think about it. Could a person who needed to interpret current events possibly tread that route? Ridiculous. He would be none the wiser about his demise. Moreover, did the Shen family truly have such confidence that he could traverse this exalted path? He lacked the support of his maternal lineage. Then there was the second path presented by Shen Changzhou, the one that Shen Changyang had once aspired to but ultimately abandoned. What did this imply? Was it not compelling him to fulfill his deceased father's unachieved ambitions? Observing the fluctuations of emotion on Shen Jun's face, Shen Changxiu suddenly interjected, "Do not harbor concerns. Choose whichever path you desire, and the Shen family will spare no effort in assisting you." Shen Jun was incredulous. Did they truly consider him a fool? A child not raised within the Shen family could receive such unwavering support? This was not a jest to be taken lightly. Even if they wished to make amends for their years of neglect, it was improbable they could do so. Those resources held immense significance. Shen Jun could hardly believe that the Shen family would allocate all those resources in his favor. Raising his head, Shen Jun gazed at Shen Changshu and Shen Changzhou, softly inquiring, what was the path my father wished to take but ultimately did not? The two men exchanged a brief look of surprise, after which Shen Changzhou replied, if you choose the first path, there is no need to concern yourself with the other. Shen Jun asserted earnestly, I still wish to know what the second path entails. Upon hearing such a resolute statement, Shen Changshu and Shen Changzhou exchanged glances before directing their attention to Shen Mu. Shen Mu promptly elucidated to Shen Jun in a hushed tone, there are certain family enterprises that require management. The second path is that of a leisurely gentleman. One may take a position within the enterprises if one has aspirations, or simply await the annual dividends if one does not. What enterprises does the Shun family possess? Shen Jun inquired once more. Real estate, energy, finance, pharmaceuticals, technology, food, and more, aside from a few monopolistic sectors. The Shen family has a presence in virtually every industry one might conceive, Shen Mu quietly explained. Chapter 66. Fear of poverty, can I choose any industry? Shen Jun inquired, somewhat astonished. As a direct descendant of the Shen family, not only can you select any field, but if you possess the requisite abilities, you may even command that sector. Shen Mu replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun turned to the two esteemed elders and resolutely declared, I choose the second path. Do you comprehend what choosing the second path signifies? Shen Changzhou questioned. I do, but I am not suited for that path. Shen Jun responded without the slightest tremor in his demeanor. How can you ascertain your unsuitability without having traversed it? Shen Changshu gently remarked. Your father initially rejected this path due to his aversion to marriage alliances, yet you are different. You need not enter into such unions to pursue it. This is the compensation your grandfather has bestowed upon you. I am not a person of grand ambitions. Shen Jun shook his head, declining. Power is indeed alluring. Yet for someone of my humble origins, its allure is not particularly potent. Shen Jun, once you utter these words, there is no room for retraction. You must contemplate this carefully, Shen Changshu stated gravely. I have contemplated it thoroughly. I shall walk the road my father wished to tread, but could not. What he deemed unworthy, I too find of little value. Shen Jun asserted with utmost seriousness. Very well, since you have made your choice. Let Shamu accompany you on a tour here, for you may never return to this place again. Shen Changshu spoke with a hint of underlying meaning. That will not be necessary. I do not belong here, nor is there a need for me to linger. Esteemed elders, I bid you farewell. With that, Shen Jun turned and departed the courtyard. Cough, cough. Before Shen Mu could fully comprehend the situation, Shen Jun had already ventured quite far. Upon hearing Shen Changzhou's voice, he quickly regained his senses and hastily exited the courtyard as well. Once the two had departed, Shen Changzhou chuckled. It seems that this young man is likely on the right trajectory. If anything, he possesses a depth of thought. Shen Changshu's lips curled into a smile. Now that he has chosen the second path, the sources of his information are of little consequence. We can leave him to his own devices, and we will have fulfilled our obligations to the old man. Fortunately, the child made the right choice. Otherwise, I would have been quite apprehensive about uncovering something undesirable through him, which would not bode well, Shen Changzhou mused. Let us not dwell on such matters. All is in the past. Indeed, I must say, Shen Jun, your audacity is rather remarkable. Are you not the least bit afraid? Shen Mu queried, curiously keeping pace with him. What is there to fear? I have committed no wrongdoing. Shen Jun replied nonchalantly. Are you unaware of your uncle and second uncle's stature? Conversations with them must surely carry a degree of pressure, Shen Mu lamented, exasperated. And what of their high status? Were they not standing beside the old man yesterday? If I am unafraid of the old man, why should I feel pressure in their presence? Shen Jun chuckled. Shen Mu, listen, is that truly something a person would say? Yesterday, one could argue he was blissfully ignorant of fear, but today he is simply a reckless fool. Certainly, he is merely a reckless individual rather than a fool, for Shen Jun has chosen the path most suited to him. Were he a fool, he would undoubtedly succumb to the temptations posed by the two formidable figures. However, yielding to temptation incurs a price, particularly for someone like Shen Jun, who harbors secrets. Fortunately, he made the right choice. Consequently, they have little to fear. Of course, he speaks of Shen Jun's identity, not the individual himself. With regard to Shen Jun, Shen Mu still harbors some reservations, as the prerequisite for entering the Shen family was a life at stake. Inside the vehicle, Shen Mu inquired, which industry do you wish to pursue? Finance, Shen Jun replied without a moment's hesitation. Finance? Shen Mu asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. But your university major was not finance. What led you to choose this field? Shen Jun cast a penetrating glance at him. initially believing that his background had been thoroughly scrutinized. To his surprise, the other party was unaware of his stock trading activities. Perhaps ignorance is bliss, as it spared him potential complications. He fabricated a response, because finance is lucrative. You know, I grew up in the foggy city and became weary of poverty. Shen Mu retorted, is that really a justification? While it may suffice for an ordinary person, such a rationale is utterly absurd for someone as astute as Shen Jun. Moreover, does he truly believe that I am oblivious to what 50 million represents for an average individual? Claiming to be weary of poverty is nothing short of a ruse. Nevertheless, there was little more to be said. As long as Shen Jun refrained from entering the political arena, he posed no threat to the Shen family. It was merely a trivial sum. Let him be. Shen Mu promptly asked, where would you like to go? The financial companies under the Shen family's control have branches in Kyoto, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong. If you desire, you may even go abroad. London, New York, Frankfurt, Tokyo, Singapore, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Paris all have branches as well. Shen Jun was taken aback. My goodness, I knew the Shen family was powerful, but I did not anticipate such extensive influence. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to remain in Kyoto. After all, you have just joined the Shen family and are still unfamiliar with many matters. It would be wise to familiarize yourself with the family before venturing out. Shen Mu suggested before Shen Jun could respond. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Jun inquired, if I stay in Kyoto, what position will I hold at the company? That depends on you. If you have ambitions, I can arrange for you to hold a position of real authority. If you merely seek financial gain, then I can assign you to a role that offers monetary compensation, Shen Mu explained patiently. How forthright. Shen Jun chuckled. You underestimate the significance of your status as a direct descendant of the Shen family. If you truly require funds, I could provide you with 100 million in cash right now. Surely, that would suffice for your expenses, Shen Mu stated earnestly. Shen Jun responded. 100 million? Who do you think you're looking down upon? I prefer the satisfaction of earning my own money. Then I shall arrange for you a position as the assistant to the fund manager. The fund's profits or losses will bear no consequence upon you. In the event of losses, the fund manager shall shoulder the blame, and the management fees shall accrue entirely to you. What do you think? Shen Mu casually remarked. Shen Jun responded with a mix of disbelief and contemplation. This individual is truly remarkable. He claims he wishes to earn his own keep, yet he assigns me to a role that merely collects funds. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that he means well. Yet, Shen Mu's words stirred a sense of melancholy within Shen Jun. It is one thing for individual investors to fail to reap profits. That can be attributed to their own shortcomings. However, the plight of fund investors, suffering under such burdensome circumstances, is genuinely disheartening. They are far more unfortunate than stockholders. Shen Jun shook his head in refusal. I have no desire to profit in such a manner. I would prefer to be assigned to the investment department. Shen Mu remained silent. Chapter 67. Tianyan Group. Shen Mu initially intended to persuade Shen Jun, yet upon reflecting on the latter's exhibited mindset, he ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, very well, I shall establish a separate investment department for you. However, how much capital do you require? What is the maximum amount you can provide? Shen Jun inquired. Shen Mu did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before he gradually spoke. I can allocate up to 1 billion. Any profits you earn will belong to you, and losses are inconsequential. However, should you deplete the funds entirely, you must adhere strictly to my directives henceforth. Agreed. But I wish to convert all of it into USD. Shen Jun replied affirmatively. USD? Shen Mu murmured softly before continuing. Very well. I will convert it directly into USD for you. When can I commence work? Shen Jun asked again. Also, where is the company located? Tomorrow. I shall arrange everything for you today. The address is Tianyan Building on Financial Center Street. That building belongs to my family. I will inform you of the specific floor once I finalize the arrangements, Shen Mu explained. All right, please take me back home, Shen Jun said. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, Shennan still has 2 parts of her driving test left to finish, but she can drive now. Could you assist her in obtaining a driver's license? A trivial matter. I will have someone deliver the license to her tomorrow. Thank you. Not at all. When Shen Jun returned to his current residence, it was already 11:30 in the morning. Shen Nan had yet to return, and her whereabouts remained a mystery. Mr. Shen, what would you like for lunch? The first ant to speak that morning approached Shen Jun, inquiring promptly upon his return. What is your name, Annie? Shen Jun asked. My surname is Gua, and I am called Gua Xiaoai, she replied immediately. Gua, please have the kitchen prepare sweet and sour ribs, braised beef, and stir-fried vegetables for me, Shen Jun instructed. Certainly, please hold on for a moment, Mr. Shen. Upon receiving her response, Gua promptly turned and entered the kitchen. Shen Jun settled onto the sofa in the living room, beginning to investigate Tianyun Group. Information about Tianyun Group was readily accessible online. Tianyun Group Company, Limited, abbreviated as Tianyun Group, was established 50 years ago by Shen Jun, with its headquarters located in the capital. The group boasts a diverse range of business sectors, including finance, real estate, energy, infrastructure construction, healthcare, and advanced manufacturing, with operations spanning numerous countries and regions worldwide. Tianyun Group Company, Limited engages in investments across multiple industries and enterprises, encompassing both domestic and international engineering design, construction, contracting, and subcontracting, as well as sector-specific investment activities and financial enterprises. Their investment scope includes energy, transportation infrastructure, mineral resources, forestry resource development, raw material industries, machinery manufacturing, real estate development, information infrastructure, basic telecommunications, and value-added telecommunication services, environmental protection, pharmaceuticals, bioengineering, new materials, aviation, transportation, warehousing, hospitality, tourism, international and domestic trade, commerce, education, publishing, media, culture, and sports. Furthermore, services such as asset management, capital operation, engineering bidding, surveying, design, construction, supervision, contracting, subcontracting, and consulting are offered. Qualified overseas engineering labor can be dispatched in accordance with strength, scale, and performance requirements, and import-export operations and Internet information services can also be conducted. As he gazed upon the extensive introduction of Tianyun Group, Shen Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. How could such an impressive company escape his memory? What was occupying his mind? No. Shen Jun promptly searched for information regarding Tianyun Group stock. To his shock, he discovered that such a colossal entity was not even publicly listed. How could this be possible? He further explored the publicly listed companies controlled by Tianyun Group, and it was even more astonishing. The combined market capitalization of Tianyun Group's listed subsidiaries exceeded 20 trillion. This was merely the value of the holdings. If Tianyun Group were to go public, how high would its stock price soar? No wonder Shenmu readily offered him an investment limit of 10 billion for a company of this magnitude. Such an amount was but a mere drop in the ocean. Just as Shen Jun was reeling from the enormity of Tianyun Group, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! America's United Bank, August 1st, 37:16, J.P. Morgan Chase, August 1st, 154:80, Berkshire Hathaway B, August 1st, 375 Shen Jun. What is happening? He had just confirmed some matters with the Shen family that morning, and now the system was presenting him with this at noon? How surreal. Was the system showing favoritism towards wealth? Nevertheless, it appeared that this was indeed a means for him to accumulate wealth. Nothing more to discuss then. He glanced at the time. It was exactly noon. Opening the trading software, Shen Jun immediately began searching for these three stocks. America's United Bank was priced at 29.02 per share, with a total market capitalization of 45.1 billion, and according to the system's indication, he could earn a maximum of 8.14 per share from this stock. J.P. Morgan Chase was priced at 131.80 per share, with a total market capitalization of 398.4 billion, allowing for a maximum profit of 23 per share. Berkshire Hathaway B was priced at 328 per share, with a total market capitalization of 496.8 billion, presenting a maximum potential gain of 47 per share. Among these three stocks, America's United Bank exhibited the highest price increase, yet it possessed the lowest market capitalization. A lower market value suggested that Shen Jun could not invest excessively in this stock, as it might attract undue attention. Conversely, while the other two stocks did not rise as sharply as America's United Bank, their significant market capitalizations offered greater stability. If funds are ample, the returns from these two stocks will undoubtedly surpass those of AmeriCorps Bank. How fortuitous the timing of the system appears, for it indeed possesses sufficient capital at present. Though over $100 million may not seem extravagant, leverage can certainly be employed. Just then, Aunt Guo approached, exclaiming, "Mr. Shen, your meal is ready. Would you like to eat now?" "Yes, please bring it over," Shen Jun instructed promptly. "Very well," she replied, before retreating to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, she emerged alongside two other ladies, bearing the dishes. After arranging the meal, the trio departed, leaving Shen Jun to dine in solitude. As he savored his meal, he simultaneously perused the specific information of 3 stocks, preparing himself in advance. Chapter 68, As Real as the False Brother, I Am Back. Just as Shen Jun was enjoying his meal while perusing stock information, Shen Nin suddenly entered. Have you eaten? Shen Jun casually inquired, setting down his chopsticks. I had a meal outside before returning, Shen Nin replied as she took a seat beside him. After acknowledging her, Shen Jun resumed his meal. Don't you want to ask what I did this morning? Shen Nin asked, resting her chin on her hands with a hint of displeasure. Casting a weary glance at the young girl, Shen Jun sighed. Well, what did you do this morning? I'll tell you. Shen Nin exclaimed, her mood brightening. I went to see the car I reserved. It's exceptionally beautiful. I absolutely adore it. If I hadn't yet received my driver's license, I would have driven it home today. Why not just drive it back? Your license will be delivered tomorrow, Shen Jun waved dismissively. Shen Nin paused in surprise, then clung to Shen Jun's arm, shaking it vigorously. How could that be? Brother, you're not teasing me, are you? I haven't even taken my driving test yet. Shen Jun replied with exasperation. What would I gain from teasing you? I'm serious. Your license will indeed arrive tomorrow. What you need to do now is practice your driving skills, so you don't crash the moment the car is in your possession. Yay, yay, yay. I love you. Big brother. Upon hearing such reassuring words, Shen Nin jumped up in excitement. Quickly go now. Don't disturb my meal. I know. I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for Shen Jun's response, she dashed out of the room. Once the girl had departed, the living room returned to a tranquil state. Putting away his phone, Shen Jun began contemplating his future path. With the system's strong encouragement, his entry into the Shun family had been remarkably smooth. Although there were some inexplicable occurrences along the way, judging by the old man's and those 2 individuals' demeanor, they should not pose any issues. After all, Shen Jun was undeniably the son of Shen Chang'an. That fact was indisputable. Secrets? Who doesn't he harbor a few secrets? Today, that second uncle mentioned that Shen Changyang's choices, while they had cost the Shen family dearly, had been shouldered by the old man. This meant that Shen Jun bore no burdens within the Shen family. As long as he could maintain his footing, supported by the Shen family, there would be no one or nothing that could intimidate him. The recent reappearance of the system also confirmed this notion. However, he found it peculiar that the system had not foreseen anything regarding the stock in the A-share market. After all, he was now backed by the Shen family. Could it be that the A-share market was entangled in some unspeakable matters? Yet, that shouldn't be the case. Considering the multitude of institutions and companies profiting from the A-share market, why couldn't he do the same? Or was it that he hadn't yet established his standing within the Shen family, which was why the system failed to predict the A-share developments? After pondering for a considerable time, Shen Jun resolved to take things one step at a time. He wasn't particularly interested in the trifles of the A-share market. For now, he would focus on earning money in the U.S. stock market, and once he had amassed sufficient funds, he would reconsider his options. Time flowed by swiftly. July 6th, 8 in the morning. After finishing breakfast, Shen Jun took a car to Tianyan building. Last night, Shen Mu had sent him a message indicating that the investment department he desired had been arranged, with a complete staffing and all funds received. The office was located on the 21st floor of Tianyan building, and he merely needed to go there. Although the U.S. stock market opened in the evening, Shen Jun was determined to visit today, not only to familiarize himself with his future workplace but also to witness the splendor of Kyoto's financial district. Kyoto's financial district is situated east of the Second Ring Road, stretching from the inner street of Fuxingmen on Chang'an Avenue in the south to the inner street of Fuqingmen in the north. It extends approximately 700 meters north-south and 600 meters east-west, covering a total planned area of 103 hectares. With over 3 million square meters of new construction and more than 40 planned building sites. At 9 o'clock, Shen Jun arrived at the financial district, only to be met with disappointment at the scene before him. Far from being bustling, the entire street had very few cars passing by, presenting a desolate sight. How could the scene not disappoint him? Wasn't it said that all financial districts were particularly vibrant? Why was Kyoto's financial district so forlorn? Was it being treated differently? It seemed absurd. Upon taking out his phone to search for information, Shen Jun quickly understood the reason for Kyoto's financial district's desolation. Though the street bore the name of a financial district, the reality was quite different. Countless corporate headquarters indeed resided here. But those who could work in this area were all top-tier clients, true magnates. There is a saying, Kyoto's financial district represents leadership. Lijiazui in Shanghai serves as the intermediary. while Shenzhen is home to the diligent laborers. Having witnessed this firsthand, Shen Jun could only affirm the truth of that statement. It was as real as it was fictitious. As the convoy approached the entrance to the underground parking lot of Tianyun Building, he finally sensed a hint of the district's vibrancy. Why, you ask? Because the road leading into the parking lot was blocked. Despite the sparse traffic on the main road, over a dozen cars were queued at the entrance to the underground parking. It was truly disheartening. Fortunately, the congestion did not last long, only about 10 minutes. And the convoy smoothly entered the underground parking lot. After disembarking, Gao Lai and his companions immediately surrounded him, maintaining vigilance even in the territory of the Shen family. Shen Jun understood this well. After all, it had only been 2 days, and those spies would not be discovered so quickly. For the sake of their own safety, having a few bodyguards was not excessive. One could never tell where those nefarious individuals might emerge from. If someone like Lei Xian could be infiltrated, one could only imagine the vulnerability of ordinary workers. Not to mention, the remote farming technologies from countries like America were widely admired. What if those fools were not after money or fame, but simply wished to serve others? In that case, Shen Jun would find it impossible to evade danger. It was indeed wiser to have a few bodyguards accompany him. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Shen Mu possesses an exceptional breadth of consideration. He has meticulously contemplated every aspect, leaving even Shen Jun unable to find a single flaw. Accompanied by several bodyguards, Shen Jun made his way smoothly to the entrance of the elevator in the underground parking lot. Just as he arrived at the entrance, "Are you Shen Jun?" At that moment, a young man seemingly appeared from nowhere. "I am Shen Jun. And you are?" Shen Jun nodded and casually inquired. "I am Shen Yao from the third house, the managing director of the investment banking department at Tianyun Group. The investment division you requested was personally arranged and established by me." The youth extended his hand in introduction. "Hello." Shen Jun promptly reached out to shake his hand. Chapter 69. Seeking Trouble? "Did I hear correctly that you have relinquished your position as the assistant to the fund manager?" Shen Yao inquired with genuine curiosity. "Indeed." Shen Jun nodded. Although he was not intimately acquainted with the other party, he felt it necessary to show respect, given that the individual had facilitated the establishment of his own department. "May I ask why?" Shen Yao pressed on, intrigued. "As a direct descendant of the Shen family, you could effortlessly acquire that wealth. Why would you decline?" Shen Jun thought to himself, this person speaks as if he were lacking in intellect. Why should he provide a justification for not wanting to accept money without effort? Has he truly inflated his own significance? With an expressionless face, Shen Jun replied, "There is no reason. I simply do not desire it." "What?" Shen Yao was taken aback. He pointed to his own head and questioned, "Is there something amiss with your reasoning? Why would one refuse free money? Do you not comprehend the essence of free is free?" Shen Jun realized, so this is merely someone seeking trouble. Although he was perplexed by the animosity directed at him, recalling Shen Changyang's situation, he chuckled and inquired, "May I ask what the primary responsibilities of your branch are?" Shen Yao scoffed. "What, do you intend to leverage our great uncle against me?" Shen Jun shook his head and clarified, "Since you are aware of my name, Shen Jun, you should understand my position. As a newcomer, I am genuinely curious." Upon hearing this, Shen Yao grew assertive and boasted, "The founder of Tianyun Group, Shen Onping, is my grandfather, and he is also your great-grandfather. Do you comprehend?" "I understand." Shen Jun nodded and continued, "How old are you? How long have you worked at Tianyun Group?" Shen Yao was caught off guard by the question. How could Shen Jun remain unperturbed despite his tone? Was he truly a coward? Yet, if he were indeed timid, why would Shen Mu have established an investment department specifically for him? Confused, Shen Yao scratched his head and asked, "What do you intend to do?" With a smile, Shen Jun replied, "As an outsider, what can I do? I merely inquired out of curiosity." After some contemplation, Shen Yao concluded that Shen Jun's question posed no threat. He then slowly divulged, "I am 23 and have worked at Tianyun Group for a year and a half." "So, you briefly rested after graduating from university before joining Tianyun Group, correct?" Shen Jun gently probed. "What does that have to do with you?" Shen Yao frowned. "Do you know what this is?" Shen Jun suddenly extended his palm towards Shen Yao and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Shen Yao retreated a couple of steps, threatening, "Do you know where this is? If you dare to make a move, even our great-uncle would not side with you." Shen Jun thought, "I have confirmed it. This is indeed a fool being used as a pawn. What on earth is the Shen family's situation? How could such a prestigious lineage produce such a simpleton? Has elite education failed to reach him? Does such a person truly not tarnish the family's reputation? No, that cannot be." Shen Yao currently holds the position of the head of the investment banking department, which implies that he has not penetrated the core of the Shen family and is merely a member of the third branch. There is little further to discuss. Those offspring who do not enter the core may simply be deemed foolish, yet the Shen family can afford to support them. With a deep sigh, Shen Jun helplessly inquired, "Pray tell, who has sent you to trouble me?" "Shen Yao? This man is remarkably astute. How does he know I have come to trouble him on someone else's behalf? Yet, I cannot concede to this." Shen Yao retorted, "What do you mean? How could I be troubling you? I was merely inquiring. If you choose not to respond, then so be it. One does not shed tears until faced with a coffin." Shen Jun coldly remarked, "Gao Lai, restrain him." "Understood." As soon as Shen Jun's words fell, Gao Lai, who stood beside him, sprang into action. "Wait, Gao Lai, is that your name? Do you have any idea who I am?" You cannot heed his words. "I am of the third branch. If you dare lay a hand on me, my father and grandfather will not let you off lightly." Upon hearing Gao Lai's response, Shen Yao immediately turned to flee, while simultaneously issuing threats. However, Gao Lai paid no heed to his words. Within moments, he had pinned Shen Yao to the ground, using both hands and legs to render him immobile. "Shen Jun, are you insane? Do you know who I am? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" Seeing that he could not sway Gao Lai, Shen Yao, gritting his teeth, directed his gaze towards Shen Jun. "Should I call you foolish or impulsive?" Shen Jun approached, teasing, "There must be quite a few individuals from the third branch, right? Knowing my identity, why would you choose to stick your neck out?" Shen Yao, utterly exasperated, retorted, "I do not understand what you are saying. Release me at once, or I shall make you regret this." "TSK, TSK, TSK, Shen Jun replied with a smile. "What if I choose not to release you? What can you possibly do to me?" "Shen Yao, do not push your luck," he shouted loudly. "Indeed, I am bullying you. What can you do about it?" Shen Jun calmly inquired once more. You. Shen Yao found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Shen Jun would dare to confront him. "What is it?" Shen Jun squatted down, playfully patting Shen Yao's cheek. "Have you never considered why I was assigned an investment department by Shen Mu upon my return to the Shen family?" Just as Shen Yao was about to explode with rage, he suddenly froze at this remark. Indeed, why did Shen Mu create an investment department for Shen Jun as soon as he returned to the family? Let us not discuss compensation within the Shen family. Those lacking capability are relegated to idle departments, while the more foolish might simply wait at home for dividends. Those who possess neither capability nor wisdom yet aspire to wield real power? 2 words, a pipe dream. Yet, this newcomer to the Shen family, Shen Jun, was able to persuade Shen Mu not only to establish a new investment department for him, but also to allocate a staggering 10 billion yuan for investment. What does this signify? Just moments ago, Shen Yao found himself in a state of confusion, but with Shen Jun's reminder, he suddenly realized the capabilities of this individual. Moreover, it had been personally validated by Shen Mu. Otherwise, the other party would not dare to treat him in such a manner. With this thought, Shen Yao, his face contorted with frustration, spoke, "Release me, and I assure you, from this day forth, we shall maintain a respectful distance." With a chuckle, Shen Jun gently tapped Shen Yao's forehead with his finger, teasingly remarking, "The power to dictate no longer lies with you." Shen Yao responded, "I will pose the questions, and you shall answer. Should you choose silence, while I may not have the audacity to bring about your demise, I can certainly arrange for you to spend a fortnight in the hospital. Do you comprehend?" Shen Jun threatened. Shen Yao, his expression a portrait of frustration, nodded in acquiescence, as he recognized that under the current circumstances, one must bow their head when beneath the eaves. Chapter 70, Fool. "Speak up. Who sent you here to trouble me?" Shen Jun immediately inquired. "No." Before Shen Yao could utter another word, he was interrupted by Shen Jun. "Think carefully before you speak, or I shall break your legs." Shen Yao nearly choked on his words. Raising his head to meet Shen Jun's indifferent gaze, he swallowed hard and stammered. "My third sister sent me here. She said you, a foolish country bumpkin, just entered the company and have already taken charge of an investment department with a funding amount of 10 billion. This is oppression from the main branch against the third branch, and we must resist. She instructed me to teach you a lesson." Shen Jun. Upon hearing such audacious remarks, Shen Jun was taken aback. Heaven and earth. How could someone be so foolish? Why does the Shen family allow this imbecile to be the head of the investment department? Are they not afraid of the potential losses this fool might cause to the group? Although the Shen family is large and prosperous, an excess of such incompetence could lead to significant issues. No enterprise can withstand such turmoil. With a long sigh, Shen Jun, somewhat speechless, asked, "What is your third sister's name?" Is she your biological sister or a cousin? My third sister is named Shenming, and she is from my paternal uncle's family. Shen Yao hastily replied. Let me ask one more question. Shen Jun, particularly curious, inquired. What exactly does your investment department management director do? Do you oversee the investment funds? Upon hearing this question, Shen Yao suddenly appeared dejected, mumbling, I am merely responsible for staffing the investment banking department and managing various tools, such as desks, chairs, computers, notebooks, and mobile phones. Shen Jun. Isn't that the job of the human resources and logistics departments? No sooner had he spoken than Shen Yao, embarrassed and angry, retorted, I can do whatever I want. What does it have to do with you? You're being too overbearing. Shen Jun. All right, I understand now. This is merely an idle, insipid, and foolish scion lacking ambition. How naive of him to think it was anything more complex. It's just a title within the company. It's not actual power. Assigning a family scion a title that sounds nice is hardly a significant matter. TSK, 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 what a face-saving young man. Shen Jun expressed his disappointment. I thought you had some powerful backing. Who would have thought it was just this? Truly. These mocking words instantly ignited Shen Yao's fury, and he retorted loudly, My third sister is right. Your main branch is oppressing our third branch. Why is it that the moment you arrive, you can take control of an investment department with a 10 billion yuan investment quota? I arrived a year and a half earlier than you. Why am I not allowed to use a single penny? I refuse to accept this. I absolutely refuse. Are you certain you refuse? Shen Jun teased. I refuse. I would rather die than accept it. Shen Yao asserted defiantly. Very well. I shall call Shen Mu right now and ask him how he handles affairs. If he cannot manage such a trivial matter, his words are as empty as a fart. He boasts about getting everything done, yet accomplishes nothing. I shall surely berate him. As he spoke, Shen Jun took out his phone. Shen Yao exclaimed. Upon witnessing Shen Jun actually beginning to search for a phone number, Shen Yao immediately panicked, disregarding his earlier words, and loudly interjected, Don't make that call. Please don't. Shen Jun inquired with keen interest. Why should I refrain from making this call? Shen Mu has failed to uphold his promise, yet I am not permitted to seek accountability? Shen Yao fell silent for a considerable time before finally stammering an apology. I was mistaken. I should not have heeded the slander and come seeking trouble. Suppressing a chuckle, Shen Jun teased, Did you not claim that you would never submit to me? What has caused this sudden change of heart? With a pained expression, Shen Yao replied, I fear you not. It is only Shen Mu that I dread. Please do not take advantage of this. Oh, Shen Jun asked, intrigued. What is there to fear about Shen Mu? Upon mentioning Shen Mu, Shen Yao perked up but first insisted, You must have your people release me, or else I will not divulge anything. Shen Jun said nothing, merely signaling to Gao Lai with a glance. Following the cue, Gao Lai promptly stood and released Shen Yao. Gasping, Shen Yao pushed himself up from the ground, complaining while rubbing his body, You are far too ruthless. I am a member of the Shen family. Cough, cough. He continued, I was merely speaking in jest. Shen Yao was startled by Shen Jun's cough. Speak now. Shen Jun chastised, exasperated. Are you quite certain you want me to speak before them? Shen Yao pointed at Gao Lai and the others, attempting to sow discord. They are now my people. Shen Jun asserted. Shen Yao was taken aback, thinking, Is this person truly from the countryside? His cousin is absolutely deceiving. He sighed deeply, explaining in a subdued voice. Shen Mu is the one in charge of our generation. He possesses the authority to punish us all. If he were to penalize me, it would be futile to seek assistance elsewhere. Besides, he is particularly merciless. None of the younger generation from the first, second, or third branches dares to defy him. Shen Jun remained silent, keenly aware of Shen Mu's standing within the Shen family, yet he had not anticipated such elevated status. This was not merely a result of being ruthless. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jun inquired again, What is the role of the second branch? You don't know? Shen Yao responded, somewhat surprised. Just answer my questions. Shen Jun rolled his eyes. Oh. Shen Yao lowered his head and explained. The members of the second branch primarily serve in the military and rarely interact with us. Shen Jun's lips twitched. This answer was indeed unexpected. He had presumed the second branch members pursued civil service, but it appeared their reach extended far beyond that. He had underestimated the Shen family. Casting a glance at Shen Yao, who was anxiously scraping the ground with his foot, Shen Jun smirked and said, All right, you may leave now. You foolish pawn unaware of your own exploitation. Shen Yao immediately raised his head, filled with indignation, and exclaimed, Do not overstep your bounds. If you provoke me further, I. Shen Jun mocked him. What will you do? Admit your foolishness? Even if you come to stir trouble, you ought to discern the situation. Who granted you the audacity to approach me unaccompanied, so utterly alone and seeking conflict? If not you, then who deserves the reprimand? I have refrained from striking you merely due to your foolishness. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to break a leg. Do you believe it? You. What do you mean by you? Get lost. I do not wish to see your face again. If I do, I shall berate you on each occasion. Dare to retort, and I shall indeed shatter your leg. Shen Jun raised his hand menacingly. Shen Yao was genuinely frightened upon realizing that Shen Jun was truly intent on harming him. He turned and fled, not even daring to take the elevator. Chapter 71. The investment department, after resolving matters with Shen Yao, Shen Jun, along with Gao Lai and others, ascended to the 21st floor via the elevator. Upon exiting, they were approached by a middle-aged man in a tailored suit accompanied by two young individuals. Judging by their demeanor, it seemed they had been waiting for quite some time. Good day, Mr. Shen. I am Yao Zhengquan, the general manager of the investment banking division at Tianyang Group. The suited gentleman introduced himself, extending his hand towards Shen Jun. Hello, Manager Yao. Shen Jun replied with a smile, shaking his hand. Mr. Shen, the investment department you requested has been established. Shall I escort you there now? Yao Zhengquan inquired, bypassing any further pleasantries and getting directly to the point. Certainly. Please lead the way, Shen Jun responded. With that, Yao Zhengquan commenced guiding him towards the east side of the 21st floor. Shortly thereafter, an office came into view. Greetings. Mr. Shen and Manager Yao, two charming young receptionists, welcomed them as they entered. Yao Zhengquan seized the opportunity to provide clarification. Mr. Shen, these two are the receptionists for your department, named Liang Jiajia and Zhang Yidi, personally arranged by Director Shen Yao. Shen Jun casually inquired. Is a receptionist necessary for my department? Do not jest, Mr. Shen. Your investment department operates independently from the group, with no internal personnel overseeing it. Naturally, we must ensure that all necessary staff are adequately provided, Yao Zhengquan promptly explained. Understood, Shen Jun acknowledged. Realizing why Shen Mu had mentioned that the profits of this investment department belonged to him, and losses were inconsequential, it was entirely under his control. With only the office located within Tianyang Group. After nodding at the two receptionists, Shen Jun stepped into the office. Inside, 7 individuals awaited their arrival, 4 men and 3 women. All youthful, none appearing to be over 30. As Shen Jun and his companions entered, the group greeted them in unison. Mr. Shen, Manager Yao. Shen Jun first acknowledged them with a nod before shifting his attention back to Yao Zhengquan, who promptly stepped forward to introduce the team. Among the 4 male traders, the leader was named Yin Zhong, while the 3 women included 2 in back-end roles responsible for various tasks. The leading woman was named Zhang Yilan, and the other, responsible for financial auditing, was Zheng Xintong. Though Shen Jun's current funds did not necessitate such a large number of traders, Shen Mu had nonetheless arranged them, demonstrating his capability and organization. After a brief introduction to the 7, Yao Zhengquan began to tour Shen Jun around the office. Mr. Shen, this office spans a total of 240 square meters, divided into 4 sections. The first area is where the staff works, he said, gesturing toward the workspace. He then led Shen Jun to another office, continuing, this is your office, and the 2 rooms behind it serve as the conference room and the reception area. Upon completing the tour, Shen Jun nodded in satisfaction. Although the personnel in his department were few, they possessed a comprehensive array of resources, and the office space was sufficiently expansive. Even Shen Jun could find no fault. Mr. Shen, is there anything else you require? Asked Yao Zhengquan softly. No, I am quite satisfied with this place. Thank you for your assistance, Manager Yao, Shen Jun replied. You are too kind, it is my duty. Please carry on with your work. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you need anything, just have the front desk call me, and I will make the necessary arrangements. Yao Zhengquan said politely. Very well, then Manager Yao, please do attend to your tasks. Shen Jun gestured dismissively. Upon receiving his response, Yao Zhengquan promptly exited the office with his 2 subordinates. Returning to the employee workspace, Shen Jun found the 7 individuals still standing in place, visibly tense. Noticing their anxious expressions, he waved his hand and said with a smile, there is no need to be nervous. I am not here to harm anyone. Seeing that they still hesitated to speak, Shen Jun continued, you should be aware of the nature of our investment department, correct? Yes, they replied in unison. Good. Shen Jun nodded. Here, I have but one requirement. When I issue a command, it must be executed without question. Do you understand? Understood, they responded loudly, their comprehension evident. They understood all too well. It was clear that this Mr. Shen was of considerable significance, an influence that was simply extraordinary. Why? you may ask? The office they occupied spanned an impressive 240 square meters. Where was this? The financial street of Kyoto, and it was the headquarters of the Tianyin Group. In such a prime location, to command such an expansive office space with merely 7 employees was beyond belief unless one possessed substantial clout. As employees of the Tianyin Group, they were acutely aware of the Shen family's standing within the organization. However, the hierarchy within the Shen family was distinctly categorized. The lowest tier resided in logistics. The mid-tier occupied middle management positions, and the highest tier comprised senior management with actual authority. Shen Jun's status even eclipsed those in high-ranking positions. For the investment department was independent of the group itself. Yet, this department belonged to the Tianyin Group. What did that mean? It meant they could leverage the resources of the Tianyin Group without being subjected to its governance. What a privilege! This was a level of favoritism that even a biological son would not receive. Had their department not been constrained by funding, they might have begun to speculate whether Shen Jun was indeed the heir to the Tianyin Group. Zhang Ilan, please print 7 copies of the confidentiality agreement, stipulating that you are not to disclose any of your work to third parties. Shen Jun issued his first command. Understood, she replied, promptly stepping out of line. The others displayed no signs of astonishment. Shen Jun articulated clearly that the essence of the confidentiality agreement was to prohibit the disclosure of their work details, which required no further elaboration as they had already signed contracts far more stringent than such an agreement. After Zhang Ilan's departure, Shen Jun turned to the others and inquired, "What were your previous working hours?" "Mr. Shen, we previously operated on the American stock market, and our working hours were determined by the market's opening and closing times." Yin Zhong promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun felt a sense of satisfaction. Shen Mu was indeed a person who conducted affairs with commendable ease. "Very well. Your working hours will remain unchanged from what they were before." With that, Shen Jun broached the matter that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. "I shall not inquire about your previous salaries, but effective today, each of your salaries will increase by 20%. However, remember this, you are strictly forbidden from disclosing any details of your work to anyone, or else." Chapter 72. Setting Traps? A wave of apprehension swept through the crowd, and they promptly responded in unison. "We understand." As professionals in the financial sector, they were acutely aware of the dire consequences of divulging secrets. The threats of sinking into the depths, plummeting from heights, tragic accidents, or untimely demises loomed ominously in their minds. Truly, there were countless such fates. Given the formidable influence of the Shen family, they possessed no capacity for resistance. Although startled, none of them harbored any resentment. After all, a 20 salary increase was at stake. What was their purpose in this endeavor? Money, money, and more money. As long as the compensation was sufficient, whatever the boss decreed was deemed correct. Even the erroneous could be rendered right. Not to mention, the individual before them had an immense background. Before long, Zhang Ilan hurried over. Once the confidentiality agreements were signed by all, Shen Jun instructed the 3 women to leave while retaining the 4 traders, leading them to the conference room. He wasted no time in broaching the subject. The department's funds should have been received by now. "Indeed, we have received a total of $150 million. Yin Zhong stood and replied. Upon hearing this figure, Shen Jun felt no surprise, recognizing that Shen Mu had arranged a neat sum for him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he continued, "Tonight, after the U.S. stock market opens, use these funds with a 5-fold leverage to purchase shares of American United Bank, J.P. Morgan Chase, and Berkshire Hathaway B within 5 days. The specifics of the trading strategy are for you to determine. Is that clear?" In truth, Shen Jun wished to engage in the trading himself, but as a newcomer, he did not yet possess the necessary trust in these 4 individuals. He could only provide a broad direction, leaving the intricate details to their capabilities. Absolutely. The 4 promptly nodded in agreement, though they were on the verge of voicing their frustrations. After all, who begins with a 5-fold leverage gamble? Do they even know how to trade stocks? No one dared to speak up. Shen Jun had already stated his singular requirement, to follow his directives without question. With such an assertive demeanor, they believed anyone who dared to dissent would find themselves dismissed. Those assigned to Shen Jun were astute individuals. They would not foolishly jeopardize their positions by challenging their boss's orders. Obedience and adherence to commands were undoubtedly the safest course of action, sparing them from bearing any blame. "Very well, prepare yourselves. If any issues arise, contact me. Otherwise, rest up, as we commence our official duties tonight." Shen Jun gestured with a wave. "Understood." The four rose simultaneously and exited the conference room. Once they departed, Shen Jun returned to his office. After a brief survey, he powered on his computer. Upon booting up, Shen Jun was momentarily taken aback. Instead of the expected array of work tools, the screen was filled with games: League of Legends, Crossfire, Eternal Return, Swordnet 3, Dream of the Red Chamber, Quest, Moonlight Blade, Genshin Impact, and many others. Was this truly an office computer? Was he being tempted? What did they take him for? Without a doubt, this was the foolish arrangement of Shen Yao. Shaking his head, Shen Jun let out a long sigh before launching into League of Legends. It was 11:37 a.m. After playing games throughout the morning, Shen Jun stretched languidly and rose from his office. At this moment, the entire office area was deserted. As he stepped out, the two receptionists greeted him warmly. "Aren't you going for lunch?" Shen Jun casually inquired. "We've already eaten," the receptionists replied in unison. Shen Jun, taken aback, glanced at the clock. It was 11:40, and the company's lunch break began at 11:30. Where could they have found the time to eat? Curiously, he asked, "Did you eat here?" "Yes," the receptionists nodded, quickly explaining, "but we only had bread. So there's no need to worry about any unpleasant odors." "That's not what I meant," Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Why did you opt for bread instead of dining in the cafeteria?" The receptionists immediately lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. Shen Jun continued, perplexed. "What is the issue?" After exchanging glances, the receptionist named Liang Jiejia quietly explained, "Mr. Shen, the staff meals within the group are free. But Manager Yao stated that our department operates independently from the group, so we didn't go to the staff cafeteria." Shen Jun found this reasoning somewhat absurd. Observing the two with slightly aggrieved expressions, he smiled. "Don't overthink it. You can continue to eat wherever you used to. There's no need to worry." "But we don't have employee badges, and we need them to enter the cafeteria," Zhang Yidi murmured. "Is there a way to contact Shen Yao, the director of the investment banking department?" Shen Jun furrowed his brow, inquiring. "Yes," Liang Jiejia quickly replied. "I'll call him." "Go ahead," Shen Jun urged. Liang Jiejia promptly picked up the office phone and dialed. As Shen Jun leaned closer, the call connected after a few rings. "Hello, this is Shen Yao." "Shen Yao, how are you managing things? Are you unaware that my employees need their badges? Are you trying to starve them or sabotage me?" Shen Jun reprimanded coldly. Shen Jun? Shen Yao stammered, clearly taken aback. "I'm giving you 3 minutes to deliver the badges. If you're late, I'll break your legs," Shen Jun commanded. I understand," Shen Yao responded, his voice trembling. Once he heard the acknowledgement, Shen Jun hung up the phone. However, his words left Liang Jiejia and Zhang Yidi quite startled. They had heard whispers about their new boss's impressive background, but they had not anticipated it to be this substantial. Who was Shen Yao? He was the director of the entire investment banking department. Though his work might not directly relate to investments, he held a mid-level management position, and to top it off, he shared the same surname as Shen Jun. However, their new boss is remarkably domineering, frequently uttering phrases like, "You have 3 minutes. If you're late, I shall break your legs." What does this imply? It suggests they have truly aligned themselves with a formidable figure. Moments later, Shen Yao dashed over, panting heavily. For minutes had elapsed, exceeding the time limit by 1 minute. Observing Shen Yao, still gasping for breath, Shen Jun smiled and remarked, "Speak up. Which leg do you wish to forfeit?" As his words hung in the air, the silent Gao Lai, who had been trailing behind, stepped towards Shen Yao. Shen Yao thought to himself, is this person out of their mind? Can't he discern that Shen Jun is merely jesting? Shen Jun. No, brother Jun. No, 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 third brother, I assure you. I rushed over the moment you called me. I have surveillance footage to prove it. Whoever lies shall meet a dire fate. Shen Yao immediately raised his finger in an oath. Chapter 73. In the ditch, Shen Jun disregarded his words and removed the identification badge hanging around his neck. Handing it to Liang Jiejia. You two should go have a meal. Subsisting solely on bread is not sufficient. Liang Jiejia and Zhang Yidi were momentarily taken aback before hurriedly replying, No need, Mr. Shen, we are truly full. Very well, if you feel hungry, take turns to eat. But ensure someone is at the front desk. Shen Jun did not press them further. Understood, Mr. Shen, the two nodded in agreement. Turning to Shen Yao, Shen Jun inquired, Where do you usually dine? In the staff cafeteria, Shen Yao replied softly. Really? Shen Jun asked with curiosity, Is the management team of the group this easygoing? Not really. Shen Yao shook his head, his voice barely audible. I simply prefer dining in the staff cafeteria. Shen Jun. This person has led him astray again. He had completely forgotten that Shen Yao took pleasure in showing off. a director in the investment banking department, yet responsible for human resources and logistics. Clearly demonstrated how much he craved recognition. And from where did this recognition stem? Friends, classmates, and employees. Though Shen Jun found Shen Yao's nature somewhat childish, it was not a significant flaw. After all, he had the means to flaunt. Well then, let us go. Lead me to the dining area. With that, Shen Jun stepped outside. Shen Yao, this is unbearable. Did this scoundrel not say he wanted to avoid seeing him? What was that about breaking his legs upon encountering him again? Yet here he was, requesting Shen Yao to accompany him for a meal. How could he possibly maintain his standing within the group now? But the thought of offending Shen Jun sent a shiver down Shen Yao's spine. It was utterly unjust. Why did the other party have so many bodyguards while he had none? Is the life of the main house more valuable than that of the third house? What was he thinking? Hurry up. I don't know where the cafeteria is, Shen Jun called out loudly upon noticing Shen Yao had not moved. Huh? Oh. Startled, Shen Yao rushed towards Shen Jun. On the 6th floor, upon arriving via the elevator, Shen Jun experienced the bustling atmosphere of the Tianyan group for the first time. The entire cafeteria was teeming with people, young individuals scurrying about with plates in hand. Indeed, they were young people. A glance around revealed that over 80% of the employees dining were youthful. Has the company begun to implement a youthful workforce standard? Shen Jun casually asked. Yes, my elder brother Shen Hao now runs the company. He admires the operational principles of certain major internet firms, thus he initiated that standard 2 years ago. Shen Yao nodded. What about the older employees? Shen Jun inquired with curiosity. They were dismissed according to the same standards as those major firms, receiving N1 compensation. Shen Yao replied once more. Shen Jun shook his head and fell silent. There was little more to say, as he was merely a newcomer to the Shen family and had no authority over such matters. Even if he could, he would not intervene. The Tianyan group is a domain of the Sanfeng. Only when boredom strikes would they concern themselves with such matters. The appearance of Shen Jun and his companions immediately drew a multitude of curious gazes, as countless individuals discreetly stole glances at them, yet dared not to meet their eyes. Nevertheless, murmurs began to circulate. Look, the big shots are inspecting our restaurant again. Filled with envy and resentment, just observe them, young and already accompanied by bodyguards. While we have nothing. Who is that person? I've never seen him before. Indeed, he is unfamiliar, yet undoubtedly a top-tier heir. How can you not see? Our renowned Director Shen from the investment department is following him like a little brother. True, although Director Shen appears indifferent to everything, he is not someone to be trifled with. Indeed, I witnessed Director Shen fiercely confront a certain board member last time. Quite impressive. It must be a descendant of the Shen family. No need to elaborate. The entire Tianyan group belongs to the Shen family, and hence their descendants are formidable. Keep your voices down. Are you unaware of how much Director Shen values his reputation? If he overhears you, none of you will escape unscathed. Indeed, Director Shen's peculiarities are truly beyond words. What more is there to say? Are you courting death? Apologies. I shall refrain from speaking further. Fortunately, their voices were low enough that Shen Jun and his companions only caught the initial remarks. Had Shen Yao heard the subsequent comments, those individuals would have been in serious trouble. After meandering for a while, Shen Jun inquired again, where do the management usually dine? On the 7th floor. Where a designated dining area for management exists, Shen Yao responded. Shen Jun nodded and proceeded towards the food counter. Are you truly eating here? Shen Yao exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing Shen Jun's actions. Why not? Shen Jun teased. Nothing, just didn't expect you and I. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Yao hastily covered his mouth, nearly revealing too much. With a mocking smile, Shen Jun grabbed a tray to collect his meal, leaving Shen Yao blushing furiously in place. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself for his slip of the tongue. Ignoring Shen Yao's regrets, Shen Jun approached one of the many food counters. All employees serving food stepped aside, allowing him ample space. Shen Jun, without hesitation, nodded at the crowd and moved to the front to select his meal. A bottle of juice, a small bowl of rice, a small bowl of spicy ribs, a small bowl of beef with green peppers, and a small bowl of stir-fried lettuce. Afterward, Shen Jun strode towards an empty seat not far from him. Once seated, he turned back to Gao Lai and the others, saying, you should go eat as well. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Gao Lai first expressed his gratitude, then gestured dismissively at 3 individuals, who promptly turned and departed to fetch their meals, leaving Gao Lai and 2 bodyguards beside Shen Jun. Shen Jun remained silent, understanding that their presence was solely for his protection. As Shen Jun was enjoying his meal, Shen Yao unexpectedly sat down beside him with a tray in hand. Upon his arrival, the surrounding employees, who had been dining, hastily retreated, anxious to avoid any potential conversation. Shen Jun, while eating, teasingly remarked, "What is this? Have you recovered?" Shen Yao replied, "My grandfather taught me to refrain from speaking while eating and to remain silent during slumber." With that, he lowered his head and began to eat. Shen Jun stifled a light laugh and chose to disregard this prideful yet embarrassed individual. Chapter 74. Two types of bodyguards in less than a minute. The three bodyguards who had gone to fetch food returned with their provisions. Instead of small bowls of rice and vegetables, they brought dumplings, pancakes, and several bottles of water. After finishing their meal, they handed the remaining food to Gao Lai and his companions. Upon receiving the food, Gao Lai and his group stepped back a few paces to begin eating, while the other three stood beside Shen Jun observing the seamless cooperation among the six. Shen Yao expressed his admiration, saying, "Brother Mu truly treats you well." 6 bodyguards. And they are all his subordinates. It's remarkable hearing this. Shen Jun raised an eyebrow, sensing a deeper meaning behind the words. Curiously, he inquired, "What do you mean? Is there a difference between Brother Shen's bodyguards and others?" Shen Yao nodded, glancing at Gao Lai and the others before turning back to explain. The Shen family's bodyguards are divided into 2 categories, those belonging to the Shen family and those that are Brother Mu's bodyguards. Shen Jun signaled for him to continue. The Shen family's bodyguards are quite straightforward. They are assigned by our elders when we, the younger generation, go out. Although they are all top tier, they still pale in comparison to Brother Mu's bodyguards. How so? Shen Jun probed, his curiosity piqued. "What is your name?" Shen Yao didn't answer directly, but turned to the nearest bodyguard beside Shen Jun and asked. "Chao Jun," the bodyguard replied softly. "How did you become Brother Mu's bodyguard?" Shen Yao continued his inquiry. 2 years ago, my mother fell gravely ill and required 26 million for surgery. Despite exhausting all avenues to borrow money, I could not gather the required sum. Just when I had lost all hope, young Master Mu came to my aid and paid for the operation. My mother survived, and I subsequently became his bodyguard, Chao Jun explained. "And how much does Brother Mu pay you each month?" Shen Yao pressed on. 100,000, Chao Jun answered, aware that Shen Yao was trying to convey something to Shen Jun through his questions. "Do you understand now?" Shen Yao turned to Chao Jun with a grin. Shen Jun was indeed taken aback. He had never anticipated that Chao Jun had become Shen Mu's bodyguard under such circumstances. No, it wasn't just Chao Jun. It applied to all of them. Shen Yao was clear in his distinction. The Shen family's bodyguards were one type, while Shen Mu's were another. From Chao Jun's words, and recalling Shen Yao's comments, it implied that all of Shen Mu's bodyguards were individuals like Chao Jun. It seemed that the ancient practice of nurturing loyal warriors was akin to this. While Shen Jun was uncertain if these bodyguards could be truly deemed as loyal warriors, it was evident that they would risk their lives to protect Shen Mu in times of danger. There was no other possibility. Though Shen Mu's methods might appear crude and simplistic, to Chao Jun, he was a savior, in the debt of gratitude for saving a life furthermore. It was worth noting that Shen Mu currently spent 100,000 each month to support them. "Truly now you understand how well Brother Mu treats you, right?" Shen Yao murmured with a hint of jealousy, smiled slightly, and then asked Shen Yao, "Since you were so well informed, what prompted you to provoke me this morning? Are you feeling particularly audacious?" Shen Yao was taken aback, thinking, this person truly lacks conversational finesse. They say one should strike the body but not the face, and expose faults but not to the core, yet Shen Jun's words seemed to do exactly the opposite. Rolling his eyes at Shen Jun, Shen Yao sighed. "I only learned about it this morning." Shen Jun replied, "I had thought this fellow was merely oblivious, but it appears he was genuinely unaware. Quite astonishing. However, is it possible that after I dealt with you this morning, you felt disgruntled and sought revenge, only to be thwarted?" Shen Yao, swallowing hard, pondered. This person is incredibly astute. How did he deduce that without me saying a word? Gathering his thoughts, Shen Yao muttered, "After coming up from the underground garage this morning, I sought out my elder brother to help me exact revenge. However, not only did he refuse to assist, but he also scolded me thoroughly. Upon learning that it was my third sister who had instigated me to trouble you, he even called her over to reprimand her, and his words were quite harsh." Shen Jun mocked. "Observe the disparity here. Your elder brother, with just a hint of information, could discern the situation, while you, unable to differentiate between the minor and major players, still dared to confront me directly. Truly foolish." Upon hearing this, Shen Yao did not retort but lowered his head. In truth, there was another matter he refrained from disclosing, for it was a secret too delicate to share with Shen Jun. Earlier that morning, After scolding him and Shen Ming, his elder brother Shen Hao had revealed some confidential information. It was disclosed that Shen Jun's father, Shen Chang'an, had been forcibly driven away by the second and third branches of the family, and for many years. The first branch had remained indifferent to Shen Changyang's family due to the pressure exerted by the latter two branches. To be sure, Shen Changyang's actions had indeed caused harm and negative repercussions for the Shen family. Hence, it was unavoidable that he would face consequences. Such is the rule among noble families. There can be no exceptions. Yet no one anticipated that Shen Changyang would die. He perished in a car accident. As this news spread, it left the second and third branches in utter shock. Shen Changyang had indeed broken the rules and deserved punishment, but he could not afford to die. Death escalates matters. If he had lived, the punishment would have continued until Shen Changyang died of old age or illness. Only then could the Shen family maintain their dignity within societal circles. And only then would there be no adverse repercussions for the family. However, with Shen Changyang's demise, no one could shoulder the responsibility or the weight of this burden. Their great-uncle had 3 sons, and now one had suddenly died, and due to the machinations of the second and third branches, how would the elder perceive this? Regardless of whether Shen Changyang had erred in the past leading to his expulsion from the family, now he was dead. The blame would undoubtedly fall upon the second and third branches. Even a tiger does not consume its offspring. At this moment, Shen Jun, as the son of Shen Changyang, has returned to the Shen family. Can the old master neglect the debts of neglect accumulated over the past 2 decades? The members of the second and third branches have barely managed to distance themselves, yet Shen Ming dares to incite Shen Yao to confront him. Is this a sign of madness? Should the old master seize this opportunity to deal with the second and third branches, they would find themselves utterly devoid of any justification to protest their grievances. As Shen Yao, thoroughly berated, came to this realization, it became evident that Shen Jun was not someone he could provoke, nor could anyone from the second or third branches. The mere existence of Shen Jun serves as a compelling reason, a justification for their great-grandfather to exert pressure upon the second and third branches. Chapter 75. The joy of acquiring a car. Observing the suddenly apprehensive Shen Yao, Shen Jun did not dwell on it too much. Naturally, even if Shen Yao had refrained from mentioning certain matters, Shen Jun could deduce some of them himself, just as he had articulated to the elder. The principle of a son repaying his father's debts is a matter of course, and likewise, the idea of a father repaying his son's debts holds equal validity. This statement served as a probe into the elder's attitude towards him, as he sought to ascertain his future standing within the Shen family. Since the elder had assumed responsibility for Shen Changyang, Shen Jun felt emboldened, with little to fear regarding his place in the family. Thus, he exhibited such assertiveness when Shen Yao approached him with trouble. Shen Jun was far from a reckless individual, without a solid foundation. He would never have dared to intimidate Shen Yao. As it turned out, his status as an outsider within the Shen family had indeed been duly recognized. As for other matters, he made no demands. The Shen family's background afforded him the ability to undertake numerous endeavors without concern for extraneous factors. After dining, Shen Yao was eager to make his escape. However, before he could leave, Shen Jun called out to him, "Brother, Jun Ge, I truly didn't mean to cause trouble with the work badge. Please spare me." Shen Yao pleaded, a woeful expression upon his face. Shen Jun smiled. "What is there to fear? Am I going to devour you?" Shen Yao, how could he not be afraid? Ever since discovering the truth, Shen Yao harbored only one thought. The further he was from Shen Jun, the better, ideally never to cross paths again. Otherwise, if he were to err again, there would be no one to protect him. He was simply too intimidated. Before Shen Yao could utter a word, Shen Jun chuckled. "Leave me your phone number. It will be convenient for me to reach you directly if needed." Shen Yao, although he wished to avoid the company entirely, he could not openly display his disdain, for if Shen Jun truly were to strike him, he would have no recourse. Reluctantly providing his phone number to Shen Jun, Shen Yao hastily fled the cafeteria, as if something were pursuing him. Shen Jun paid little mind to it. He was merely a young man with a childlike disposition. At 9:20 in the evening, the office was brightly lit. Yin Zhong and the others were all seated at their stations, commencing their operations. Meanwhile, Shen Jun sat in his office, observing the performance of the American stock market via his mobile device. He refrained from directing Yin Zhong and the others regarding the quantity of each stock to purchase, as it was unnecessary. As professional traders, their expertise in handling details far surpassed his own. As the clock struck 9:30, the American stock market officially commenced trading. Yin Zhong and the others immediately began executing trades, and Shen Jun likewise engaged in purchasing. This day marked the final trading day of the week. And of the $30 million he held, $2 million remained uninvested in Sirius and Halliburton stocks. Merely a couple of minutes later, Shen Jun successfully completed all transactions of the $2 million. After noting the notifications in the back-end system, he pocketed his phone and exited the office. Mr. Shun. Yin Zhong stood promptly to greet him as Shen Jun emerged. Do not mind me. Continue with your work. Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Yin Zhong, without any hesitation, took a seat directly. Approaching Yin Zhong from behind, Shen Jun cast a brief glance at the trading page before diverting his gaze. How should one put it? It was rather chaotic, and he had no interest in lingering on it. Ignoring the few individuals present, Shen Jun strode out of the office. Upon taking the elevator down to the underground parking garage, he settled into the car and said to Gao Lai, "Let us head home." Yes, Gao Lai replied promptly, starting the vehicle and driving out. Although it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, the roads remained bustling with traffic. At this hour, regardless of whether one was driving a Rolls-Royce or a Mazda, one had to navigate slowly. During traffic jams, everyone was caught in the same predicament, and privileges were non-existent. Late at night, aside from the supercars, other vehicles were far less conspicuous. With the stop-and-go nature of the journey, nearly an hour slipped by unnoticed. Yet they had barely traversed half the distance to Shen Jun's home. The sounds of honking and buzzing from outside the window inevitably made Shen Jun feel a touch restless. However, upon witnessing the road outside, completely devoid of any gaps, he swallowed that frustration. Surely, he wouldn't be foolish enough to exit the car and walk home. It was merely a traffic jam. He could wait. He had plenty of time. Pulling out his phone, he checked WeChat and discovered that Shen Nin had posted on her moments. He immediately tapped in. Congratulations to myself for acquiring my beloved car. And heartfelt thanks to my dear brother for gifting it to me. From now on, may everything go smoothly and get better. The post was accompanied by 9 photos. 8 were snapshots of her with the Porsche Panamera, while only 1 featured a picture of Shen Jun and her together. Yet, the girl had some decency, placing their joint photo at the center of the grid. After a slight smile, Shen Jun casually liked the post and exited the WeChat page. He then opened Douyin, as there was no better way to pass the time while stuck in traffic than to scroll through short videos. The tale of a dove and a crow in love only exists in fairy tales. Just as the waves cannot kiss the evening glow, I have grown weary of struggling. I often cry in secret, like a weary bird that has lost its way home. In a daze, it feels as though an entire lifetime has passed, with regrets left unspoken. Suddenly, my heart tightens, and I grasp the blue and white porcelain token, pledging to uphold my promises. Farewells are always spent in disappointment. The most sentimental is the snow in the spring courtyard, falling year after year in the garden of parting souls. Dark clouds press upon the city while white grasses dance in the northern wind, the maiden of Chang and pines for those on distant journeys. The sound of war drums echoes as iron steeds breach the gates, awaiting your return, when you shall be one with me. This journey promises a lifetime of desolation. The falling flowers evoke heartache, as you and I dwell at opposite ends of the earth. The mottled years refuse to be forgotten, leaving behind a few scrolls of joy to dazzle the eyes. Ah, my dear, do not fret. This life is solely for you to embrace. I, amidst the mountains and rivers, sip wine as millennia flow down my throat, accompanied by boiling snow and the winds of fate. Suddenly, Mr. Shen, be careful. Gao Lai's voice interrupted Shen Jun's enjoyment of Douyin. In the next moment, a sudden break sent him lurching forward against the back of the seat. Thud. Shen Jun propped himself against the back of the seat, narrowly avoiding a collision with his head. What transpired? Regaining his composure, Shen Jun immediately inquired aloud. His thoughts instantly gravitated towards those rodents who had previously attempted to assassinate him but had failed. Could it be that Shenmue had not eradicated those pests? How dare they? This was Kyoto. Damn it, had that group lost their minds? Yet, Gao Lai's subsequent words left him momentarily speechless. Mr. Shen. A group of young people suddenly cut us off. I was caught off guard and could not break in time. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun, who had been staring down, straightened his posture and gazed out of the car window. Perhaps it was due to excessive scrolling on Douyin, but their convoy's path ahead was now clear. However, 7 or 8 young individuals were riding electric bikes directly in front of them, with 3 of them weaving back and forth near the front of the car, occasionally raising their middle fingers in a clear act of provocation. Chapter 76, Collision. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Jun's fury surged uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind. He had indeed been startled. For a fleeting moment, he truly believed that those who sought his life were making another attempt. To his astonishment, the situation unfolded with such reckless abandon. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jun gritted his teeth and inquired, Gao Lai, what on earth just transpired? Wasn't the Chao army supposed to be clearing the way ahead? How did they end up in front of us? Detecting the tempestuous tone in Shen Jun's voice, Gao Lai promptly elucidated. Initially, these individuals were riding along the roadside, but at the very moment we passed them, they recklessly veered into our path, leaving me no time to react before I slammed on the brakes. With a heavy sigh, Shen Jun cast his gaze towards the group of youths still swaying on their electric bikes at the front, and he closed his eyes, commanding, navigate around them. Understood. Gao Lai felt a tightening in his chest. He did not believe that Shen Jun intended to let them off lightly. On the contrary, he sensed that Shen Jun was seeking a justification to retaliate. After all, if these young individuals were audacious enough to brazenly obstruct their path, they certainly would not permit them to pass unscathed. Shen Jun was all too aware of this, which implied that, casting a sidelong glance at the provocateurs still gesturing defiantly, Gao Lai exhaled softly, resigning himself to their reckless fate. Lightly pressing the accelerator and maneuvering the steering wheel, the vehicle swiftly veered towards the far left of the lane. Upon witnessing this maneuver, the 7 or 8 youths on electric bikes immediately shifted left as well, a few of them turning back to extend their middle fingers while shouting something incomprehensible. Although Gao Lai could not discern their words, he was certain that they were not uttering anything complimentary. Glancing back at Shen Jun, Gao Lai whispered, Mr. Shen, we did not manage to circumvent them. With a soft chuckle, Shen Jun rolled down the window. You think you can intimidate me? Just because you have wealth, does that make you superior? I refuse to let you pass. What can you do to me? Huh? Look at that driver's bewildered expression. He must be utterly flabbergasted. This is exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. You think you can evade me? Not today. If you have the guts, come and collide with us. Do you dare? Let us terrify that fool. If he dares to crash into us, I will ensure he regrets it. To be fair, if he actually had the audacity to collide, that would be splendid. It's a Rolls-Royce, after all. That could secure our financial future for the rest of our lives. Upon hearing their vile words, Shen Jun felt a sense of relief wash over him. Gao Lai, who is driving the car behind us? Shen Jun inquired softly. That would be Zhuang Qin at the wheel. Gao Lai replied promptly. Have him overtake us and crash through, Shen Jun commanded coldly. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Lai complied instantly. He then picked up the radio and announced, Zhuang Qin, accelerate past us and crash through to clear the way. Received. As soon as Gao Lai's voice fell, a sound came through the intercom, and Zhuang Qin did not even contemplate whether accelerating the car and crashing into them would result in fatalities. After all, these were the bodyguards and death warriors nurtured by Shen Mu, displaying commendable qualities. The roar of engines erupted, and in an instant, the Maybach driven by Zhuang Qin surged ahead, barreling towards a cluster of 7 or 8 electric bicycles in front. With a series of crashes, the electric bicycles, along with their riders, were sent flying, only to crash down violently onto the pavement. The entire road descended into chaos, strewn with fragments of electric bicycles and the groans of young individuals sprawled on the ground in agony. Meanwhile, the car carrying Shen Jun came to a gradual halt. Ah, my arm is broken. Help, help. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. The anguished cries pierced through the air as Shen Jun stepped out of the vehicle with a smile. Oh dear, you're still alive? What a stroke of luck you have. He sneered at the bloodied and battered young individuals, who, despite their injuries, displayed an unsettling vitality. The fact that no one had died was within his expectations, as the vehicle he occupied was too close to the group, and Zhuang Qin's car, while near, lacked the necessary distance for a fatal impact. Of course, deliberately running over someone after the initial collision would indeed be life-threatening. However, seeing their pitiable state extinguished the anger that had once simmered within Shen Jun. Venting one's frustrations could be so effortlessly achieved. Upon hearing such taunting remarks, the young individuals lying on the ground immediately directed their gaze towards Shen Jun. It was you. Wasn't he it? You had that car crash into us, didn't you? Damn you, shouted a young man with dyed yellow hair. One can indulge in a chaotic meal, but one mustn't speak recklessly. Otherwise, I could sue you for defamation, Shen Jun retorted, raising his hands in mock surrender. It was you. We saw those 2 cars protecting you. You're finished. You're finished. I'm going to report you to the police. This time, I'll make sure you rot in jail. Another bloodied young man shouted angrily as he sat up. Say whatever you wish, Shen Jun replied, chuckling to himself. He recognized that his current emotional state was rather peculiar, yet he could not rein in his feelings. Although Lei Xin was dead and those who sought to harm him had likely been dealt with by Shen Mu, who was not merely a brute, but possessed a calculative nature. Shen Jun harbored a lingering knot in his heart. It was the unsettling memory of the system warning him of his impending death. He could not ascertain whether he would encounter danger again, nor could he be sure the system would provide a warning next time. That indescribable secret and pressure hovered above him, and just moments ago, the foolish antics of these individuals had stirred that unease within him. If he did not release this pent-up frustration, Shen Jun knew he would spiral into turmoil. Taking a deep breath and regaining his composure, Shen Jun retrieved his phone and began to dial. Shen Jun, do you even realize what time it is? While you're wide awake, I'm still trying to sleep. Upon connecting, Shenmu immediately vented his frustrations. You've hit a few people with your car. You need to help me sort this out. Shen Jun, unfazed by Shenmu's overwhelming ire, calmly elucidated the reason for his call. Is anyone dead? Shenmu inquired weakly. No one has died. Shen Jun replied nonchalantly. Then why are you contacting me? What do you take me for? Some sort of garbage collector? Shenmu exclaimed in exasperation. I simply don't know anyone else. Shen Jun retorted without a hint of embarrassment. Have Gao Lai call Shen Hang. He is the most interested in these matters. Moreover, for such trivial issues in the future, just reach out to Xiao Hang directly. Please, I implore you. Ancestor. With that, Shenmu abruptly ended the call. Chapter 77, Irremediable. Compensation. Shen Jun paid no heed to Shenmu's tone. Disturbing others' rest late at night was indeed rather unethical. However, this call was imperative. Even though he understood that Gao Lai and the others could resolve the issue, it was necessary to make the call. After all, Gao Lai and his companions were Shenmu's bodyguards, and maintaining a proper demeanor was essential. Putting away his phone, Shen Jun addressed Gao Lai. Please call Shen Hang and ask him to come over to assist in resolving the situation here. Understood, Mr. Shen, Gao Lai promptly replied. Having heard Shenmu's frantic voice and knowing precisely what needed to be done, as Gao Lai made the call, the group of young men sprawled on the ground began to writhe in pain once more, drawing the attention of several drivers stuck in traffic who slowly gathered to witness the spectacle. Goodness, these youngsters are quite fortunate. They haven't perished. It seems deliberate, otherwise they wouldn't be injured by such trivial means. Hush, lower your voices. Don't you see the car owners are still present? A Rolls-Royce and 2 Maybachs. These young men have certainly encountered formidable adversaries. It is evident they mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. Hey now, the principal hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already providing explanations? Believe it or not, tomorrow this very phrase will circulate online as a report. I believe it. So do I. I don't. Why not? Didn't you see the license plates on those 3 vehicles? Forget reports. News might not even circulate tomorrow. Goodness. A connoisseur. Are we? In the capital, luxury cars may not always be advantageous, but a good license plate certainly is. Buddy, stop recording if it gets leaked. Do you honestly think the owner will let you off? And what of it? I intend to record. I refuse to believe he can suppress public opinion. Hey, don't be so ungrateful. It's none of your business. I wish to gain fame. Is that a crime? Ignore him. It's clear he has never faced life as harsh realities. When trouble befalls him, he'll understand the truth. True enough, let us refrain from filming. Indeed. Merely observing the commotion without involvement is the key to a stable life. The murmurs of the drivers were soft, with only a few phrases reaching Shen Jun's ears, prompting him to dismiss them. After a quarter of an hour, several police cars and ambulances began to approach in the opposite lane. Officer, I need to report an incident. He deliberately had someone drive into us. It's attempted murder. My arm is broken. Officer, you must stand up for us. Arrest him. Officer, quickly apprehend him. As several police officers hurried over, the young men who had been writhing in agony on the ground suddenly regained their spirits, with 3 of them sitting up to begin accusing Shen Jun of his alleged crimes. Observing the bloodied state of several young individuals, the leading officer promptly declared, First, let us take you to the hospital for a checkup. We will thoroughly investigate the matter afterward. No way, we aren't leaving. Officer, you must apprehend him, cried one. Indeed, we will not budge. He must compensate us. Another yelled. How outrageous. If you refuse to leave, then I shall. My arm is broken, shouted a third. Useless. Pathetic. Can't even endure this little pain. You are worthless. Upon hearing such remarks, the officers exchanged bewildered glances. What was unfolding here? Were they engaging in infighting? And since when did enduring pain become a mark of bravery? Truly, a quintessential example of aimless youth. At that moment, a few ambulances arrived, with doctors and nurses rushing forward with stretchers. Help me first. My arm is broken, One cried. "Save me. I can't move my leg," shouted another. The medical personnel swiftly lifted the two most vocal individuals onto stretchers and began to carry them away. Just as other doctors and nurses were about to attend to the remaining injured youths, something utterly astonishing occurred. The bloodied youths waved their arms to halt the medical team, exclaiming, "I refuse treatment. I want to assess my injuries first, and then he must compensate us." "Yes, we must assess the injuries first. He must pay," they insisted. "We want to be treated. He must compensate us. How dare he collide with us? He shall pay dearly." Faced with such absurd declarations, one doctor, exasperated, explained, "The prerequisite for assessing your injuries is to first receive medical treatment. How can we ascertain the severity of your injuries without examination?" The youths fell silent, as did the others present. "Let us at least bandage their wounds," the leading officer instructed the doctors, breaking the silence. Turning his attention back to the young individuals, he warned, continued bleeding could transform minor injuries into serious ones. "Are you aware of tetanus? It could endanger your lives." Alarmed, the youths immediately began shouting towards the medical staff, "Help us. Hurry. By the way, we were struck by his vehicle. He must pay." As they cried for assistance, they pointed at Shen Jun, demanding compensation. Truth be told, Shen Jun was on the verge of laughter. The earlier anger and resentment dissipated in the face of such foolishness. After all, a rational person should not stoop to the level of those lacking common sense. Yet, the prerequisite for maintaining such decorum was to vent the pent-up frustration, otherwise. "Sir, we need to examine the dashcam footage from your vehicle," the leading officer addressed Shen Jun after the doctors began to bandage the youth's wounds. "I'm afraid our vehicle is not equipped with a dashcam," Galai interjected. Everyone was left in stunned silence. What an affront to human intelligence! How could such an opulent car lack a dashcam? One does not jest in such a manner. Do they truly believe that these luxury vehicles lack built-in dash cameras? However, upon observing Shen Jun's utterly unfazed demeanor, coupled with the value of the three opulent cars and their license plate numbers, the leading officer could only murmur, "Would you like to make a call?" Shen Jun gently nodded in response, saying, "I've already made the call. You may proceed with your normal procedures." "Officer, given the gravity of the situation, how could he possibly conduct normal procedures?" With a long sigh, the officer in charge helplessly inquired, "Who was driving the vehicle that caused the collision?" "It was I," came the reply, "but it was not intentional." These young individuals were not adhering to traffic regulations and even engaged in reckless driving. Although I applied the brakes, I was unable to stop in time, which led to the collision. Zhuang Qin immediately stepped forward to provide clarification. Everyone, great, yet another individual attempting to deceive them as if they were fools. Chapter 78, Shen Heng, enough of this nonsense. Were you not intentionally trying to hit us? A young man, tending to his wounds, erupted in anger upon hearing Zhuang Qin's words, cursing without restraint. "Do you take the police for fools? Damn it!" Another young man chimed in. Upon hearing their remarks, Shen Jun's expression turned cold. He had initially resolved not to engage with this group of imbeciles, yet it appeared they were utterly oblivious to the gravity of their situation. The leading officer noticed Shen Jun's displeasure and was about to intervene when suddenly, a motorcycle sped onto the emergency lane, with a screeching halt. The motorcyclist stabilized the bike at the roadside. "Third brother, I heard you hit someone. What is going on? Wait, are you okay?" The rider, having removed his helmet, spoke with palpable excitement. Shen Jun was taken aback by Shen Heng's exuberance and began to question whether Shen Mu had some ulterior motive in mind. With Shen Heng's temperament, what could he possibly accomplish? Nonetheless, Shen Jun dismissed the thought. He couldn't believe Shen Mu would be so foolish. "Wow, the electric bike is completely wrecked. Did you hit it that hard?" Before Shen Jun could respond, Shen Heng's gaze shifted to the group of young men nearby. "TSK, TSK, TSK. How did you not end up dead, you bunch of fools?" Shen Jun. Others. Was this individual not being a tad too arrogant to speak such words in the presence of police and a throng of onlookers? By the way, did any of you record this? Shen Heng suddenly directed his attention to the gathered drivers. Numerous drivers shook their heads, indicating they had not filmed anything. However, a few daring souls raised their phones, capturing Shen Heng on video. Suddenly, the sound of revving engines pierced the air. Turning to investigate, they saw a procession of motorcycles surging down the emergency lane, many riders deliberately revving their engines to create a cacophony. The motorcycles came to a halt before the crowd, and the riders removed their helmets, revealing a sea of youthful faces. Shen Jun assessed them and surmised that the oldest among them likely hadn't surpassed the age of 25. "Brother Heng, what is the situation?" A young man clad in motorcycle gear approached, inquiring eagerly. "Go away, Didn't I tell you not to follow? Shen Hung waved his hand dismissively. Come on. We can help if needed. The youth, glancing at the young men on the ground, replied excitedly. Enough chatter. Just film this group for me. I'll have use for it later, Shen Hung instructed, pointing at the onlookers. Got it. After responding with a sound, the young man turned around and shouted. Brother Hung said to capture all of them on camera. It will be of great use in the future. Understood. Brother Hung. Just you wait. Ha ha ha. Let the show begin. Everyone else was left in stunned silence. My goodness, are these people fools? Can't they see there's been an accident here? Do they truly take nothing seriously? The onlookers, upon hearing the remarks of a few, immediately began to retreat, fearful of being recorded if they lingered too long. Although they were unaware of the origins of these young men, their arrogant demeanor made it evident that they were not to be trifled with. Adopting a mindset of avoiding trouble, the vast majority of people vacated the scene, leaving only a few stubborn individuals behind. Shen Heng, however, was unperturbed. He turned to the leading police officer and inquired, Which precinct are you from? What is your name? I am from the 8th District. Su Mingzhi, the officer replied softly, though he felt that this group of young men was exceedingly overbearing. He recognized that the reality of the situation did not permit him to act impulsively. Those who acted rashly rarely ascended to his level. The audacity displayed by these individuals suggested they possessed considerable backing, especially after he noted the license plates on their motorcycles, which solidified his suspicions. 8th District? Shen Hung mumbled, then promptly shouted, Lao Tian, call your brother and ask him to contact the chief of the 8th District Precinct. Just tell him I've encountered an issue. And then have him reach out to his subordinate, Su Mingzhi. Understood, a young man responded without looking back. Su Mingzhi, upon hearing this exchange, felt no stirrings within. He had witnessed such occurrences countless times before and had grown accustomed to them. The world is not merely black and white. Certain truths only reveal themselves upon deeper understanding. Meanwhile, the drivers who had been recording the incident, upon hearing the conversation, were not exhilarated by the provocative news, but rather frightened. Truly frightened. While there are many fools in this world, the majority of people are quite rational. They enjoy the spectacle, and there are indeed some headstrong individuals among them. But when it comes to certain matters, I'm sorry, but I've deleted the video and I must take my leave. A middle-aged man wearing a hat, while showing the contents of his album to the young men, apologized and hastily departed. I've deleted it too. I've deleted it. If anyone posts the video online, it has nothing to do with me. Another driver, who had been spectating, capitulated and fled. Witnessing this, the remaining onlookers also felt compelled to leave, promptly deleting their videos in plain sight. Whether they truly deleted them or feigned deletion mattered not to the group of young men. After all, these individuals lacked the ability to disseminate the videos online. Should they dare to do so, the consequences would be theirs alone to bear. They were not the type to show mercy. Third brother, why don't you leave first? Do not squander your time. Allow me to handle the matters ahead. Shen Hung inquired with a sincere expression. You can manage it, right? Shen Jun replied with a smile, gazing at Shen Hung. Rest assured, third brother. I shall certainly take care of it, Shen Hung declared, raising his hand in an oath. Then I shall leave the remaining affairs in your capable hands. However, be mindful that those individuals possess rather caustic tongues. Handle them as you see fit. With a gentle gesture towards the young men seated on the ground, Shen Jun spoke softly. No worries, I will ensure they comprehend the consequences of their sharp words. Chapter 79, Letting Go? Having received a satisfactory response, Shen Jun contemplated turning to leave. However, he was abruptly interrupted. You cannot leave. You must compensate us. Hurry, pay up. Officer, stop him. He is attempting to flee the scene. The young individuals tending to their injuries erupted in loud protests upon witnessing Shen Jun turn away. Even the police officers were momentarily taken aback. While they felt sympathy for the injured youths, the latter were clearly lacking in discernment. Did they truly not comprehend the significance of those license plates? Shen Heng nodded at Shen Jun, reassuring him to depart, and without further ado, Shen Jun entered his vehicle and left the scene. After Shen Jun's departure, Shen Hung stepped toward the group. How much compensation do you seek? At this inquiry, the youths demanding payment were momentarily taken aback, as they had yet to deliberate on the amount. After sharing glances amongst themselves, the young man with bleached hair shouted, 50,000. You must pay each of us 50,000. You are also responsible for our medical expenses. Ha ha ha. 50,000? Per person? This is hysterical. Brother Hung. They are actually demanding 50,000? You are all fools. Do you not realize who he is? I am truly astonished, after all that shouting for compensation. This is the sum you propose? Could you not think a little more critically? Considering you all seem to be streetwise, do you not understand the price of a Rolls-Royce Phantom? If you do not, at least be aware of the cost of these motorcycles. You should be asking for much more. 50,000 is utterly insufficient. As soon as the young man finished his taunting, the youths accompanying Shen Jun erupted in laughter. Their mockery fell upon the group like a deluge, with one youth even pointing at Shen Heng's motorcycle in jest. The young men were left dumbfounded, uncertain of the implications of their words. Shen Heng waved his hand, and the laughter immediately subsided. Once silence enveloped the group, Shen Heng lowered his head and smiled at the youths. I will pay 50,000 or 100,000. I am not short on funds. However, I wish to understand why that individual decided to drive into you. The young men with bleached hair stammered, unable to articulate a response. Seeing their sheepish demeanor, Shen Heng grasped the situation clearly. The true instigators of this incident were they, not Shen Jun, who had recklessly struck them. That simplifies matters. Suddenly, a phone rang. Cutting through the tension, everyone turned to see it was Su Mingzhe's phone. Under the scrutiny of all present, Su Mingzhe retrieved his phone. And upon seeing the caller ID, he let out a sigh of relief. Hello, Director. Yes, I understand. I assure you the task will be completed. After hanging up, Su Mingzhe immediately turned to Shen Heng and inquired, Mr. Shen, would you like me to retrieve the surveillance footage? This is a motor vehicle lane, where non-motorized vehicles are strictly prohibited. Given the circumstances at the scene, these young individuals were indeed engaged in perilous riding, and according to the laws and regulations, they bear the primary responsibility for this incident. A few young men exclaimed in disbelief, I refuse to accept this. I will sue you. This is outrageous. You are colluding against us. We will appeal. Shen Heng shook his head at Su Mingzhe and then turned to the young individuals, stating, enough with the shouting. If you continue, I will have them take you into custody. Do you believe me? At his words, the young men were immediately struck with fear. Their bravado did not equate to foolishness, and Su Mingzhe's demeanor had instilled a genuine sense of apprehension in them. Now, leave at once. I will cover your medical expenses. But if you persist in causing trouble, do not blame me for being unkind. As Shen Heng's words concluded, the young men sprang to their feet and hurried towards the ambulance. Watching them flee, Su Mingzhe couldn't help but sigh. Despite their youth, the stark disparity between social classes became evident at that moment. How could a group riding electric bikes worth a few thousand compare to those on motorcycles valued in the millions? Moreover, the other party could easily reach his superior with a single call, while these injured youths could only retreat in shame. There was simply no basis for comparison. Brother Hung, didn't your friend just mention that these people were foul-mouthed? Are you really letting them off so easily? Inquired a bespectacled young man as he approached, his curiosity piqued. The others also directed their intrigued gazes toward Shen Heng. With a smile, Shen Heng shook his head, saying, aren't they heading to the hospital? Don't they need blood tests? Just take a few extra vials from them, and they will have no energy left to speak. Hearing such a malicious thought, even Su Mingzhe and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. They did not doubt Shen Heng's capability, as there was no room for skepticism. In other words, those injured young men were in for a grim fate. To be treated so cruelly while already suffering injuries, this was utterly insane. The following day, Shen Jun awoke to find it was already 11:30 in the morning. After venting the inexplicable frustration that had been building inside him, he enjoyed a particularly restful slumber. Although he could not ascertain whether the danger system would provide warnings in the future, he felt a sense of peace for the time being. Upon descending the stairs, he noticed that Shen Nan was absent once again, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. The young lady seems to possess an abundance of friends wherever she goes. She effortlessly finds companions, often spending entire days away from home. While this is not an issue in itself, returning home at night is non-negotiable. One must always return to rest. After a simple lunch, before he could even take a moment to relax, his phone rang. Glancing at the unknown number, Shen Jun answered without hesitation. Hello? It's me. As soon as the call connected, a familiar yet aged voice resonated from the other end. Old master, what brings you to seek me? Shen Jun inquired softly. Come visit me. I have matters to discuss. Understood. I shall head over now, Shen Jun replied. Watching the call disconnect, Shen Jun shook his head in resignation. Indeed, he had to meet the old master once more. But why today? Could it be that his actions last night were too severe? Chapter 80. Unwilling? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After undergoing multiple inspections, the convoy smoothly entered the residence of the elderly gentleman. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Shen Jun immediately stepped into the room. At that moment, the living room was occupied solely by the old man, who sat on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. The old lady seemed to have gone elsewhere, and his two elder uncles were also absent. However, this was to be expected. Given their status, they could hardly afford to spend much time here. The last visit was likely to see their younger brother's children, Shen Jun and Shen Nan. Grandfather, Shen Jun approached and addressed him. Hearing his voice, the old man slowly folded the newspaper and set it on the table before finally directing his gaze towards Shen Jun. Do you know why I summoned you? Shen Jun shook his head and replied, I do not. A light chuckle escaped the old man as he replied nonchalantly. It seems I was mistaken in thinking you were clever. Shen Jun sighed, feeling a hint of exasperation. That was merely your statement. I did not claim such. Oh. The old man inquired with keen interest. Are you suggesting that your return to the Shen family was not of your own design? Shen Jun remained silent, pondering how the old man could be so piercingly direct. Does everyone not possess their own secrets? Why must he be so devoid of subtlety? Though reluctant to engage with the old man, Shen Jun recognized the futility of avoiding the conversation. Rubbing his head, he remarked, Must you articulate everything so plainly? If you are disappointed and I am unsettled, it would not bode well for either of us. Upon hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. After a moment, he spoke softly. No, clarifying matters merely makes you anxious, but it brings me no disappointment. Rather, it is favorable. Favorable? Shen Jun raised an eyebrow. What good could come from it? Competing with Shenmu? Or perhaps applying pressure? Or am I merely to serve as a stepping stone? As he spoke, Shen Jun plopped down beside the old man and continued, cultivating a scheme. Indeed, sounds like a positive endeavor. You truly excel at conversation, sir. The old man seemed unfazed by Shen Jun's impertinence. Instead, he regarded him with admiration and said, Is this not a good thing for me? On what grounds do you presume I would compete with Shenmu? What entitles me to such a contest? Shen Jun scoffed. A person who has never received the elite education of the Shen family suddenly returns, only to challenge the appointed leader of the family. It seems utterly ludicrous. Are you expressing discontent? The old man chuckled even more heartily. I merely believe you are indulging in fanciful thinking, Shen Jun replied earnestly. Even with your support, it would be of no consequence, for I, Shen Jun, am not only disinterested but also averse to complications. Some matters are not dictated by your desire or reluctance. The old man stated leisurely. Grandfather, have you heard of the lifestyle most favored by the youth today? Shen Jun countered with a grin. The old man gestured for him to continue. To lie flat. Shen Jun gently elucidated. To refrain from action, resistance, or effort signifies an internal tranquility. Regardless of the reactions from others, it implies a state devoid of any response or defiance, no longer fervently pursuing success or a better life. Ha ha. The old man was once again amused by this remark, bursting into laughter. He then turned to Shen Jun and remarked, Lying flat? I understand the essence of that term, but your demeanor hardly suggests a disposition of passivity. Before Shen Jun could retort, the old man continued, On one hand, you are profiting in the domestic stock market, and on the other, you are earning in the U.S. market. With both hands grasping at wealth, how can you claim to be lying flat? If this is what lying flat entails, then I believe the term deserves a different interpretation. Shen Jun could only sigh in resignation. Indeed, his actions were hardly concealed. However, he mused, Old sir, is it wrong for a young man to cherish wealth? He dismissed the notion, reflecting, Is it wrong for a lad who has lived in the fog-laden city for over 20 years to desire money? Absolutely not. The old man nodded in agreement, then shook his head, saying, Desiring wealth is not a fault. Possessing intelligence and strategy is also commendable. Yet, if you desire wealth and manage to acquire it, and if you possess intellect and cunning but fail to apply them, and moreover, if you immerse yourself in the fray, risking your life as bait, that is where the error lies. Shen Jun exhaled deeply. The system truly left him speechless. To immerse oneself in the fray? To risk one's life as bait? This infernal system had even calculated his temperament. Lottery tickets? Luo Lucheng? Lei Xian? The accident? Had he exercised a modicum of caution, he would not find himself in this predicament. Yet, had he been cautious, he would never have crossed the threshold of the Shen family. Immersion is not the crux. It is the act of risking one's life that matters. The system's foreknowledge of his fatal accident was indispensable, and Lei Xian must be acquainted. Otherwise, the accident could not be orchestrated. No, even if he did not know Lei Xian, the accident could still be arranged, provided he agreed to dine with Luo Zhenyan. For Lei Xian would undoubtedly take action. However, with that 5 million lottery ticket, it would be sufficient to attest to his fortune. After all, that was a 5 million without any insider information. Alas, old sir, I am Shen Jun, the son of Shen Chang'an. With this alone, I cannot be the one to lead our generation. Shen Jun argued desperately. Yet you, Shen Jun, are the grandson of Shen Anghua. With this alone, you have earned the right to contend. The old man firmly asserted. The leader has already been determined, and it is your own grandson. Why complicate matters further? Shen Jun retorted. The old man's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Shen Jun, declaring, in this world, nothing is certain, and I seek only the most exceptional individual. Old sir, I prefer not to state this too explicitly. Do you understand? Shen Jun said, his eyes sharp as he regarded the old man, who would dare gamble on whether the child of one cast out by the Shen family, who met an untimely demise, harbors resentment? Who would dare allow this child to assume leadership of the Shen family? And do you harbor resentment within you? The old man's gaze suddenly turned icy. I once declared that if my father had not been cast out from our home, neither my sister nor I would exist. In my heart, there is no one whose life is more precious than that of my sister and me. Shen Jun did not directly address the old man's inquiry. Yet his words underscored his support for Shen Changyang's departure from the Shen family. With that, there was nothing left to fear. The old man's expression softened. He chuckled lightly and said, your opinion holds little weight, for you are aged, and the authority of an elder over the younger generation diminishes with time. Do you comprehend? Is that so? The old man retorted with a smile. Is it not? Shen Jun countered. Your narrow perspective has confined your imagination, the old man lamented. Just as he finished his lament, the old man suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Shen Jun as if to say, young man, are you seeking to define your identity and status through my words? Chapter 81. Wealth can connect to the divine. Shen Jun looked at the old man with a beaming smile and inquired, what do you mean by that? How have I confirmed my identity and status through your words? Hearing this, the old man furrowed his brow and articulated slowly, your previous remarks have felt somewhat off. If you wish to refuse, why then steer the conversation towards your father? It appears you are concerned about not entering the core of the Shen family. As he spoke, the old man erupted into a hearty laugh, his booming voice reverberating, illustrating his immense joy. Pray tell, when did this ambition arise? In response, Shen Jun straightened his posture and explained, it was after Shen Yao informed me that Shen Mu is the one in charge for our generation. After a brief pause, Shen Jun continued, I truly did not anticipate that the head of the Shen family would not be Shen Han or the eldest grandson of the second branch, but rather Shen Mu, an individual who has not pursued an official career. I had merely envisioned being a leisurely descendant supported by the Shen family. Yet it appears I also have the opportunity to wield influence over this formidable entity. Since such an opportunity exists, why should I not seize it? So, you were probing me after I expressed those thoughts, testing whether you possess the qualifications? The old man remarked with a slight smile. An opportunity is merely that. Having a chance does not equate to having the qualification. Naturally, I wish to ascertain whether I possess that qualification. Shen Jun candidly replied. Indeed, the old man suddenly exclaimed. I thought, how could someone who dares to immerse themselves in the fray, risking everything, lack the courage to strive for that position? How enlightening. Shen Jun smiled without responding. After a moment of contemplation, the old man asked, what support do you wish for me to provide? Nothing at all. Shen Jun shook his head. The old man looked at him with curiosity. You have no foundation, no connections, and no maternal support in the Shen family. Are you truly in need of nothing? With unwavering confidence, Shen Jun replied, what I seek to control is our generation. That has no bearing on external factors, as long as I am sufficiently strong. Those are mere trifles. Moreover, noticing the old man's perplexed gaze, Shen Jun smiled and added, even if I do not ask, you will undoubtedly prepare some necessities for me. Won't you, grandfather? The old man found himself momentarily speechless. However, he acknowledged that this young man possessed a certain quality. From the moment he entered, the only time he had called him grandfather was in this context. Truly delightful. Where do you wish to begin? The old man inquired with keen interest. Have you ever heard the saying? In response to the old man's eager gaze, Shen Jun's lips curled into a confident smile. Wealth can connect to the divine. The old man squinted slightly. You should understand what the Shen family represents domestically. Shen Jun nodded affirmatively. You are correct. However, as you mentioned, that pertains to within the country. What if my wealth abroad could also connect to the divine? Are you so confident? The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Lacking confidence, how could I possibly compete with Shen Mu? Shen Jun raised his chin and remarked, all right. The elder, filled with joy, responded, in that case, let me bolster your confidence further. The financial company in the Magic City is entrusted to you. You may freely pursue your talents without reservation. Furthermore, you may utilize the Shen family's connections at your discretion, though I advise you to exercise caution in certain matters. Shen Jun remained silent, acutely aware that the elder had learned of last night's events. Although they were not particularly significant, there was concern that Shen Jun had been excessively ruthless. In truth, Shen Jun understood that the elder's worries extended beyond mere cruelty. He feared that his grandson was a wolf raised among the sheep. Having only recently arrived in Kyoto, Shen Jun had already resorted to extreme measures against a few young men. While there were reasons for his actions, it was essential to remember that Shen Jun was not raised within the Shen family. Very well, go ahead. I shall make a few calls regarding the Magic City, and I will notify you when the time comes. Additionally, I have arranged for several bodyguards for you. It would be prudent to refrain from using Xiaomu's people for the time being. You two will have matters to discuss later. The elder waved his hand dismissively. I understand. I shall take my leave now. Please rest. With that, Shen Jun rose and departed the living room. Once Shen Jun had left, the bedroom door suddenly swung open, revealing two elderly gentlemen clad in Zhongshan suits who emerged from within. Anjuan, what do you think of my grandson? After the two elders settled themselves, the elder inquired with a smile. His ambition is somewhat grand, and he appears a bit too impatient. The elder seated on the left murmured softly. And you, Anjuan? The elder shifted his gaze to the other gentleman. As long as he has no one backing him, he might indeed stand a chance against Xiaomu, the elder named Anjuan declared with conviction. Haha. The elder refrained from addressing this query directly and instead retrieved a substantial stack of documents from beneath the table. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the two elders, he gradually spoke. He is my grandson, the only son of the third branch. Do you think I would not keep a keen eye on him? As he placed the hefty stack of documents on the table, he elaborated, these records detail every event from his birth until now, with no detail overlooked. Upon hearing this, the two elders exchanged glances before Shen Anqing turned to the elder and asked, the significance of these documents is secondary. We have but one question. From where does he obtain his information? Until we clarify this point, we cannot be at ease. Shen Anjuan then added, I personally interrogated the Lei family and that group of miscreants. They all claimed they only learned of Shen Jun's name on July 3rd, having been completely unaware of him prior. This implies that his sources of information are not those individuals. Regarding the Luo Luqing incident and the evasion of the car accident, it can be said that while their schemes were clandestine, they were not without potential flaws. However, the plot orchestrated by the Lei family on the evening of July 3rd remains inexplicable, as the timing was too urgent. Consequently, only a handful of individuals were privy to this matter, and the driver claimed that no one had contacted him to prevent his actions as 9 o'clock approached. However, the members of the Lei family insisted that since Luo Zhanyan's vehicle had not yet reached the intersection, they continuously attempted to contact him, albeit to no avail as his phone had no signal. The young man, Luo Zhanyan, also mentioned that Shen Jun was already aware during that time frame that someone intended to murder him. Though I do not believe in the supernatural, certain matters undeniably call for elucidation. Those details have become inconsequential. This dossier meticulously documents all of Shen Jun's information, including the identities of everyone he knows and his daily activities. I can assure you that he had no interactions with any external forces, the elder confidently asserted. We cannot afford to take risks, nor do we wish to. Both elders shook their heads in unison, and then Shen Anqing continued, let us adhere to our original plan, allowing this young lad to serve as a sharpening stone for Xiaomu. You too, the elder chuckled, pointing at them. Very well. Let us first apply some pressure on this child, which will also serve to probe whether there are any influences behind him. If all proceeds smoothly, then you need not utter any further superfluous words. Agreed. Chapter 82, The Arrival stepping out of the room. Shen Jun immediately noticed 8 young men clad in black casual attire standing beside 3 vehicles. Meanwhile, Gao Lai and his companions had vanished. Shen Jun felt no surprise. The old man had made it abundantly clear that these 8 individuals were now his to command, unlike Gao Lai and his associates, who were perpetually divided in allegiance. Although Gao Lai's group had been obedient, Shen Jun understood that once the Chao army articulated their reasons for following Shenmu, he could not retain them. A debt of gratitude for saving one's life surpasses all else. Young Master Jun, I am Yubin, the captain of this team. We shall serve as your personal bodyguards from now on. As Shen Jun emerged, the 8 men stepped forward in unison, with the one at the forefront promptly introducing himself. Then my safety is entrusted to you, Shen Jun replied with a smile. Understood. We assure you, regardless of the dangers that may arise, unless we all perish, you shall not suffer even the slightest harm. You've been proclaimed emphatically. Good, Shen Jun said, patting his shoulder before striding towards the vehicle. One of the bodyguards swiftly jogged over to open the car door for him. Once Shen Jun settled into the car, Yubin entered the driver's seat and began to drive out. Young Master Jun, where are we headed? Yubin inquired softly during the drive. To Tianyin Group. Shen Jun replied casually. Affirmative. Tianyin Group, office on the 21st floor. Observing the lethargic Yin Zhong, Shen Jun chuckled. Today's circumstances are exceptional, otherwise I wouldn't have summoned you to the company at this hour. Yin Zhong feigned vitality. I merely slept in too late today. It has nothing to do with you. Shen Jun smiled and continued. I won't be frequenting the company henceforth. Just follow the tasks I assign you. Yin Zhong was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely hadn't anticipated Shen Jun would utter such words. Having just arrived at the company yesterday, today he was informed he wouldn't be a regular presence. What kind of boss operates like this? This is not how one jokes. Nevertheless, he nodded earnestly. I understand, President Shen. From now on, if there are matters regarding the stock market, just give me a call. For departmental issues, directly consult Shen Yao. I will notify him, Shen Jun instructed. Understood. Yin Zhong nodded in agreement once more. All right, then you may go rest, Shen Jun gestured dismissively. Yes. Once Yin Zhong departed, Shen Jun did not linger but instead took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. Although uncertain of when the old man would reach out, he was confident it would not be long. He needed to inform Shen Nan. What? You're going to Modu? Not coming back? Upon learning of Shen Jun's impending trip to Modu, Shen Nan was immediately taken aback, jumping up in surprise. With a hint of distress, she said, Brother, I don't want to stay here alone. Observing the young girl's fearful expression, Shen Jun affectionately patted her head and smiled. If you don't want to stay, then don't. Don't you have money? While the university has yet to commence, one might as well embark on a journey or return to the fog-laden city. There is no one compelling you to remain in Kyoto. Shen Nan was taken aback, as she had not contemplated this possibility. Or perhaps she had never considered that she could leave Kyoto at all. You see, Shen Jun playfully tapped the young girl's forehead and remarked, No one has ever restricted your freedom. You are free to go wherever your heart desires. Do not fret over events that have yet to unfold. However, Shen Nan, looking perplexed, responded, We reside in such a splendid house, enjoying numerous privileges. Surely there must be some cost to bear? Upon hearing this, Shen Jun regarded Shen Nan with a serious expression and said, Little Nan, remember this. No one will make you pay a price for enjoying certain benefits. These are simply your due entitlements. Do you understand? I understand, the young girl replied softly. Shen Jun chuckled and continued to reassure her. Go wherever you wish. Return home if you like. No one can curtail your freedom. Your brother will always support you. Then I shall first return to the Fog City to visit my grandparents, then journey to the Chabai Mountains, and finally spend some time in Lijiang ancient town before returning for the start of the semester, Shen Nan joyfully declared. Off you go. But remember to bring your bodyguards along, Shen Jun replied with a smile. All right. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, Shen Jun's dinner was laid out on the table. Sweet and sour ribs, squirrel fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, Wensi tofu, and Longjing shrimp. Just as Shen Jun was enjoying his meal in solitude, the door to the room was suddenly thrust open. Looking up, he saw Shun Mu enter, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Isn't it a tad impolite to intrude without a greeting? Shen Jun softly questioned. Politeness? Do you know whose villa this is? Shen Mu scoffed coldly. You, an outsider who has just entered the Shen family, dare to encroach upon my territory, and I should be polite to you? It seems you have overestimated your own importance. TSK, Shen Jun chuckled in disbelief. Shen Mu, do you realize that even when one is not genuinely angry, playing the villain requires a modicum of skill? Shen Mu, taken aback by this remark, asked, Do I not portray it convincingly? He then muttered to himself, That shouldn't be the case. I thought I had sufficiently conveyed my disdain for those worthless individuals. Shen Jun shook his head with a sigh. Acting is an art. Only a true professional can execute it well, unless one possesses an undeniable charm like Yang Yang portraying Zhang Qi Ling. So striking that it renders one oblivious to the performance. And you? You're somewhat handsome, but not to the extent that I can overlook your acting. Fine. I shall also learn the nuances of an actor's craft, lest I fall prey to such shortcomings. Shen Mu declared as he plopped down across from Shen Jun and naturally picked up a pair of chopsticks to eat. This is my meal, if you wish to indulge. You may ask Aunt Gwe to prepare more, Shen Jun said with exasperation. Since you cannot finish it anyway, and I happen to be hungry, I shall make do. Shen Mu remarked nonchalantly. You are quite something. Shen Jun replied, somewhat exasperated. As long as I do not mind you, you should be secretly pleased, right? Are you actually complaining about me? Shen Mu rolled his eyes defiantly. All right, whatever you say, I shall not argue with you. Shen Jun picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating. That's more like it. Let us not hold any disdain for one another, dear brother. Chapter 83. Breaking the chains. The two dined in tranquil silence, after which Shen Jun requested Nkwa to brew 2 cups of tea. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, Shen Jun slowly began to speak. Did you come here so eagerly? It seems rather uncharacteristic of you. Huh, Shen Mu teased. Glancing at Shen Jun, you claim to know me so well after just a few encounters? Shen Jun smiled faintly, though our meetings have been few. I doubt the heir of the Shen family's 3rd generation would lack depth and patience. What, in your opinion, is the essence of a 3rd generation leader? Shen Mu inquired with genuine interest. Shen Jun softly replied, Did you not exhibit it during our time in the Fog City? Indeed, I may have underestimated you back then. Shen Mu sighed, shaking his head. There is no question of underestimating. Merely the disdain of a scion towards a native of the Fog City, Shen Jun dismissed nonchalantly. If it had been you at that time, what would you have done? Shen Mu asked curiously. Given the audacity to infiltrate the Shen family in such a manner, I would have struck decisively to make it clear what kind of family the Shens are. Moreover, I would ensure that individual understands one vital truth. Do not harbor misguided thoughts simply because the old man has overlooked him for over 20 years, Shen Jun remarked casually. You would grant no opportunity whatsoever? Shen Mu raised an eyebrow, questioning. Why should I? Shen Jun elaborated with calm deliberation. The Shen family, being such a colossal entity, must remain firmly under my control. In any scenario, one must prioritize their own interests. Familial bonds, friendships, and romantic entanglements hold no significance, especially concerning a cousin who has been absent for over 20 years. Goodness, Shen Mu mused. Am I to understand I've brought back a dragon from across the river? Such words are mere jest. After all, I am no fool. The 2nd and 3rd branches would never consent to a genuine contest with you, Shen Jun scoffed. Since you grasp everything so well, why then did you speak those words to the old man? Shen Mu asked, puzzled. Isn't that the very reason for your visit tonight? Shen Jun teased. One might say so, Shen Mu nodded. I do not believe you are unaware of your position within the Shen family, yet you still spoke to the old man in that manner, which I find perplexing. To break the chains, Shen Jun said softly. The Shen family has not bestowed upon you what does not belong to you. Your reaction is somewhat exaggerated, Shen Mu frowned. What of my father's chains? Shen Jun replied, his expression devoid of emotion. From the moment I first met the old man, I perceived one truth. My father's departure from the Shen family was not solely due to rules, but was a necessity. Though his absence brought forth my existence and that of Xiao Nan, those who forced him out will not easily allow me to integrate into the Shen family, nor permit me to assume the role of the 3rd generation leader. If that is the case, why not let them exert pressure on me first? Only then will I be unrestrained. Alas, Shen Mu sighed. Are you aware that the true authority within the Shen family lies with the old man? Naturally. Otherwise, I would not have dared to speak such words to the old man, nor would I have so provocatively challenged him. In truth, I hold my life in great esteem, Shen Jun nodded. Do you take such delight in immersing yourself in peril? Shen Mu's voice turned grave as she remarked, the members of the Shen family are unlike those worthless individuals. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. While your life may be secure, at that moment, your sister may find herself trapped. After a brief pause, Shen Mu continued, a girl destined to be cherished by the old man, possessing both talent and beauty, is someone no family would overlook for a potential alliance. After all, resources are finite. Who would not wish to enhance their own standing? On what grounds do you believe I would falter? Shen Jun raised his chin defiantly. I am well aware of your schemes and my own circumstances. Yet, those who do not dare to gamble shall never seize victory. Moreover, observing Shen Mu's expression grow increasingly somber, Shen Jun smiled. As long as I can ensure that my sources of information remain insulated from external influences, who could possibly obstruct me? Shen Mu exhaled softly. Is it truly independent of external factors? Or do you simply believe you are concealing it well? Hey. Shen Jun shook his head with a smile. In truth, there is no need for me to elaborate on this, as future events will reveal everything. After all, my phone and computer, as well as Xiao Nan's, have likely been under rigorous surveillance, correct? Shen Mu did not respond to this inquiry, but instead furrowed her brow. Are you truly willing to let that child, Xiao Nan, enter into a marriage alliance? Shen Jun paused momentarily, yet he did not exhibit anger. Rather, he countered Shen Mu's question. It seems you have not comprehended my words at all. Or perhaps, deep down, you never believed I could prevail? What do you think? Shen Mu retorted sharply, on what basis do you possess such confidence that, with neither the second nor third branches supporting you, you could wrest that position from me? I harbor no objections to familial alliances concerning my sister. Shen Jun scoffed. Even if I were to lose, no one shall dictate her fate. Her life is to be governed solely by her and me. You still seem somewhat oblivious to the rules and customs among the noble families. Shen Mu felt a flicker of disappointment at Shen Jun's words. Shen Jun might resort to any means for his own gain, but he could never wager his sister's future. This was a line he would not cross. The Shen family may be ruthless and cunning, but they shall not turn their methods against their own. Internal sanctity and external dominance is the creed by which the Shen family operates. I have no need to understand those rules and customs, nor do I aspire to dismantle them. However, Shen Jun spoke unhurriedly. On what grounds do you presume I would succumb to you? Shen Mu? Damn it. After all this talk, this arrogant fellow's true sentiment is that he regards me with utter disdain. He has articulated his stance so plainly. Yet this insufferable individual remains brazenly confident. Does this mean that, in his eyes, I, the third-generation steward, am no more than a trifling matter? How audacious. Truly. How audacious. Shen Mu struggled to restrain her emotions. Wealth can indeed bridge the divine? Shen Mu gritted his teeth and said, do you truly not comprehend the rules that govern this world? The ability to amass wealth comes with the prerequisite of being able to safeguard it. Otherwise, it is merely an ephemeral illusion. Shen Jun, with a beaming smile, replied, why should I confide in the old man about such matters? The qualifications for competition are but a minor aspect. The primary reason lies in his esteemed status. With his support, who would dare to strike against me? Very well. You are indeed quite cunning. Shen Mu exclaimed in exasperation. Just moments ago, you were calling me brother, and now you resort to this trickery. Shen Jun, you truly are impressive. Too kind, he responded modestly. Chapter 84. Return to the demon city, since that is the case. Let us each rely on our own means. I truly do not believe you can amass wealth to the point of divine intervention. Shen Mu scoffed. This is no concern of yours, brother Mu. Your sole task now is to win the hearts of the people. Lest someone succumbs to the allure of riches and turns to my side, Shen Jun teased. Are you not being a tad too arrogant? In the end, Shen Mu could no longer restrain his thoughts and exclaimed, why should I not be arrogant? Shen Jun shrugged, as I mentioned earlier, in light of my circumstances. One must strike decisively. After all, it has been over 20 years of neglect and debt. Even if the old man is as hard as iron, he will surely offer some form of compensation. Moreover, it seems that the old man is merely tough on the outside, but rather soft-hearted within. Shen Mu. Observing Shen Jun's unwavering confidence, Shen Mu felt a long-lost sense of helplessness. It was not that he could not deal with him. Rather, this fellow was far too astute. The matter had not even begun, and he had already secured an escape route. It was truly infuriating. Taking several deep breaths, Shen Mu irritably remarked, the arrangements in the demon city have been made for you. You need only to go there. Now, immediately, hurry and leave. TSK. Shen Jun stood up, gazing at Shen Mu with a mocking glint. Look, I'm already competing with you. Yet you must also prepare for me before we even compete. Would you not agree that the old man's favoritism is my advantage? Shen Mu. This person was exceedingly vexing, utterly infuriating. Moments later, Shen Mu suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Shen Jun utterly perplexed. Do you truly think that being the head of the Shen family for 3 generations is a favorable position? Shen Mu inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun instantly grasped the other's intentions. He too responded with a smile. No, it is not merely an unfavorable position. It is a burdensome task that can drain one's spirit. Oh, Shen Mu replied, somewhat surprised. You truly understand? Shen Jun shook his head with a smile. Of course I understand, but my aspirations extend beyond the power of the Shen family. I have articulated it clearly. I wish to sever the chains that bind my father. Upon hearing such declarations, Shen Mu closed his eyes and sighed. A great love for the immortal? A fresh start? Shen Jun's heart jolted. No wonder Shen Mu could rise to the position of head of the Shen family. This single statement was enough to reveal how he attained his status. When the light fails to shine upon me, the sun is of no use. Yet once the radiance envelopes me, it becomes my duty to protect that sunlight. It can also be interpreted as the rebirth of sunlight. However, some truths are best left unacknowledged. Shen Jun refrained from further comment and instead shifted the topic. Before we determine our victor, I hope that no one disturbs Xiaonan. This is something Brother Mu should be able to manage, right? I understand. Unless Xiaonan encounters trouble, the members of the Shen family will not reach out to her, Shen Mu assured softly. As I take my leave, It is evident that Kyoto is not a place suited for me. Observing Shen Jun's departing figure, Shinmu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It is no wonder that the second and third branches of the family regard him with such apprehension, with such a disposition, should he be granted power. Regardless of how eloquently one speaks, the seeds of animosity have long been sown, and once they take root and flourish, what could the old man be thinking? Is he not concerned about the potential disintegration of the Shen family? The catfish effect is not something the Shen family can endure. At 11 o'clock at night, Shen Jun arrived in Magic City aboard a private jet. Unlike his previous visit, this time he scarcely took a step after disembarking. He was exclusively driven around. The vehicles arranged for him here were even more opulent than the three he had used in Kyoto, 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. And the one Shen Jun occupied was an armored version. However, he sensed that Magic City seemed more perilous than Kyoto. After all, none of the cars in Kyoto were armored, so why were the vehicles here? One could only say that Kyoto is unparalleled, truly distinct from other cities. At Ocean View 1, the Shen family possesses numerous residences in Magic City, such as Tan Palace, Quiet Garden, 9 Rooms Hall, and West Suburb. Yet, Shen Jun chose this location as it is in close proximity to the financial center of Magic City, where the Shen family's financial company is situated. He need not endure a lengthy journey to reach it. Convenience was paramount. The room itself was modest, totaling 389 square meters, featuring 5 bedrooms and 2 living areas. Shen Jun occupied one room, while the others were designated for Yu Bin and his companions, as he found himself unable to part with his bodyguards. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the convoy came to a gradual halt outside the Tianyun Group building in Magic City. The Tianyun building, located in the Lujiazui Financial Trade Zone of Pudong New District, stands at a height of 166 meters with 36 stories, encompassing a total construction area of 120,000 square meters. Completed in 2005, it was developed by Tianyun Real Estate. At this moment, a crowd of over 100 men and women dressed in suits had gathered at the entrance, each sporting a badge from Tianyun Group. A red carpet adorned the entrance, flanked by barriers, with only 2 men and 1 woman positioned at the forefront, accompanied by a dozen others behind them. Upon seeing the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms come to a stop, the trio hastily approached and opened the car doors. "Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Su Hong." The manager of the Magic City branch of Tianyun Group greeted the middle-aged man in a suit with a beaming smile as Shen Jun alighted from the vehicle. "Greetings," Shen Jun replied, extending his hand for a handshake. Following suit, the other man and woman introduced themselves. The other middle-aged man, Gao Zhuang, serves as the manager of the Risk Control Department, while the woman, Bai Yin, is the manager of the Finance Department. Upon meeting these 3 individuals, Shen Jun's gaze shifted towards the dozen or so executives standing behind them. Su Hong promptly proceeded to introduce each of these individuals in turn, and Shen Jun extended his hand for a handshake with them all. As they were all company executives, it was imperative to treat them equally. After becoming acquainted with these individuals, Su Hong guided Shen Jun into the corporate headquarters. Meanwhile, the employees who had been standing at the entrance returned to their respective offices via the elevator, commencing their workday. Although it was Saturday and the stock market was closed, for the working populace, there was no such thing as a day off. This was Shen Jun's first visit to the company. And even if they were to sit at their desks doing nothing, they felt compelled to be present. Chapter 85, The Secretary in the Office on the 35th Floor. Shen Jun sat in his chair, while Su Hong and several others stood in a row before him. "I have but one inquiry," Shen Jun commenced. "What is the current liquid capital available to the company?" Taken aback momentarily, Su Hong soon responded, "At present, the company has $13 billion in idle funds. If you have a project that requires additional capital, I can allocate another $10 billion within a week. This is the maximum amount we can mobilize. If that proves insufficient, we will need to resort to bank loans." Shen Jun was slightly astonished. He had not anticipated that a mere subsidiary could access such a substantial sum. However, considering the strength of Tianyun Group, it was somewhat understandable. Without hesitation, he continued, "Please establish an investment department on the 35th floor and assign 10 traders from the company to report directly to me. You need not concern yourselves with them. As for the funds," after a brief pause, he added, "do not touch the $13 billion for now, nor mobilize any additional resources. I will notify you when I require it." "Understood." Su Hong nodded in agreement. Shen Jun then addressed the most pressing concern of those present. "While it is true that a new leader brings forth new personnel, I am not well versed in financial matters, and thus, I will not disrupt your current positions. You will continue as you have been. However, One thing is certain, I have little tolerance for unexpected issues within the company. Should any arise, do not expect leniency from me. Your prior contributions hold no weight here. As soon as his words concluded, the tension among Su Hong and the others dissipated. As long as their roles remained unchanged, they would face no further complications. Although unaware of Shen Jun's background, they were acutely aware of the formidable presence of their previous leader, a figure capable of wielding significant influence in the city. Any investment project favored by the company, regardless of the rival's strength or connections, was virtually assured of success, often achieved with merely a few phone calls from their former leader. Yet, even such a powerful figure had been swiftly replaced by the youthful Shen Jun within mere minutes. Not even a day. The previous leader had been in a meeting when he received a call, after which he began to gather his belongings. Leaving only a terse message, I have been reassigned to headquarters. Tomorrow, a new leader will arrive. Remember this. Do not offend him, for no one will save you if you do. In light of this, who would not feel apprehensive? With the top executive ousted, their own positions felt precarious. Now, it seemed that the newly appointed Shen Jun would take a hands-off approach, allowing them to continue as before. Understood, Mr. Shen, they responded with enthusiasm. Then you may return to your duties. I will reach out should any matters arise, Shen Jun gestured, dismissing them. Yes, sir. Bai Yin and a few others slightly bowed and exited the office, while Su Hong remained. Under Shen Jun's puzzled gaze, Su Hong promptly explained, Mr. Shen, you do not yet have a secretary. I have selected a few candidates for you to consider. If you find them unsuitable, I can recruit anew from outside. Shen Jun, taken aback, thought to himself, how bold of him to speak so plainly. Since joining Tianyin Group, he had not contemplated the matter of a secretary. It was not that he had forgotten, but rather that such a vital role could not simply slip one's mind. A secretary handles tasks when there is work. And when there is none, it is best not to dwell on it, for it may lead to complications. After clearing his throat twice, Shen Jun addressed Su Hong. Let us first review their profiles. Here you go, Mr. Shen. Su Hong immediately placed a substantial stack of resumes on his desk. As he glanced down, Shen Jun noted Su Hong's lack of professionalism. The resumes should feature headshots, yet the photos provided were full-body images. However, considering Su Hong's intentions, he chose to overlook this lapse. Flipping through the resumes, Shen Jun was nearly overwhelmed by the array of beauty. It was not that he had never encountered attractive women before, but the candidates presented were indeed strikingly lovely. All possessed high academic qualifications, stunning appearances, and remarkable physiques. As he continued to sift through the documents, Shen Jun's hand suddenly halted. Su Hong discreetly peered over, and upon seeing the photo on one particular resume, he was not overly surprised. The young woman was simply too exquisite. Qiu Han, a master's graduate from the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, 25 years of age, standing at 172 centimeters and weighing 49 kilograms. While her academic credentials did not particularly stand out among the myriad of resumes, Su Hong included her due to her undeniable beauty. Sometimes, academic achievements are merely a stepping stone. Attractiveness is the undeniable truth. She will do, Shen Jun remarked softly, indicating Qiu Han's resume. Understood. I will have her come in immediately, Su Hong replied before exiting the office. After a few minutes, a knock echoed in Shen Jun's ears. Come in. As the office door creaked open, Shen Jun raised his gaze and immediately beheld the woman's visage. Although he had mentally prepared himself, a flicker of astonishment still crossed his eyes. Her makeup was subtle yet exuded refinement. She possessed classically alluring features, and her wine-red hair cascaded over her shoulders, enhancing her cool elegance, compelling one to gaze longer. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Qiu Han. In contrast to Shen Jun's calm demeanor, Qiu Han appeared considerably anxious. She had not closed her eyes since the previous night. She understood well that opportunities to change one's fate are rare, and the chance to alter her destiny lay before her. The true master of Tianyin Group in Shanghai. As long as she remained in the sphere of such a significant figure, her life would be devoid of worries. Please note my contact information and familiarize yourself with the company's internal affairs. In the future, report directly to me regarding any matters, he instructed. Observing the glimpse of spring revealed as the other party bent slightly, Shen Jun pressed his lips together and spoke softly. I understand, Mr. Shen. Qiu Han promptly replied. You may go, Shen Jun gestured with his hand. Qiu Han once again bowed and exited the office. Although the young lady was indeed quite attractive, Shen Jun was not so impulsive as to entertain frivolous thoughts upon their first encounter. Given his current status and position, what woman could he not have? Furthermore, There was an even more pressing matter that required his verification. Chapter 86. Ding Qingdong seated in his office. Shen Jun neither glanced at his phone nor engaged with his computer. Instead, he was immersed in silent contemplation. At this moment, he sought to ascertain a singular truth. As the clock struck noon, the long-awaited sound finally resonated. Ding. Shooting, August 1st, 203, Chicago Mercantile Exchange, August 1st, 197. 56, Google A, August 1st, 132. 55, on July 9th, at 8 a.m., Ding Qingdong leapt to his death from the Shan building. On July 9th, at midnight. The trendy bar in Moda concealed 10 kilograms of ice sugar, valued at 20 million. Indeed, the intelligence of this system was astonishingly exquisite. It not only received external information in real time, but also anticipated Shen Jun's most pressing needs. Without delay, Shen Jun did not search for stock prices or dwell on the 10 kilograms of ice sugar. Instead, he began an online inquiry into Ding Qingdong. He required further validation of his thoughts. The facts did not disappoint him. Detailed information regarding Ding Qingdong was readily available online. Born in 1980 in the Prairie Province, Ding Qingdong was the legal representative and general manager of Moda Infinite Investment Management Company, Limited. He commenced stock market investments at the tender age of 18. Initially operating within the Prairie Province's Tianyi business department, where he garnered the reputation of being part of the Prairie Limited Death Squad alongside other adept investors. At the end of 2009, he founded Modu Infinite Investment Management Company, Limited, subsequently establishing several private equity funds. In May 2017, Ding Qingdong was arrested by the police on charges of manipulating the securities market and insider trading, receiving a sentence of 3 years and 6 months in prison, along with a fine of 3.5 billion yuan. However, information regarding Ding Qingdong post-incarceration had vanished from the internet. Upon reviewing this information, Shen Jun immediately recognized that Ding Qingdong's most remarkable attribute was not merely his capacity for profit but rather his foresight. He had predicted the global financial crisis triggered by the American subprime mortgage crisis in 2007. This alone indicated that he was a prodigious talent, precisely the type of individual Shen Jun urgently required, though the reasons behind such a figure's desperate act of suicide remained unclear. Shen Jun was confident that with his intervention, no matter the troubles Ding Qingdong faced, they would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Gently pressing a button on his desk, a knock sounded within 10 seconds. Enter. Chiohan responded promptly. Mr. Shen, how may I assist you? Please conduct an investigation into Ding Qingdong. He is quite renowned in the financial sector, and I wish to ascertain his current circumstances, Shen Jun instructed softly. Understood. Once Chiohan exited the office, Shen Jun opened his stock trading software to examine the 3 stocks foreseen by the system. At that moment, Shooting's share price stood at 161.20, with a total market capitalization of 73.38 billion. According to the system's projections, Shen Jun could potentially earn 41.80 per share on this stock. At present, the stock price of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange stands at 168.30 per share, with a total market capitalization of 60.58 billion. This stock has the potential to yield a maximum earnings of 29.26 per share. Meanwhile, Google's Class A shares are priced at 106.50 each, with an overall market value of 623.98 billion, and these shares may generate a maximum profit of 26.05 each. After mentally noting this stock information, Shen Jun proceeded to search for the location of the trendy bar. The bar is not situated in the heart of the magical city, but rather on the outskirts, a considerable distance from his current location. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jun decided to defer his visit until tomorrow. The habitual unpredictability of the system left him uncertain about the repercussions these sugar-coated decisions might have on his future, especially after the lottery incident that had made a lasting impression on him. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chiohan re-entered the office carrying a thick stack of documents. Mr. Shen, this is all the information regarding Ding Qingdong for your review, she stated, placing the files on the desk. Shen Jun did not examine the documents but instead turned his gaze towards Chiohan and inquired, what has been the situation for Ding Qingdong since his release? Chiohan promptly responded. According to the company's investigation, Ding Qingdong has been blacklisted in the financial sector following his release, with all domestic financial institutions steering clear of him. Furthermore, his previously held shares have been frozen, and rumors suggest that he may never regain access to them due to having profited illicitly and caused considerable trouble. Some individuals appear intent on ensuring he does not lead a comfortable life, employing various means to achieve this. leaving Ding Chidong reliant on his parents for even the most basic daily expenses. Shen Jun remarked, "Goodness, Chio Han's words are quite nuanced. Profiting illicitly? Causing trouble? And there are those who wish to see him suffer? It's almost as if the village chief orchestrated this. For only the village chief would possess the capacity to render someone like Ding Chengdong powerless. Otherwise, given Ding Chengdong's capabilities, it would be inconceivable for him to have fallen to such depths. After all, tomorrow he could succumb to the pressure and take his own life. Nonetheless, observing Chio Han's slightly anxious demeanor, Shen Jun smiled and said, "You've handled this matter quite well. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Shen. It is my duty. And I am pleased to have met your expectations," Chio Han replied, suppressing her excitement with a wave of her hand. Shen Jun paid little heed to his secretary's sentiments and instructed, "In the name of Tianyun Group, locate Ding Chengdong and bring him to me." "Understood." Chio Han nodded emphatically before exiting the office. Although she found it difficult to comprehend why her boss would be interested in such a person, she recognized that obedience was paramount in her role. Only by adhering to directives could she sustain her position. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a middle-aged man clad in a suit entered the office under Chio Han's guidance. Observing the man's considerably aged visage in comparison to his online photographs, Shen Jun could not help but feel a sense of reflection. Indeed, disturbing that which ought to remain undisturbed exacts a monumental price. This is a rule applicable to certain individuals. In the past, Shen Jun, too, was apprehensive of such matters, leading to the system's proactive updates and upgrades. Regardless of the circumstances, possessing wealth without influence renders one merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Greetings, General Manager Shen. I am Ding Chengdong." Shen Jun could distinctly perceive the tone and demeanor of Ding Chengdong's words, which seemed excessively humble. This is understandable. The adage that a single coin can thwart even the mightiest is not mere rhetoric, but a stark reality, a raw and visceral truth. Throughout history, a lack of funds equates to an inability to survive. Under the oppressive hand of the village chief, the fact that Ding Chengdong has managed to endure until now is quite remarkable, even rare. It is often said that the emaciated camel surpasses the horse in size. Yet few can withstand the stark contrast of falling from paradise to hell. Transitioning from frugality to opulence is a simple endeavor. Yet the reverse journey from luxury to austerity is fraught with difficulty. Chapter 87. Secured. "Mr. Ding, please take a seat." Shen Jun gestured towards the chair opposite his desk. "Thank you, General Manager Shen," Ding Chengdong politely replied before settling into the chair. At that moment, the foremost question in his mind was why Shen Jun had summoned him. Not to mention that he was currently shackled by numerous constraints. Even in his prime, Tianyun Group loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. In truth, they were not even in the same league. He was utterly perplexed as to why Shen Jun would seek him out. Observing the slightly anxious Ding Chengdong, Shen Jun smiled and said, "I presume Mr. Ding is quite curious as to why I have invited you here?" Ding Chengdong immediately responded, "Indeed, to be candid with you, General Manager Shen, when I received Miss Chio's call, I initially thought it was a scam. However, reflecting on my situation, I realized I am not of sufficient worth to be deceived. Hence, with a mindset of what's there to lose, I agreed without hesitation." "Hee," Shen Jun chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "Mr. Ding, you are quite honest." Without waiting for Ding Chengdong to reply, Shen Jun continued, "Why don't you take a guess as to the reason for my invitation?" Upon hearing this, Ding Chengdong let out a bitter laugh. "The only value I possess lies in my talent for the financial market, which I presume you have taken note of, General Manager Shen?" However, after a brief pause, Ding Chengdong lamented, "You must also be aware that I am not only restricted from trading, but am also being closely monitored by certain individuals. If I dare to make any move, the only outcome awaiting me would be imprisonment. There are no alternatives. The mistakes I made were far too grave, and those individuals will not relent." Shen Jun smiled slightly and remarked, "What if I told you that I could shield you from those issues?" Ding Chengdong's heart skipped a beat. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion upon hearing Shen Jun's words. Yet, the thought of those individuals targeting him quickly dampened his spirits. The strength of Tianyun Group was indeed formidable, powerful enough that even at his peak, he felt like a mere ant in comparison. However, in light of the threats he faced, Tianyun Group seemed somewhat less intimidating. For those individuals, wealth held little significance. Certainly, with Tianyun Group's might and connections, if they were to negotiate solely on his behalf, Ding Chengdong believed those individuals would concede. Yet, he doubted Tianyun Group would take such a risk for him. It would be a case of diminishing returns. To offend those individuals for his sake was no trivial matter. Historically, the common people have never triumphed against the authorities. However, since Shen Jun had summoned him, it was unlikely he would jest about such matters. And Ding Qingdong found himself at a dead end. Even a straw to grasp that was worth a try. One must embrace madness to truly live. With this thought, Ding Qingdong abruptly stood, gritting his teeth as he declared, "As long as General Manager Shen dares to employ me, then I shall dedicate my life to serve you." At the utterance of these words, a satisfied smile immediately graced Shen Jun's face. It is not surprising that Shen Mu has a penchant for nurturing assassins, for such individuals provide an unparalleled sense of security. Shen Jun remained silent, redirecting his gaze towards Chiu Han, who stood quietly with his head bowed. He instructed, "Please assist Mr. Ding in completing his onboarding procedures. From now on, the investment department, which reports directly to me, will be under Mr. Ding's management." "Understood, Mr. Shen," Chiu Han promptly replied, lifting his head. Upon hearing this, Ding Qingdong's eyes glistened with excitement. He had anticipated merely managing funds discreetly for Shen Jun, never expecting that he would be granted formal employment. This meant he could boldly present himself to the world, confirming that Shen Jun had not deceived him, and that he would indeed shield him from those who had been watching. "Mr. Shen, I..." Just as Ding Qingdong was about to speak, Shen Jun raised his hand to halt him. "There is no need for gratitude. Simply manage the funds well on my behalf. That will be the greatest acknowledgement." "Understood. I will not disappoint you, Mr. Shen," Ding Qingdong exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "Go ahead. Take the next couple of days to familiarize yourself with the environment. You will officially begin work on Monday," Shen Jun said gently. "Yes. This way, please, Mr. Ding." Chiu Han interjected kindly. "Thank you, Miss Chiu," Ding Qingdong replied, as Chiu Han smiled and nodded, leading him out of the office. Watching their departing figures, Shen Jun felt a wave of elation. He could finally maximize the benefits from the stock information predicted by the system. It is essential to understand that genuine stock trading does not merely involve buying and holding until the peak is reached. Rather, it requires maintaining positions and trading according to market trends to ensure maximum profit. However, Shen Jun had not been particularly adept in the stock market, relying on the simplest methods for profit. Now, with Ding Qingdong's assistance, his earning potential would undoubtedly soar. The following day, Shen Jun returned to the company. He first summoned Chiu Han to bring Su Hong, instructing him to hand over the company's idle funds of $13 billion to Ding Qingdong. Su Hong immediately acquiesced. Or rather, he understood he had no choice in the matter. Within the realms of the Tianyun Group in Magic City, Shen Jun was akin to a deity. Yet, just as Shen Jun gestured for Su Hong to leave, Su Hong hesitated, casting a troubled glance at Shen Jun. "What is it?" Shen Jun inquired with curiosity. "Mr. Shen, today several confirmed investment projects have been intercepted. What do you suggest?" Su Hong reported, his face flushed with concern. Shen Jun responded with disbelief. "What a coincidence. He just joined the company yesterday, and today there are issues." Yet, he did not suspect Su Hong of playing tricks. The man lacked the audacity for such schemes. He directly asked, who was responsible for those investment projects previously. Su Hong cautiously replied, "It was Mr. Meng who was in charge." Shen Jun, he was naturally aware of who the esteemed General Meng mentioned by Su Hong was, for he had taken the place of this General Meng and assumed the role of the boss here. Yet, did this fellow truly possess such audacity? Was he unaware of Shen Jun's identity? To create obstacles for him in such a manner was tantamount to courting disaster. It must be noted that although this individual had been reassigned to headquarters, his prospects remained unscathed. After all, the matter at hand was sanctioned by the elder, and the headquarters would undoubtedly offer him compensation. How could he dare to act in such a way? Or perhaps, someone at headquarters had instigated him to create difficulties for Shen Jun? Contemplating this, a figure emerged in Shen Jun's mind. Given the current circumstances, Shen Yao, a man who valued his reputation, could indeed be of use. Chapter 88, Seduction Without the Slightest Hesitation. Shen Jun swiftly retrieved his phone and initiated a call to Shen Yao. The call was promptly connected. "Hello, Junke. What's up?" Shen Yao's voice resonated from the other end. "Do you know where I am at this moment?" Shen Jun casually inquired. "Of course I do. The news has spread throughout the Shen family, saying that granduncle has gifted you the branch office in Modu as compensation. This treatment is enough to drive us all mad with envy. It's an entire branch office." Shen Yao exclaimed loudly. "Would you be interested in taking a position here in Modu?" Shen Jun tempted him. "Huh? You want me to work in Modu?" Shen Yao replied, astonished. "Junge, you must be joking. What could I possibly do?" Shen Jun. "Damn, this kid isn't foolish. He possesses a fair amount of self-awareness. Yet, at this moment, he truly requires this fellow to bolster his presence. After all, status and identity cannot be matched by mere intelligence. What kind of talk is that? Am I really joking with you? Shen Jun said earnestly. As for what you could do, there is plenty. I have a myriad of tasks suited for you. How about this? Come over, and I'll appoint you as the vice president of Moda Tianyun Group. Is that position agreeable? Wait, what? Shen Yao was utterly flabbergasted. He never anticipated that Shen Jun would utter such words. The vice president of Moda Tianyun Group? Is that a role he could actually fill? It felt like a dream. No, it wasn't even the sort of dream one would have. Jun Ge, you're not joking, are you? Shen Yao's voice trembled slightly as he asked. Am I truly able to become the vice president of the branch office? A faint smile curved Shen Jun's lips. Evidently, this fellow was quite concerned about his reputation, and the significance of the position was of utmost importance to him. Coughing lightly to clear his throat, Shen Jun continued to entice him. Xiao Yao. Do not burden yourself with psychological constraints. Who am I? I am the principal head of Moda Tianyun Group. If I say you can do it, then you can. Who dares to refute me? I shall dismiss them on the spot. So what do you say? Would you like to come and assume this vice president role? Well, Shen Yao was suddenly engulfed in turmoil. He desired to accept yet feared being deceived by Shen Jun, for they were not particularly close. Yet, it was the vice president position. After much hesitation, Shen Yao finally whispered, Jungu, what is the salary for the vice president position? Shen Jun. That single question nearly choked him. He genuinely hadn't expected this fellow to ask such a thing. Truly, it left one speechless. After a prolonged silence, Shen Jun curiously inquired, what is the matter? Are you short on funds? Jungu, don't jest. Who isn't short on money? Shen Yao mumbled. My funds are barely sufficient, and my parents seldom provide me with money, insisting that if I wish to spend, I must earn it myself. If I have no money, I should refrain from spending. And what is your current salary? Shen Jun pressed further. Very little. They only pay me 50,000 a month, Shen Yu complained. Shen Jun. To be honest, he believed that amount was already quite generous. Given Shen Yao's foolishness, even 10,000 would be generous. He is merely a scion of a prominent family. Is this all he receives? This salary hardly befits his status, Shen Jun remarked, albeit with insincerity. Indeed. Shen Yao continued to lament. My elder brother is exceedingly stingy, claiming that my job is so simplistic that even a pig could perform it. He insists that 5,000 yuan is already a considerable sum and threatens that if I find it insufficient, I should simply quit. It infuriates me. Were it not for my parents withholding funds, I would truly consider returning home to do nothing. Your elder brother is not mistaken. Your job is indeed something even a pig could accomplish. However, such thoughts should remain unspoken. How about this? If you come to serve as the vice general manager, I shall provide you with 50,000 a month. How does that sound? Shen Jun stated in a calm manner. What? 50,000? Jungu, you can't be deceiving me. Can you? Is it truly 50,000? For a month's salary? Shen Yao exclaimed, his voice cracking with astonishment. Naturally. The branch office in the magical city possesses wealth beyond measure. 50,000 is but a trifling amount. If you perform well, next year I will elevate your salary to 100,000 a month. Shen Jun intensified his enticement. I'm in. I'm going right now. Very well. Once you arrive, I shall send someone to greet you at the airport. Tonight, I will host a welcome dinner. Excellent. Jungu, wait for me. I shall book my flight immediately. Shen Yao exclaimed eagerly. Yes, I shall await your arrival. With that, Shen Jun hung up the phone. After putting away his mobile device, he turned his gaze towards Su Hong, who had been standing across from his desk the entire time. You must have overheard the call. Indeed, I did, Su Hong replied, nodding promptly. This individual, Shen Yao, is my cousin, a rather dim-witted yet prideful man, whose connections surpass even those of General Meng. You understand my implication, do you not? Shen Jun inquired softly. I comprehend, Su Hong replied, suppressing his amusement as he nodded gravely. Shen Jun's meaning was abundantly clear. He was no fool. Such a well-connected and easily manipulated young master was precisely what he required. It is merely a matter of face. He shall certainly be afforded the respect he deserves. Then let it be so. Should any issues arise within the company, allow him to resolve them. 50,000 a month must not be given without purpose. Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. Understood, Su Hong replied, promptly exiting the office. With this matter settled, Shen Jun began to ponder the events of the evening ahead. He hesitated, contemplating whether to visit the trendy bar tonight. Given the domestic security situation, He harbored no concerns about encountering danger, for without firearms, Yubin and his companions would certainly ensure his safety. However, what was the system's incessant insistence on involving him in drug-related incidents? Was it merely a noble endeavor? Shen Jun found this notion somewhat implausible. Based on the system's previous behavior, its foresight was unlikely to be so straightforward. After much contemplation, Shen Jun remained perplexed, primarily due to the scant relevant information available, to the point of its near absence. Ultimately, he resolved to investigate personally, but prior safety measures were necessary. Although gun control in the country is exceedingly stringent, one must remain vigilant when dealing with an individual capable of presenting a commodity valued at 20 million. After summoning Yubin to his office, Shen Jun inquired, "Are you able to procure handguns or similar firearms?" Indeed, Yubin promptly affirmed. "Very well. Bring your handguns with you this evening. We are headed to a certain location." Shen Jun felt a sense of relief. "Understood." Yubin continued, "Young Master Jun, how perilous is the destination? Should I enlist additional assistance as a precaution?" "No need. It is merely a precautionary measure," Shen Jun gestured dismissively. "Understood." Chapter 89. Arrival at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Brother, Jun Ge, I have come to seek refuge in the Magic City. Just as Shen Jun sat in his chair, lost in thought, the office door was suddenly flung open, and he looked up to find Shun Yao dashing in with remarkable speed. Su Hong and Xiao Han followed closely behind him, their faces expressing a mix of disbelief and exasperation. With a touch of exasperation, Shen Jun rubbed his temples and waved his hand at Su Hong and Xiao Han as they departed. Once they had left, he turned to Shun Yao and teased, "Are you so eager to become the vice president? Isn't that obvious?" Shen Yao rolled his eyes and muttered, "If it weren't for this vice president position, who would bother coming to the Magic City? Is Kyoto not entertaining? You have no idea how well I am regarded in Kyoto." "All right then," Shen Jun chuckled. "You can go and complete your onboarding with Su Hong now and collect your vice president badge. No rush, no rush." In response to Shen Jun's astonished gaze, Shen Yao grinned mischievously. "Jun Ge, can a vice president have a secretary as well?" Shen Jun replied, "Goodness, this kid's ambitions are quite audacious. He arrives and already contemplates such frivolities, truly a fool." Nevertheless, Shen Jun did not reject the boy's mischievous intentions. After all, it was merely a secretary. Nodding at Shen Yao, he added with a smile, "Sure, you may choose your secretary, but one thing, no inappropriate conduct within the company." Shen Yao's face flushed crimson, and he weakly protested. "Jun Ge, how could you think of me that way? I am not that kind of person." "Indeed, you are not that kind of person," Shen Jun replied dryly. "But I am merely giving you a precautionary warning to avoid future troubles." "Understood, understood. I will definitely behave." Shen Yao quickly nodded in agreement. After discussing this matter, Shen Jun casually inquired, "Do you wish to know why I brought you here as vice president?" "Not at all." Shen Yao vigorously shook his head. "Shen Jun, this kid certainly does not follow the script," leaving Shen Jun momentarily at a loss for words. "This fellow is truly infuriating. Come here, come." Shen Jun rolled his eyes and beckoned him closer. "Not going. You surely have ulterior motives." As he spoke, Shen Yao took a few steps back. "Shen Jun, goodness, this kid is not foolish at all." Observing Shen Yao's cheeky demeanor, Shen Jun spoke with a hint of annoyance. "Since you are unaware of why you were summoned, let me enlighten you. Please, Jun Ge, spare me. Let us not complicate our brotherly relationship with trivial matters. How about you consider this vice president position, along with that monthly sum of 500,000, as a gift from brother to brother?" Before Shen Jun could finish his sentence, Shen Yao interrupted with a woeful expression. "Shen Jun, truly astonishing. This fellow is not only not foolish, but has also become cleverer. Do you think that is possible?" Shen Jun raised an eyebrow and counter-questioned. Sighing deeply, Shen Yao hung his head in defeat. "I knew you had ulterior motives. Since you know, why did you come here?" Shen Jun jested. "Humph." Shen Yao responded with a raised middle finger, retorting, "Isn't it because the conditions you offered were too enticing? Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Thus, if you cannot resist temptation, you must be prepared to pay the price," Shen Jun teased. "But rest assured, I would not lead you astray. The position is genuinely that of a deputy general manager, with a salary paid monthly. All you need to do is assist Su Hong with some minor troubles within the company, which should be quite simple for you." "What troubles?" Shen Yao inquired with curiosity. "Are you saying, Brother Jun, that you cannot resolve those issues? What are you thinking?" Shen Jun shot him a glare, then clarified. "It's related to some investment matters within the company. Your task is to either eliminate or drive away the competitors." "Huh?" Shen Yao exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this a trivial matter that you could easily handle yourself? I came here to be a boss, not a laborer. If every little task falls on my shoulders, what kind of boss would I be? Shen Jun reprimanded him with irritation. Well, that's true, Shen Yao nodded in understanding. Then I shall take care of it. Who dares to compete with us for investment projects? I will make them regret it. Shen Jun, this is quite audacious, but I like it. Moreover, I have no doubt that Shen Yao can accomplish this, despite his foolish demeanor and lack of seriousness. The mere fact that he belonged to the Shen family and was a direct descendant of the third branch was sufficient. By the way, do you know the background of Meng Zhangyu? Shen Jun asked quietly. Of course, he is the one you dismissed, Shen Yao nodded. He is related to my maternal uncle, making him my elder brother's cousin. Shen Jun. What? Has he been causing you trouble? Noticing Shen Jun's expression of disbelief, Shen Yao asked curiously. Uncertain. Shen Jun shook his head. Let him cause trouble if he wishes. Leave the rest to me. If I can't handle my elder brother, how could I possibly be intimidated by him? Shen Yao waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. Aren't you worried your elder brother will come after you? Shen Jun chuckled. Worry about what? Shen Yao scoffed. My elder brother's surname is Shen. His name is Shun Hao, and he is of the Shen family. I might fear him because of bloodline pressure, but what is Meng Zhangyu in comparison? Just because he is my elder brother's cousin. Does that mean my brother would suppress me? If he dares to, I will simply seek the old man to intervene. Shen Jun, truth be told, I underestimated this guy's audacity. Yet, it was understandable. Despite his foolishness, he was still a member of the Shen family, and he had at least experienced the most basic resources afforded to them. Under the nurturing of those resources, he possessed fundamental qualities. Moreover, this individual had once been audacious enough to confront him directly, let alone someone like Meng Zhangyu. All right then, you can oversee the company's affairs from now on. But one thing, do not initiate trouble. You are free to handle those who provoke us, and if you cannot resolve an issue, come to me. I shall support you. Shen Jun instilled a modicum of confidence in Shen Yao. Understood. Brother Jun, await my good news. Shen Yao exclaimed with a broad grin. Very well, proceed with your onboarding. As for the secretary, you may select alongside Su Hong. Choose whomever you desire, but ensure you obtain their consent. I shall not interfere in these matters. Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. All right then, Brother Jun, I shall take my leave. You keep busy, and without waiting for Shen Jun's response, Shen Yao swiftly dashed out of the office. Chapter 90, the trendy bar at 10 o'clock in the evening, the vibrant nightlife of the bustling metropolis. Renowned as the city that never sleeps, can only be described as a kaleidoscope of dazzling lights and intoxicating revelry. Although the trendy bar is situated on the outskirts of this urban wonderland, the bustling atmosphere at its entrance rivals that of the bars in the city center. Observing the luxury cars parked in the bar's lot, Shen Jun marvels at the sheer number of affluent individuals in this city. Here, one encounters an abundance of Mercedes-Benz's and BMWs, along with several Porsches and Bentleys, not to mention a few supercars. However, Shen Jun opted for a more understated approach to his arrival, foregoing the grand entrance of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. He, along with Yu Bin and the others, had changed into casual attire, blending in as ordinary patrons seeking enjoyment. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the bar, comprising both men and women, including a diverse mix of foreigners, all exhibiting an eagerness to unleash their pent-up energy. Shen Jun paid little attention to those loitering outside, for he knew they were not the individuals he sought. Just as Shen Jun and his companions arrived, a young man in a crisp white shirt hurried towards them from the bar's entrance. Good evening, are you Mr. Shen? He inquired politely upon reaching them. Stepping forward with a smile, Shen Jun replied, Indeed, I am. You must be the Xiaosong from WeChat? Yes, I am Xiaosong. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Shen, the young man responded, his face radiating enthusiasm. Although Shen Jun's group had walked to the venue, Xiaosong, embodying the essence of bar marketing, understood the importance of treating all customers equally, irrespective of their means of arrival, a true mark of professionalism. With confirmation of his identity, Shen Jun took out his phone and stated, I want to inquire about the minimum spending for your bar's VIP area. I'll transfer you 20,000 yuan. Please provide whatever experience that amount can afford. My sole purpose for visiting tonight is to immerse myself in the bar's atmosphere. Nothing more, understood? Absolutely understood. Xiaosong nodded eagerly, suppressing his excitement. As a marketer, he relished such generous patrons. Do not underestimate a 2,000 yuan expenditure at a bar. In reality, such a sum is considered substantial, if not extravagant. The viral videos online showcasing lavish spending in the hundreds of thousands are indeed rare exceptions. Most people have simply never encountered such opulence firsthand. Mr. Shen, please come in, Xiaosong gestured, leading the way as Yubin took the lead, and the group stepped into the bar's interior. Outside, a large queue of customers awaited their turn, yet they bore no ill will towards Shen Jun and his companions, who were granted immediate entry. As seasoned bargoers, they understood the privileges that come with such esteemed clientele, privileges purchased with hard cash. Unable to afford such luxuries themselves, they could only compensate with their time and perhaps envy the wealth and freedom of those who could indulge without hesitation, pondering when they too might attain such affluence. Upon traversing the corridor, I arrived at the main venue, where the resounding music reverberated, sending shivers down Shen Jun's spine. The kaleidoscopic lights flickered in harmony with the rhythm, and the air was thick with a melange of perfume, smoke, and spirits. The dance floor was alive with couples swaying to the pulsating beats, drawing Shen Jun's emotions into the vibrant atmosphere. Fortunately, having frequented bars before, he quickly composed himself and followed Xiaosong to the reserved booth. Mr. Shen, please hold on. The fruit platter, snacks, and drinks will be arranged shortly, Xiaosong called out, bending slightly. Shen Jun merely waved his hand in response, prompting Xiaosong to retreat and hastily attend to the arrangements. Seizing the moment, Shen Jun turned to observe the interior of the bar. Despite the strobing lights above, he could discern the activities of various patrons, couples embracing intimately, while others ventured beneath clothing in the throes of passion. Indeed, an array of characters filled the space. Unbeknownst to Shen Jun, as he scrutinized those around him, he too was the subject of observation. Booth number 10. Captain Wang, look. The young man at booth number 8 was at the Fog City bus station on May 14th. I distinctly remember him from the surveillance footage. A young man clad in a black shirt remarked to a middle-aged man. Are you certain? The middle-aged man, referred to as Captain Wang, inquired with wide eyes. Absolutely certain. His features are too distinctive, the young man affirmed with a vigorous nod. Upon hearing this, Captain Wang turned his gaze toward Shen Jun and instantly comprehended why the young man had remarked on his recognizable visage. Strikingly handsome, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Such a presence would undoubtedly capture public attention. Yet, his appearance here raised questions. Captain Wang, I find it hard to believe that one person could appear at two unrelated events, the young man pressed anxiously. Shall we apprehend him now? No. Capturing a thief requires seizing them in the act. We must wait until the transaction occurs. Captain Wang gently shook his head. Patience is key. According to Zhou Jun's testimony, they will undoubtedly conduct a transaction today. Once that happens, they cannot escape. Understood, the young man nodded, refraining from further comment. After a prolonged observation, Shen Jun failed to discern anything noteworthy. The bar's chaotic ambience and the multitude of suspicious individuals made it nearly impossible to glean any insights. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Xiaosong reappeared, accompanied by several waitstaff carrying various items. Sir, shall I place your drinks, fruit platter, and snacks on the table? Yes, please set them down, Shen Jun replied with a nod. Very well, Xiaosong promptly instructed the waitstaff. Place the items for the boss here. As his words faded, several waitstaff promptly began arranging fruit platters and snacks upon the table. Once the food and beverages were meticulously set, the servers simultaneously bowed to Shen Jun in greeting before gracefully exiting the booth one by one. At that moment, Xiaosong turned to Shen Jun and said, Mr. Shen, enjoy your meal and entertainment. I shall not intrude further. Should you encounter any issues, please feel free to contact me, and I will attend to it immediately. Very well. Go ahead, Shen Jun gestured with his hand. All right, I wish you a delightful time, Mr. Shen. With that, Xiaosong turned and departed from the booth. Chapter 91. A misunderstanding. Shen Jun casually picked up a piece of fruit and began to eat, his eyes wandering over the young women dancing energetically in the dance floor. The hour was still early. He felt no rush, not in the slightest. Yubin and his companions were also indulging in snacks and fruit. Yet none of them partook in alcohol. While they appeared to be engaged in light conversation, their gazes remained fixed on the surroundings of their booth. Although it remained unclear why Shen Jun had insisted they carry firearms, the presence of weapons necessitated a heightened sense of vigilance. It was crucial to safeguard Shen Jun, and the firearms held significant importance, although, in comparison to his safety, their relevance diminished considerably. As time ticked away, reaching past 11 o'clock, Shen Jun had yet to spot any suspicious individuals. The patrons on the dance floor and those in the booths were preoccupied with hand-holding and kissing. with some crossing boundaries that should not be breached. He failed to notice anything else of importance. As for the individuals associated with the illicit substance, he understood their potential activities in the restroom or private rooms, yet he had no intention of investigating personally. His purpose for being there that evening was solely to discern why the system consistently alerted him about the illicit substance. Everything else was secondary. Should he happen upon those engaged in the trade, Yubin and his companions would undoubtedly handle it. If not, it was no grave matter, for he could always alert the authorities. Enlisting the police to deal with such scum was the most sensible course of action. Reflecting on his previous experience in the fog-laden city, he recalled how cautiously he had reported the presence of the illicit substance, fearful of being discovered as the informant. He held no fear of the police. Even if they were aware of his report, it mattered little. Shen Jun neither indulged in such dealings, nor did he lead a suspicious life. Even if the police were to track him down, what could they do? He was merely an ordinary citizen who happened to overhear certain information and reported it. There was nothing wrong with that. His true fear had stemmed from being found by those who dealt in the illicit substance. One must understand that those who dared to engage with such things were often desperate individuals. The loss of a substance worth 10 million could spell disaster if those involved discovered Shen Jun had been the informant. However, times had changed. Even if those individuals learned he had reported them, what could they do? Seek revenge? Such thoughts were merely dreams. They could not contend with Shen Jun's status and the advantages it afforded him. As the clock struck 11:20, Shen Jun's patience waned. Although the system had indicated that the illicit substance would appear at midnight, it was improbable that those coming for it would arrive precisely at that hour. They would undoubtedly scout the area beforehand. This was indisputable. Since he had failed to spot anything, he decided to leave it to the professionals. Turning to Yubin, who sat beside him, he instructed, "Go outside and report to the police that there is drug trafficking occurring within the New Wave bar." "Understood," Yubin replied promptly, rising to head outside. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Shen Jun had insisted they carry firearms. It was indeed related to drugs. When it comes to this matter, no degree of caution can be deemed excessive. However, what perplexes him is why Shen Jun would risk himself. It is evident that a mere phone call could suffice. Yet he chooses to personally involve himself in this tumultuous affair. Truly, Captain Wang, they've moved. The individuals over there have made their move. Should we apprehend them? Upon seeing Yubin leave the booth and head outside, the young man excitedly began tugging at the arm of the middle-aged man beside him. "What's the rush? Someone will be keeping an eye on him," the middle-aged man chastised, exasperated. "Moreover, did you not notice that the key figure has yet to act? Let us remain patient and observe. We shall act once he makes a move." Oh, the young man's enthusiasm waned once more. At that moment, a voice crackled through their earpieces. Captain Wang, you must be cautious of the individuals at booth 8. Our team has just discovered that those seated there seem to have firearms concealed at their waists." "What?" The young man was nearly propelled to his feet by the shock of this revelation. Fortunately, the middle-aged man quickly grasped his shoulder to steady him. As a veteran of the narcotics team, Captain Wang, though equally astonished, steadied his composure with remarkable speed and inquired, "Xiao Yun, are you certain there was no mistake?" "Absolutely. I observed alongside my colleagues from Magic City and noticed that those individuals have been consistently guarding their waists. Coupled with our target today, we concluded they are indeed carrying firearms. This complicates matters," Captain Wang sighed, massaging his temples. "In a venue as crowded and chaotic as a bar, if this group truly possesses firearms, the situation could spiral out of control. The likelihood of a gunfight is alarmingly high, and they could not bear the responsibility for any resulting casualties." After a moment of contemplation, Captain Wang spoke with conviction, "Let the colleagues from Magic City call for reinforcements. We shall relinquish this credit." "Understood." The young man, however, seemed reluctant to forfeit the credit so easily. "Do not wear that expression," Captain Wang chuckled, patting the young man's shoulder. "After all, this lead was uncovered by our team. We shall still receive our due recognition. For the sake of public safety, it is all worth it." "I understand." The young man nodded solemnly. Just as the two were about to rise and leave the booth, a voice crackled through the earpiece once again. "Captain Wang, there has been a misunderstanding. Those individuals are not our targets. Rather, they are." "And they are what?" "Xiao Yun, do not stutter at this juncture." The young man pressed urgently. "What is going on, Xiao Yun?" Captain Wang could not help but interject. "Just moments ago, the police in Magic City received a report indicating that there was drug trafficking occurring at the new Trend Bar. The caller claimed to be from GA and provided information regarding their contact and verification evidence. The caller stated that they were assigned to protect a significant individual who is currently seated at booth 8 in the new trend bar. Furthermore, they emphasized that we should ensure the safety of this important figure during our raid. Moreover, the counterpart clarified that they were armed. The police in the Magic City were aware of our ambush at the New Wave Bar and thus cautioned us to avoid harming that significant figure. After organizing her thoughts, Xiaowen promptly conveyed the latest information to the two individuals at the fastest pace. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's explanation, both of them exhaled simultaneously in relief. Although they were unaware of Shen Jun's identity, it no longer mattered. A prominent figure under the protection of GA personnel was beyond their reach. As long as these armed individuals were on their side, they would face far fewer constraints. Chapter 92. It's so filthy. Captain Wang, do we still need to leave? The young man inquired with a hint of excitement. No, but we must remain vigilant regarding Booth 8. Ensure that the target does not collide with it. You know how those GA individuals operate. They disregard evidence and will resort to gunfire at the slightest hint of danger. The target must not perish, or we will lose the trail, Captain Wang cautioned. Understood. Mr. Shen, the police have been notified. However, I received word that they are already aware of the drug dealings at the new trend bar, and officers have infiltrated the premises, poised to apprehend the culprits. Should we withdraw? Yubin approached and lowered his head to speak to Shen Jun. Shen Jun was taken aback by Yubin's words. What do you mean? The police are already aware of tonight's drug transactions at this bar, and they have infiltrated it? How absurd. How had he missed this? How did they know about the drug activity at New Trend Bar? The local police in Mist City were oblivious last time. Could it be that the Mist City police captured someone based on the information he previously provided, leading them here? Shen Jun sensed that the system was once again hinting at the issue regarding the rock candy. Was this a remedial measure? Had he not heeded Luo Luqing's warnings? The system would have undoubtedly used that 5 kilograms of rock candy to orchestrate his demise, thus ensuring his entry into the Shen family. Upon realizing this, Shen Jun inwardly berated the system for its ruthlessness. It was indeed outrageous that one could not gain entry into the Shen family without risking their life. But this was excessive. Fortunately, Shen Jun had begun to discern some rules of the system. Otherwise, looking around, now mentally prepared, he immediately noticed something amiss. 2 large men at booth 10 were scanning the surroundings, and the situation felt increasingly suspicious. Why hadn't he considered the oddity of booth 10 earlier? 2 men of vastly different ages congregating in a bar, yet neither seeking companionship nor indulging in drink. This was undeniably peculiar. Yet, it was not entirely his fault for overlooking them. Turning his gaze again, he observed several men passionately kissing in the center of the dance floor. In modern society, such displays had become rather commonplace. He had initially assumed the 2 men were simply engaging in the same behavior. After all, one was older while the other was younger. Was that not indicative? Cough. No, he must not think this way. It was too unsavory. Alas, he had once again been led astray. From now on, he resolved never to return to such sordid places, as his moral compass had been skewed. At this moment, Shen Jun found himself considering that perhaps a straightforward path was not so problematic after all. How ridiculous. With a resigned sigh, Shen Jun rose and declared, "Let us depart." Certainly. Yubin and several others immediately approached Shen Jun and began escorting him outside. Just as the group reached the main exit, a young man dressed in a white shirt, with a black messenger bag slung over his shoulder, suddenly entered and collided with Yubin. The situation escalated as the young man unexpectedly came into contact with a significant figure at booth number 8. As the young man reached the entrance, both he and Captain Wang noticed him. They had been fixated on Shen Jun and were hoping that he would leave without incident. They could hardly anticipate the sudden appearance of their target or the ensuing collision. Captain Wang, should we take action? The young man asked nervously. Captain Wang, equally startled, felt a chill of sweat run down his back. While apprehending the criminal was crucial, ensuring Shen Jun's safety was paramount. If anything were to happen to him, the consequences would be dire. Some matters cannot simply be brushed aside with merit. Just as Captain Wang was about to issue a command, an unexpected event transpired. At the moment of impact, the young man's black messenger bag swung and struck Yubin's back. Hearing the sound of the bag colliding with Yubin's body, Shen Jun immediately deduced that this individual might indeed be the one he was searching for. The timing was too coincidental. He could hardly believe in such serendipity. However, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he decided to let the young man be, especially since the police were already lying in wait at the bar, intent on catching thieves in the act. Yet, what transpired next caught him off guard. Before he could warn Yubin and the others, Yubin and another bodyguard swiftly subdued the young man, pinning him to the ground. The youth was taken aback. He never imagined that a mere brush against the other party would lead to such a swift takedown. Was he exposed? At that moment, Shen Jun sensed impending trouble. Indeed, events unfolded just as he feared. After Yubin and another bodyguard restrained the young man, the bar's booming sound system was abruptly silenced. Moments later, several authoritative voices echoed in the air. Police, don't move. Everyone stay right where you are. Stand still. As confusion spread among the young men and women present, a group of about 10 loudly instructed them to remain motionless. Upon realizing that it was the police conducting a raid, the crowd quickly relaxed. After all, they had nothing to fear if they had done nothing wrong. The group of officers swiftly took control of the scene. And before the patrons could fully comprehend what had just transpired, a heavily armed tactical unit burst through the main entrance. These officers immediately surrounded Shen Jun and his companions. But make no mistake, they were not there to arrest him, but rather to ensure his safety. The remaining special police officers rushed towards the private booth of the bar with utmost speed, intent on subduing all patrons within. During this operation, no unforeseen incidents occurred. The few youths who had initially intended to confront the police instantly recognized the futility of their intentions and stood frozen in place upon witnessing the fully armed special forces enter. As citizens, they were acutely aware of whom they could provoke and whom they could not within their homeland. While regular police might engage in dialogue, the special forces operated under a different mandate. Any movement would lead to severe consequences. With a deep sigh, Shen Jun found himself at a loss for words. He understood the intentions of Yubin and his companions. Although he wished to let the individual go, they dared not take that risk. Their sole responsibility was to ensure Shen Jun's safety, and for that reason, they could not permit even the slightest deviation from control. The person they had subdued on the ground was precisely that uncontrollable element. Shen Jun could conceive of the implications, and they could too. Appearing in the bar at this moment with a black satchel was no mere coincidence. Better to apprehend the wrong person than to let a potential threat slip away. Chapter 93. Zhang Zhongwei cast a glance at the youth firmly pinned to the ground, then bent down to retrieve his satchel. Surprisingly heavy, he mused. Yet he was certain that its weight did not exceed 10 kilograms. As he unzipped the bag, a series of white, block-like substances came into view. It was confirmed. This individual was indeed the target of Shen Jun's visit today. However, the presence or absence of this person had become inconsequential to him. While Shen Jun examined the satchel, several middle-aged men clad in police uniforms briskly approached from the entrance of the main venue. The foremost man, issuing commands as he walked, instructed, "Detain everyone and escort them back to the precinct for questioning and inspection. No one is to be released." Upon noticing their approach, Shen Jun handed the satchel to a nearby special police officer and stepped forward to greet them. "Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Zhang Zhongwei, Deputy Director of the Anti-Drug Bureau of Modu," the leading man said, extending his hand with a smile and introduction. "Greetings, Director Zhang. I am Shen Jun," he replied, shaking hands and reciprocating the introduction. "You must be related to Shen Mu." Zhang Zhongwei's sentence trailed off. Yet Shen Jun understood the implication. He was probing into his background. Although curious about what Yubin had conveyed to elicit such courtesy, Shen Jun had no intention of concealing his identity. Only a fool would masquerade in such a manner. With a subtle smile, Shen Jun replied, "Shen Mu is my cousin. His father is my second uncle." A sharp intake of breath escaped even the composed Zhang Zhongwei, who was momentarily taken aback in front of everyone. After all, he was a subject under significant protection by the GA. This was akin to an undercover visit. Zhang Zhongwei straightened his posture and quietly asked Shen Jun, "Mr. Shen, do you have any intentions for being here?" Shen Jun thought, how subtly he speaks. Was he implying that if he indeed had intentions, the unfortunate soul beneath him could be handed over? With a bemused shake of his head, Shen Jun clarified, "I have no intentions. Feel free to handle these individuals as you see fit. I merely came to observe the happenings today, nothing more." "I understand," Zhang Zhongwei nodded gravely. "Would you care to accompany us to observe the situation inside? Is that appropriate?" Shen Jun felt a flicker of interest. "Why not? Please, Mr. Shen." Zhang Zhongwei gestured invitingly toward the bar's interior. Without hesitation, Shen Jun accepted the invitation, unperturbed about his personal safety. With so many officers present, should anything occur, they would all be accountable. The youth was led forward by 2 special police officers, with Shen Jun and the others following closely behind. As they arrived at the center of the dance floor, Team Leader Wang and the youth, accompanied by several others, approached. At this moment, Apart from the patrons in the private booths, all other guests had been escorted out of the bar. Director Zhang, this is. Team leader Wang appeared to nod at Shen Jun as if meeting him for the first time. Hearing team leader Wang's inquiry, Zhang Zhuwei smiled and said, "This is Mr. Shen." He then gestured towards Wang and explained to Shen Jun, "This is team leader Wang Yong of the anti-drug unit in Wudu. The information leading us to the new trend bar for drug transactions was provided by him." Shen Jun nodded at Wang Yong, confirming his suspicions that this drug case was indeed linked to the incident in Wudu. The system was indeed assisting him in filling the gaps in his knowledge. In truth, given Shen Jun's current status, such matters no longer posed a threat to him. However, the system seemed to exhibit a compulsive need to ensure he was fully informed. Yet, he was puzzled as to why the anti-drug officers from Wudu were enmoted to investigate. Was it a case of special circumstances requiring special treatment? Before Wang Yong could speak again, Zhang Zhuwei exchanged a knowing glance with him. Wang Yong immediately understood the unspoken message and stepped forward to address the young man being restrained by the SWAT officers, asking, "Tell me, which booth was your transaction in today? What was the name of the person you met?" The young man merely scoffed and ignored his question. Observing this, Wang Yong did not lose his temper. After years of working as an anti-drug officer, he had encountered many individuals like this. Those who were obstinate and unyielding rarely yielded useful information through mere questioning. Yet, in front of so many witnesses, he could not resort to force and had to persist in his inquiries. He looked at the young man and said, "You have methamphetamine in your backpack, don't you? According to our laws, the quantity of drugs you possess warrants a death sentence 100 times over. If you cooperate and disclose the identity of your accomplice, you may have a chance to redeem yourself. However, should we find those individuals, the only fate awaiting you will be execution." "I don't know anything. I know nothing," the young man retorted dismissively. Zhang Zhenwei frowned at this defiance. "You ought to understand the measures we employ against your kind." Wang Yong threatened with a grim expression. "TCH," the young man sneered, looking at Wang Yong with disdain. "Is this your first day on the job? Do you really think I would talk knowing I'm doomed? Huh? Are you waiting until the grave before you shed tears?" Wang Yong responded, infuriated yet forced to laugh. "Say whatever you want. Death is death. What is there to fear?" The young man boasted arrogantly. This provocation nearly drove Wang Yong to strike him, but he restrained himself, aware that there were too many influential figures present to disregard decorum. Just as Wang Yong was about to continue his interrogation, Shen Jun, visibly exasperated, interjected, "I must ask, Team Leader Wang, is this how you treat drug offenders? Is it merely questioning without any action?" Zhang Zhuwei, Wang Yong, others. What on earth? Is this young master a fool? If it weren't for your presence, do you think they would dare to hold back? Shut off the recording device and beat down their arrogance with 3 swift strikes. However, they cannot act now. It is truly exasperating. Wang Yong rubbed his temples with resignation and said, "Mr. Shun, our country's laws expressly prohibit the use of extrajudicial measures. Even if one wishes to employ unconventional tactics, they must be conducted within the confines of an interrogation room. Indeed, our nation is a society governed by the rule of law, and we must act in accordance with it," Zhang Zhuwei affirmed with utmost righteousness. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is one of the reasons why Shen Jun believes he cannot pursue a political career. Listening to such grandiloquent statements is genuinely discomforting. Yet, those in their profession are compelled to utter such phrases. Even if one refrains from doing so, others will inevitably use them against you. Although Shen Jun felt that this matter was no longer his concern, having reached this final juncture, he decided to provide the system with a flawless response. With that thought, he turned directly to Yu Bin and said, "Give him a few shots, but do not overdo it. Just incapacitate his limbs." The youth, Zhang Zhenwei, Wang Yong, others. Is it really to be done so recklessly? Chapter 94. A reluctant surrender. Yu Bin was unconcerned with the legality of firing a weapon. His sole duty was to obey commands. Upon hearing Shen Jun's orders, he swiftly drew his pistol, but was immediately halted by Zhang Zhuwei, who urgently interjected, Mr. Shen, it is not yet necessary. Our nation does not condone extrajudicial actions." In response, Shen Jun pointed at the young man with a bemused expression and retorted, "What do you mean by extrajudicial actions? Is it not the case that during the apprehension of this individual, he violently resisted, leading us to inflict harm only out of necessity?" Everyone present was taken aback. How could such words be uttered? Did he truly perceive them all as blind and dim-witted? Zhang Zhenwei was left utterly stunned. What was going on with the Shen family? Had elite education produced such a brazen fool? To make such statements in front of so many was not even a jest. The rationale was utterly indefensible. Yet, considering Shen Jun's background, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over Zhang. Unlike others, he was well aware of the Shen family's formidable power. With their support, even if Shen Jun were to kill the drug dealer in plain sight, he would face no repercussions. After all, drug offenders had no human rights. Mr. Shen, given the multitude of witnesses, perhaps we should proceed quietly? Zhang Zhuwei suggested in a hushed tone. Wang Yong, the young man? Others? Hey, Zhang Director, did you just speak that as if it were mere nonsense? Is there truly such a lack of principle? However, the crowd discerned from Zhang Zhenwei's shift in demeanor that Shen Jun's connections likely extended far beyond mere influence, perhaps even to the highest echelons. Otherwise, he would not have made such statements before all present. Should this be used against him, Zhang's career would be over. Yet, he had still spoken out, not only placing his own vulnerabilities in Shen Jun's hands, but also indicating that Shen Jun possessed the strength to protect Zhang. Even a fool could surmise this. It is unnecessary, Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. He was neither foolish nor seeking to appear grandiose. He merely wished to rectify the pitfalls created by the system. He could not afford to be associated with these drug offenders, and he was willing to pay a small price to ensure that. The two instances where he had been privy to the drug transactions details were inexplicable. Since he could not clarify them, he would resort to forceful measures. He needed to take decisive action. After dismissing Zhang Zhenwei's attempts to speak further, Shen Jun seized the handgun from Yu Bin and aimed it at the young man, who was being restrained by two special police officers. In the midst of the stunned silence, the young man shouted desperately, "Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I'll tell you everything. The person I was dealing with is in box 6, and I have an accomplice waiting for me in the bar's restroom. His name is Su Xindo, and there's also a package of methamphetamine hidden in the vent of the restroom." Shen Jun. Others? My goodness, is he truly that informative? Wang Yong and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the youth's words. They had not anticipated that this individual before them would be so utterly deficient. It seemed that his previous bravado was merely a fade, one that belied his fearlessness towards them. The nation's robust legal system had evidently been thoroughly comprehended by these unscrupulous individuals. The youth paid no heed to their bewildered expressions. He had discerned that this person had an origin so grand it reached the heavens, and moreover, he was an impetuous youth who appeared to harbor a deep-seated vendetta against drug trafficking. He was certain that if he remained silent, the other party would not hesitate to resort to gunfire. He was unafraid of death, for once apprehended, capital punishment was inevitable. However, he dreaded the prospect of suffering. Being shot in the limbs? Who could endure such torment? Furthermore, according to domestic law, even if he were captured, he would not be immediately sentenced to death. Rather, he would first be detained, then tried, and only afterward would a death sentence be pronounced. Even then, execution would not be immediate, but would occur after a designated period. Thus, if he were to be injured in his limbs at this moment, he would endure prolonged agony. Since death was unavoidable, why subject oneself to such excruciating pain? One must look out for oneself in this world. Why are we still waiting? Hurry and bring him to me, Zhang Zhenwei bellowed, observing that Wang Yong and his companions were still in a stupor. Yes, Wang Yong and the others quickly regained their composure, hastening towards the private room with several special police officers in tow. Witnessing this scene, Shen Jun, somewhat disappointed, returned the handgun to Yu Bin. He had initially wished to experience the sensation of firing a gun, yet it seemed this worthless individual had backed down. Upon seeing Yu Bin secure the handgun back at his waist, both the youth and Zhang Zhenwei breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no gunfire had erupted. Otherwise, the ensuing tasks would have become exceedingly troublesome. Shen Jun could afford to act recklessly, as he had powerful connections, but Zhang Zhuwei could not. If a shot had been fired, the subsequent reports would have been a nightmare for him. Well, since there is no excitement left to witness, I shall not interrupt Director Zhang's work any longer. I will take my leave. Although he had not resorted to drastic measures, Shen Jun felt his objectives had been accomplished and thus had no desire to linger further. Very well, allow me to escort Mr. Shen. Zhang Zhenwei promptly extended his hand, inviting him to lead the way. He was eager for Shen Jun to vanish from his sight. Encountering such a privileged scion of a prominent family was exceedingly tedious. Shen Jun did not hesitate and walked straight out of the bar. After seeing Shen Jun off, Wang Yong dashed outside. Zhang, Director, he began. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had misspoken. He swiftly corrected himself. Director Zhang, what exactly is this person's background? Zhang Zhenwei shot Wang Yong a glance and retorted irritably. Think before you speak next time. This is work time. Understood, Wang Yong replied sheepishly. I encountered this Mr. Shen in the Misty City, and he was present at the crime scene, which is why I was somewhat anxious. Misty City? Zhang Zhuwei furrowed his brow in response. Are you certain this Mr. Shen has been seen in the Misty City? Absolutely, his appearance is too distinctive, Wang Yong affirmed with a firm nod. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zhongwei slowly spoke. Very well, if he has appeared, then so be it. His whereabouts are of no concern to us, and you should refrain from investigating his background, as it is beyond your purview. Wang Yong hesitated, but he has appeared at the crime scene twice. Doesn't that suggest? Do not question further. Given Mr. Shen's background, even if this matter is indeed connected to him, we are powerless to act. Rather than inviting trouble, it is wiser to remain oblivious. The perpetrator has already been apprehended, and we have secured our accolades. There is no need to delve deeper, Zhang Zhongwei admonished sternly. I understand, came the reply. Chapter 95, is at the end? Monday dawned with the sun casting its warm glow upon the earth, heralding a splendid day that began with work and the responsibilities of being a boss. Hey, June, what is going on? How did you bring Ding Chudong into the company? You can't be unaware, can you? That person is a significant troublemaker. As soon as he entered the office, Shen Yao abruptly appeared, his words shattering Shen Jun's delightful mood. Shen Jun shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, What do you mean by significant trouble? Do I need to consult you on whom I choose to employ? No, that's not what I meant. Shen Yao scratched his head, attempting to clarify. The main issue is that Ding Chudong has breached the rules. He has earned money he shouldn't have. If you hire him, it will be difficult to explain to the village chief. Explain? What is there to explain? Shen Jun scoffed. I don't need to justify my hiring choices to anyone. As long as he can generate profit for me, that's all that matters. However, Shen Yao's expression was filled with concern. Earlier today, a friend called me, saying the village chief wants me to dismiss Ding Qingdong, or else what? Shen Jun inquired coldly. Well, Shen Yao hesitated, clearly reluctant to speak. Speak. Oh. Shen Yao quickly responded. They said if you don't terminate Ding Qingdong, they want to hold back, and they even mentioned several of our company's previous violations. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Yao and chastised. What are you doing as the vice president? They think they can threaten us just because they say so? If they dare to threaten us, why don't you threaten them back? If we can't handle it, just make some calls for support. Shen Yao was taken aback, realizing how challenging the vice president role could be. He hadn't anticipated such difficulties, especially to be reprimanded right at the start of the day. Who could he turn to for justice? Moreover, June, that's the village chief we're talking about. Shen Yao said, exasperated. Our influence and voice in business are limited, and matters of that level are usually resolved on your end. Shen Jun, observing Shen Yao's innocent expression, felt speechless. This guy could be astute at times, but utterly foolish at others. With a long sigh, Shen Jun asked helplessly, Did you inform them that I was the one who brought Ding Qingdong in? No. At the time, my friend only told me to dismiss Ding Qingdong. I only learned he was recruited by you after I arrived at the company, Shen Yao explained, shaking his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yao suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, his face falling as he lamented, June, I was wrong. Please don't scold me. I'll call back immediately. Before Shen Jun could respond, Shen Yao dashed away, fearing late repercussions. He now understood that issues involving that realm were typically resolved by those in power. And who was Shen Jun? He was indeed one of those influential figures. With Shen Jun's backing, what was there to fear? Yet, he still foolishly approached Shen Jun about the matter. Who else would be reprimanded if not him? Observing Shen Yao's retreating figure, Shen Jun felt a profound sense of helplessness. This fellow truly exhibited an astonishing level of foolishness, rendering him speechless. However, one could understand that if Shen Yao were not so naive, he would not have consented to take on a position here. Indeed, in this world, there are no perfect solutions. Upon entering the office, Chiohan promptly placed a cup of steaming tea before him. Shen Jun casually instructed, Summon Ding Chudong for me. Understood, Mr. Shen, Chiohan replied with a slight bow, revealing a glimpse of her porcelain complexion, before turning to fetch the individual. Shen Jun mused to himself, this secretary seems to be rather eager. Mr. Shen. Ding Qingdong greeted as he entered the room. Have a seat, Shen Jun gestured with a nod. Ding Chudong, not one to stand on ceremony, immediately took a seat directly across from Shen Jun. The funds have been transferred to the account, correct? Shen Jun inquired casually. Yes, they have arrived, $13 billion in total. Ding Qingdong affirmed with a nod. What is the value of your frozen shares? Shen Jun unexpectedly shifted the topic. At this, Ding Chengdong hesitated slightly, then, with a hint of disbelief, responded, Mr. Shen, you. Shen Jun said nothing but smiled and nodded, encouraging him to continue. Suppressing his excitement, Ding Chengdong replied, based on the current value of those stocks, approximately 11 billion of my shares are frozen. I shall refrain from further elaboration. I will allocate a monthly salary of 1 million for your daily expenses, and after a year, I will unfreeze all of your shares, Shen Jun stated flatly. Thank you. Mr. Shen, thank you. Ding Chengdong nearly leaped from his seat, struggling to contain his emotions. He genuinely did not expect such a statement from Shen Jun. It is essential to understand that those who froze his shares were formidable figures in the domestic financial market. They were akin to deities. The shares they had frozen were virtually impossible to unfreeze. No, not just virtually, but certainly impossible. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. He had contemplated transferring those frozen shares at a low price, though legally it was prohibited for shareholders to transfer frozen shares. This was due to the fear that the courts might seize them as execution assets, yet he owed no debts. This meant there was no possibility of court enforcement against him. Nonetheless, even at a price reduced to a mere 10% of their total value, no one dared to assume those frozen shares, and it was then he comprehended the intentions of those individuals. They had no intention of letting him go, leaving him utterly without recourse. Had Shen Jun not sought him out, he would have contemplated ending his own life. Only in death could his family continue to survive. Otherwise, waving his hand at the exuberant Ding Chengdong, Shen Jun waited for him to regain his composure before continuing. I have received word that someone intends to go long on 3 American stocks, one of which is Shoten, and they aim to elevate the stock price to 200. One stock is traded on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, with its price elevated to approximately 195. The final stock in question is Google A. And there are those who intend to drive its price up to around 130. You should grasp the essence of my message, correct? As Shen Jun's words fell, Ding Chengdong's exhilaration instantly vanished, replaced by a profound sense of terror and dread. How could he not feel such fear? As a distinguished figure in the finance industry, he was acutely aware of the implications contained within that statement. Shen Jun's words were alarmingly candid, so much so that even a fool could comprehend their meaning. It is the end. His life is in jeopardy. Chapter 96, An Act of Foolishness, Mr. Shen. I. Ding Chengdong trembled as he stammered. Could you possibly spare my family? Allow them a way to survive? Shen Jun remained silent. Indeed, such bluntness could easily lead to misunderstandings. Yet, he felt compelled to speak, for he did not wish to squander Ding Chengdong's potential. If he were too vague, he would earn less. If he were too explicit, misunderstandings might arise. It was truly a delicate balance. However, observing Ding Chengdong's quivering form, Shen Jun smiled reassuringly. Do you know when I arrived at the Tianying Group in the Magic City? Ding Chengdong nodded, quaking. You came to the company the day before yesterday. Then, can you guess why I don't have the people from Tianying Group manage those funds for me? Shen Jun inquired once more. Why you? Ding Chengdong gradually began to comprehend. What do you think it means that I brought you here despite the village chief's pressure? Shen Jun stated flatly, rest assured. What I seek is your capability, not your life. Do you understand? I understand. Ding Chengdong nodded emphatically. Work diligently. As a newcomer, I have no one trustworthy by my side. I hope you will be the first, Shen Jun said with a smile. I will not let you down, Mr. Shen. Ding Chengdong declared loudly. Then go prepare. Feel free to leverage as much as you wish. Your task is to maximize the benefits from these 3 pieces of information for me. Shen Jun waved his hand. Understood. I assure you I will extract the utmost value from these 3 pieces of information. With that, he turned and exited the office. Shen Jun refrained from disclosing the stock information previously foreseen by the system. The mere 3 pieces of news had already terrified Ding Chengdong. If he revealed more, the man might think that the arrival of profits would herald his demise. After all, the information provided by Shen Jun was rather sensational. Manipulating American stocks? What a thrill. Not long after Ding Chengdong departed the office, Shen Jun heard Shen Yao's voice at the entrance. Looking up, he saw Shen Yao exuberantly rushing into the office, exclaiming, Brother Jun, you are truly incredible. I am utterly impressed. Shen Jun. Noticing Shen Jun's look of confusion, Shen Yao hurriedly explained, I just returned a call to a friend and told him that bringing Ding Chengdong on board was your idea. He then inquired about your background, and you wouldn't believe how terrified that fool was upon learning your identity. Shen Jun. Where did this person find the confidence to call others fools? What kind of foolishness was he exhibiting himself? whether it was the influence of bad company or something else. One thing was certain, the phrase friends of a feather flock together was indeed accurate. Seeing Shen Yao's flushed excitement, Shen Jun quipped, "Is such a trivial matter enough to elate you so?" "Heh," Shen Yao chuckled sheepishly, shaking his head. "Of course, that's not all." In the tense atmosphere where Shen Jun appeared on the verge of violence, he reiterated, "Not long after I hung up my friend's call, someone reached out, claiming to be associated with the village chief. They were unaware that Ding Qingdong was personally recruited by Brother Jun. He first expressed his apologies, then mentioned that he would completely unfreeze Ding Qingdong's shares and intended to reimburse him for the penalties incurred through stock transactions. But these actions would only be undertaken upon Brother Jun's consent. Shen Jun remarked, "I must say, those individuals are quite decisive. They arranged everything without waiting for my intervention, even extending favors in the process. Truly, they are worthy of their elevated positions." He inquired softly, "Who made this decision?" "Yan Bing," Shen Yao explained. "I've inquired. He's the third in command over there." "I see," Shen Jun nodded, memorizing the name. "Such resolute individuals are indeed rare talents. Should the opportunity arise, I might mention him to my two uncles." "Brother Jun, you're busy. I must go address the issues left by Meng Zhongyu." With that, Shen Yao prepared to take his leave. "Go ahead, and remember to set an example," Shen Jun advised nonchalantly. "Understood," Shen Yao replied with a thumbs up before darting out. Observing his eager demeanor, Shen Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Though somewhat foolish, he genuinely put in the effort. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was July 20th. Today, Shen Nan, that girl, unexpectedly called him, sharing her recent adventures and the peculiar occurrences she encountered along the way. Shen Jun naturally engaged in light conversation, finding it rare for a young woman of Shen Nan's age to share her daily life with him. He deemed it essential to pay heed to her words. Until, "Brother, a classmate of mine expressed a desire to visit Thailand for a few days. Can I go too?" Shen Nan suddenly inquired in a soft voice. This statement startled Shen Jun, causing him to spring from his chair. He immediately questioned, "Which classmate? Male or female? What is her name? Where does she live?" Shen Nan, taken aback by his reaction, hesitated before quietly responding, "She's a high school classmate. Named Han Xingyue. She's a girl, and her family is also from the foggy city." Letting out a sigh, Shen Jun gently asked, "Is this your own desire, or have you been persuaded to go?" "Well," after a moment's silence, Shen Nan slowly explained, "She reached out to me, expressing her wish to travel to Thailand, and she has been urging me, saying it's a lot of fun and that she wants to take me abroad. You should really think." Shen Jun opened his mouth to admonish her, but ultimately refrained. He struggled to contain his rising frustration and asked, "Do you have any idea how dangerous Thailand can be? It shouldn't be too dangerous, right? I see many travel bloggers on Xiaohongsha saying Thailand is quite enjoyable. Plus I have Sister and the others to protect me," Shen Nan cautiously countered. At this moment, Shen Jun held an exceedingly unfavorable impression of Xiaohongshu. "Hand your phone over to your sister Anan," Shen Jun said with irritation. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed through the phone, followed by the voice of Shen Nan reaching Shen Jun's ears. "Sister Anan, my brother is looking for you." "Hello, Mr. Shen, I am Mengan, Miss Nan's bodyguard." As Mengan's words concluded, Shen Jun commanded, "Investigate the recent movements of Han Xingyue, along with her chat and call records. Additionally, ascertain the financial situation of her and her parents, whether they have any debts or loans. If your authority is insufficient, seek assistance from Shenhong. I require comprehensive information about her and her family's affairs. Furthermore, until the investigation yields results, keep a close watch on Shen Nan. She is not to go anywhere. Do you understand?" "Understood." Chapter 97. Concern. "Oh dear brother, did you not say that I could travel wherever I wished?" Shen Nan exclaimed loudly. "How can you go back on your word? I did not say you could not go. However, one must always be cautious. I must know everything about your classmate. Otherwise, you are not permitted to accompany her," Shen Jun replied flatly. "Of course, if you truly wish to go, you may do so alone. I will arrange every detail of your itinerary in advance to ensure your enjoyment." "What?" Shen Nan was taken aback. This was not what she had anticipated. She thought her brother simply did not want her to travel abroad. "What do you mean what?" Shen Jun reprimanded in irritation. "It's not just about going to Thailand. Even if you were to travel to northern Myanmar, I wouldn't worry about your safety. My concern lies solely with your classmate's intentions." "That can't be right." Shen Nan hesitated. "Xingyue is quite nice. I have even dined at her home. Didn't I clarify? I am merely worried. Do you understand what concern means, you fool?" "You are the fool. I am the top scorer in the province for the college entrance examination, you know? Shen Jun retorted indignantly. Enough. This is quite enough. Your rebuttal leaves me speechless. Stop wasting my time. We will discuss this once Anan finishes her investigation. If there are no issues with your classmate, then you may go. If there are, then do not even think about traveling abroad in the future. Shen Jun said, exasperated. Humph. Shen Jun scoffed. I am not afraid of you. Grandmother dotes on me now. She says I can do whatever I wish in the future. When did this happen? Shen Jun was bewildered. Beep 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 book. Looking at the disconnected call, Shen Jun swallowed the remainder of his words. This girl seems to be stirring up quite a storm lately. Since when did she become so close with the old lady? Does she not understand the importance of caution? Shaking his head, Shen Jun was at a loss for words. Sigh, young girls are so easily swayed. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Shen Nan's phone rang again. As soon as he answered, her sobbing voice came through the line. Shen Jun did not react with urgency or anger. Instead, he asked calmly, what is it? Is there a problem with your classmate? Yes, Shen Nan cried. Xing Yue, she. Sob, sob, sob. Let me speak to Anan. Have her explain. Anan, my brother. Mr. Shen, it is as follows. Miss Nan's classmate, Han Xing Yue, has been deceived out of a substantial sum of money by her boyfriend. Unable to repay it, they have set their sights on Miss Nan. According to their claims, they targeted her after seeing the luxury car photos she posted on social media. Their plan is to lure Miss Nan to Thailand and then extort money from you. However, even if the extortion were successful, they do not intend to allow Miss Nan to return alive, as certain dealings here are rather convenient. After Meng and answered the phone, she immediately began to explain. Though her final words were somewhat unclear, yet Shen Jun was still able to comprehend. However, deceived and still involved with that boyfriend? Then conspiring for kidnapping and extortion? And even had the audacity to invite Shen Nan abroad under her real name? What kind of foolishness is this? What on earth is she thinking? What has become of this world? Why do such individuals exist? Can't they all just disappear? Have the people been apprehended? Shen Jun sighed and inquired. They have been captured, and both were taken away by young Master Hong, who assured that he would handle the matter. So there is no need for you to worry excessively, Mengan replied promptly. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun did not feel particularly elated. Instead, he grew even more concerned. It was not about Shen Nan being deceived, but rather, the Shen family was placing undue importance on this girl, the old lady, Shen Hong. While he does not oppose marriages among prominent families, that only represents him. Deep down, he does not wish for Shen Nan to tread that path, yet Shen Nan is easily beguiled. Rubbing his temples, Shen Jun resolved to temporarily set these thoughts aside. Shen Nan is still young, and they could revisit such matters when she matures. By that time, he should have also grown. I understand now. Bring her back to Kyoto immediately, and let her rest at home for a while, awaiting the start of the school term, Shen Jun instructed. Understood. Would you like to speak with Miss Nan? Before Shen Jun could respond, Shen Nan took the phone and burst into tears once more. Whoa, brother. I was deceived. Whoa. Shen Jun. With your intellect, you should remain quietly in the country from now on. Shen Jun replied tersely. Whoa. I have been so deceived, and you still scold me. Whoa. Shen Nan felt deeply wronged. Silence. If you cry again, I will come and give you a good beating. Shen Jun threatened. I won't cry anymore. Shen Nan immediately ceased her sobbing. This time, I won't scold you, but remember this, always be cautious when making friends, and if such a situation arises again. Do not blame me for being severe. Shen Jun huffed. Understood, I will definitely no longer mention going abroad for fun. Shen Nan replied, her voice trembling. All right. Let us hang up. Oh. After ending the call, Shen Jun contemplated calling Shen Hong, but before he could dial, WeChat notified him that someone had added him as a friend. Upon checking, it was indeed Shen Heng. Without hesitation, Shen Jun promptly accepted the request. Shortly thereafter, Shen Heng sent him an image. It depicted a young man lying unconscious on the ground and a young girl bound to a chair. It appeared that these two were Han Xingyue and her boyfriend. Subsequently, Shen Heng sent another message. The man is still alive, but I have already sold him. All his organs are priced transparently. The money will be transferred to Xiaonan later. As for the woman, I leave the decision to you, brother. Upon reading the message on WeChat, Shen Jun felt utterly speechless. Is it truly acceptable to speak in such a manner? Is this a test or something else? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jun replied, let her treat Xiaonan as she intends to treat her. There is no need for restraint. Understood. I will proceed immediately. Very well. Shen Heng refrained from mentioning the matters between Shen Jun and Shen Mu, and naturally, Shen Jun would not bring them up either. Although it seemed as though he and Shen Mu were vying for the position of the third-generation head of the Shen family. The truth is that none of the family members held Shen Jun in high regard. Some did not consider him worthy of attention at all. The notion that an outsider could seize control of such a colossal entity as the Shen family was nothing short of ludicrous. Chapter 98. The value of money spent in the early morning. The Bund in the magical city is abuzz with numerous individuals engaging in leisure and exercise, strolling, dancing, and sharing laughter in small groups, all of which is uplifting to the spirit. Today, Shen Jun has also come here, intrigued to wander about. Recently, the company has encountered no issues, everything progressing smoothly. Initially, his arrival stirred quite a commotion, yet it soon reverted to its former state. Of course, this is largely attributable to Shen Yao's efforts, a fact that Shen Jun must acknowledge. He had witnessed, through surveillance, that fellow's audacious phone conversation with Shen Hao, whose words were rather brash. Don't waste my time with your nonsense. I am now the vice general manager of the Magical City branch. If Meng Zhongyu seeks trouble with the branch, he is indeed seeking trouble with me, Shen Yao. Am I to let him trample over me? Does he truly think I am an easy target? And while I acknowledge you as my elder brother, do not forget that he, Meng, is merely your maternal cousin, whereas I am your brother. Spare me your platitudes. If you grant me respect, I shall reciprocate, but if you do not, I shall seek my grandfather for justice. It took me considerable effort to attain this vice general manager position, and whoever dares to sabotage me shall face dire consequences. I care not who instigates the matter. As long as I remain the vice general manager, the affairs of this company are my concern, and no one shall interfere. I have no desire to venture elsewhere. Do not even entertain thoughts of my return to Kyoto. Even if the King of Heaven himself arrived today, it would be futile. Shen Jun was utterly fascinated by this, and later inquired about what had compelled Shen Yao to confront his elder brother so audaciously. After an investigation, Qiu Han informed him that Meng Zhongyu had made another move. He had sabotaged all the projects the company had previously invested in, intending to create some trouble for Shen Jun. However, Shen Yao returned to Kyoto and scolded that individual vehemently in front of numerous executives at headquarters, issuing a particularly fierce warning. He declared that if Meng Zhongyu dared to create any further disturbances for the Magical City branch, he would break his legs. Such threats would hold even if his uncle were to intervene. Subsequently, that fellow scurried back to the Magical City to hide. Shen Hao, incensed, called him, questioning whether he had lost his sense of identity. Yet, Shen Yao was no longer intimidated by his elder brother. The vice general manager position, along with a monthly salary of 500,000, had elevated him to a state of unrestrained confidence. Thus, the scene Shen Jun had witnessed unfolded. Upon learning of these events, Shen Jun nearly burst into laughter. That 500,000 was truly well spent. Were it not for the concern that this fellow might become too arrogant, Shen Jun would have considered granting him a raise immediately. Since that incident, all projects within the company have progressed exceptionally smoothly, devoid of any further complications. Recently, Shen Yao has been strutting about the office with an air of confidence akin to a crab, boldly traversing spaces, and rather than hushed whispers of discontent. Everyone has been praising him. Remarks about youthful ambition and how General Manager Shen has become their idol abound. This has sent Shen Yao's sense of self-importance soaring even higher. However, Shen Jun could perceive that these compliments were merely tricks employed by Su Hong and others. Flattering someone is not a difficult task. If they could win over this young master, their work would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. Just as Shen Jun was aimlessly wandering, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Wu Mingjie calling. Shen Jun abruptly realized that despite having been in the Magic City for quite some time, he had yet to dine with this individual. Yet, why did he suddenly think to call him? He answered the call, and Wu Mingjie's voice immediately resonated from the other end. Old Shen, where are you right now? Can you come to Magic City? Wu Mingjie's voice carried a hint of urgency and anger. What's wrong? Why are you speaking so frantically? What happened? Shen Jun furrowed his brow and inquired. Yang Su is in trouble. Wu Mingjie quickly replied from the other end. I received a call from the hospital this morning, saying that Yang Su was beaten and has been hospitalized with fractures in his left arm and right leg, and his head is also injured. He is currently lying in a hospital in Magic City. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun's frown deepened, and he asked again, what is the situation? How did he end up in Magic City? Wasn't that guy supposed to be saving money and taking out a loan from me during my wedding? 2 days ago, he suddenly came to Magic City, claiming he wanted to deposit some money with me, so I entertained him for a couple of days. However, I had something on last night and didn't he spend time with him. I didn't he expect something like this to happen today. Wu Mingjie said anxiously. According to the hospital, his injuries are quite severe. You should come here and visit him. Which hospital? Please send me the location. All right. I will send it to you right now. Wu Mingjie promptly agreed. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun quickly received the location from Wu Mingjie and immediately got into the car, instructing Yubin to drive to the hospital. Inside a certain hospital in Magic City. Old Yang, aren't you going to call your parents to inform them? Looking at Yang Su, who was wrapped up like a mummy, Wu Mingjie couldn't help but ask. There is no point in telling them in my current state. It would only cause them unnecessary worry. Yang Su grimaced in pain. Then tell me what exactly happened. Where were you last night? How did you end up beaten like this? Wu Mingjie inquired, his face reflecting his distress. At that moment, he was nearly beside himself with rage. It was impossible for him not to be angry. Had it not been for the task he needed Yang Su to complete, he would never have come to Magic City. Although he was unaware of who had attacked Yang Su, he felt responsible. If Yang Su hadn't come to Magic City, he wouldn't have been beaten so severely. Upon hearing this question, Yang Su's emotions surged, but the pain coursing through his body quickly subdued him. It hurts too much. I can hardly move. He cursed. I don't even know what happened. Last night, you said you were busy, so I went to the bar by myself for a while. Didn't he do anything? Just ordered a drink and watched others dance. Then, a fool approached me and without uttering a single word, struck me on the head with a bottle. That imbecile truly did not say anything at all. I was utterly bewildered by the blow. How could I possibly let him off? Thus, I retaliated. However, just as I struck back, 5 or 6 individuals rushed over to assail me with considerable ferocity. If it weren't for the bar's security intervening and the subsequent call to the authorities, I might have lost my life. Wu Mingjie pondered. Why does this sound so awkward? He understood that there are indeed many fools in this world, yet those who would unprovokedly assault someone to such an extent seemed rather rare. He did not doubt the veracity of Yang Su's words. Instead, he felt profoundly unfortunate. Chapter 99. Frustration. Scratching his head in exasperation, Wu Mingjie remarked, Old Yang. It seems your luck is a bit. Damn it, what does luck have to do with this? Isn't it just that this chaotic place, the Magic City, is to blame? Yang Su retorted, visibly agitated. All right, you're injured, so I suppose you have a point, Wu Mingjie replied, feeling somewhat relieved by Yang Su's spirited response. Damn it, if I don't make them pay until they are utterly destitute, I shall no longer bear the surname Yang. Yang Su declared through gritted teeth. Rest assured, none of them will escape, Wu Mingjie asserted in a low voice. I wonder if the police have apprehended anyone, Yang Su lamented, shaking his head in despair. There's no need to worry. I've sent my wife to keep an eye on things personally. With so many witnesses and evidence, they won't get away. Wu Mingjie comforted softly. Sighing deeply, Yang Su touched the heavily bandaged top of his head and mused, this spot is surely going to go bald. I haven't even found a wife yet. Wu Mingjie thought to himself, if it weren't for the timing, he would surely have made some lewd remarks. How could this person still have the presence of mind to joke around after being beaten to such a state? It was utterly absurd. Just then, Wu Mingjie's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately answered. Hello, wife. Have they caught the culprits? His inquiry drew Yang Su's attention. They've been apprehended. But, Wu Mingjie pressed for clarification. But what? Bai Xian hesitated before explaining. You're not with Yang Su, are you? What is going on? Wu Mingjie was suddenly taken aback. His wife's tone felt off. Could it be that those who attacked Yang Su had significant backing? The individuals who assaulted Yang Su are acquaintances of yours. Zhao Sheng, the second son of the Zhao family. Zhu Dong, the third son of the Zhu family. Wang Feng, the second son of the Wang family. Qin Qi, the fourth son of the Qin family. And Zhang Long, the third son of the Zhang family. Bai Xian whispered. Are you certain? Wu Mingjie's expression darkened instantly. Absolutely. Zhao Xing and the others are currently at the police station. And the Zhao family has sent someone to handle their bail, as Zhao Xing was the ringleader in the assault on Yang Su, Bai Xian explained softly. Hearing this, Wu Mingjie's countenance grew even more somber. Typically, securing bail would at least require a letter of understanding from the victim. Yet here was Yang Su lying in a hospital bed, and the Zhao family hadn't even made a superficial effort to reach out, indicating they held Yang Su in utter contempt. Naturally, given the Zhao family's influence, Yang Su's forgiveness meant nothing to them. Grinding his teeth, Wu Mingjie coldly declared, Wife, call home. We cannot allow that scoundrel Zhao Sheng to walk free so easily. Are you sure? That fellow is getting married tomorrow. To the third miss of the Ning family, Ning Weijia. If we take action now, Our families will be at odds with both the Zhao and Gu families. Not to mention the other 4 families. Bai Xian hesitated. Certainly, you understand why Yang Su came to the vibrant metropolis. Now that such an incident has occurred, I must stand by him. At the very least, the Zhao family must exhibit the appropriate attitude that cannot allow him to suffer in silence. Wu Mingjie spoke in a low, firm tone. However, my family is unlikely to agree. We cannot afford to provoke those formidable families. Bai Xian hesitated. Sighing, she gazed at Yang Su, who was bandaged like a mummy, and Wu Mingjie declared, word by word, I will bear the consequences. My dear, please call home. This matter cannot proceed without an explanation from the Zhao family. Understood. Bai Xian refrained from saying more. She could sense the depth of Wu Mingjie's anger at that moment. As soon as the call ended, Yang Su asked hoarsely, Old Wu, does the person who attacked me come from a powerful background? After a moment of hesitation, Wu Mingjie replied, with a sense of frustration, Old Yang, to speak frankly, those who assaulted you have some influence. At the very least, they are superior to my family. Even if I were to ask my family for assistance, they would only be able to secure some financial compensation, nothing more. Damn it. Although Wu Mingjie did not complete his thought, Yang Su understood its implication. Yet, the clearer he became about the situation, the angrier he felt. He had done nothing wrong. Yet he was left in such a state, while the assailants faced no repercussions. How could he not be furious? Yang Su's eyes widened, his body trembled slightly, consumed by a rage that nearly threatened his composure. However, recalling Wu Mingjie's words, he felt a wave of helplessness and sorrow wash over him. The individuals Wu Mingjie could not contend with were even more formidable for him. Moreover, this was the metropolis, not Jinling. Yet even in Jinling, given his family's standing, they would similarly be powerless against such people. He had never considered leveraging public opinion to pressure them, for it would be futile. Public discourse requires a platform. And as Wu Mingjie had stated, those individuals could undoubtedly leverage their connections to suppress any dissemination. He was acutely aware of this reality. The world is indeed so unjust. When ordinary individuals face oppression from those with true power and influence, even public discourse becomes ineffective. After a long silence, Yang Su rasped, Old Wu, let it be. I'll consider this misfortune my own. I accept my fate. You need not involve your family. It would only bring further trouble upon you. What are you saying? Wu Mingjie frowned. You came to the metropolis to assist me. How could I possibly turn a blind eye? While my family may be powerless against them, my wife's family still holds some sway. This beating cannot go unaccounted for. I cannot promise anything else, but I will ensure we secure medical expenses and compensation. Let it go. Yang Su shook his head solemnly. It's just a bit of money. There's no need for it. If those individuals begin to seek you out for trouble after compensating, you won't be able to bear it. No, even if they come after me later, I will accept it. They must provide an explanation for this incident. Wu Mingjie exclaimed in frustration. You. Yang Su opened his mouth, wanting to say something but finding himself at a loss. He understood Wu Mingjie's rage. He felt even more anger himself. Yet, the thought of those powerful families left him feeling stifled. Enough of this talk. Let us await the Zhao family's compensation, and I will handle the matters that follow. Having spoken, Wu Mingjie turned and exited the room. He intended to call home, for he feared that his family would not provide support otherwise. As he watched Wu Mingjie's departing figure, Yang Su bit his lip tightly, a wave of uncontrollable rage surging within him. How suffocating. Truly, it was unbearable. Recalling the faces of those who had assaulted him, Yang Su took several deep breaths, suppressing his fury as he closed his eyes. Since the law had proven ineffective, he resolved to abandon it altogether. Chapter 100. Are you going to get beaten? What are you doing standing at the door of the hospital room, Old Wu? Following the address provided by Wu Mingjie, Shen Jun successfully located the hospital room. However, just as he approached, he spotted Wu Mingjie standing at the entrance. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Wu Mingjie slowly turned his head, and, upon seeing Shen Jun, he immediately froze. Rubbing his eyes vigorously in disbelief, he exclaimed, What? Old Shen, what brings you here? No, how did you arrive so quickly? Weren't you in Fog City? I had some business in Magic City recently. And as soon as you hung up the phone, I rushed right over, Shen Jun explained. He had come alone, not bringing you Bin and the others along. As the hospital was not particularly dangerous. You didn't call me while you were in Magic City? You rascal. Wu Mingjie was so agitated that he nearly cursed. But thinking about the situation he was about to face, he refrained from uttering those words. He sighed and shifted the topic, saying, Why don't you go in and check on old Yang? He is quite seriously injured, but whatever you do, don't ask him who did this, or else. What? The person who attacked old Yang hasn't been caught yet? Shen Jun queried, puzzled. They have been caught, but... Wu Mingjie hesitated for a moment before elaborating. Old Shen, your family is quite wealthy. So you must understand that the saying money can make the devil push a millstone is no joke. The individuals who assaulted old Yang not only come from affluent families but are also powerful. Old Yang's beating was virtually in vain. Shen Jun, intrigued, inquired. What kind of background do they have that even your family can't afford to offend? You simply cannot offend them. Wu Mingjie paused and continued. You may not know the influence they wield in Magic City. But let me put it this way, the least wealthy among them has a family company worth over 5 billion. While the one who initially struck old Yang has a family fortune exceeding 100 billion. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, Shen Jun nodded, fully aware. As he had recently exerted his influence over others. But why did they attack old Yang? Aren't they from different social strata? Upon hearing this question, Wu Mingjie expressed his confusion. I am not sure, but old Yang mentioned that when he was drinking at a bar, those guys acted without saying a word. He was utterly baffled, certain he did not know them and had not offended them. So, they attacked him for no reason? Shen Jun said, bewildered. Exactly. Wu Mingjie replied indignantly, I do know those individuals, but I have no close dealings with them, so I am unaware of their personalities. However, I trust old Yang. While he may talk a lot, he is not someone who instigates trouble. Indeed, Shen Jun nodded in agreement. All right, enough of this. Let us go see old Yang. Yes. With that, the two of them stepped into the hospital room together. What the? Upon seeing Yang Su bandaged like a mummy, Shen Jun, the mentally prepared, was still taken aback. Old Yang, are you all right? Old Shen, what brings you here? Yang Su opened his eyes to gaze at Shen Jun, surprised. Observing Yang Su's bloodshot eyes, Shen Jun spoke softly. Old Wu called me, informing that you were injured and hospitalized. As fate would have it. I was also in the Magic City, so I rushed over. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Su suddenly realized something and whispered, not contacting old Wu was indeed the right choice. Had you been with me, we both would have faced the consequences. Shen Jun. Wu Mingjie. Despite Yang Su's lamentable state, his words elicited a faint smile. If he were truly with him, it was uncertain who would be on the receiving end of a beating. Sighing deeply, Yang Su lamented, Old Shen, this time, my friend, I have truly fallen. I can't even seek revenge, it's utterly infuriating. Just as Shen Jun was about to respond, Wu Mingjie's phone suddenly rang. Thus, Shen Jun halted his words and turned his attention to Wu Mingjie. Oblivious to Shen Jun's comment, Wu Mingjie hurriedly pulled out his phone to answer the call. As Shen Jun stood beside him, he could hear the voice on the other end. Mingjie, we can't hold them off anymore. As soon as we made a move, the Zhao family, Ning family, and Zhu family came knocking. We can no longer sustain this. We have to release Xiaoxing and the others. Damn. Wu Mingjie muttered under his breath before speaking. Is the Zhao family really refusing to apologize? Apologize? How could they ever do that? Forget about apologies. I'd advise you to transfer your friend to another hospital, preferably not in the Magic City, or those fellows won't let him off easily. This is utterly outrageous. Wu Mingjie gritted his teeth. Don't be so naive. This is how society operates. When facing such people, if you can't provoke them, then avoid them. If avoidance is impossible, endure it. There are no other options. Unless, of course, one resorts to a fit of rage. But that is merely a fantasy found in films and not a realistic solution. I understand. Thank you for your help, big brother, Wu Mingjie said glumly. No worries. With my father around, the Wu family won't encounter any issues. However, I still advise you to transfer your friends soon. Otherwise. All right. I will hang up. Wait. What? Just as Wu Mingjie was about to end the call, Shen Jun suddenly interrupted him. May I have the phone? Shen Jun extended his hand. You. Although Wu Mingjie was puzzled, he obediently handed the phone over. Hello. You mentioned that the individuals who assaulted Yang Su are still in the detention center, correct? Shen Jun inquired, a rather superfluous question. Yes, they are still there, but they are about to be released. Who is this? The man on the other end responded before inquiring. My surname is Shen from Tianyuan Group. The response elicited gasps of surprise from Wu Mingjie, Yang Su, and the man on the phone. The exclamation, what the hell, was uttered by Yang Su, triggered by overwhelming excitement that inadvertently aggravated his wound, causing him pain. Old Shen, you must be joking, right? Wu Mingjie exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief. Yang Su widened his eyes, fixated on Shen Jun, equally eager to ascertain whether Shen Jun was jesting, though the man on the other end of the line remained silent. He too yearned to discover whether Shen Jun hailed from the Shen family of Tianyuan Group. If that were the case, what would become of his Wu family? At this moment, do you truly believe I would jest? Shen Jun replied softly. What the hell?